Damnation. That damn developer delivered the balcony without flooring. Chen Dongsheng cursed wildly in his heart as he plummeted from the 18th floor. A loud crash, intense pain struck his vision, went dark, and he jerked awake. Chen Dongsheng stared wide-eyed, clutching his violently heaving chest, feeling his heart almost bursting out, and wondered, "Am not dead?" A low voice came from beside him. "Dongsheng, what are you daydreaming about? The teacher is calling you." Looking around in confusion, Chen Dongsheng was shocked. Why am I sitting in a high school classroom? Is this a time travel or a life flash before my eyes? Still not sure of the situation, Chen Dongsheng viciously pinched himself. Damn. Pain. I really came back. Confirming the situation, Chen Dongsheng was ecstatic. In his past life, Chen Dongsheng was still a broke office worker without a house or car until he was 38. After earning his first fortune from black market operations, he retired and returned to his hometown. Then he went on a blind date with an older unmarried high school female classmate, decided to get married, and rushed to buy a house only to be sent back by the unscrupulous developers, gifted area. Glancing at the calculator on the desk, it was now 2003. 2003, the last mask era. 2003, Shinjo V launched. 2003, Huaqiang buys melon. 2003, brother and Megu left. 2003, Airbnb dominates. Internet cafes dream. Westward journey, open beta. 2003, annual game Call of Duty 1 entered the market. One by one, major events listed in his mind, crystal clear as if, has my brain become smarter? Suppressing the ecstasy in his heart, Chen Dongsheng tried to recall, but found it wasn't that. It must be my budget AI. This budget AI was the tool that helped Chen Dongsheng earn his black market fortune in his past life. In 2023, AI exploded. As a veteran black market worker who had been a paid poster, made deepfake videos, dealt with various telecom frauds, and walked away unscathed, Chen Dongsheng finally seized an opportunity. Relying on the budget AI he bought at a high price, Chen Dongsheng generated a bunch of high-end female models. With distorted hands, concocted a yacht night banquet plan, bought a client directory of a luxury hotel from the black market, sent out the plan and invitations, and at the same time collected a deposit. As a result, this obviously fake plan actually helped Chen Dongsheng obtain his first 5 million. With the 5 million in hand, Chen Dongsheng didn't choose to expand. Instead, he took the laptop storing the budget AI and went home for a blind date, and then his life restarted. Although it's a budget version, it still stores a lot of program codes and product designs. Enough for me to thrive in this era. A flame called ambition blazed in Chen Dongsheng's heart. Seeing Chen Dongsheng still daydreaming, the teacher tapped the blackboard. Chen Dongsheng, your grades are so poor that you can barely get into a second-tier university. How can you sleep? Chen Dongsheng looked up, glanced at the math problem on the blackboard, and quickly had the answer in his mind. It wasn't that the AI could solve math problems, but the problem on the blackboard had its answer in the test bank. Damn. I have the real test questions and answers for 2003. Doesn't that mean I can get a perfect score on the college entrance exam if I want? The teacher glared at Chen Dongsheng, tapping the blackboard with chalk. Chen Dongsheng, what are you laughing at? You think you know all these problems, huh? Alas, I originally wanted to get along with you as an ordinary person. Chen Dongsheng shook his head and stood up. I'm done pretending. I confess. I'm a top student. Fine. Top student, come up and explain to everyone. The teacher wasn't polite and simply threw the chalk onto the podium. All right, let me show you the strength of a top scorer. Chen Dongsheng swaggered up to the podium, picked up a new piece of chalk, and began writing quickly, soon covering the entire blackboard. So many versions of standard answers. All correct. The teacher was bewildered. Did I misjudge him? Is this kid really a top student? Amid the shocked gazes of the whole class, Chen Dongsheng returned to his seat and began to pretend to sleep, actually thinking about what to do next. In my past life, I muddled through 20 years, only got 5 million by walking on the edge of the law, and didn't get to enjoy it. Now I have a chance to start over. I must. Chen Dongsheng made up his mind. Make 5 million times 5 million. In a fit of passion, Chen Dongsheng vowed to make 25 trillion RMB. What does 25 trillion mean? In 2023, the world's richest man, Elon Musk, briefly reached $250 billion US, equivalent to 1.75 trillion renminbi. Trillion RMB. Ring, ring, ring. The class bell rang. The shiny forehead of his deskmate leaned in. Dongsheng, want to go for an all-nighter? Guo Xiaoda. Seeing the familiar face, Chen Dongsheng wasn't annoyed by the interruption, but instead was very delighted. Guo Xiaoda, with a muscular build and a bald head, just like Jason Statham, his father, was a small contractor who recently became a real estate developer, and in a few years he would become a local tycoon in Huanggang. In short, he was Chen Dongsheng's little money bag, the one who paid for internet cafes and meals, a relationship that lasted many years. In his past life, Guo Xiaoda early on opened a new door to life near the university town internet cafes. Actually, it was targeted poverty alleviation for scantily clad young ladies. Later in college, Guo Xiaoda became obsessed with figurines, using all his allowance to buy houses to store figurines, and ended up owning several properties by graduation. Realizing that houses made money, Guo Xiaoda started flipping properties, but then his instincts awakened, and he became obsessed with in-depth communication with various female sales agents. Until one day, the husband of a female sales agent who had been thrown out while wearing black stockings and bare legs came to beat him up and sent him to the hospital. Illegal transactions were discovered, and he served 3 years in prison. After prison, he went to work with his uncle, who ran a clothing factory, mainly making Lolita dresses. Then his instincts awakened again, and he became obsessed with in-depth communication with various has-been Lolita girls. Until one day, the boyfriend of an expired Lolita who had been paying off debts with her body came to beat him up and sent him to the hospital. Illegal lending was discovered, and he served another 3 years. After discharge, Guo Xiaoda turned his father's real estate sales company into a comic convention company, and he was in charge of photography. Then his instincts awakened again, and he became obsessed with in-depth communication with various cosplay models. Until one day, the boyfriend of a cosplay model who had been doing mutual free photos came to beat him up and sent him to the hospital. Illegal dissemination was discovered, and he served another 3 years. How did Chen Dongsheng know all this so clearly? Every time Guo Xiaoda discovered a business opportunity, he would immediately pull Chen Dongsheng in. But Chen Dongsheng only did legitimate business, missing the opportunities and also avoiding prison. When Guo Xiaoda finally got out, he instead considered Chen Dongsheng his only real friend who cared about him and wanted to reform and follow Chen Dongsheng in legitimate business. But then Chen Dongsheng started doing black market work. Seeing the lively Guo Xiaoda again, Chen Dongsheng felt joy in his heart. A ready-made tool is here. Now follow me, and it'll save you 20 years of detours. All-nighter. Sure. Wow, so straightforward. Guo Xiaoda was surprised. What are we going to play all night? I have some new websites. Do you want to see? Hee. Watching porn all night is boring. Making money all night is the real thrill. Chen Dongsheng decided to pull Guo Xiaoda in. I just want to make money now. Make money. How to make money? Guo Xiaoda didn't question Chen Dongsheng, instead directly asking for details. How to make money? Cheat. Chen Dongsheng tapped his own head, looking confident. I can cheat now? Why worry about making money? Besides, if you reincarnate and don't cheat, isn't that a wasted rebirth? Guo Xiaoda heard this and actually rubbed his hands together excitedly. Really? Then tonight I'll play Legend. You help me cheat. Chen Dongsheng laughed. Sure. And indeed, cheating in Legend was a way to make money. Let's go. I'm treating. At the Blue Light Internet Cafe on Old Street. Looking at the 20 bulky old computers in the cafe, Guo Xiaoda waved his hand. This batch won't do, replace them all. Chen Dongsheng frowned and looked at Guo Xiaoda. You better be talking about the computers. But before he could finish, Guo Xiaoda pulled him out. Let's go to the University District. There's a new batch there. He'll treat you. Chen Dongsheng weighed his immunity and shook his head, firmly refusing. Guo Xiaoda tried to persuade him again. It's nothing. The probability is 0. This is the place. Chen Dongsheng, uncharacteristically stubborn, stepped inside. Guo Xiaoda quickly followed. Hey, wait for me. All right, who says I'm not a man of justice? After sitting down, Guo Xiaoda rubbed his hands. Dongsheng, about what you said. A cheat program, right? What did you blow a big deal with that internet girl? You've been texting all the way here. Oh, Dongsheng, how can you slander me? I just couldn't make it to the University District, had to reschedule with the girl. Guo Xiaoda grinned. Actually, I'm more interested in your money-making method. Chen Dongsheng was non-committal, only asking. Using cheats is risky. Aren't you afraid of getting banned? Afraid of nothing. Alright, you said you're interested in my money-making method. Don't go back on your word. Moi. Guo Xiaoda frowned, sensing something. What's the risk? I'm planning to fleece Shanda for a few $100,000, maybe even $1 million. If I'm not careful, I might end up in jail. Surprisingly, Guo Xiaoda's eyes lit up with excitement. That's so thrilling. In. How do we do it? Chen Dongsheng smiled, faintly reciting an iconic advertisement from his past life. True legend. Don't spend a single cent. Equipment drops everywhere. Yuan Bao instantly redeemed. Chen Dongsheng was planning to do the equipment business. This was unavoidable. The internet was too young back then, let alone Bitcoin and other cryptocurrencies. Online banking was rarely used. Using future black hat methods to make money on the current internet was tricky. Otherwise, with Bitcoin as a medium, Chen Dongsheng could just take a few ransomware programs targeting Windows vulnerabilities from the database, easily scooping up a ton of money from around the world, leaving no trace. Why bother scraping pennies from Legend? Unexpectedly, Guo Xiaoda was disappointed. TCH, what risk is there in this? Alright, I'll write the cheat program and say it was developed by you. When Shanda comes knocking, you'll take the fall. With that, Chen Dongsheng began coding and created a web-based operation panel for himself. What's the big deal? Your big brother can handle it. Chen Dongsheng looked at Guo Xiaoda. and nodded approvingly. Don't regret it. Then he started typing furiously. Are you writing the cheat program on the spot? Of course. The only inconvenience of Chen Dongsheng using cheats was that the code had to come out of his brain, and he had to act as a human typewriter. Amazing. Guo Xiaoda watched Chen Dongsheng's incredible operation and couldn't help but marvel. But after a while Guo Xiaoda asked again, wait Dongsheng, why don't you just sell the cheat program? It's valuable. I won't sell cheat programs, it's too easy to get exposed. The key to black hat operations is concealment. I'm going to use the cheat to farm equipment. Chen Dongsheng casually made up an excuse. The truth was that the cheat program Chen Dongsheng was about to use was black technology. He had to keep it as a core secret, at most selling some byproducts. Guo Xiaoda was disappointed. If I can't use the cheat, what's the point? Using cheats leads to bans. Chen Dongsheng couldn't be bothered to argue. Fine, hey, raise a small cheat for you to enjoy. He found a forum, downloaded a batch of cheats, compared them, and wrote a custom cheat for Guo Xiaoda. Awesome. With the cheat, Guo Xiaoda logged into his account, named Silver Spear Little Tyrant. Chen Dongsheng frowned. Don't use that one, use a new account, or you'll be heartbroken when it gets banned. Haha, Dongsheng, this cheat is insane. Guo Xiaoda's level 34 old warrior was already slaughtering white wild boars with one hit each. Chen Dongsheng ignored Guo Xiaoda and continued writing his own cheat program, first wrapping it in a normal cheat shell, then embedding several AI programs, and finally granting the cheat real-time permission to modify Shanda's database. Haha, noob. One hit, one kill. Dongsheng, did you see that? That idiot holding the judgment blade was one-shotted by me. I saw. You're so awesome. You're a red name now, right? Who cares? With your cheat, I can take down Sand City alone. Chen shook his head and continued coding. After a while, Guo Xiaoda yelled, Dongsheng, what's happening? I can't control my character. Chen Dongsheng looked over. Your account is banned. Damn. Shanda is such a sore loser. Guo Xiaoda, like a frustrated man, flew into a rage. Chen Dongsheng finally stepped in to comfort him. It's okay, I have something better. Really? Do you know what the highest realm of using cheats is? What is it? Using it is like not using it. Damn, that's still not using it. No. Chen Dongsheng shook his head. If you cheat in the game, you'll get banned. But if you cheat in reality, like buying a Dragon Slayer blade, and then killing people in the game, can anyone say you're cheating? You mean I should go buy a Dragon Slayer blade? Your comprehension skills are hopeless. Chen Dongsheng rolled his eyes. I'm saying I can get a Dragon Slayer blade. Whoa. Dongsheng, you can get a Dragon Slayer blade. This is your cheap money-making plan. Guo Xiaoda was now fully excited. News said someone offered 400,000 for a Dragon Slayer blade. 200,000 is more like it. If we sell, don't price too high, or there'll be no buyers. Chen Dongsheng implied his cheat could get the Dragon Slayer blade. As a black hat wage slave, Chen Dongsheng understood the importance of layering. Cheat programs get banned, but purchased equipment doesn't. Equipment farmed by cheats can be banned, but if you use AI to mimic human play ITLL, just be seen as a pathetic gold farming studio. Oh my god! Guo Xiaoda exclaimed beside him. Even if you sell one for 200,000 and you farm one a day, then in a year, you could earn 73 million. He was stunned. What you wrote isn't a cheat program, it's a golden goose. It's not that simple. Flooding the market with Dragon Slayer blades would ruin Legend. We have to control the quantity and not disrupt the market. Even if it's not 73 million, 3 million is still a huge sum. That's true. Chen Dongsheng nodded. 200,000 back, then could buy a 50 square meter apartment outside Beijing's third ring. 3 million TSK. Just as Guo Xiaoda was dreaming of the future, and Chen Dongsheng was debugging the cheat, a voice suddenly interrupted. What are you two doing here? Class monitor. You're staying overnight too. Guo Xiaoda exclaimed. A girl with a generous figure and an icy face stood at the booth entrance glaring at them. Stay overnight, my head. This internet cafe is owned by my family. When you're here. Chen Dongsheng smiled upon seeing her. Damn, Dongsheng, was that intentional or accidental? The girl was named Gao Wenwen, the class monitor of Chen Dongsheng. She stood 1.7 meters tall with a bust size of 82 legs measuring 105 centimeters, a face as small as a palm with an oval-shaped double eyelids and large eyes, a high-bridged nose, and willow leaf eyebrows. She was nearsighted by 300 degrees and would one day wear a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, becoming an aloof beauty who kept others at a distance. How did Chen Dongsheng know all this? Because Gao Wenwen was the older single unmarried female classmate who had been his blind date in his previous life. In short, she was his fiancée. But at present the two were not familiar with each other. To put it simply, Gao Wenwen was a young lady from a wealthy family in the city, while Chen Dongsheng was a pure country bumpkin. Gao Wenwen's family owned 5 internet cafes and 10 braised duck shops in Huanggang with assets worth at least 10 million yuan. Her academic performance was also among the top, and she was destined to enter a prestigious university like a 985 or 211. With Chen Dongsheng a village boy destined for a third-tier college, it seemed they would never cross paths. In her previous life, Gao Wenwen's family went bankrupt. According to what Chen Dongsheng later heard from her shortly after the college entrance exam, her father disappeared, and then creditors came to take away all the family's braised duck shops and internet cafes. It was only then that she realized her father had gambled away the family fortune before the exams. Fortunately, Gao Wenwen's mother was skilled at making braised duck. Gao Wenwen, who had to take out a loan for college, sold braised duck, ran a milk tea shop, delivered packages on campus, and after graduation opened an online store and did live stream sales. Later she paid off her debts, retired, returned to her hometown, bought back the former internet cafe property, opened a laid-back coffee shop, and settled into a peaceful life. After that she became Chen Dongsheng's blind date. Before they officially started discussing marriage, Chen Dongsheng learned that Gao Wenwen had retired because of a lung nodule. After they had confirmed their relationship, the pandemic hit, and she didn't undergo surgery. One day, feeling unwell and coughing, she thought she had tested positive and planned to go to the hospital for some ibuprofen. Little did she know that the cancer had already progressed to terminal lung cancer with metastasis. Otherwise, Chen Dongsheng wouldn't have been so eager to buy a house and get married. Since I've run into her, I might as well give her a hand. After all, she was my wife in the previous life. At this point in time, the Gao family's braised duck shops should have already been lost by her father. The fact that Gao Wenwen is here means that the mother and daughter have moved out of their apartment and are now living on the third floor of this old internet cafe. My mother-in-law is still thinking about fighting for more property before divorcing, but little does she know that the worthless father-in-law is losing the family fortune faster than the property can be notarized. Oh no, I can't call her wife. Chen Dongsheng, you're so pathetic. You've already transmigrated, and yet you're still so short-sighted. Suddenly Chen Dongsheng felt deeply ashamed of his emotional narrow-mindedness. He resolved to help Gao Wenwen's family through the crisis. That would be fulfilling his duty. He absolutely must not hang himself on this one tree. While his mind was in turmoil, Gao Wenwen looked puzzled. Who told you to call me Wenwen? Are we that familiar? Don't call me that from now on. Okay, Wenwen. Chen Dongsheng nodded. You. Gao Wenwen glared at him again and scolded. Get off the computer now and go back to school. Chen Dongsheng remained unruffled. Wenwen, can I explain? Explain? You mean cover up? Gao Wenwen looked amused. Fine, I'm listening. Go ahead. I'm starting a business with Xiaoda. We're going to do an internet project. How can I do that without a computer? Starting a business. Playing Legend counts as starting a business. Don't tell me your business plan is to be a Sand City attacker in Legend. I can prove it. Everything he said is true. We really are starting a business. Guo Xiaoda quickly slipped into his sycophant role, charging ahead. Chen Dongsheng rolled his eyes and began to make things up. All right, actually, I want to pursue you. I knew it, huh? This sudden attack caught Gao Wenwen off guard. Chen Dongsheng himself was 185 meters tall with a face that could only be described as unremarkable, at best comparable to the male lead in the movie The Last Emperor. Staring into such a face with burning intensity, Gao Wenwen's cheeks flushed. She turned her head away and whispered, "Is it worth all this just to use the internet?" Chen Dongsheng pretended to be mysterious. I came to your internet cafe just to give you leverage over me. That way you can hold it against me, and naturally you'll want to coerce me into doing something, and then... Oh, this trick is called the Hyen Hunter appears as the prey. Psycho. Gao Wenwen spat. I'm not going to tell the teacher you're just... Alas, Chen Dongsheng sighed quietly. Actually, I do have a money-making project, but it has to be done through Legend. If you don't believe me, give me a few minutes and watch from the side. Really? Gao Wenwen hesitated. Don't lie to me. Is the trick of disguising oneself as prey really that effective? Seeing Gao Wenwen naturally sit down next to Chen Dongsheng in the booth, Guo Xiaoda was truly impressed by Chen Dongsheng. Chen Dongsheng smiled and patted Guo Xiaoda, create a new account, and give Wenwen a demonstration. Did the Zuma chief just die? In the chief's home, the Zuma chief had passed away peacefully. In the booth of Blue Light Internet Cafe, Gao Wenwen was now sitting on the outside watching Chen Dongsheng direct Guo Xiaoda in the corner. Xiaoda, check your backpack. Dragon Slayer. There really is a Dragon Slayer. Compared to Guo Xiaoda, Gao Wenwen's mind was filled with 200,000. 200,000. That's 200,000. He just earned 200,000. Dragon Slayer. Dragon Slayer. Guo Xiaoda was still in a state of ecstatic confusion. Xiaoda Wenwen, do you want to work with me? With such a convincing item as the Dragon Slayer, Chen Dongsheng confidently recruited Gao Wenwen and Guo Xiaoda. Do what? Sell Dragon Slayers. Huh. Dongsheng, didn't you say too many Dragon Slayers would affect game balance? Guo Xiaoda butted in to disrupt. Well, sell Dragon Slayers sooner or later. We can start a game studio first and sell other equipment. Awesome. Chen Dongsheng frowned, thinking, what's so awesome about that? But Guo Xiaoda pointed at Gao Wenwen and said, I didn't see it, Dongsheng. You're setting up a company for Gao Wenwen just to win her over. Hearing this, Gao Wenwen's expression changed. Dongsheng, what do you mean? Throwing money at me? Chen Dongsheng waved his hand. Of course, setting up a company is to make money. Don't believe that kind of talk about setting up a company for a woman. 9 times out of 10 those who say that just want to freeload. Gao Wenwen couldn't keep up with Chen Dongsheng's pace. What do you mean? Chen Dongsheng smiled and didn't say anything, thinking to himself, you still don't understand Lang Xianping. Gao Wenwen seemed to recall something and frowned. Dongsheng, are there risks with using cheats? Of course there are risks. Dongsheng said it could land us in jail. But he doesn't care for you, Gao Wenwen. Guo Xiaoda acted as a wingman, whether intentionally or not, seemingly forgetting that he had promised to take the blame. Don't mind him. Chen Dongsheng stared at Gao Wenwen, his tone serious. I can guarantee we'll avoid Shanda's network monitoring, aim for a quick in and out, earn a startup fund, and then switch industries. I trust you. I'm in. Somehow Gao Wenwen felt she should trust Chen Dongsheng. Okay, Wenwen, ask your mother for 10 computers. Consider them as rented by the studio. The cheat program will generate game logs based on these 10 machines. You're in charge of collecting payments, whether through online transfers or local transactions. In those days, online banking was still in the experimental pilot stage, and remote transactions were mostly done via bank transfers, which carried risks. Some people would choose to travel to the location for a face-to-face transaction. Deal. Gao Wenwen nodded without hesitation. Then Chen Dongsheng turned to Guo Xiaoda. You have connections, so you're responsible for recruiting a team in the game and handling client contacts. After assigning tasks, Chen Dongsheng began to discuss profit distribution. For each deal, you two each get 10%. Let's work for a week. If there's risk, we'll pull out. Any questions? Guo Xiaoda and Gao Wenwen both nodded in unison. No problem. At the Blazing Blue Internet Cafe, upon Chen Dongsheng's request, Guo Xiaoda logged into his new account. Xiaolan's brother. Gao Wenwen tugged at Chen Dongsheng and whispered, isn't it a bit shady to stir up hatred just to sell goods? Hey, if you've never been bullied, where's the motivation to get stronger? Just watch. Guo Xiaoda, wielding his newly equipped 2 judgment blades, stealthily crept to a desolate wilderness where a female mage named Wu Dang's sister stood. Here we go, a female character. Could be a catfish account. Guo Xiaoda muttered under his breath, maneuvering his character to charge at her. Shift left click. Xiaolan's brother attacked. The mage Wu Dang's sister fell. Xiaolan's brother turned red, named FCK. Which blind idiot lacks martial virtue, and ambushed me. Wu Dang's sister fumed, staring at the black and white screen, and messaged Xiaolan's brother. Come forth. She switched to QQ and started rallying the guild. Some bastard attacked me. Wu Dang's sister resurrected and brought along her sisters. Heck, calling for backup. Good, good. Guo Xiaoda exclaimed in delight, grabbing his phone to send a message. Chiener, are you awake? Come play Legend, he'll give you a judgment stick. Let's go smash some people together. FCK, Guo Xiaoda. A 6 yuan spicy hot pot for a whole night, and you ran off without paying. Now you want me to play Legend with you. Wake up, Chiener. Though I only spent 6 yuan on spicy hot pot, every bit of it was genuine affection. And besides, you turned over a new leaf yesterday. You're now an employee of my equipment studio. Huh, really? Oh, okay, boss. I'm logging in now. On a street near the university town, a young girl with a stunning figure and a youthful face rinsed her mouth in the restroom, turned on her computer, and logged into her account. Wu Dang's sister and her sisters chased after Xiaolan's brother while his brothers came online. Xiaolan's brother distributed potions and equipment, strengthening his allies. Wu Dang's sister's group fell once more. Wu Dang's sister decided to rally even more people. Someone in Wu Dang's sister's guild noticed that Xiaolan's brother was trading potions and equipment with a studio player. While Guo Xiaoda was gleefully hacking away, Gao Wenwen was on another computer performing the noble task of customer service. Wu Dang's sister, do you sell equipment here? Blazing Blue Studio, yes we do. What equipment does the boss need? Blazing Blue Studio offers fair prices, no cheating, payment first, then delivery, honest dealings. Wu Dang's sister, do you have skill books? I want Blizzard. Blazing Blue Studio, yes we do. 2,000. Wu Dang's sister, that expensive. Can you lower the price? They'll bring guild sisters next time. Blazing Blue Studio, where are you from? Wu Dang's sister, the provincial capital of Guangdong. Why ask? Blazing Blue Studio, the studio is urgently recruiting regional agents. You can be an agent, and those guild members can deal directly with you. The studio will give you a 15 commission, and you can decide the rebate yourself. This Blizzard skill book is an advance on your commission. Wu Dang's sister, deal. Blazing Blue Studio, please wait. A dedicated trading alt will contact you shortly. A few minutes later. Wu Dang's sister, Xiaolan's brother, I've got the skill book. Now, just you wait. A week later, in the studio sectioned off from the Blazing Blue Internet Cafe, the three began tallying accounts. Hey, race the bill. Sunday we opened with 1300. Monday, it jumped to 520. Tuesday, 800. Watching Chen Dongsheng count the money, Guo Xiaoda and Gao Wenwen found it hard to believe is making money this easy. In just 1 week, selling equipment alone had netted nearly 500,000, and that was without selling the Dragon Slayer blade, and after deducting rebates to various offline sales agents. Moreover, during this week of sales, Blazing Blue Studio had rapidly built a reputation and established a sales network. Chen Dongsheng thought to himself, easy is an understatement. With the right timing and enough scarcity marketing, even a dog book could fetch a sky-high price of 7,000. But no matter how high the equipment prices, as long as they were farmed by human effort, it still boiled down to manpower, while cheats were technology. Just as Gao Wenwen finished speaking, Chen Dongsheng's phone rang. Glancing at the text message, he said it's not that easy either. He then turned on the studio's computer screen. Seeing the vast blue expanse, Gao Wenwen exclaimed, "Is the computer infected?" It crashed. Just restart it. Guo Xiaoda offered a simple brute force solution. But Chen Dongsheng didn't restart. Instead, he typed a string of commands on the blue screen. Whoa! To Guo Xiaoda's bewilderment, the blue screen shrank into a dialog box and minimized to a corner of the monitor. It turned out the system they had seen was just a virtual machine disguised to look authentic. Over the past week, Chen Dongsheng had been consolidating his 10 machines, using his future knowledge to patch up various hardware and software vulnerabilities. The earlier blue screen was merely a fake one, and the hacker had only breached a decoy host. In reality, Chen Dongsheng had set up an IoE cloud server and deployed virtual machine technology that wouldn't mature for years, layering protections to conceal the cheat software. Opening the reserved operation panel, leaving the other two dumbfounded, Chen Dongsheng typed a 300-character, high-strength password in rapid succession. Such a long password, your memory is incredible. Chen Dongsheng didn't mention that the password changed dynamically, a design concept straight out of the Wandering Earth 2. Piece of cake, he said, casually showing off as he ran a simple self-check on the machine. A hacker has arrived. With a series of commands for traceback and localization, the screen flashed with strings of code, like something from the Matrix, stunning Gao Wenwen and Guo Xiaoda. Pointing at the screen, Gao Wenwen looked at Chen Dongsheng, as if reading a celestial script. What are you doing? Just going to meet these hackers who crawled over the network. Holy crap. Have we been discovered? Will we go to jail? Guo Xiaoda's soul seemed shaken as he stared at Chen Dongsheng in anguish. Don't jinx it. Hearing Guo Xiaoda's words, Chen Dongsheng felt a twinge of doubt. Could this guy's bad luck have rubbed off on the studio? Quick, Dongsheng, fight them. Gao Wenwen, on the other hand, was incredibly excited. A hacker battle. Sounds thrilling. With a 20-year technological gap, the visiting hacker trying to resist with mere intelligence was like a fool's dream. IP found, Chen Dongsheng announced as a log stream popped up on the screen. A 20-year tech divide, the opponent was like wielding a twig against an atomic bomb. Coincidentally, the hacker thought the same. In Shanghai, at the Shanda headquarters, a man in a suit sipped coffee, sneering at his screen. This studio's tech is weak. A simple Doom attack took them down. No challenge at all. Rebooting. Seeing the target server restart, the suited man set down his coffee, easily gained access using the password had hacked earlier. He logged in, then was kicked offline. Why am I offline? Frowning, he checked the logs and traced the operations, finding clues. Hey, a fellow hacker. Dongsheng, what's going on? At Blue Light Studio, Gao Wenwen and Guo Xiaoda, seeing the computer screen flickering incessantly, couldn't help asking Chen Dongsheng what was happening. Treating my place like a public restroom. Coming and going as you please. Chen Dongsheng sneered. Then pointing at another screen, Chen Dongsheng explained, look at this IP address. It's from Husher, likely Shangda's people. Don't think we only made 30,000. Xiao Xiao has also churned out hundreds of equipment pieces and skill books. With such high production, they probably suspect we've found a bug in the Legend game. Why a bug? Last year, Legend had a double login duplication exploit that was widely reported by Computer News. It's normal for them to come investigating. Chen Dongsheng chuckled. Look, later the IP changed to Yangqing, Zhu Factory's IP. Whoa, now it's Pengcheng's address. Penguin. What's Penguin doing here? Learning how to cheat. After a moment, Chen Dongsheng laughed again. See, Shangda's hackers are quite skilled. They've taken down the other two. Look, this man is called Xiao Shui. He's a hacker injecting a Trojan into the target's machine. Xiao Shui finds the computer completely unguarded and decides to steal all the sensitive data. Gao Wenwen frowned. Isn't that stealing? A hacker downloading isn't stealing, Chen Dongsheng said with an awkward expression, then added, actually am accessing Shangda's network. As he spoke, Chen Dongsheng followed Shangda's hacker through a series of jumps, directly seized their privileges, and transformed himself into Shangda's network administrator. Guo Xiaoda grew nervous. Dongsheng, why didn't you stop him? He's downloading all the data. What if he sues us? We didn't cheat. Chen Dongsheng put on an innocent look, checking the downloaded data, and said, we just showed them our guts. Only one bowl of noodles, perfectly clean. Shortly after, at Shangda's headquarters, the network director, Chen Tianqiu's younger brother Chen Dalian, entered the CEO's office with a stack of fresh reports. We found it. A gold farming studio with no technical skills. Hey, erase their financial statement. Chen Dongsheng handed over the documents with a hint of disdain. Over 200 employees working 3 shifts to farm dungeons for equipment. Tiska sweatshop. Flipping through the report, Chen Tianxiao sneered, then asked casually, does it match our data logs? It matches. No cheats used. There are some cheats, but just basic ones like auto pickup for health and mana bars. So they're just lucky. Chen Tianxiao was puzzled. A studio called Blue Light had suddenly emerged, flooding the market with high-level equipment in a week, giving them quite a scare. They had assumed the studio either possessed incredible technical skills or had discovered a bug, but it turned out to be nothing more than a gold farming operation with zero technological prowess. Unbeknownst to the two brothers, the entire equipment factory of Blue Light Studio was itself a cheat. The cheat's main function was to create a batch of AI accounts that directly modified data and logs simulating the behavior of accounts' farming equipment. To put it simply, take King of Glory from a past life as an example. In that previous life, when a player of King of Glory returned after a long absence, the game would grant them a welfare match. During such matches, the player would find the game unusually easy. However, experienced players could clearly perceive that the opponents were actually AI. In this era, these AI, capable of moving casting skills and even sending messages in the chat box, were indistinguishable from real players. Chen Dongsheng's cheat program essentially generated 10 AI, directly bypassing the complex matchmaking procedures and directly produced results, obtaining rank rewards, skins, and items, along with corresponding play logs. Chen Dongsheng even designed real-world identities and performance-based payrolls for these AI. Then let's ignore them. As long as they don't affect our revenue, let them earn this small change. Rubbing his forehead where gray hairs were already appearing, Chen Tianxiao said, keep an eye on Legend private servers. That's the real trouble. Alright, that's it. Gao Wenwen was still eager for more action. That's it. The hacker just now took the evidence I had prepared on the computer. By now they probably think Blue Light Studio is some sweatshop exploiting game-addicted teenagers. Chen Dongsheng said casually. We're clean as a whistle. The money is in the bag. Gao Wenwen giggled. A sweatshop, and you call yourself clean? Not thrilling enough, Guo Xiaoda mused, stroking his chin. I thought you'd have a virtual war like in the Matrix. Where do you get all these plots? You've been watching too many American blockbusters. In American blockbusters, there's always an explosion at this point. Why don't you try blowing up their server? Blow up the server. And then how do we make money? Chen Dongsheng shook his head. Besides, what do you think hackers are called for? Just because they're called hackers doesn't mean they're crooks, Guo Xiaoda said dismissively. You don't think they'd actually send someone to cut you, do you? Cutting off someone's livelihood is like killing their parents. Making money from cheats is like robbing them. Chen Dongsheng raised his hand, long fingers forming a knife hand. Believe me, these guys really will cut you. If I don't believe it. Even Gao Wenwen didn't buy it. Chen Dongsheng thought to himself, if I didn't have memories from 20 years in the future, I wouldn't believe it either. He had originally thought that domestic internet tycoons followed the Western elite style, preferring to find evidence and sue in disputes, hence the nickname Nanshan Invincible Litigator. However, the experience of the internet in later generations taught Chen Dongsheng that such thinking was naive. After all, movie business warfare, conspiracy, strategic planning, decisive victory from 1,000 miles away. Real business warfare, poisoning, unplugging network cables, stealing official seals, cutting seat cushions. Following the style of later generation internet business warfare, if Shengda ever found out Chen Dongsheng's studio was run on cheats, the thugs hired to cut him would probably already be on the way. After resolving the hacker issue, Chen Dongsheng began distributing money, stacking 50,000 yuan in front of each of Guo Xiaoda and Gao Wenwen. But Gao Wenwen didn't take the money. She said, Chen Dongsheng, keep my share for me. Save it. I think since Xingdao no longer suspects you, we can keep the studio running. Guo Xiaoda, seeing Gao Wenwen's move, rolled his eyes and pushed the money back too, saying, "I'm with her. All right, follow me, and I won't treat you badly." Chen Dongsheng didn't say much. Although he had no interest in forcibly dragging his past life wife to rise with him, since she was willing, he had no reason to refuse. After pocketing the money, Chen Dongsheng and Guo Xiaoda left together. Stepping outside, Chen Dongsheng thought for a moment and said, "Xiaoda, you go ahead. I have something to do." Guo Xiaoda immediately understood, a lecherous grin spreading across his face. "Hee, I'm going to the university town to comfort the female employees. The dorm lights go out early tonight. You should finish your comfort with Gao Wenwen and not bother going back." Chen Dongsheng kicked him. "Worry about your own business." Guo Xiaoda ran off while a blushing Gao Wenwen stepped out of the doorway and asked softly, "Why didn't you go back with him? Something on your mind?" Chen Dongsheng didn't answer, instead asking, "Why didn't you take the money I gave you?" "I was afraid that if we split the money we'd break up. I don't want to be apart from you." Gao Wenwen uncharacteristically teased slyly, "I'm learning from you. I leave the money with you, so you have a hold over me, hee." Oh, you've learned, huh? Then this master is going to collect some interest now. Chen Dongsheng chuckled, raising both hands, startling Gao Wenwen into covering her chest. Pervert. But Chen Dongsheng made no further move. Instead, he changed the subject. Apart from that, is there another reason? No. Gao Wenwen naturally denied it. Don't hide it from me. Chen Dongsheng cut straight to the point, patting the stack of money in his hand, and asked, problems at home? No. Gao Wenwen fell silent. You wouldn't leave your money with me as insurance if nothing was wrong. No matter what it is, the sooner you deal with it, the better. The longer you delay, the worse it gets. Chen Dongsheng pressed, staring at Gao Wenwen, demanding, tell me what happened. Gao Wenwen, feeling the intensity of his gaze, finally relented. My mom wants to divorce my dad. Reason? My father is a gambler. How much did he lose? My mom said the braised duck shop is already gone. Now he's asking her for the internet cafe. What's your opinion? Divorce'll go with my mom. But she said she wants to keep the internet cafe for me. Hey, negotiating with a gambler, especially while still married, is hopeless. What do you mean? Gao Wenwen was shocked. If your mom and dad didn't sign an agreement, marital property is split 50-50, and so are debts. If it drags on your dad, we'll gamble away the internet cafe in a few days. Where can your mom get the internet cafe? Then should my mom file a lawsuit quickly? Lawsuit? Dream on. Chen Dongsheng sneered. Even if your dad is a gambling addict and abusive, the court will dismiss it on the grounds that the relationship hasn't broken down. How can that be? That's so unfair. I know it's unfair, but there's even more unfairness ahead. A gambling addict is beyond saving. If it drags on, losing all the family assets is inevitable. What's worse, your dad might not only lose everything, but also rack up a huge amount of high-interest debt. Gao Wenwen was truly panicked. What should my mom and I do? Cut the Gordian knot. Give up the assets you need to, and the most important thing is to get the divorce agreement. Do you have a plan? Of course. Chen Dongsheng patted the bag in his hand, walked into the internet cafe, sat down at the computer, opened a document, and quickly drafted a contract. Gao Wenwen looked at the contract terms and eyed Chen Dongsheng suspiciously. Chen Dongsheng, you weren't sent by my dad, were you? Chen Dongsheng was annoyed. You're mistaking my good intentions for something else, aren't you? Didn't you see the supplementary clauses? After reading the supplementary clauses, Gao Wenwen finally understood. She felt both ashamed and grateful. Thank you. Let's go find my mom now. 30,000 for 5 internet cafes. That's a snake swallowing an elephant. In the attic, Gao Wenwen's mother looked at the contract with furrowed brows. Li Hongmei was a sharp and shrewd woman, her face showing every thought. She seriously suspected that this Chen Dongsheng was after their money and her daughter. Cheating for money meant their family property. Cheating for her daughter's affections meant her daughter. Mom Dongsheng means well. The 30,000 for the 5 internet cafes is to help you divorce dad. Look at this supplementary clause. I can unconditionally repurchase these assets at the original price. Divorce? Li Hongmei's expression changed drastically. You told this kid about that. Mom, a grown daughter is no longer yours to keep. Faced with her daughter's pleading, Li Hongmei sighed, then signed and sealed the document in one go. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly a rapid pounding on the door. Then came a drunken middle-aged man's voice calling out to Li Hongmei. Maisie, open the door. I know you're in there. Hearing the noise, Gao Wenwen's expression tensed. It's my dad. It's okay, I'll handle your dad. Outside, Gao Zihua's banging and shouting grew louder. Maisie, open the door. Let me in to get money. I need to win back my losses. Open the door. Bitch. Are you cheating on me in there? Why won't you open the door? Bitch. Open up. I heard a man's voice. Bitched. Bit. Bang. Before Gao Zihua could shout again, the attic door suddenly swung open and a foot shot out, landing squarely on Gao Zihua's chest. Gao Zihua was a northern man, nearly 1.9 meters tall, but his addiction to gambling and alcohol had hollowed him out, leaving him feeble and worn. Chen Dongsheng's kick to his chest sent him sprawling to the ground. Holy shit. The dazed Gao Zihua saw a man actually walk out of the room, and instantly, he was half sober. Who are you? Chen Dongsheng looked down on him, not even deigning to glance at Gao Zihua. Gao Zihua, still drunk, was slow to react, then caught on. You little brat, dare to kick me. They'll slap you. His response was another kick. Gao Zihua, knocked down by 2 consecutive kicks, was furious. I'm going to. He was kicked down again. Before he could get up, a soul appeared in front of his eyes. Bang, bang, bang. You dare hit me. Maisie, hold him. Just wait till I... Stop. Stop hitting me. Stop. 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 I give up. I give up. Throughout it all, Chen Dongsheng remained silent. Finally, under the persuasion of fists and feet, Gao Zihua calmed down. Gao Zihua looked at Chen Dongsheng with a cowed expression and asked, Who are you, and what do you want? Chen Dongsheng cast a cold glance at him. I should be asking you what you're doing making a scene outside my internet cafe. This is my home. When did it become yours, hey? This is the contract. Take a look. Chen Dongsheng held the contract in front of Gao Zhihua, whose demeanor immediately deflated. Maisie, what's going on? Gao Zhihua shouted into the room, and Li Hongmei's voice came from inside. Gao Zhihua. Come in. Bitch, only now you show up. Li Hongmei ignored Gao Zihua's impotent rage, and simply said, what are you here for today? A good wife, just give me 1.0 He'll win it back tonight, and return it. Gao Zhihua reflexively said his usual line, then caught himself. Wait, bitch, how did you sell the internet cafe? What wait for you to gamble it all away? Li Hongmei opened her bag. Sold for a total of 300,000. It's all here. Idiot. 5 internet cafes just selling the machines would get over 1 million. Bullshit. The machines are all leased their liabilities. I talked my throat dry and finally found a fool to agree to 300. Li Hongmei revealed the truth. I won't bother with you. If you want money, fine. Our family only has this 300 left. Let's divorce today, split it 50-50, and be done. No way. Gao Zhihua refused outright. I don't recognize this contract. If I sell, it's at least 1 million. Even if we divorce, you have to give me 500,000. 500,000. Dream on. Li Hongmei said impatiently. 200,000. 400,000. 300,000. Take it all. Li Hongmei threw the money bag at Gao Zihua's face. Now sign the divorce agreement. Final sign. Hit in the face with money. Gao Zhihua was not angry, but delighted, and he happily signed the divorce agreement. Seeing Gao Zihua's behavior, Gao Wenwen's disgust for her father reached its peak. Get lost now. We never want to see you again. Gao Wenwen looked at Gao Zhihua with disappointment, while Li Hongmei, whose sorrow had surpassed all, waved her hand, as if shooing a fly. Gao Zhihua ignored them completely, cheerfully signed the divorce agreement, even kissed the signed document, and then swaggered away with a triumphant look. Dongsheng Shanda has been cracking down on accounts more frequently these past 2 days. This job is impossible. Guo Xiaoda, holed up in a rented room on University City Street, sent a text to Chen Dongsheng. Abandoning the use of the game's sanctions against his opponents, he began to mete out his own brand of disciplinary action upon his female employees. Alright, I understand. Chen Dongsheng realized that Shanda had finally lost its patience targeting gold farming studios without concrete evidence. Though he had anticipated the disruption to his cheat program income, he remained defiant. Shanda, since you're coming after me, you'll come after you. Come after Shanda. How? Didn't we agree not to hack their server room? Gao Wenwen entered the room on the second floor of Blue Light Internet Cafe, carrying a tray of food. No need. I have a better idea. The 5 Blue Light Internet Cafes had now become Chen Dongsheng's assets. Chen Dongsheng had converted the entire second floor into his own server room and workshop. While the cheat program ran to farm equipment, he would write code in the space. Take a break, boss Chen. You haven't slept in days. Gao Wenwen set down the food, cradled his head in her lap, and began to massage his temples. Chen Dongsheng closed his eyes, savoring Gao Wenwen's massage. An inexplicable understanding flowed between them, even surprising Gao Wenwen herself. Chen Dongsheng asked, how much money is in the account now? Nearly 3 million. Gao Wenwen inquired, what do you plan to do? Enough. I'm going to make a game. A game? No more cheats. Gao Wenwen exclaimed in surprise. Cheats aren't a long-term solution. Accumulating initial capital is sufficient. If you want to make real money, you have to make games. What Chen Dongsheng didn't say was that the mainstream profit-making opportunities of the internet era had already passed. In these times, portal sites, search engines, and chat tools like Penguin were all making money through SP mobile internet content services, which had recently been heavily cracked down upon. As for the vast array of future code in Chen Dongsheng's mind, it was useless to take it out now. For instance, computer operating systems. Ignoring patent disputes with Microsoft, even if you reskined the lowest spec Windows 7, what computer of this era could run it? Ultimately, only games were appealing. Although the entire gaming industry's market was still small, the total sales of online games in 2002 were 1 billion yuan, about $150 million, which was roughly equal to the sales of Yuan Shan in January 2023. You're right. Gao Wenwen nodded, but asked with concern, are you sure your game will be a hit? Shanda's games are all licensed, but yours is original. Don't worry. I have a benchmark game. Do you know Pow Pow Tang? Pow Pow Tang. Yes, the characters are cute. That little casual game. That's the #1 casual game in China. My game can compete with Pow Pow Tang. You're not going to copy it, are you? Do you think in Penguin? If I copy, you'll copy from my own mind. Chen Dongsheng tapped his head, a double entendre. Then he packaged the game, thought for a moment, created a P2-based downloader, uploaded it to his server from a few days ago, picked up his phone, and called Guo Xiaoda. Dongsheng. I'm busy. What's up? The voice on the other end sounded intense, as if Guo Xiaoda was like Lu Bu fighting 3 heroes. When you're done, log onto the official website. I've uploaded a game. He'll send you a few beta accounts. You and your female employees can try it out. Oh, if the download is slow, I've also included a downloader. Putting down the phone, Chen Dongsheng introduced the game to Gao Wenwen. This game is called Xuanwu Group. Xuanwu Group was in fact the predecessor of Audition from his past life. How formidable was Xuanwu Group? In 2016, a data was released. Xuanwu Group was the longest-running casual online game in China, with players spread across the country covering 641 cities and numerous towns and rural areas. At its peak, its share in internet cafes reached 30, second only to World of Warcraft. Besides its enduring life cycle, another attribute of Xuanwu Group was social interaction. Over 11 years, Xuanwu Group players registered a total of 540 million accounts. They created over 300 million game characters with a Malito female player ratio of 3:7, giving female players an overwhelming majority. Its unique features included romantic socializing, Martian language, and non-mainstream culture. Naturally, the profits were substantial as it sold items and skins. Apart from promoting casual online games, it carried the lowest risk and highest returns, with also low costs. In those days, companies were not sensitive to audiovisual copyrights, making them incredibly cheap. In music, it was common to acquire the entire catalog of a singer for just 5,000 yuan. As for films and TV, even less so. The most expensive TV drama copyright that Lu Shi acquired in its early years cost only 5,000 yuan, which earned Jia Kuiji a reputation as a great philanthropist and allowed Lu Shi to survive well into 2023. Shanda, let's go head-to-head. Chen Dongsheng thought that he could use Xuanwu Group as a cover to hoard audiovisual copyrights. A few days later, when Chen Dongsheng asked Guo Xiaoda to carry out the task, the toolman Big Brother replied, "Father, please entrust this important mission to your son." The guy was already thinking about dealing with female celebrities. Beyond that, Chen Dongsheng planned to build a gaming community based on the game. In his past life, the Xuanwu Group game had over 1 million couples and nearly 1 million in-game families. If these could be converted to a social platform, it would be an enormous user resource. To promote the game beyond its quality, he needed a ground promotion team and a testing population. The beta testers highly overlapped with the crowd that Guo Xiaoda encountered on University City Street. In a rented room on University City Street, after Guo Xiaoda downloaded Xuanwu Group, Qianer leaned in. "What's this?" "It's a game made by Dongsheng." Guo Xiaoda explained, casually, showing little interest in Xuanwu Group, but instead intrigued by the downloader used to download it. "Such fast speed. What if I used it to download movies?" Hee hee. Without further ado, Guo Xiaoda logged into several mysterious websites and found one, the complete collection of Wu Tingluan. "Xiaoda, why is this game so laggy?" There were 4 computers in the rental room, and all 4 ports from the router were occupied. "Damn, P2P downloading is this powerful?" Guo Xiaoda quickly realized the issue and shut down the download. After all, Chen Dongsheng had asked him to arrange for the girls to test the game, so he kept his priorities straight. After closing the download, Qianer began to play with intense focus. The other 2 girls in the rental room gathered around. "Qianer, what game is this? It looks so fun. I want to play too. Come on, I'll install it for you." Discovering that Xuanwu Group had a huge appeal to girls, Guo Xiaoda seemed to have an epiphany. He quietly logged into his Legend account and contacted Wudong sisters. "Are you a girl?" "Fuck. Shaolin brother, you dare to come back. Are you a girl? So what if I am? I have an interesting game here. Want a beta account?" "Really? I swear it's true. If it's fake, you'll cut off my dick for you to see. Send it over so I can take a look." "The URL. I said the photo of you cutting off your dick." Time passed quickly, and before they knew it, the college entrance exams were over. Starting in 2003, the exam dates were moved to June 7th and 8th. After the exam, students had over 3 months of free time. As graduates recklessly tore up their books and attended one celebration banquet after another, Chen Dongsheng was preparing for the open beta of Xuanwu Group. Besides the 5 blue light internet cafes, he wanted more internet cafes to participate. "Xiaoda, I need a team that can convince internet cafe owners." "Hey, that's easy. My dad has plenty of men. You know Black Ninth, right? The Bao Guo who killed Black Ninth with a shovel is now working as a laborer on my dad's construction site. Damn, contractors have some impressive people. Go persuade the internet cafes." Guo Xiaoda rolled up his sleeves. "Easy. He'll settle it in a week. Don't misunderstand. I'm not asking you to use fists to convince people. I have no interest in unifying the underground world of Huanggang." Chen Dongsheng recalled the ground promotion methods of Zhengtu and said, "Just tell the owners that we'll cover the internet fees. We'll charter machines for people to play Xuanwu Group. Play for half an hour and get 1 hour of free internet. Play for 1 hour and get 2 hours of free internet. The total free time is capped at 3 hours. Don't worry, leave it to me." A few days later, Guo Xiaoda excitedly reported to Chen Dongsheng, "Dongsheng, it's done." "How did you manage it?" "It was simple. Just took a few guys, had a talk with the boss, and gave the network administrator 2 packs of Huangbaloo. That was it. No fighting. How could there be? Bao Guo said they're all acquaintances. Chen Dongsheng looked worried. Did Bao Guo bring a shovel? No need for that. We improvise with what's available. Guo Xiaoda waved his hand. Oh, by the way, we even ran into the Pao Pao Tang team. Shengda's people. They didn't give you trouble. How could they? Shengda only sent a few college students. A few local lads shouted something, and they ran off. Chen Dongsheng looked skeptical. The content of that shout was highly questionable. Although he felt something was off, Chen Dongsheng could only think, this is the style of the Wild West era of the internet. Standard procedure, no need to be surprised. After all, Pao Pao Tang and Xian Wutuan were competitors, both casual online games locked in a life-or-death rivalry. There was no need for politeness. Dongsheng, what's next? Should we hit the other cities in Hubei? Chen Dongsheng replied with a hint of sarcasm. I think you want to go to Guangdong, don't you? Hey, how did you know? Guo Xiaoda thought for a moment, then exclaimed in shock. You didn't hack my account, did you? Do I even need to hack your account? Chen Dongsheng rolled his eyes. The internet is not safe. I've already deleted your explicit photos and the nude photos of Wudong No sisters from the server. Whoa, Dongsheng, thanks. Guo Xiaoda was slow to react, then broke into a grin. So how about it? Is Wudong No sisters hot? Puffed. Chen Dongsheng shook his head in disdain. I checked the account for Wudong No sisters and found out she has a husband, Wudong No Zhangmanren. What? Guo Xiaoda's excitement only grew at this news. He rubbed his hands together and said, Dongsheng, hearing that makes me want to go even more. First take care of Hubei. With our thin arms and legs, running into the swindlers of Jiangsheng would be a real hassle. Chen Dongsheng cut off Guo Xiaoda's fantasies and offered a word of advice. Be careful with your love life. Don't end up behind bars because of it. Got it. He'll listen to you. Guo Xiaoda agreed readily. It must be said that Guo Xiaoda was indeed reliable when it came to carving out territory. With a highly capable offline promotion team trained on construction sites, after brief training, they carried game installation disks and swept through one internet cafe after another. Within a month, they had achieved the feat of installing Xian Wutuan on every computer in 100 internet cafes across the province. Meanwhile, Gao Wenwen had contacted the provincial agents previously developed by Longuang Studio Online and managed to get the game installed in a few internet cafes in each province, at least enough to claim a nationwide open beta. Besides offline promotion, Chen Dongsheng also bought ad space on portal websites and purchased search rankings on Baidu. At the end of June, after rounds of closed beta testing, the day of the open beta finally arrived. Chen Dongsheng took his position at the Longuang Internet Cafe monitoring server communications. Over the past few days, the entire cafe had been loaded with Xian Wutuan, and Gao Wenwen was checking each machine to ensure the client version was correct and the login process was smooth. The network admin Xiao Lu was explaining to customers, today we're having a Xian Wutuan event. Play for 1 hour and get 2 hours of free internet time. Free bottled water too. A blonde-haired guy raised his hand. Admin, I don't want water. Can I get a pack of Hongmei instead? The young girl next to the blonde guy also raised her hand. I want a Coke. Hearing them, the admin glanced at Guo Xiaoda, who was maintaining order in the distance. Guo Xiaoda grabbed a pack of Hongmei and a can of Coke from the counter and tossed them over here. Brother Das treat. Hey, it's Brother Da. Brother Das generous. Call me if you need anything. The blonde guy recognized Guo Xiaoda and immediately broke into a wide smile, patting the girl beside him. Say hi to Brother Da. Before the girl could speak, Guo Xiaoda waved his hand. Have fun. As they chatted, a group of fashionably dressed girls rushed into the cafe. Leading them was a girl in a denim miniskirt with eyeshadow. She blew Guo Xiaoda a kiss and gave him a knowing look. Xiaoda, I brought my sisters. All here for you. Set up whatever activities you have for us. Most of the girls she brought were ones Guo Xiaoda had helped out before. Of course, Guo Xiaoda generously handed out 2 bottles of water to each. Over here, I've already reserved the computers for you. Nice work. The girl happily planted a kiss on Guo Xiaoda's cheek and then called to her friends. Gao Wenwen watched puzzled. Guo Xiaoda really knows everyone, doesn't he? They're all pitiful souls. They should be our age in college, but they never studied and have no skills. They can only scrape by in the urban villages near the university towns. Chen Dongsheng spoke euphemistically, but Gao Wenwen understood. She sighed. Guo Xiaoda is one of the few people who actually cares about them. Tell me about it. Longuang Studio even has a subsidiary now, and Guo Xiaoda runs it. He already has over a dozen girls under him. Doing what? Not that kind of. Gao Wenwen was shocked. Not exactly, but close. Chen Dongsheng sighed. Thankfully, it's just game companions. That's not so bad. No physical contact. Gao Wenwen thought for a moment, then asked, game companion work must be pretty lucrative, right? Of course it's profitable. Those SP voice chat internet companies are raking in hundreds of millions this year. Such a profitable venture. You didn't hand it over to Guo Xiaoda, did you? You're too good to your buddies. How could that be? He figured it out himself? Let me tell you, this isn't about making money. I think he's aiming to end up in prison. Chen Dongsheng rolled his eyes. Just last March the authorities started cracking down on SP. Getting into this business now is practically asking for trouble. Qianer, Zhu Qian, one of Guo Xiaoda's employees, and a full-time shill for Xian Wutuan. Without detailing her tragic past, she opened the game, selected a server, and entered the character creation interface. But the open beta was a bit different from the closed beta. The main difference was that they had fixed the bug that prevented purchases. For the specific promotion of Xian Wutuan, Chen Dongsheng thoughtfully implemented tactics from later mobile games, like free virtual currency for registration, item rewards for inviting friends, first purchase discounts, and fashion sharing. Zhu Qian created a female character and started the 3D customization. The chibi character with a two-head body proportion only allowed adjustments to eyes, ears, mouth, and hair color. After designing the character, she named it Cruel No Angel. Seeing this, the girl beside her also named her character Cruel No Demon. Then came Cruel No Knight, Cruel No Mage, and Cruel No Bear. Nice. From now on, we'll be the Cruel family. Zhu Qian tugged at Guo Xiaoda, who silently created a character beside her, Cruel No Reality. As the first batch of open beta testers, upon registration, 9999 virtual currency was credited to their accounts. What can virtual currency do? Oh, buy fashion outfits. Fashion outfits. Wow. Are these the outfits? So pretty. Upon registration, 9,999 coins were given away. Chen Dongsheng, with unparalleled extravagance, unveiled his ultimate move in Xuanwu Troop. Click to receive the dragon-slaying saber. With the virtual currency in hand, Zhu Qian naturally went straight to check out the paid items. Unlike later versions, Xuanwu Troop did not physically separate the virtual currency from the top-up currency, treating both types equally. The first thing that caught her eye was a variety of wings, all large and glittering. Amethyst, diamond, sunshine, rainbow, little white horse, scratch that. As for the price, wings that could soar to the heavens naturally came with a sky-high price tag. Having played the game before, Zhu Qian skipped the tutorial. Soon the entire internet cafe was filled with the sound of pa rising and falling. This pa was merely an onomatopoeia representing the sound of spacebar tapping. From this day onward, the spacebars in internet cafes across the country would enter a period of stress, enduring the pounding of life. As the elder of her family, Zhu Qian extravagantly purchased the wings and entered the game lobby. Then, not forgetting her mission, she began taunting a crowd of unadorned accounts, peasants. Then she entered the game. Left hand on spacebar, right hand on the arrow keys, neon lights flashing, left hand, right hand, a slow motion. I'll left draw a dragon with me, right paint a rainbow. Perfect. I got a perfect. The first to shout was the girl beside her. What's all the noise? How many consecutive PS do you have? Zhu Qian said lazily. The others gathered around and saw that Zhu Qian had actually achieved a full perfect. Wow. Amazing. That's our leader. Sister Qian, where did you buy your wings? I want one too. A little sister approached Zhu Qian. Don't waste money. Zhu Qian waved her hand. You can invite new players and get wings as a reward. A social butterfly. They're pretty too. The little sister giggled, logged into QQ, and started inviting players. Chen Dongsheng, lurking in a corner of the internet cafe, sighed repeatedly. Instant messaging. Instant messaging. If only there were an instant messaging software, something like Xuanwu Shou, it would be incredibly convenient. Although he yearned for instant messaging, Chen Dongsheng knew he couldn't rush. The immediate priority was to promote Xuanwu Troop, well, with the main competitor being Xingda. As for instant messaging software, it was best to wait. Otherwise, if the penguin noticed him and cast a Sharingan glare, his little stall would be done for. In the internet cafe, Zhu Qian and the other girls didn't switch to another game after the forced playtime. This game allowed them to listen to music play and even equip wings to show off. There was simply no better entertainment. Meanwhile, the friends Zhu Qian had recruited grew in number, and the Cruel family clan expanded. A few days later, in internet cafes across Huanggang, the incessant sound of pa attested to the popularity of Xuanwu Troop. Chen Dongsheng and Gao Wenwen, as usual, crouched in a corner, each munching on an ice cream cone, observing the cafe's activity. Dongsheng, isn't the number of players a bit too many? It's actually okay, but I'm worried about the cafe's order. Pa. Knock, what the hell are you knocking for? So noisy. Exactly. Can't you let people play the game? What are you shouting for? Are you knocking on your mother's head? Is this internet cafe yours? Knock. You keep knocking. The angry guy stood up with a bang, knocking over the sofa, and glared at the girl playing Xuanwu Troop. Stop it. Honey, someone hit me. Let me see which bastard dared to touch you. Bang. Smack. Clatter. Chaos ensued. A few weeks later, at the Xingda headquarters in Modu. What's the current online player count of Pao Tang? Over 1900, almost 2000, reported the person in charge of Pao Pao Tang. Not bad. Work harder and aim for 400, Chen Tianxiao said. Although he made his fortune from games, his attitude toward them had always been cash cow. Chen Tianxiao's ambition was to create a super box integrating internet TV and games, aspiring to become a hardware god. As for the specifics of the gaming business, he basically just set targets and was reluctant to get involved. Even though he was not fully attentive, Chen Tianxiao's foresight was accurate. The peak concurrent players of Pao Pao Tang in its previous life was exactly 400. Unfortunately, Chen Tianxiao didn't understand the television landscape in the Celestial Empire. In the future era of smart TVs, internet apps would have to pay toll fees to television license holders and even change their names to be allowed on the platform. Yet Chen Tianxiao in his arrogance wanted to use an internet box to directly replace television. He would soon face heavy backlash. Mr. Chen, there's something I must report to you. Having received the task, the person in charge did not leave, but carefully pulled out a newspaper. Chen Tianxiao took the newspaper. It was the Computer News, a publication dedicated to computer-related content. Little did he know that in a while he would be bombarded on this very newspaper for online games harming children. The front page of Computer News featured a single image clearly in an internet cafe. Several adjacent computers had their spacebars all pried off with a note thrown on the keyboard reading, "Delete Xuanwu Troop, and it'll return your spacebar." Seeing this, Chen Tianxiao immediately understood. This was a rival. It was still the pioneering era of the internet, and the influence of traditional media was formidable. Computer News had just undergone a revamp at the beginning of the year, boasting a circulation of 3.5 million. This page might seem like just a news story, but for online games it was undoubtedly a massive advertisement. One glance would make people ask, what is Xuanwu Troop? Why were the spacebars pried off? What kind of background does this Xuanwu Troop have? Chen Tianxiao asked the people around him. It's the same studio that used to deal with Legend equipment, called Longguan. I checked. Its registered capital is only 2 million yuan. It's probably developed using the money from selling Legend equipment. What the hell, this is too much. Chen Tianxiao almost choked. A gold farming studio in Shengda's games making a game to compete with Shengda. What is this? Treating my Shengda as a sheep to be fleeced. Hearing this, Chen Dalian suddenly whispered, their offline promotion team is rumored to be from the underworld. They've driven away our promoters several times. At these words, Chen Tianxiao instantly calmed down. However, Chen Tianxiao didn't expect that bigger trouble was yet to come. The Computer News wrote, according to investigations, this behavior of prying off spacebars in internet cafes has occurred in multiple establishments. It raises suspicion. Is it a spontaneous act or the work of a competitor? Competitor? What competitor could Xuanwu Troop have? Isn't it just Pao Pao Tang? Chen Tianxiao nearly spat blood. I haven't even gone to look for trouble yet, and they've already thrown the dirty water on us, Shengda. Quickly find the media to clarify. We never did that. What they are doing is unethical. They have no morals, but we can't stoop to their level. We must follow legal procedures. Report them for using cheats in their studio. Sue them. Bro, that's not possible. Chen Dalian looked helpless, reminding his elder brother. After we established the anti-cheat and private server alliance in May, we found no evidence of Blue Light Studio using cheats. That's nonsense. Last time I hacked into their systems and found nothing. If we falsely accuse them, what if they investigate us? No, this won't work. He's making casual games targeting Bubbles Hall. We can't let our guard down. Our ground promotion team must step up. Hit them hard. No matter how much he looked down on the gaming sector, Chen Tianxiao knew it was his lifeline. The player bases of Xuanwu Dance and Bubbles Hall overlapped heavily, so he had to fight. With Chen Tianxiao's command, Shengda's ground promoters finally struck back. That day, Guo Xiaoda's honest promoter brother Bao carrying posters walked to the entrance of an internet cafe and saw a huge Bubbles Hall poster pasted over a Xuanwu Dance poster. Who did this? Brother Bao angrily tore off the Bubbles Hall poster. Suddenly a sack fell from the sky and darkness enveloped him. What are you doing? Bao fell to the ground surrounded by masked men who kicked him repeatedly. When Bao struggled to crawl out, they were all gone. Unfortunately, the entire incident was captured by the internet cafe's photography-loving manager. Interestingly, the manager didn't call the police, but instead gave the photos to the beaten Xuanwu Dance promoter. Soon major portals were flooded with posts. Rival companies are too dirty. Shengda is a thug company. They resort to gangster tactics when they can't compete. Playing Bubbles Hall means funding gangsters. Earlier that year, Shengda had been criticized by parents as electronic opium dealers because of Fantasy Westward Journey, and they had worked hard to promote the concept of green games. After finally seeing some results with Bubbles Hall, they were now being called gangsters. Not only did the number of players plummet, but their reputation was ruined. At Xingda headquarters, Chen Tianxiao glared at the Bubbles Hall operations manager. Who did this? Who exactly? Is this how your team operates? How did Xingda become a thug company? Chairman, I've had the Hubei team investigate themselves. They all say it wasn't them. Bro, do you think it could be Xuanwu Dance's people orchestrating this? Damn, no wonder they wore masks. Chen Tianxiao fumed, this is too much. Too much. They wear masks, so we'll wear masks too. Hit back. What if they're prepared and call the police? The operations manager asked cautiously. Wouldn't that confirm we did it? Oomph. Chen Tianxiao snorted coldly. You're fired. In the 7 days since Xuanwu Dance's open beta, we've had 5,000 registered accounts with a peak of 1,000 concurrent users. 2 weeks later, registered users have exceeded 2 million, and the peak concurrent users are approaching 2,000. In the Blue Light Internet Cafe studio in Huanggang, Gao 11 reported the Xuanwu Dance data to Chen Dongsheng. Great. Chen Dongsheng clenched his fist. This data was slightly lower than the historical Jinwu Tuan, but Chen Dongsheng was already satisfied. First, the number of internet cafes hadn't yet reached the level of 2005. Second, regarding promotion, Xuanwu Dance focused on Hubei province instead of the historical Zhejiang and Jiangsu provinces. Chen Dongsheng did this deliberately, because the cash flow needed to be steady and too rapid growth in users would leave no money to rent servers. Concurrent users were different from registered accounts. 2,000 was already a terrifying number. Historically, Bubbles Hall's peak concurrent users were 4,000 and Jinwu Tuan's were 7,000, and that was after years of deep cultivation. As for concurrent users exceeding 1 million, only World of Warcraft Fantasy Westward Journey and Zheng 2 achieved that. Not only were the concurrent users impressive, but Xuanwu Dance's monetization ability was also formidable. In-game items were like a golden scythe for harvesting players. Various outrageously priced fashion items were trivial. The real threat was the megaphones. A small megaphone for a channel cost 0.3 yuan, and a large megaphone for the entire server cost 5 yuan. According to Chen Dongsheng, when wealthy players competed, a single spending spree of thousands of yuan was nothing. Moreover, the items were time-limited, expiring after 7 days. There was also the couple mode not yet opened, and a special marriage megaphone that required payment to pair up. Unfortunately, sometimes developing too smoothly wasn't a good thing. Gao Wenwen reported the bandwidth is becoming insufficient. I know. Chen Dongsheng nodded deep in thought. The game was expanding too fast. Originally, Chen Dongsheng had expected about 1,000 concurrent users in the first month, spending around a few million yuan a month, with 5,000 Mbps bandwidth being sufficient. He planned to break even after 2 months when item revenue came in. But now with 2,000 concurrent users, the monthly bandwidth cost alone was 2 million yuan. Adding previous promotion expenses, Chen Dongsheng's pockets were empty. How about mortgaging the internet cafe to get a loan? Gao Wenwen couldn't help asking. What if we borrow a few 100,000 and run out again? Isn't that better than just stopping? Players are complaining. Chen Dongsheng rubbed his head. The phone rang, showing a 020 area code. He picked up the call. It was Guo Xiaoda. Dongsheng, I need to report something. What? Did you get beaten by the husband of Wudong's sisters? Or did you end up in jail and want me to bail you out? Dongsheng, you underestimate my skills. I have serious business to report. On the other end, Guo Xiaoda, naked, standing on a wolf dog crouched by the wall of a villa smoking a cigarette, holding a newspaper, said indignantly, Do you remember the downloader you sent me? Little Bluebird. What about it? Damn, it's been copied. Guo Xiaoda's tone was genuinely angry. This IDG invested $1 million in something called Xuanlei. Isn't that P2P downloader just our little Bluebird? Hey Xiaoda, you've helped me a lot. Chen Dongsheng suddenly had an idea. After hanging up, Guo Xiaoda saw a woman walking up the mountain path staring at him. What are you looking at? Never seen a naked man running. Seeing Chen Dongsheng's excitement, Gao Wenwen asked, Got a solution. I forgot we have a ready-made money-spending prodigy. Chen Dongsheng grinned, found an email address, made a PPT, and sent it off. Gao Wenwen relaxed and chatted about other things. Now that the problem can be solved, don't forget tomorrow is the college entrance exam score inquiry. In Pengcheng, Zhou Shenglong held the phone, listening to the doubt on the other end, looking flustered. Mr. Xiong Xuanlei is indeed China's first P2P downloader. On the other end was Xiong Xiaoga, the Asia-Pacific head of IDG Capital, scrolling through a PPT on his computer. As far as I know, there's a Bluebird downloader that also uses P2P technology, and it appeared earlier than yours. After Xiong Xiaoga hung up, Zhou Shenglong immediately shouted, Quick someone, check out the Bluebird downloader. Soon his subordinates found it. So it's a game downloader. Seeing the blue background and white bird logo, Zhou Shenglong felt a strange familiarity and annoyance. Damn, where did this blue light studio come from? The next morning, Chen Dongsheng was woken up by firecrackers at his hometown. Opening the window, he saw a Santana 2000 parked in front of the Chen family home. He went downstairs to find his father entertaining guests. When Chen Dongsheng came down, the guest quickly stood up. "Ah, the top scorer is awake." It was the principal. Before they could exchange pleasantries, the principal's phone rang. "Okay, got it, it'll be there immediately. Top scorer, an important guest, is waiting for you. Get in my car, and I'll take you there." A bewildered Chen Dongsheng got into the principal's car, leaving his even more bewildered father behind. Huanggang Huangzhou Chibi Park. So this is the top scorer. Truly outstanding. Waiting at the entrance was the city's top leader. Chen Dongsheng nodded, pretending not to recognize him, and greeted, "Hello, leader. Mr. Xiong, let me introduce you. This is the top scorer of Hubei Province's college entrance exam, the developer of the Bluebird software, the president of Blue Light Network Company, a prodigy, Chen Dongsheng." "Dongsheng, you are a golden phoenix hatched from the grass nest of Huanggang," the top leader sighed. "I never imagined that our agricultural city could have a high-tech company." The top leader couldn't praise Chen Dongsheng enough, and of course he had his reasons. Now that he had become the top scorer, he would soon change his rural household registration to urban. What if he took his company and flew away? The top leader then led Chen Dongsheng to another person and introduced, "Dongsheng, this is Mr. Guo Xiaoda, the president of IDG. Hello, classmate Chen. I read your proposal. Oh, it's very attractive, so I'm here." Guo Xiaoda, wearing glasses and exuding an elegant demeanor, greeted in a Hunan-accented Mandarin. Chen Dongsheng smiled slightly and replied, "I didn't expect you to come in person, Mr. Xiong. I was planning to visit you myself." Guo Xiaoda waved his hand. "With your Bluebird downloader and Xuanwu dance game, you don't need to recommend yourself. You're too kind." Guo Xiaoda had met countless entrepreneurs, some eloquent, some taciturn, but all of them without exception showed respect and anticipation for IDG with a hint of nervousness. Only Chen Dongsheng's gaze made him feel like he was looking at a hooked fish. Thinking this, Guo Xiaoda couldn't help but asked, "Do you know me?" "Of course, your name is on record at the Ministry of Science and Technology. A quick search online will show it." Chen Dongsheng replied without hesitation. "Just as it happens, Pingcheng reported that IDG was in talks with Thunder, so I thought, isn't that a coincidence? I also happen to have a P2P download software." Guo Xiaoda nodded. "Tell me about Bluebird." "Bluebird's installed base has already exceeded 1 million and is still growing." Chen Dongsheng opened with a user count that completely dwarfed Thunder, then added, "Technically, it's also a generation ahead of Thunder." Guo Xiaoda was already almost tempted. "What are your plans for Bluebird?" "The model is content first, and the direction is a gaming platform. You don't want to just make a standalone downloader." "Exactly." Chen Dongsheng gestured grandly and began to paint a picture. "I dare to assert that Thunder has no clear plan for the future. How does Thunder make money? Memberships. Throttle non-members. Then the question arises, what is a downloader mainly download? Euphemistically called open source resources, but bluntly it's piracy. If the future moves toward legitimate content and faster internet speeds, won't the downloader lose most of its appeal?" Guo Xiaoda gave a dry laugh. He knew all this. IDG didn't intend to invest long-term either. They would pull out after the next round. But hearing this, Guo Xiaoda still asked, "So do you have a solution?" "Of course I do." Chen Dongsheng chuckled inwardly. The misdirection had worked. The overall trend of the internet was indeed toward legitimate content, but Thunder's future indeed relied on membership fees. Because Thunder would create its own torrents, throttle non-members, and provide difficult-to-download pirated resources to members. Chen Dongsheng began to explain, "Mr. Xiong, are you familiar with BitTorrent?" "You mean that open-source free torrent downloader from abroad?" Guo Xiaoda frowned. "It has a large installed base, but I heard the founder couldn't keep it going." Chen Dongsheng smiled. "But for download technology, it actually lives on in a different form, even better." "How so?" BitTorrent was designed by Bram Cohen in April 2001. It is highly revered by music and movie enthusiasts. But the Achilles heel was copyright on audio and video, which led to Cohen being constantly questioned about infringement by all sides. After finishing the background, Chen Dongsheng said, "As far as I know, Cohen has joined Valve Corporation, responsible for the data transmission system of their flagship game, next year Half-Life 2, and the project is called Steam. Steam gaming platform. The one for downloading PC games." "Yes. I believe that as bandwidth increases, selling games through platforms like Steam is the future trend, far more convenient than game discs." Chen Dongsheng took a sip of the bottled water he carried and said, "In fact, we've already tested it with Xuanwu Troop, and the results were quite good." Guo Xiaoda frowned slightly. "The problem is that the number of broadband connections and games in the country is still insufficient. Isn't it a bit premature to build a gaming platform? The gaming platform can first go overseas, and the downloader can be spun off and promoted domestically. As for that aspect, you know what I mean." Chen Dongsheng winked, naturally not mentioning that this thing was great for downloading the Mudo Ran Super Collection. Going overseas. "Oh." Guo Xiaoda tactfully skipped the domestic topic. Chen Dongsheng added. Although pirated games are rampant in China now, times will change. Sooner or later every household will have broadband, and people will get used to downloading legitimate games from platforms. You have great confidence in the country's telecom infrastructure. Of course. The gaming platform downloader is a good idea. I can invest. At this point the scales in Xiong Zaiji's heart had already tipped toward Chen Dongsheng. He asked, $3 million for 15 equity. What do you think? Deal. Chen Dongsheng smiled slightly then added, actually I have another project here. Oh. Xiong Zaiji's curiosity was piqued. Chen Dongsheng teased, Mr. Xiong, have you heard of the 6 degrees of separation theory? 6 degrees of separation theory. I know a bit about it. The principal jumped in. Earlier Chen Dongsheng and Guo Xiaoda had been going back and forth, completely ignoring the top leader and the principal. Seeing that the two were getting more and more excited, almost leaving Huanggong aside, the principal quickly interjected to assert his presence. In 1967, Harvard psychology professor Stanley Milgram sought to map a network of interpersonal connections linking people and communities. He conducted an experiment. He randomly sent letters to some residents, each containing the name of a stockbroker in Boston, and asked each recipient to forward the letter to a friend they thought was closer to that stockbroker. That friend, upon receiving the letter, would then send it to a friend they thought was even closer to the stockbroker. In the end, most letters reached the broker, with each letter passing through an average of 6. 2 hands. Simply put, this theory means that between you and any stranger in the world, at most 6 people are needed to establish a genuine connection. Similarly, to meet a stranger, you need at most 6 people. Chen Dongsheng nodded and smiled. 30 years ago, such a social network was just a model. Using 6 people as stepping stones to contact a stranger was almost impossible. But now with the internet, building a social network that reaches everyone only requires a click to follow. I plan to leverage the 6 degrees of separation theory, targeting college students as core users, to build a strong social network based on real identities. At this point, Chen Dongsheng's true intentions were revealed. The social network Chen Dongsheng described was modeled after FaceApp, which would be founded in February of the following year in his previous life, but it was the unsuccessful Renren network. Gray area methods like making money through cheats were only a temporary expedient for Chen Dongsheng, a poor youth. The same was true for making games. What Chen Dongsheng truly wanted was to become a platform, like the current mobile dream network, the earlier portal websites, the social networking site he was about to build, and the instant messaging service he would soon confront. Future WeChat, Weibo group buying, and even short video platforms. Because only by doing so could he master the entire internet traffic gateway and succeed in everything he did. Before realizing he could seek investment, Chen Dongsheng had also considered proceeding step by step. For example, using his foresight, he could continuously launch games to accumulate a more robust cash flow, deeply cultivate the Xuanwu Troop game community, leverage the players and music in Xuanwu Troop as a foundation, launch products similar to NetEase Cloud Music and Weibo, and gradually enter the social platform space, among other things. Chen Dongsheng didn't want to wait anymore. With his grasp of future trends, he could look 3, 4, 5, or 6 steps ahead and lay out his plans early. Since there were investors, he might as well skip the process of primitive accumulation and embark on a journey of, I want it all from scratch. Chen Dongsheng's goal was to achieve it all at once, first building a social platform no less than the Penguin. Then relying on the massive user base, whether it's online shopping, instant messaging, online games, search browsers, or even future mobile operating systems. Hearing Chen Dongsheng's confident pitch, Guo Xiaoda was finally tempted. Even though the social network Chen Dongsheng described was something he hadn't seen in the United States. Chen Dongsheng went a step further and smiled. This social network will soon acquire a massive user pool, and with the right monetization methods, it will generate enormous revenue. It does seem quite promising. Guo Xiaoda nodded. I can invest a bit. $1 million for 10% equity. How about that? Chen Dongsheng nodded slightly. With these startup funds it was enough. The top leader interjected, Chen Dongsheng, Huanggong is your hometown. As long as you start your business in your hometown, you'll have policies for everything. Policies for support, policies for talent, policies for funding. Chen Dongsheng responded with a smile, rest assured, leader. The game studio will always be here, striving to develop and build a green, environmentally friendly high-tech industrial base. Although the game studio had no R&D talent besides himself, Chen Dongsheng was not worried. The year 2003 was the beginning of the proliferation of training schools like Double N Plan and Beta Jadebird. While genius programmers might be hard to recruit, scrounging up a batch of usable coders shouldn't be a problem. Good. In Hubei Daily, a headline dominated the front page. Top scholar in college entrance exam receives $4 million investment. Net worth exceeds 200 million renminbi. IDG's investments valued the Bluebird downloader and the social network at 20 million and 10 million respectively, which indeed amounted to over 200 million renminbi. As for whether IDG would later increase its equity and take control, Chen Dongsheng predicted it would not. IDG's investment style was to enter early and exit early, gracious in words but narrow-minded in deeds. When the time came to buy back shares for privatization, it would be easy. In his past life, IDG had invested 1 million in Xuanlei, only to sell most of its shares for 50 million renminbi by Series B, then returned with 20 million in Series C. $4 million US. That's over 30 million yuan, right? On the embankment of Sunjin village, Chen Guozhong, holding the newspaper, gazed at his son fishing by the river, a dazed look in his eyes, as if he could barely recognize the boy. Chen Guozhong's thoughts were simple. Investments and equity meant nothing. He believed his son had already earned 30 million yuan. Strictly speaking, that wasn't wrong. In later years, Storm Video had been exploited by foreign teams in a similar way. When the era of copyright dawned, Storm Video invested in a foreign media company to secure rights, but placed no restrictions on how the funds were used. The management rejoiced. They promptly used the investment to buy villas, yachts, and throw lavish parties. After squandering it all, they simply declared bankruptcy and walked away, only to start a new company with the same team, leaving Storm Video to collapse. Looking at his son, Chen Guozhong felt deeply gratified. The boy had not only established his career, but also started a family. Casually embracing a future daughter-in-law from the city, who without any regard for the father's presence fed him an orange. Snap! The fishing rod made from a bamboo pole broke. Pathetic, Chen Dongsheng shook his head. Setting traps suits me better. It's the rod's fault, Gao Wenwen comforted him. Setting down the rod, they both fell silent. After a moment, Chen Dongsheng decided to speak plainly. My family's banquet isn't until tomorrow. That's why I have to come help today. You mean? Chen Dongsheng sensed something amiss. Is Gao Wenwen trying to rekindle our past? No, she hasn't shared my past life, so it's unreasonable. Chen Dongsheng could feel Gao Wenwen's intentions, but he wasn't ready. He had just returned to 2003, so many sights yet to see. Before he could dwell on it, Gao Wenwen boldly admitted her purpose. As the future daughter-in-law of the Chen family, it's only natural for me to be here today, right? Since when? Didn't you say you were pursuing me? I've accepted. I know. You were joking. Gao Wenwen lowered her head, her expression dimming. Just as Chen Dongsheng felt a pang of pity and relief, thinking their fate in this life was over, Gao Wenwen turned back, her face resolute, her eyes fixed on him. But I took it seriously. That can't be right. Regarding Gao Wenwen, Chen Dongsheng believed he had only acted out of loyalty to their past life, pulling her along when he first ventured into shady business, never intending to revive their romance. Now that the cheat studio had ceased operations, it was time to part ways. From Gao Wenwen's perspective, Chen Dongsheng reasoned their college entrance exam scores differed, so they would not attend the same school, likely ending up in different cities, a clear path to separation. Facing her proactive confession, Chen Dongsheng only smiled and asked, "What do you see in me? If I said I see your talent, you wouldn't believe it. You hid it for 3 years, and I still noticed." Gao Wenwen smirked slyly. "Then it must be that you're handsome and rich. Hey, you're quite honest." Chen Dongsheng's heart sank as he replied lightly. The more she spoke like that, the more it showed her true feelings, which made things complicated. Indeed, Lord Chen is young, wealthy, handsome, and talented. Gao Wenwen seemed to have an epiphany, scrutinizing him. "Come to think of it, you have no reason to be hung up on me, right? You know that." Chen Dongsheng said frankly. "You need to think carefully. My future path might be complicated, and I don't want to hurt you." Gao Wenwen looked at him thoughtfully, then said, "So classmate Dongsheng, you just want a devoted wife who respects you at home and doesn't stop you from playing around outside." "Fine, I agree. I was saying..." Chen Dongsheng was stunned. You're not joking." Seemingly pleased with his reaction, Gao Wenwen smiled wryly. "Surprised too?" Chen Dongsheng nodded, genuinely not expecting her to agree. "I thought you'd slap me. You think your terms are hard to accept?" Seeing Chen Dongsheng dare not nod, only blink, Gao Wenwen said bitterly, "You have no idea how generous your terms are." Chen Dongsheng was taken aback as Gao Wenwen silently peeled an orange and handed it to him. "My father is missing," Gao Wenwen said. Cough. Chen Dongsheng nearly choked on the orange. "Sorry, he's probably dead somewhere. Those people said he owed 5 million. Gao Wenwen spoke of her father with cold indifference, likely because she had suffered enough over the years. "I just realized how timely your help was. You changed my entire life. Is this a life-saving debt? Didn't they say, if the savior is handsome, you repay with your body, if ugly, you become a beast of burden in the next life?" Gao Wenwen smiled freely. "I'm more generous. I don't mind your looks. He'll repay in this life. So you go to Tsinghua, I go to Wuhan University. You make your way in the world, and he'll take care of the home. How about it? Are you sure?" He'll give you one last chance to back out. Chen Dongsheng looked at Gao Wenwen, whose spirit seemed prematurely matured, cautious, and conservative. So I said with a smile, don't say I took advantage of your vulnerability. I won't be polite. I'm sure MMPH. Unwatchable, utterly unwatchable. Watching the two Soontobe College students kissing passionately, Chen's father silently rolled up his stool and walked to the other end of the embankment. After the banquet, Chen Dongsheng gathered Gao Wenwen and Guo Xiaoda at the studio to make plans for the future. The funds are in place. We can start buying servers, Chen Dongsheng said with a smile. Although the money was raised under the Bluebird gaming platform, it's no problem for the platform to support the only online game on it with a loan. Gao Wenwen asked, will the Bluebird gaming platform and the game studio operate separately? Exactly, Chen Dongsheng nodded. The game studio and platform team will stay local. Wenwen, you'll be in charge. Gao Wenwen smiled faintly. You make the team sound so big. It's just me. Development still needs your remote support. Then hire people. Developers operations. Hire as many as you need. At this rate, Xuanwu Troops' cash flow will be positive within 2 months. Don't be afraid to spend. Chen Dongsheng thought for a moment. The problem wasn't money. If it's hard to find people, talk to the government about policies. See if we can set up a computer network training school and promise to solve employment. Keep good relations with the city and watch the home front. You're putting a lot of pressure on me, Gao Wenwen laughed. Chen Dongsheng pulled her head close and said, whether our hometown gets a new pillar industry depends on you. Then he turned to Guo Xiaoda. Xiaoda, you'll follow me to promote the social network first. Do well, and later you can take charge of a suitable segment. Management gets a 10 equity stake. Holy shit. Dongsheng, no bro, no, Dad. Dad, from now on my life is yours. Guo Xiaoda, struck by a huge windfall, was delirious with joy. Even at the current worthless value of the social platform, 10 was 800,000 yuan. Chen Dongsheng nodded and arranged for the social network project. I plan to roll it out first in Beijing, Shanghai, Guangzhou, and Wuhan. These cities have many college students. Promote at universities? No problem. I know the tricks of the university town strip like the back of my hand. Leave it to me. Xiaoda, don't get too excited. Your task isn't just to advertise and get people to register on the site. Chen Dongsheng cautioned. A social network, in simple terms, is about moving relationships online. Dongsheng, why don't we make more games? Games are so profitable. I feel like this social network thing won't make money. Think bigger. Money on the internet is like tap water. Making games is like fetching water with a bucket under the faucet. What's the point of having a few more buckets? You want to build the faucet itself, understand? Chen Dongsheng corrected Guo Xiaoda's thinking. With a user base, you can do anything. Not only can the site run ads, but can we also funnel these users to an online marketplace? Or run online and offline campaigns like advertising for physical stores? Can we embed flash games inside it? How many buckets is that, and how much water can they hold? Chen Dongsheng casually outlined his vision for the social network, clearing Guo Xiaoda's mind and enlightening him. Chen Dongsheng's strategy in essence was similar to that of Tencent. Build a massive user base, then strike out in all directions doing everything. Wow, Dongsheng, now that you put it that way, this social network has huge potential. Guo Xiaoda's mind was already churning with a string of mischievous ideas. Seeing Guo Xiaoda lost in thought, Chen Dongsheng cut to the chase. You're full of tricks. Why not think about how to create sections on the social network that attract users and also get them to spend money on it? Oh, that's my specialty, Dongsheng. They'll make it look great. Guo Xiaoda grinned brilliantly. But seeing him so excited, Chen Dongsheng felt a chill. He knew he'd have to keep an eye on him, lest Guo Xiaoda concoct some disaster. September, Jiangsheng Railway Station. Holding a parasol and dragging a suitcase, Gao Wenwen walked out of the exit and immediately saw a row of banners. Wuhan University Freshman Registration, find classmates on Rinrin.net. Huazhong University of Science and Technology Freshman Registration, find classmates on Rinrin.net. The social network they created was ultimately named Rinrin.net. The promotional method was straightforward. They directly occupied the entrance for freshman registration. Gao Wenwen, like an undercover inspector, calmly walked to the Wuhan University registration point and presented her admission letter. All the well-known schools in the 3 towns of Jiangsheng that sent shuttles were sponsored by Rinrin.net. After boarding, a cool breeze swept over her, and Gao Wenwen couldn't help but give Chen Dongsheng a thumbs up. Rinrin.net had rented air-conditioned buses. As the bus slowly started, a senior student dressed like a tour guide came on board and began to introduce herself. Hello everyone, I am Hu Chunyin, the campus representative of Rinrin.net. Nice to meet you all. I'm here to tell you that today is Rinrin.net's first group activity. Senior, you said this is the first time. Does that mean there will be more activities in the future? Junior, Hu Chunyin smoothly took back the conversation and continued. After your military training, you'll definitely want to explore Jiangsheng. At that time, Rinrin.net will organize group outings. You can take the ferry stroll along Jianghan Road or go for a picnic in the forest park. Hearing this, another junior spoke up, this one cautious. There's no free lunch. What do we need to do? Haha, you're very sharp. Hu Chunyan smiled and turned to everyone saying, what you need to do is register and log into RenRenNet, then go to the corresponding activity to claim a task. For example, the Mozhang outing activity I just mentioned, the task is to invite 3 new friends to register on RenRenNet. Besides that, RenRenNet has many topic groups where you can find like-minded friends. Hu Chunyan raised her hand and pretended to whisper, a reminder it's okay to date in college. If you want to find your special someone, come to RenRenNet and give it a try. Wow. This immediately ignited the atmosphere in the bus. A bold junior raised his hand and asked, senior, when can I sign up? Hu Chunyan smiled and declined. Registering with a serial number gives more benefits. Watching the excited classmates around her, Gao Wenwen quietly took out her phone and sent a text message to Chen Dongsheng. All goes well in Jiangxing. The user count can be roughly estimated to reach tens of thousands. Seeing the message, Chen Dongsheng was slightly pleased. If one place had tens of thousands, then the 4 locations together would have 40 to 50,000. The first wave of user conversion was quite efficient. Just as he received Gao Wenwen's message, another message came from Guo Xiaoda. Dongxing, save me. I'm in the stairwell of Zhongwankan Trade Building. Bring me a change of clothes. Damn, why didn't you go to the train station to recruit? What are you doing in Zhongwankan? Chen Dongsheng, who was remotely maintaining RenRenNet in an internet cafe in the capital, quickly packed up and took a taxi to Zhongwankan. Looking at Guo Xiaoda, whose muscular body was covered in scratch marks, Chen Dongsheng tossed him a basketball jersey and frowned. Got beaten up again. Why do you say again? I've never been beaten. Guo Xiaoda rubbed his back and started putting on the clothes. Dongxing, don't look. I was scratched, not beaten. Alright, tell me. What happened? Hey, I think this counts as a work injury. Guo Xiaoda touched his forehead and said, last time you told me to think about a feature to monetize RenRenNet's users, remember? Is this how you monetize? You've gone way too far. Chen Dongsheng couldn't help but scold. Taking big strides can easily lead to trouble, you know. Didn't you say there are many opportunities now? Grab as many as you can, afraid of missing the boat later. Guo Xiaoda looked aggrieved. I've been thinking about this since I was in my hometown. The services in the University Town Street can be moved online, right? When I came to the capital early to do promotion, I found that there are so many college students, there must be some demand, right? We can completely display the style of the University Town Street online, make appointments online, and provide services offline. Or order online and get door-to-door service. Chen Dongsheng's face changed as he listened. Damn, what are you trying to do? Open an online club. Why not at a baccarat game? Get a license from the Macau Casino King for a collaboration. Can we? Not to mention, this strategy can both monetize and acquire customers. I knew it was right. Guo Xiaoda, upon hearing Chen Dongsheng's suggestion, looked enlightened again, making Chen Dongsheng unable to keep his composure. What's with that eager expression? You're learning a new way to get jailed every day, aren't you? Believe me, if you keep this up after this heist, you'll be sitting in prison. Chen Dongsheng couldn't help shaking his head. This Guo Xiaoda, just like in his past life, was extremely proactive, but always focused on the low road. Fortunately, he had positioned Guo Xiaoda as the one to do dirty work and take the blame. He never expected him to handle serious matters. Thinking this, Chen Dongsheng asked, what are you doing here? Guo Xiaoda laughed. Dongsheng, you know me. When I look for massage, I always go for legitimate ones. But I couldn't resist the massage lattice enthusiasm. We had a little exchange. As for her husband coming back, that was completely an accident. He'll be damned. You've been set up in a honey trap, you idiot. Oh damn, right? My wallet is still at the little sister's place. Guo Xiaoda slapped his forehead, regretful. Forget about your wallet, Chen Dongsheng said sternly. Focus on promoting RenRenNet these days. Guo Xiaoda still wanted to push. Dongsheng, I really think this legitimate massage business has potential. That's true. Even 20 years later, people will still be doing it, advertising in elevators. Chen Dongsheng nodded in agreement, then added, but your idea isn't bad. What you said about online ordering from offline stores has potential. But massage services are still too premature for college students. Later, it'll take you to the university town area to develop the surrounding small shops. We can drive traffic to the shops, and they give discounts to customers we bring. This feature could even become an independent business. I think we can call it group buying. As for the door-to-door service you mentioned, in the future, after the first batch of college students graduate, we can put up housekeeping services like cleaning or changing gas cylinders. See, I told you. Guo Xiaoda looked smug. Yeah, following your plan, we'll get rich in 1 month and be in jail in 2. Chen Dongsheng rolled his eyes and looked around. Since we're already in Zhongwankan, I might as well take you to find a legitimate business. A legitimate business? What kind? Let me tell you a phrase. The end of the universe is live streaming sales. We can open a marketplace inside RenRenNet. Chen Dongsheng said casually. Freshmen have strong demands. Internet, digital products, books, videos, they need everything. We can seamlessly integrate it. While they're on RenRenNet, they can be recommended to the marketplace. With that, Chen Dongsheng led Guo Xiaoda and started wandering around Zhongwankan. Dongsheng, are we going to stock up? Guo Xiaoda was quick-witted and guessed most of Chen Dongsheng's intentions from his few words. Almost. I want to directly move an existing online mall onto the platform. Chen Dongsheng thought he was lucky. At this time there were ready-made online malls to take over. After leading Guo Xiaoda through twists and turns, they arrived at Infeng building. As they talked, they came before a signboard. The signboard read 5 characters, Jingdong Multimedia. The Jing was from Gong Xiaojing and the Dong was from Lu Qiangdong. The owner of this large Jingdong Multimedia store was none other than Brother Dong, who suffered from face blindness. This Jingdong Multimedia has over a dozen stores claiming you can buy anything here. Actually, it's an electronics supermarket that sources products from all over Zhongwankan. Dongsheng, how do you know so clearly? Guo Xiaoda was amazed. You planned this all along. Earlier this year, this store posted on the pig farm platform and was already half an online mall. Just search and you'll know. Chen Dongsheng wouldn't admit he had just thought of it. Pointing at the Jingdong Multimedia sign, he said, this store has its own logistics and price comparison system. We can directly copy it and do well. Why didn't you say earlier, Dongsheng? Many of my relatives are in business. My aunt in Wenzhou does wholesale, my cousin in Fuzhou deals in tea, my second uncle in Shaoxing makes curtains, my youngest aunt in Ningbo sells shoes. Can all these be sold? As long as you want, everything can be bought online. Chen Dongsheng thought to himself, even warships could be sold on it. The moment the two stood at the entrance of Jingdong's store, they were locked onto by Lu Qiangdong, who rushed over swiftly with his thick eyebrows and big eyes, new college graduates. Building a computer. Guo Xiaoda proudly pointed at Chen Dongsheng. This is my brother, the top scorer in the college entrance exam from Tsinghua. Set me up with a rig worthy of his status. Lu Qiangdong was taken aback. He himself had been a top scorer back in the day, wasn't he? After sending Lu Qiangdong off to assemble the computer, Guo Xiaoda couldn't help but ask, will it work? Should I call Baohua and the others to the capital, carve out a territory in Zhongwankan, and we do it ourselves? What's the point of summoning a bunch of thugs? Do you think Huanggang the Dragon King rules the capital? In a place where tossing a brick could hit 2 section chiefs, doing that would land you in jail before you know it. Chen Dongsheng curbed Guo Xiaoda's impulsiveness. Use your brain instead of your fists. Instead of scheming over territory, help me figure out how to swallow this Jingdong Multimedia store. Didn't Dongsheng say that this Jingdong Multimedia store barely survived the SARS outbreak at the beginning of the year by selling online? I reckon the boss won't reject online shopping. Guo Xiaoda chuckled slyly. Set up the mall on our RenRen website where users are like water from a tap. Once we turn off the tap, hell be putty in our hands. After speaking, Chen Dongsheng and Guo Xiaoda both snickered. Lu Qiangdong, having finished assembling the computer, looked baffled. What are you laughing at? Oh, just thinking about something amusing. Chen Dongsheng and Guo Xiaoda immediately put on straight faces. Oh, as long as you're happy. The most important thing in life is to be happy. Dong chimed in, the computer's ready. Take a look and see if it suits you. Everything here is genuine. Genuine, huh? Chen Dongsheng picked up the products, inspected them, then set them down, smiling. I want everything in your store, large quantities, long term. Huh, you're a college student. Why would you need so much? Lu Qiangdong's first thought was that Chen Dongsheng was mocking him. After a moment's thought, he asked with a smile, are you two planning to work study or start a business on campus? Chen Dongsheng cheerfully pulled out a business card and handed it over. Chen Dongsheng, I run a small website and want to source products from you. In the internet business. Lu Qiangdong's eyes lit up. He took the card and looked at it. Hey, this website. You've heard of it? Guo Xiaoda asked with pride. Of course. Many college students have mentioned it. In truth, Lu Qiangdong knew even more. He clicked his tongue in admiration. Chen Dongsheng, so young and already securing millions in funding. Truly humbling. As he marveled, Lu Qiangdong suddenly snapped to attention. He quickly extended his hand and offered his own card. Nice to meet you. I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Lu Qiangdong, president of Jingdong Multimedia. After shaking hands, his eyes darted around as he asked, you said earlier you want to sell Jingdong's products on your website. Exactly. Chen Dongsheng and Guo Xiaoda exchanged a knowing smile. Lu Qiangdong had taken the bait. Since June, Lu Qiangdong had been eager to build an online mall. But he faced difficulties. It was hard to abandon his dozen physical stores, and most of his staff were unwilling to follow him online. Now that Chen Dongsheng had come to him, Lu Qiangdong saw an opportunity. He thought to himself, fine, I'll use their platform to test the waters first, saving me the trouble of persuading my team. Then he asked, in that case, how about a partnership? Seeing the other party take the initiative, Chen Dongsheng's heart raced with glee, but he kept his face impassive. How would we cooperate? Lu Qiangdong, with a guileless expression, said, I've already cornered the market on electronics in Zhongwankan. I can guarantee the lowest prices. How about I supply the goods and you expand the business? Guarantee the lowest prices? Before Chen Dongsheng could speak, Guo Xiaoda sneered. Or is it about colluding to sell at high prices? Stung by the retort, Lu Qiangdong was about to lose his temper, but a glance at Guo Xiaoda's muscular frame made him think better of it. He said, you can investigate. Jingdong is built on reputation. Would never do such a thing. I believe you. Chen Dongsheng nodded. Beside him, Guo Xiaoda curled his lip, knowing Chen Dongsheng had left out the unspoken like hell. Lu Qiangdong's strategy was nothing more than the influencer marketing routine of later years. Nothing special. If Lu Qiangdong dared to pull any tricks on his turf, Chen Dongsheng had ways to deal with him. Erase the plan, he'll revamp the website and add a mall section for a grayscale test. Chen Dongsheng chuckled lightly. Now the question is, does Jingdong want to be a pure supplier or join as a merchant? I want to take over the mall. Lu Qiangdong waved his hand grandly. Jingdong will be fully responsible for all products on Renren Mall, and we'll split the profits 50-50. What do you think? Chen Dongsheng had originally intended to source some products from Jingdong to sell himself, but Lu Qiangdong clearly wanted to turn Renren Mall into Jingdong's online storefront. In the first scenario, Jingdong was the supplier and Renren was the mall itself, similar to Jingdong's direct sales in a previous life. In the latter, Jingdong was the store owner and Renren just collected rent, like brand merchants on Jingdong's platform. By proposing a 50-50 profit split, Lu Qiangdong was obviously planning to cut and run at the first opportunity, his intentions barely concealed. Seeing this, Chen Dongsheng decided to pull a clever trick and push further. Fine, let's operate together. From now on, Jingdong will be the exclusive merchant on Renren Mall, and Renren will provide all online support. With that, he made Renren Mall and Jingdong inseparable. Lu Qiangdong paused, then burst into laughter. Perfect. Let's learn from each other. He thought to himself, this kid is no pushover. He's got his eye on my Jingdong. They'll have to warn my team to keep our offline tactics under wraps. As for online, I'm confident they'll figure it out. And I can use Renren Mall to experiment and gain experience. Once I've got enough, it'll go solo. Chen Dongsheng chuckled inwardly. Once you're on board, you think you can jump ship. Seeing Lu Qiangdong fall into the trap, Chen Dongsheng didn't give him time to react. He urged, with Jingdong on board, Renren Mall's ambitions can't be small. We have to go big, at least surpass Joyo and Dangdang. Surpass Joyo and Dangdang. Playing that big. Lu Qiangdong was startled. Time is of the essence. Joyo and Dangdang are about to close new funding rounds. War will break out by the end of the year at the latest. Jingdong must join Renren Mall immediately, the sooner the better. I plan to seize an opportunity and strike while they're still gathering strength. Urged on by Chen Dongsheng's frantic persuasion, Lu Qiangdong grew calmer and suddenly had a flash of insight. Damn. This kid didn't plan this all along, did he? As he pondered, Lu Qiangdong kept up his enthusiastic facade. Good brother, you've got ambition. I'm with you. Earning the title Brother Qiangdong, Chen Dongsheng extended his hand with a wince, then raced to a smooth partnership in the future. After shaking hands, Lu Qiangdong couldn't help asking, do you really think you can pull off a sneak attack on Dangdang and Joyo? Chen Dongsheng naturally wouldn't admit that creating Renren Mall was entirely a Spiro-Themant decision. Before he could speak, Guo Xiaoda had already patted his chest in assurance. Rest assured, Dongsheng has everything prepared. You know Shanda. They are all his defeated opponents. Then, relieved, Lu Qiangdong nodded approvingly, turning to Guo Xiaoda. And how should I address you, brother? Chen Dongsheng stopped Guo Xiaoda, who was about to introduce himself, and assigned him a position tailor-made for a sewing machine operator. He is Guo Xiaoda, the CFO of Renren Network. Brother Xiaoda, it's a pleasure to meet you. Brother Dong extended his hand with a genial smile, thinking to himself, you can't judge a book by its cover. This kid looks like a street thug, yet he's a finance guy. No wonder he's so sensitive about prices. He'll have to be careful from now on. A smile disarms a clenched fist. Guo Xiaoda also extended his hand, thinking, a dog looks down on others. What's a CFO? Sounds impressive, but I have no idea what it means. Their hands touched and parted in an instant. Lu Qiangdong silently withdrew his hand behind his back, where 5 livid white finger marks were clearly imprinted. Dongsheng, this Lu Qiangdong is very sly. He'll turn on us sooner or later, Guo Xiaoda said indignantly after leaving Zhongwankan. No need to fear a falling out. If he really does turn on us, we'll show him the perils of the internet. Chen Dongsheng replied, utterly unafraid, making arrangements. Our Renren network is currently recruiting members, isn't it? Use that ground promotion method of yours to recruit a batch of flexible and capable campus agents. In the future, the mall will need delivery services, right? Let these campus agents set up delivery stations inside the schools, intercepting Jingdong's delivery people right outside the campus. Meanwhile, hire a team in Zhongwankan. Every time Jingdong lists a product on their mall, we'll find an alternative source for it. I knew you had it all planned out, Dongsheng. Guo Xiaoda gave a thumbs up. Then, as if something occurred to him, he said somewhat shyly, Dongxing I'd like to ask for some leave. Leave? Where to? For long. Guangdong Province, Guangzhou, 2 days and 1 night. Is it those Wudong sisters again? Not afraid her husband will cut out your kidneys? No, Guo Xiaoda said bashfully. It's a literary young woman. A literary young woman. How did you meet her? Last time after I ran out of the Wudong sisters' villa, I encountered a female columnist who had come up the mountain for inspiration. A female writer. Chen Dongsheng looked skeptical, feeling that Guo Xiaoda and a female writer were a rather incongruous pair. However, having been exposed to all sorts of contrasts in the information age, he was quite accepting of such mismatches. At that time I had just left the villa. She saw I was naked and said she wouldn't take advantage of me, so she stripped off too. The two of us walked down the mountain together like that, and went to the farmhouse courtyard she had rented at the foot of the mountain. Guo Xiaoda's expression was one of lingering reminiscence. TSK, your luck. Chen Dongsheng took a deep breath. And this bodhisattva, how should I address her? She told me to call her sisterly. Recalling sisterly, even Guo Xiaoda, a man of solid muscle, couldn't help rubbing his kidneys. Seems her name is Li Li and she works for Guangzhou magazine. Sisterly. Chen Dongsheng took another deep breath and gave a thumbs up. Guozi, you are truly amazing. Who was sisterly? None other than the infamous Muzi Mei of these past few months. Muzi Mei, real name, Li Li, graduated from Sun Yat-sen University's philosophy department in 1997, currently a column editor at Guangzhou magazine, a wandering bodhisattva. The bodhisattva was born free-spirited, playing with the world, and her greatest achievement was single-handedly popularizing blogs. Starting in late June this year, she began posting online a diary of her almsgiving to the world. Initially, the diary had little impact as its contents were stories about unnamed singers and magazine editors, much like a fictional fantasy novel. Then in August this year, when the bodhisattva described in detail her intimate encounters with a well-known figure in the Guangzhou rock scene and mentioned the singer's real name Wang Lei, it exploded across the internet, and the frenzy never stopped. Not to mention her list of revelations included posing as a nude model for Yang Shuping and an attempted group activity with Liu Jinbo and Han Han that never materialized. Nobody ever refuted these exposes because every one of them was solidly confirmed. Chen Dongsheng could only marvel. Nothing moves people more than sincerity, and nothing is more sincere than using real names. He patted Guo Xiaoda on the shoulder. Go ahead. When you have time, help me get in touch with Sisterly. Brother, are you also interested in Sisterly? Guo Xiaoda rubbed his hands together in excitement. I've been wanting to be a fellow enthusiast with you for a long time. You flatter me. A group activity is still a bit too avant-garde for me. Chen Dongsheng waved his hands and shook his head, absolutely refusing to admit he found her unattractive. He explained, compared to Sister Li, I'm more interested in her book Legacy of Love. This thing has the potential to be a hot item and could help Renren Mall. This trip isn't leave, it's a business trip. Then you're missing out. Guo Xiaoda had zero interest in what Legacy of Love was. He simply grabbed his luggage excited and headed straight for the train station. Chen Dongsheng didn't bother reporting to the school. He returned to the internet cafe and began building the framework for Renren Network. The website, which originally only had sections for moods, journals, and photo albums, now gained a mall section alias College Student Essentials. Clicking on it revealed categories for electronics, books, clothing, daily necessities, and so on, though only electronics were currently accessible. Meanwhile, Liu Qiangdong wasted no time in starting to register product information on the network using the backend Chen Dongsheng had prepared. Little did Liu Qiangdong know that this data would be aggregated by the website's backend and distributed via program to multiple college student social groups, guiding students to discuss and compare prices through advertorials. The self-operated strategies that Amazon and Jingdong would later adopt were being applied to Liu Qiangdong by Chen Dongsheng in advance. Silently using future templates, he ran a wave of advertorial recommendations for the mall and topic groups. Even though Renren Network's users in the entire capital city numbered only a few thousand at most, users quickly converted. After all, it was Beijing in the post-millennium era, a political, economic, and cultural center where young people embraced new things quickly. Mr. Liu, someone placed an order. In the Infong building, the Jingdong team was dumbfounded. Was Renren Mall really this powerful? They were still in the middle of inputting products, and already someone had placed an order. Brother Dong reacted fastest. Quick, go prepare the shipment and deliver it to their door. Ship via postal service. Postal service. Do you want it to arrive next year? Drive it yourself. Use that van. Deliver it directly to the address. In the end, Brother Dong couldn't bring himself to use his own hongqi. Brother Dong, it seems we don't need to. Oh, we don't need to deliver to a specific address. Edge. Renren has arranged it. They said we just need to deliver it to the school gate, and a student representative will handle the final delivery. Good. Go. Liu Qiangdong was initially pleased because it was convenient. But the moment his subordinate left, he suddenly slapped his thigh. Damn, that's truly insidious. He's blocking my last mile. Chen Dongsheng had no time to ponder Lu Qiangdong's moves. He was pondering how to leverage Legacy of Love. A mall is a platform, and every platform needs a flagship product. Just like Zelda for the Nintendo Switch or Fruit Ninja for the iPhone 4. Or for example, influencers for various online platforms. Since he had stumbled upon Legacy of Love as a flagship product, it would be a waste not to make good use of it. In fact, Chen Dongsheng had originally planned to have Jingdong, the disc-selling specialist, burn some discs like 10 Great Tortures of XX. But Jingdong insisted they only sold genuine products. Now he could only hope Guo Xiaoda would be successful and secure the exclusive rights to this book. The quiet launch of Renren Mall by Renren Network went unnoticed by any competitors. Neither Dangdang nor Zhuiyue gave Chen Dongsheng a second glance. However, Renren Network's activities in Jiangcheng did catch the attention of a pioneering internet magnate. Chen Yizhou, a native of Jiangcheng and president of Qinxiang Interactive. In his previous life, it was he who, after defeating Xionei with 5Q Campus Network, bought Xionei from Wang Xing and renamed it Renren Network. In 1999, he and his Stanford alumni Zhou Yunfan and Yang Ning launched ChinaRen, which quickly became popular among universities and the largest youth community for Chinese people. Unfortunately, the dot-com bubble burst in 2000 and ChinaRen faced financial difficulties. Helpless ChinaRen was acquired by Sohu for 4 million shares of stock. After this experience, Chen Yizhou had an epiphany. I want to be capital. I will acquire others when they are short of funds. In his previous life, Chen Yizhou used this strategy to acquire MOP, Dudu 5Q, and Renren Network in succession, integrating resources from all three and then exiting through an IPO. This time when he saw Renren Network, he felt a stirring, as if it were fate. After reviewing the information on Renren Network and Chen Dongsheng, Chen Yizhou circled Tsinghua University on the newspaper, pulled out his phone and dialed. Old Zhou, take a look at Renren Network. The founder is your junior fellow student. Can you help me communicate with him? Communicate. Are you interested in Renren Network? The voice on the other end always carried a cheerful tone. I happen to have some free time lately. He'll make a trip for you. Meet him and ask him if the site is for sale. Perfect, thank you. Chen Dongsheng dragged his luggage, mingling with the crowd as he leisurely walked into the university campus. After paying his tuition, he found his dormitory. As he pushed open the door, a thick, smoky smell hit him. This batch of classmates is quite interesting. Waving his hand to disperse the smoke, Chen Dongsheng took in the room. Two individuals who clearly weren't new students were sitting on a bed plank smoking. As the door opened, they turned their heads, allowing Chen Dongsheng to see their faces. One was fair-skinned and looked pampered, while the other was robust and dark with thick eyebrows and large eyes exuding an imposing aura. Chen Dongsheng, the one with thick eyebrows, called out his name. Chen Dongsheng had already recognized them. Zhou Yunfan and Wang Erliai, the presidents of Kongzhong and TOM2 of the three founders of ChinaRen. The absent founder was Chen Yizhou, who should be in Jiangcheng at the moment. Chen Dongsheng's heart skipped a beat. Could these two gentlemen have their eyes on my Renren Network? Maintaining his composure, Chen Dongsheng asked, how should I address you two seniors? As he studied them, they were also observing him. Hearing his question, Zhou Yunfan chuckled without answering, instead asking with a smile, the boss of Renren Network still attending school in person. Wang Erliai, with a dark expression, said bluntly, stop pretending. Don't you recognize us? Why do you say that? Chen Dongsheng dropped the act and tossed his luggage onto the bed. Wang Erliai's attitude grew more direct. When you built Renren Network, didn't you reference other sites? Like ChinaRen? No. Chen Dongsheng replied confidently, thinking of his references from the future, Renren and Facebook. Wang Erliai's momentum faltered. Then do you recognize us or not? I didn't before, but now that you've introduced yourselves I do, Chen Dongsheng answered. ChinaRen, senior must be surnamed Wang. Then this must be senior Zhou. Haha, Erliai stopped teasing him. Zhou Yunfan interjected, addressing Chen Dongsheng directly. Junior, a good friend of ours, has taken an interest in your website. Name your price. Your good friend? Interested in my website. Hearing Zhou Yunfan's words, Chen Dongsheng felt a weight lift from his heart. He had initially feared they were here to seize Renren Network, but they were merely brokers. However, Zhou Yunfan's casual mention of a good friend, while feigning detachment, was intriguing. The friend in question, fond of social networks, was undoubtedly Chen Yizhou. Yet Zhou Yunfan's tone and expression suggested Chen Yizhou wasn't as significant as the term good friend implied. Chen Dongsheng couldn't help but marvel at the hierarchy, even among former co-founders. Compared to the two, Chen Yizhou's background seemed modest. Zhou Yunfan's grandfather served in the first Ministry of Machine Building Heavy Industry, while Wang Erliai's grandfather was in the fourth Ministry of Machine Building Electronics Industry. Both hailed from elite military compound families, making Chen Yizhou seem like an errand boy beside them. Their attitude toward Chen Yizhou was telling. They had clearly been sent to negotiate for him, yet instead of helping they leaked information to Chen Dongsheng. Understanding the dynamics, Chen Dongsheng smiled and replied, "Thanks, seniors, but Rinrin Network is not for sale." As expected, Wang Erliai didn't get angry, but nodded approvingly. All right. Chen Dongsheng was still puzzled. If these two had little interest in Chen Yizhou's plans, why had they made a special trip? Both were presidents of major companies. Many would kill for a meeting. Yet here they were in his dormitory. Perplexed, he heard Zhou Yunfan ask with a smile, "How did you come up with the idea for Rinrin Network?" It dawned on Chen Dongsheng they were here to reminisce about their own youth, still holding onto the Chinarin they had built. To make money, Chen Dongsheng admitted openly. Making money from social networking? Zhou Yunfan and Wang Erliai exchanged glances. Relying on that e-commerce of yours. E-commerce is just one aspect. Seniors, let me sit and explain. Pulling up a stool, Chen Dongsheng began to paint a grand vision. This social network is just a platform. The key lies in its content. Content not only attracts users and increases engagement, but also generates revenue. Take for example your SP services. At this, both Zhou Yunfan and Wang Erliai's expressions shifted. Zhou Yunfan kept smiling while Wang Erliai's face grew darker. SP service provider referred to direct providers of mobile internet service content and applications. Simply put, it was those expensive SMS services costing 1 or 2 yuan each, like sending A to a number to support the rockets. Tom's SMS Alliance thrived on SP revenue, planning to go public next year. Kongzhong was similar, having recently bought the rights to the film Hero for SMS games. Rest assured, seniors. The SP business I'm talking about is in a completely different lane from yours, Chen Dongsheng said truthfully. The current SP market was a blood-red ocean battered by regulatory crackdowns and fierce competition. Explain, Wang Erliai said, barely restrained by Zhou Yunfan from lashing out at this insolent junior. For instance, Rinrin Network has a large student base. Students love voting for campus beauties and hunks, right? True, true. Zhou Yunfan laughed louder, and Wang Erliai's expression softened. Now imagine adding skills to these campus idols, singing, dancing, rap, basketball. What does that sound like? Zhou Yunfan stopped smiling. Having bought Hero rights, he was familiar with the entertainment industry. A light bulb went off. American Idol. Exactly. SMS voting alone could generate substantial SP revenue. But live shows with SMS voting are a one-time deal. However, if viewers or fans can follow in real time on social networks, it amplifies the topic and exponentially grows the SMS voting pool. Interesting, Zhou Yunfan said, ever smiling, while Wang Erliai fell silent. Seeing their reactions, Chen Dongsheng asked with a grin, "Seniors interested in a collaboration?" Zhou Yunfan glanced at Wang Erliai, who made the call. "How? We can pilot a talent show. Well, share the online rights, use the SMS Alliance for voting, and Rinrin Network provides content support. Music community discussions, spin-off topics like rankings and rivalries, and games like exclusive songs for Dance Dance Revolution." The two senior brothers were listening intently when Chen Dongsheng suddenly blurted out, "Actually, there's another big fish." "Tell us more." Take the case of Kongzhong. Securing the rights to Hero earlier this year. They developed SMS games and WAP games, turning characters' dialogues, music, and more from the film into ringtones and wallpapers for users to download. With the blockbuster success of Hero, the returns were substantial. Nothing special, nothing special. Zhou Yunfan, hitting a soft spot, nodded repeatedly. But we could go further. Chen Dongsheng shifted the credit to Lao Mozi, saying, "If Hero went a step further and produced merchandise like costumes and weapons from the film as souvenirs." You're talking about peripheral products. The two overseas students suddenly realized Lao Mozi didn't study Hollywood thoroughly enough. That's just for movies. If it's a talent show, there are even more extravagant ways to play. Imagine this, you two. The big weapon of peripherals had escaped, and Chen Dongsheng, not hiding his intentions, laughed. Text message voting with various rules and song copyrights are just the first harvest. Next come official peripherals for the contestants, each with a vote offsetting function, like a t-shirt counting as 10 votes. You're a sly one, aren't you? Flattery. After listening to Chen Dongsheng's full explanation, Zhou Yunfan and Wang Erliai exchanged glances and nodded. Chen Dongsheng's plan was highly feasible. Although Chen Dongsheng was essentially using their reputations as a banner, the two didn't mind at all, since his proposal clearly benefited both sides. Unlike Chen Yizhou, who would take the lion's share and toss them a pittance. The problem was they didn't care about the scraps from Chen Yizhou. Wang Erliai asked, "Do you have a target show in mind?" "I've prepared two concepts. One is Avenue of Stars, the other is Supergirl." Chen Dongsheng explained. Both have similar, moderately successful prototype shows. For Avenue of Stars, it's based on CCTV's Starlight Infinite, which currently features lukewarm singer competitions. I think turning it into a grassroots stage would be more promising. Each week, a few grassroots singers compete to produce a weekly champion. Then the weekly champions battle for monthly champion, and finally the year-end champion earns a spot on the Spring Festival Gala. As for Supergirl, I see that Mango TV already did Superboy this year. I think we could switch to female contestants. We need to hurry. If we move fast, Avenue of Stars could air early next year. Wang Erliai seem to have already settled on Avenue of Stars. You Sly Dog Supergirl is what you really want, isn't it? I see it matches your Xuanwu dance group. And you just made up Avenue of Stars for us. Clever. Zhou Yunfan saw through it clearly. Chen Dongsheng was obviously using their connections to reach CCTV. Give me a proposal for Avenue of Stars. Wang Erliai made the decision directly. I'll take it to my family elders and see if it has potential. Wang Erliai's implication was clear: treat Avenue of Stars as an initial cooperation project. If it works, there will be further collaboration. Chen Dongsheng grinned. Great, I've already drafted the plan. He'll send it to you, senior brother. Junior brother has ideas and knows how to make money. Zhou Yunfan stroked his chin, sighing. If ID met you a few years earlier, we might not have had to sell Chinarin. After that, Wang Erliai also let out a sigh. Speaking of Chinarin, Chen Dongsheng took the opportunity, smiling. I have an idea. Let's hear it. Zhou Yunfan asked with a smile. How about creating an international version of Renren? Chen Dongsheng laughed. As far as I know, there's no equivalent product to Renren in the U.S. Yet, you're quite confident. Social networks are built on strong ties among acquaintances and identity, a universal truth. Once users join, it's hard for them to leave. I'm confident we can go global. Of course, implementation needs to adapt to each country's conditions. You've got me intrigued. Zhou Yunfan chuckled, then asked, but what do you need us for? What else? He's clearly seen the risks and wants us to pull strings to help him weather the storm. Wang Erliai bluntly saw through Chen Dongsheng's intent to leverage their influence and asked, what risks do you see for the international Renren? Chen Dongsheng grinned and made a prediction. If I were just launching a game overseas, that would be one thing. But building a social network, at its current small scale, it's invisible. Once it takes off, its reach and influence will shatter the information cocoon of Western media. Given your family upbringing, you two understand better than I do that such a platform will inevitably face opposition. At your current scale, is it necessary to think that far ahead? Wang Erliai frowned. Zhou Yunfan asked with a smile, if that situation actually occurs, what would be your stance? Chen Dongsheng said confidently, one-line Renren will never be sold. At worst, we withdraw from the local market. Zhou Yunfan nodded approvingly. You've got the right mindset. Much better than those comprador types like Lu Chuanji. Such a big pie. Are you truly willing to give it up? Wang Erliai couldn't help but look at Chen Dongsheng with new respect. Not at all, Chen Dongsheng laughed. Heaven helps those who help themselves. When that day comes, I believe there will be forces that won't let me fall right. The two senior brothers exchanged glances, and Zhou Yunfan smiled. You're quite confident. Wang Erliai rubbed his forehead. They'll talk to the Li Kashing side. If your international version can take off, they'll probably be happy to invest. By now the three had become familiar. The two senior brothers handed over their business cards, each took one from Chen Dongsheng, and prepared to leave. Just before they left, Zhou Yunfan suddenly asked, I saw from the counselor that your major isn't software engineering. Oh, my real interest is in making chips and lithography machines. Chen Dongsheng chuckled, catching up with them, and casually dropping a bombshell. Wang Erliai, who had already walked a distance, turned back in surprise. Then why didn't you go to Harbin Institute of Technology? I want to integrate industry, academia, and research. First, explore the market potential. Market potential? What do you mean? Phones and cars. The consumption of these two products will definitely rise in the future. The scale of the chip industry will also grow correspondingly. Interesting. Zhou Yunfan pressed further. Where do you plan to start? Chen Dongsheng grinned. He'll reverse Apple's development path. Zhou Yunfan became intrigued. How so? Apple started with all-in-one desktop computers, then laptops, and a few years ago created the iPod. The constants throughout were macOS and iTunes. Chen Dongsheng laughed. In a couple of days, I'll head to Shanghai to buy a music software company and first create a domestic iTunes. Then he'll find opportunities to delve into operating systems and later hardware. You're thinking too far ahead. Be careful not to overreach. Wang Erliai poured cold water, then gave a warning before preparing to leave. One step at a time. Chen Dongsheng seemed unfazed, escorting the two senior brothers out of the dormitory. As they left, the future CEOs of two listed companies stood on either side, patting Chen Dongsheng on the shoulder. Keep it up. We believe in you. Thank you for your kind words, senior brothers. On the first weekend of the school term, the number of registered users on Renren Network surpassed 5,000. Once users are in, we need to think about how to retain them. If we immediately push them toward the shopping mall, the intention would be too obvious. If we try offline activities, placing tens of thousands of people across several cities would be too small in scale and lack impact. While pondering the issues of Rinrin Network, Chen Dongsheng opened the gaming community forum of Xuanwu Dance Troupe and caught sight of a suggestion. Can the game community of Xuanwu Dance Troupe allow us to listen to Xuanwu Dance Troupe songs online? Seeing this request, Chen Dongsheng's eyes lit up, and he replied on it. After completing the back-end maintenance of Rinrin Network and Xuanwu Dance Troupe, Chen Dongsheng took a flight to Shanghai. Chen Dongsheng was going to find Zheng Nanling, the sole inventor of Qianqian Jingting. The demand for listening to music online reminded Chen Dongsheng. If asked what the domestic counterpart of Facebook was in his past life, many people's first reaction might be Rinrin Network, but if Rinrin Network merely imitated Facebook, how could it have declined? The answer is that Rinrin Network was defeated by domestic competitors. And that competitor was not social networking sites like Kaisen Network, but QQ Space. As for QQ Space creating an alumni directory to rival Rinrin Network, that was entirely superfluous. What were the two most important functions of early QQ Space? First, space decoration. Second, online music listening paired with Baidu's MP3 pirated links, providing an excellent experience. Since we wanted to implement the online music listening feature, we needed a music player software. Chen Dongsheng didn't intend to write one himself, with existing talent, why bother? Beyond that, Chen Dongsheng also wanted to accomplish a goal he had previously mentioned to Zhou Yunfan and Wang Erlei, a domestic iTunes. The two major components of iTunes are music copyrights and a playback software. He had already accumulated a considerable amount of music copyrights. While developing Xuanwu Dance Troupe, Chen Dongsheng realized that music copyrights were really cheap in those days. After all, pirated music was rampant on Baidu. Since everything was free, who would pay? When Chen Dongsheng went to inquire about licensing fees, he acquired them at almost bargain prices. This can be interconnected with the Xuanwu dance community since the copyright resources come from there. With this foundation, in addition to adding an online music listening feature to the Xuanwu Dance Troupe gaming community, Chen Dongsheng could fully create a music section within Rinrin Network similar to NetEase Cloud Music, often called Pig Farm by netizens. Allowing listeners of the same song to communicate through comments under the music could enhance user stickiness and also enable cross-traffic between Xuanwu Dance Troupe and Rinrin Network users. When the era of legitimate music arrives, even a small venture like this could become a $100 billion industry. Both NetEase Cloud Music and QQ Music are in the hundreds of billions of dollars. After formulating a mature plan, Chen Dongsheng had already arrived in Shanghai. Zheng Nanling could be considered the archetype of the first generation. You do it if you're so good programmer. Before 2002, the largest music player in China was Winamp. Zheng Nanling found it unsatisfactory and thus developed Qianqian Jingting on his own. In those days, Qianqian Jingting was essentially a must-install in internet cafes, and many pirated Windows copies came pre-installed with it. In the original timeline, Zheng Nanling worked purely out of passion, and when the copyright era arrived, he surprisingly sold out to Baidu, which started from pirated music, and even claimed to have the largest library of legitimate music. There were too many flaws. Chen Dongsheng didn't know how to comment. In a bohemian cafe, Zheng Nanling met the legendary figure Chen Dongsheng, bearing the labels of top scorer in the college entrance exam, internet entrepreneur, and recipient of a $4 million investment from IDG. Tall, radiant, handsome, and exuding an elite aura. In contrast, Zheng Nanling's appearance was somewhat like a village teacher, introverted, low-key, a bit rustic, but with a strong scholarly air. When they met, Chen Dongsheng got straight to the point. Brother, I want you and Qianqian Jingting. Name your price. Zheng Nanling looked puzzled, but Qianqian Jingting is free. Hey. Chen Dongsheng turned into a corporate boss. You don't want Qianqian Jingting to die an ugly death, do you? Zheng Nanling's face changed drastically. What do you mean? I haven't done anything to offend you, have I? It's just a free software. Why are you targeting it? I'm not trying to target Qianqian Jingting. On the contrary, I want to save it, Chen Dongsheng explained patiently. Qianqian Jingting is a great thing, but no matter how good it is, it only has a couple of years left. Zheng Nanling frowned as he listened to Chen Dongsheng's alarming words, then asked, where does this conclusion come from? Simple, pirated music won't last forever. When other software comes with legitimate music, who will still use Qianqian Jingting? Upon hearing this, Zheng Nanling fell silent. The future belongs to online music and copyright music, Chen Dongsheng said, taking a big gulp of iced Americano and pressing his advantage. Qianqian Jingting must rely on a copyright library and servers to survive. These costs can't be covered by your passion alone, can they? Qianqian Jingting has no choice but to commercialize. But if so, will Qianqian Jingting still be Qianqian Jingting? You can rest assured on that. I won't betray your hard work. I'm willing to provide everything you need, not just for the software's present, but also its future. More importantly, brother, your talent. You will forever be the sole developer of Qianqian Jingting. Chen Dongsheng pulled out a plan. This contains my modest predictions for the music market and the arrangements for Qianqian Jingting. If you trust me, come find me in the capital. Zheng Nanling looked at the plan, which seemed like a book from heaven, and was bewildered. Qianqian Jingting Hongming System Phones Computers Car Systems IoT. Chip Architecture. What is all this? Oh, my mistake, let me try again. Chen Dongsheng pulled out the top page, revealing the plan for Qianqian Music, which was essentially the NetEase cloud music model. Zheng Nanling calmed his emotions, read through the plan under Chen Dongsheng's gaze, then closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and closed the plan, saying, "I'll think about it." Good. Chen Dongsheng picked up a napkin from the cafe, wrote a percentage number, and handed it to Zheng Nanling. My valuation of Qianqian Music is $100 billion. As the technical core, you will have the right to acquire shares through dividends or self-raised funds up to 10. Do you want to take the gamble, eh? When do I start? Zheng Nanling indicated he had already made up his mind. In the Tsinghua startup building, in an empty office, Zheng Nanling and Chen Dongsheng stared at each other. Qianqian Music? Just the two of us. Chen Dongsheng grinned. We can hire people. No problem, I can handle it alone. Qianqian Jingting was originally maintained by me in my spare time. Now that it's my main job, I feel a bit idle. Then what are you mainly doing lately? Collecting feedback online. Great. Technology serves users. You just listen to the users, no need to listen to me. Hearing these words, Zheng Nanling felt he had come to the right place. Unfortunately, before Zheng Nanling could rejoice, Chen Dongsheng added, "But I am also a user, and I do have a small suggestion." Zheng Nanling asked a bit awkwardly, "Please go ahead." "Nothing major, just hoping you can open up a custom skin feature. You can add an icon like this." Chen Dongsheng drew a t-shirt pattern. "Leave the rest to the netizens." "Alright, I'll set up a skin website for users to share." Zheng Nanling breathed a sigh of relief. Chen Dongsheng had no intention of meddling with his product. Instead, he was enhancing interaction between him and the users. Any other requirements? Actually, yes. Chen Dongsheng had more tasks for Zheng Nanling beyond the skin website. "I need you to integrate music plugins into the Xuanwu Dance Troupe's gaming community and Renren." "Calm." Zheng Nanling nodded. "That's simple." Chen Dongsheng chuckled. "I want both the Xuanwu Dance Troupe community and Renren.com's personal pages to support skins, bling bling for the dance troupe, minimalist for Renren." As a seasoned product manager, Zheng Nanling realized, so this is the real work I was supposed to do, right? Chen Dongsheng nodded with a smile. Exactly. The request came from the dance troupe's players. Since you're the expert on music players, I thought I'd come to you. Hearing this, Zheng Nanling felt a hint of pride. Chen Dongsheng added, "For music, we have a legitimate copyright library. Engineer Zheng, you could also create a standalone music website. Just a run-off-the-mill one, nothing flashy, blending in with those pirated sites. You've been accumulating licensed music." Zheng Nanling exclaimed in surprise, then thought, "Oh right, you have a music game, so buying licenses makes sense." "Yeah," Chen Dongsheng nodded. "Then this music site can be integrated into Qianqian Jingting as a music box, helping users download our library." "That's not bad either." Zheng Nanling silently added another line to his work log. "And most importantly, this might require significant changes to Qianqian Jingting. We can start with the music website first." "Oh." Zheng Nanling was intrigued, amazed at how Chen Dongsheng's ideas gushed out like a burst dam. Whether it's the music site itself or the plugins for Renren and the dance troupe community, clicking on a song should lead to a song page. This page can mirror Qianqian Jingting music player playlist lyrics, but with one key addition: a comment section for user reviews, to encourage users to share their listening experiences and boost engagement. Zheng Nanling agreed with the idea of commenting on songs. "We should also add a share button to forward to Renren and the dance troupe community." Excellent. Chen Dongsheng was pleased with Zheng Nanling's quick thinking. The site should allow online streaming and downloads via the Qianqian Music Box. Offer 2 versions of Qianqian Jingting for download, a full version and a minimalist one. Use bold prominent text to guide users who don't need these features to download the minimalist version or easily remove components after the full install. In essence, the software would become a music box similar to future apps like Kugu and Kuo, while the website would adopt a NetEase cloud music style approach ahead of its time. So Qianqian Jingting does have room for improvement, Zheng Nanling acknowledged. Anything else? If you don't mind, Chen Dongsheng considered, keep an eye on the MP3 Alliance community and also look into iPod and iTunes. iTunes. Zheng Nanling grew slightly suspicious, nodding thoughtfully. This? I can't handle it alone. Ha ha ha. Chen Dongsheng pointed at the empty office. These desks aren't just for you. Hire as many as you need. Zheng Nanling's face reddened again. Anything else? Of course. Chen Dongsheng laughed. The main audience for online music right now is the Xuanwu Dance Troupe players. So we need to support them with content to spark their commenting enthusiasm. Huh. Content. I'm no good at that. Don't worry, I'm not asking you to create it. Chen Dongsheng picked up a marker and walked to the whiteboard. I want you to build a text converter. Our community is based on the dance troupe. Chen Dongsheng scribbled a few characters. Iwani pa lo ma. Low-level Martian script. Iwani pa lo ma. This is love me are you afraid? Who uses this kind of text? Zheng Nanling was baffled. This is called Martian script. Remember, adding foreign characters makes it advanced Martian script. Chen Dongsheng grinned. The dance troupe's audience is mainly teenagers. They crave uniqueness and want to stand out from the mainstream. Call them non-mainstream. Martian script has been spreading among dance troupe users. Instead of letting it grow organically, why not step in and give them a boost? Free. After hearing Chen Dongsheng's explanation, Zheng Nanling understood it was a user-centric product and dropped his resistance. Free. Chen Dongsheng didn't elaborate on his stance, but supporting it under the dance troupe's official banner was a form of mainstream approval. At least it could soften the non-mainstream label, sparing them the societal backlash they faced in the original timeline, where they had to huddle in small circles. Any other requests? Oh no. Chen Dongsheng was just puzzled. Why did discussing non-mainstream make him think of Dong Ge? He's a workaholic. For some reason, Chen Dongsheng recalled the massive collections Guo Xiaoda downloaded via Bluebird. After a moment, Chen Dongsheng said, how about combining the Bluebird downloader with a media player? Focus on P2P sharing. A media player with P2P sharing? Unsurprisingly, Zheng Nanling flashed a knowing smile that every man would understand. Seeing this, Chen Dongsheng waved it off. Let's put that on hold for now. The risks are too high. Indeed, there's a crackdown lately. Zheng Nanling caught on instantly. It's not the regulators I fear, it's the competitors snitching. Competitors? The word made many things click for Zheng Nanling. Chen Dongsheng recalled the old technology is innocent saga from the QVOD case. Back then, all video sites cried the era of legitimate content is here. Media players stop blocking our profits. Clean up all the pirated content. Storm player, I bought some licenses too, though not many. Whispering. Don't look at me. Xuanlei King got it, boss. He'll neuter myself now. QVOD technology is innocent. Video sites in unison. Boss Jia Jia Yuding, you have the most licenses. Boss Jia, watch my move. Summoning spell blade of regulation. QVOD, am dead. But technology is still innocent. In the end, Zheng Nanling accepted the task, deciding to build the player first and worry about launching it later. Chen Dongsheng could only stress repeatedly, if you do launch it, self-censorship is crucial. For instance, illegal content must be banned across the board. As for what otaku love, copyrighted material, ensure our servers leave no traces. For user-generated torrents, the scale is too large for active monitoring. We can add a one-click report module and leave it to the users. With that, Chen Dongsheng sighed inwardly. Fellow otaku, this is all I can do for you. Afterward, Chen Dongsheng added, no need to promote this. Just like Chanxian Jingting, build it slowly, iterate based on user needs, and wait until we've accumulated more copyright resources. Alright. The start of the school year was a magical time, especially for cities dense with universities like the imperial capital, the Magic City, and River City. Fresh-faced college students carrying wallets that were hardly bulging roamed the city's various hole-in-the-wall eateries, soaking in the urban atmosphere. To Chen Dongsheng, these sightseeing students represented a massive flow of traffic. He was also wandering around outside the school searching for a modest eatery. Although Guo Xiaoda, that clever fellow, had gone a bit off track with the door-to-door massage idea, the overall concept was sound. Group buying could be done. Following the old street 2 kilometers from the school, Chen Dongsheng found a secluded little restaurant. It was a Sichuan eatery, simply called Little Sichuan. Pushing open the door, he saw it was empty, and he nodded to himself. An elderly woman inside, upon seeing a customer, was pleasantly surprised. A customer. Come in. A plate of mapo tofu. Coming right up. Though Chen Dongsheng only ordered a vegetable dish, the woman showed no neglect, briskly instructing the kitchen. Within 5 minutes, the food was served. Sweating profusely, he finished the meal and took out his wallet. After handing over the money, Chen Dongsheng smiled and presented a business card. Ma'am, I think your cooking is excellent, but I see you don't have many customers, which is a pity. Would you be interested in some promotion? This is my card. Flattered by his compliment, the woman beamed. What kind of promotion? Chen Dongsheng sat down and said, Ma'am, hey, race the thing, I run a website. Right now we have about 800 users in the imperial capital, and we're projected to reach 100 by the end of the month. These are all potential customers for your restaurant. You mean you want to advertise for me? It won't work. The woman sighed, a bit discouraged. A bunch of college students come around every now and then asking for sponsorships or freebies, but my customer flow hasn't improved. Don't worry, ma'am, I'm not here to advertise. Chen Dongsheng laughed. Our promotion method can be a win-win. My website is planning to add a group buying module where we share discounts with a group of people. They'll direct customers to you, and you give them a discount. Afterward, you'll take a cut from the orders. What do you think? Really? The woman frowned. I haven't had much schooling. You're not trying to trick me, are you? Chen Dongsheng chuckled and pulled out his student ID. Ma'am, I'm from Tsinghua University. I won't tarnish the school's reputation. Hearing this, the woman grew even more suspicious. All right, but the problem is my location. Every year around Christmas or New Year's, students come to take advantage. No, they ask for sponsorship for events, and it never works. Well, things are already like this. There's no harm in trying right. That's true. The woman, though she considered herself not very educated, still felt she was quick-witted. So you say discounts. How do we do it? It's simple. For example, now that the school year's started, we can have a 3 to 5 person roommate meal deal, or couple sets Christmas and New Year discounts, even when you introduce new dishes. Oh, discounts on sets. That's fine then. The woman caught on quickly. If not every dish was discounted, there were plenty of options. All right, we'll start this promotion for you. After the back-to-school season, we'll come back to discuss deals for National Day and Mid-Autumn Festival. For each order, we'll take a 5% commission. Does that work for you? With an average of 40 yuan per order, that's 2 yuan for you. No problem. The woman nodded repeatedly. You college students, you've got sharp minds. Then let's do it. You get ready, and later I'll send a campus representative to take photos and record your menu. But when people come, how will I know they're from your promotion? Don't worry, it's all set. Chen Dongsheng pulled out his phone and opened the SMS draft, editing a message. They'll send them a text like this indicating they got the discount from Rinrin. Calm, and then they come to your place. The woman frowned, staring at the message. Is this reliable? What if someone copies it and sends it to themselves, then comes to me? Don't worry, that won't happen. Chen Dongsheng pointed to the number at the end of the text. Look at this. A verification code. The woman was perplexed. Chen Dongsheng had pulled out what would become the sole value of SMS in the future, the verification code. You see, if you're worried about fakes, the best way is to confirm with us, right? The woman nodded. So should I just call you? How many calls would you have to make? Isn't phone time money? And it's time-consuming. Would you even be able to run your business? Chen Dongsheng pointed at the verification code. This code will be sent to your phone as well. I can just check it on my own phone. The woman grinned. Oh, that's a good idea. It's more than good, Chen Dongsheng chuckled. This method is at least 10 years ahead of its time. Chen Dongsheng thought to himself, though it was a decade ahead, there were still loopholes. After all, it wasn't realistic for a small eatery to have a computer to verify codes. Having the woman check the SMS herself relied entirely on honesty. The deal concluded, he wiped his mouth and stood to leave. Just as he stepped out the door, the woman waved a banknote and chased after him. Young man, since we've established a partnership today, this meal's on me. Looking at the money in his hand, Chen Dongsheng laughed. Getting the owner to pay me back for a meal. Does that count as a food blogger eating for free? After returning, Chen Dongsheng called Gao Wenwen. Wenwen, have you hired anyone for the studio yet? A few secondary school graduates who learned a bit of DOS. They'll buy some books and send them to you. Have the employees learn to make web pages. Chen Dongsheng thought for a moment, then said, I'm planning to add a group buying section to Rinrin. Calm. Group buying. What's that? Oh, that Guo Xiaoda kid nearly worked out a discount deal with a few pimps the other day. Something like second stick half price for customers from Rinrin. Calm. Gao Wenwen couldn't help but laugh. And then, are you going to put this section into Rinrin? Calm. I don't want to get caught up in anti-pornography campaigns, Chen Dongsheng laughed. Although Xiaoda tends to go off track when it comes to specific operations, his ideas are still good. For instance, the idea of discounts for in-store visits from Rinrin. Calm. I call it group discount or group buying. Hey, I think you just can't stand to see the offline promotion team idle. You're a natural when it comes to being a capitalist. Not at all. I just see that the promotion team still has campus express delivery to handle, and they've personally visited several stores. Another reason for doing group buying was that Chen Dongsheng figured since had already built Rinrin. Calm and had taken advantage of Wang Xing's idea, he might as well be more direct and copy Miichuan's concept too. On the other end of the line, Gao Wenwen shifted the topic, teasing, have you been up to any mischief with Guo Xiaoda over there? Chen Dongsheng laughed. He did invite me to meet an internet friend in Guangdong, but you know our tastes don't quite match. He's always had a good appetite. Nothing is off limits. Hey, should I take that as a compliment? Absolutely. Jiangqing, the back street of Wuhan University, Starry Internet Cafe. Fang Han, a freshman, found a secluded corner, put on his earphones, glanced around, took out the invitation card he received on enrollment day, and entered the address of Rinrin. Calm in the browser address bar. He entered his email password and invitation code, registered successfully, and logged in. Without a moment's delay, he filled in the required fields, then hurriedly clicked the search bar and typed Hu Chunyan. Among 6 namesakes, Fang Han found the senior student who had picked him up that day and clicked on her profile. Unable to wait, he opened the photo album and blog posts, browsing over and over again. Finally, reluctantly, he logged out. Just as he did, he saw Hu Chunyan refresh a status. I want to eat sour fish soup, freshman Jiangqing food, and fun Quanichang sour fish soup, 38 yuan, couple meal. Isn't that a couple's meal, eh? Fang Han was first pleasantly surprised, then felt disappointed. Senior's sister is probably going to eat it with her boyfriend, right? No. He was about to close the page when he suddenly thought, if she were going to eat with her boyfriend, there's no need to post it online. Senior's sister might not have a boyfriend. Suppressing his excitement, Fong Han trembled as he clicked on the comment section. As expected, he saw that Hu Chunyan's comment section had already refreshed with a flood of comments. Delicious. Affordable. Thanks for the recommendation, Senior. Senior likes sour food. He'll eat with you. I've already eaten with Senior, you all stand down. Did you eat with Senior, or eat Senior? Be clear. However, Fong Han inexplicably replied, sour for son, spicy for daughter. Get lost. Fong Han, whose crush had ended before it even began, silently unfollowed her. Before leaving her page, he subconsciously clicked on the link for the sour fish soup. He wanted to find out which restaurant's fish had left such an impression on her. In the capital city, at the Little Sichuan restaurant around noon, Chen Dongsheng crouched at the street corner, quietly observing. Soon a college couple holding their phones looked around doubtfully at the entrance. Hello, are you two here to eat? The landlady saw them and hurried over to greet them. This set meal. The waiter glanced at the text message, smiled, pulled open the door curtain, and said, Ren, come right. Please come in. As soon as they sat down, a middle-aged woman came over with a menu and a notebook. Let me see the verification code. The young couple showed the text message. The woman swiftly drew a line in her notebook and shouted toward the kitchen. Table 9, 128 yuan set meal. The couple breathed a sigh of relief. Ren, com was reliable, the coupon was real. The woman also breathed a sigh of relief. Ren, com was reliable, it wasn't a scam. Her shop had barely managed since the beginning of the year, but now business was finally picking up. Soon the food arrived. A large stone pot filled with braised fish fillets, a stunning visual spectacle. Then came a plate of sweetened sour pork ribs and 2 small side dishes. The girl and the couple whispered, this set meal is way too generous. Don't you know I'm on a diet? Diet. You need to eat to have energy to lose weight, the boy replied, handing her chopsticks and serving her a piece of sweetened sour pork. The girl was pleased with his answer and began to eat heartily. Soon the restaurant was full. When the couple finished and stepped out, they saw a line forming outside. Some of these people had come for the Ren com discount, while others were simply wandering nearby and joined the queue upon seeing the crowd. After a while, the young couple came out, and on their way back to school remarked, just bring your phone to eat. How convenient. What's next? Hey, look at this. The boy took out his phone again. Movie tickets. How did you know I like watching movies? The girl was touched by the romantic surprise. The boy chuckled, silently grateful to the netizens who had left tips in the Ren com couple romance topic group. In the blink of an eye, it was late September. Chen Dongsheng slung a small bag over his shoulder and went out to collect payments. The first place was the nearest to the school, a restaurant called Drunken Peach Blossom. The door was closed. Chen Dongsheng chuckled. As expected, there are always dishonest ones. He changed direction and walked to Little Sichuan, where the woman was already waiting early in the shop. Ah, brother, you're here. Come in quickly. As soon as he entered, the woman enthusiastically described the recent boom. Brother, let me tell you, my business is finally alive. Ah, if it weren't for your Ren com, I would have had to sell the shop and go back to my hometown. No wonder they say you young people are the sun at 8 in the morning. Chen Dongsheng listened with a smile as the woman chattered on, but gradually, he couldn't hold it in anymore. Finally, he couldn't help but ask, Sister, can I use the restroom first? The woman suddenly remembered, slapping her forehead. Oh dear. Look at me. I completely forgot you're here to collect the payment. Come, let's check the bill. After reconciling the accounts, Chen Dongsheng received 500 yuan from the woman. In just over a week, one shop, 500 yuan. With a 5 commission on each customer's bill, each order was only about 2 yuan, but with over 200 orders, small amounts added up, making the income quite significant. One shop, 500 yuan a week, that's 2,000 a month. 10 shops make 20,000, and the entire capital city could reach 1 million. Not bad. After making the rounds, he returned to Drunken Peach Blossom, which was now open. Boss, time to settle the bill. The boss was standing at the door with 4 or 5 tough-looking northeastern men. Settle what bill? I haven't had any customers. Here, take 50 yuan. Consider it my bad luck. Boss, there were 458 orders. The cost of SMS alone is over 100 yuan. 50 yuan won't even cover my SMS fees. Forget it, keep the money for yourself, buy something nice to eat. Chen Dongsheng waved his hand and turned to leave. He thought to himself, if only he had brought Guo Xiaoda along, he would have let Guo Xiaoda beat up these punks. Seeing Chen Dongsheng leave, the boss kept shouting, I told you your Ren com is useless. If I want to advertise, hiring college students to hand out flyers is better than you. Chen Dongsheng hadn't taken 2 steps when he heard someone shout, hey. My name isn't Hey. Chen Dongsheng almost blurted out, I'm 208W. College student. The college student ahead. A burly man chased after him. Before Chen Dongsheng could react, he felt the man stuff a flyer into his hand. No, I don't do special service group buying. He had personally taken over the group buying to prevent Guo Xiaoda from turning Renren Com into a platform for soliciting prostitutes, so he wouldn't be fooled. The man became anxious. Wrong. This isn't a flyer. It's our menu. Oh, why didn't you say so earlier? Chen Dongsheng took back the flyer. So you want to join the group buying too? Ah, yes. The burly man patted his muscular chest and said, let me tell you, those people at Drunken Peach Blossom are not real Northeasterners. Real Northeasterners aren't like that. Northeasterners are not gangsters. My barbecue is awesome. Big portions, filling, and free beer. All right. Brother, what's the name of your shop? Northeastern Barbecue. Come and try it. Chen Dongsheng was annoyed at the mention of Drunken Peach Blossom. He thought to himself, just wait, I'll deal with you later. A few days later, Drunken Peach Blossom noticed its customer traffic start to decline. When the boss went out to check, he saw pedestrians detouring around his shop. Perplexed, he couldn't help stopping two students. Why are you leaving? Come in and eat. The two students, as if hearing something disgusting, started retching. Their food is unhygienic. They also sell fake liquor. Their signature peach blossom wine is just erguo mixed with water. It's all over the internet. Defamation. This is defamation. Do you hear me? He's slandering me. The boss was furious, roaring in anger. He wanted to contact Chen Dongsheng again, but Chen Dongsheng would never give him another chance. Hello, is this Renren? Come. Are you here for an interview? So fast. I just posted the recruitment notice yesterday. Zhang Nanling looked at the person before him suspiciously and asked, did you bring your resume? I'm Zhang Nanling, the software development manager. How should I address you? Yes, I have it. Hello, I'm Wang Huiwen. Wang Huiwen took out his college graduation resume and handed it over, asking, I'd like to apply for the group buying position at Renren. What? Upon hearing this, Zhang Nanling looked bewildered and thought to himself, I didn't say I was recruiting for this direction. Did Boss Chen hire you? Oh, I tried the group buying coupons on Renren. Wang Huiwen took out his phone and shook it. I feel this section is exactly what the internet should be like in my mind. I really like this combination of online and offline, so I came on my own. You came on your own. Unable to decide whether to send him away, Zhang Nanling simply called Chen Dongsheng. Boss Chen, there's a guy named Wang Huiwen, a Tsinghua graduate, currently studying at the Institute of Acoustics. He came to apply saying he wants to do group buying. Really? Let him wait, he'll be right there. Chen Dongsheng was still a bit incredulous when he received the call. Who was Wang Huiwen? In his past life, he was the vice president of Matewan. You wait here. After relaying Chen Dongsheng's message, Zhang Nanling left Wang Huiwen in the office. He hadn't recruited anyone, and he still had to continue coding. Bored, Wang Huiwen simply sat behind Zhang Nanling and watched him write code. As he watched, his fingers itched, and he even offered suggestions. Brother Zhang, I think you could add 2 features to this music website. What features? Zhang Nanling was good-natured and quite willing to listen to others' opinions. Look here, this site search. Since it's a music community, there should be people with similar tastes, right? Yes. Then when searching, could you add a recommendation like how many people are also listening to this song, and what else they've listened to? Wang Huiwen's suggestion was precisely the algorithm rule of active recommendation in later generations, namely, you don't know yourself. Our website knows you better than you do. As soon as this suggestion was made, Zhang Nanling's attitude toward Wang Huiwen immediately became respectful, a true expert. This expert remark secretly delighted Wang Huiwen, relieving much of the frustration he had felt over the past 2 or 3 years. In these 2 years, Wang Huiwen, a graduate of Tsinghua's electronic engineering program, was studying at the Institute of Acoustics of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, and his entire experience could be summed up in one word: torment. Compared to his bunkmate Wang Xing, who could experience new things abroad, he was just coasting at the Institute of Acoustics. A few days ago, Wang Huiwen wanted to check the school BBS, but the BBS was all about Renren. When he logged into Renren, he suddenly felt like he had come home. Then, following others' conversations into the group buying section, he felt completely that he had found his tribe. When Wang Huiwen and Zhang Nanling had almost finished tweaking the music website, he looked up and saw a handsome young man sitting nearby. Zhang Nanling smiled and said, "Here, the boss is here." "Hello, Boss Chen. Senior brother, welcome." After confirming that this Wang Huiwen was the Wang Huiwen in his mind, Chen Dongsheng was overjoyed. Finally, a new tool to use. Handing over a bottle of water, Chen Dongsheng went straight to the point. "Want to be vice president?" Cough. Wang Huiwen almost choked on the water and barely caught his breath. "Are you joking?" "No joke. I'm planning to spin off this group buying business. Since you came for this, I'll put you in full charge of it. Is that okay?" Wang Huiwen suppressed his ecstasy and nodded vigorously. "I'll go back and drop out right now." Chen Dongsheng was not at all surprised. After all, according to the normal timeline, Wang Huiwen would also drop out to start a business by the end of the year. After Wang Huiwen left, Chen Dongsheng said to Zhang Nanling, I've let you recruit for half a month, but why is it still just you? Zheng Nanling's face turned red. Well, the workload isn't that heavy. I thought we wouldn't need that many people. Oh, okay, then I'll add another burden to you, old brother. Chen Dongsheng looked at Zheng Nanling with a smile and finally revealed his ambition. Make an operating system. Okay. Huh. What did you say? Operating system. Are you kidding? Zheng Nanling suddenly felt immense pressure. No joke. Chen Dongsheng pulled out a seat, placed his fingers on the keyboard, and his fingers flew as he connected to his secret server set up in his hometown, transforming into a relentless coding machine. Lines of code flowed out smoothly. Although Chen Dongsheng didn't say a word, Zheng Nanling seemed to hear him saying, "What does it mean to be a top-tier programmer?" For this system, I plan to use the Linux architecture to create an open-source system. I already have a rough idea, but I need you, old brother, to fill in the content. For now, I want to target non-PC devices first, such as MP3 players, digital cameras. You're serious? At this point, Zheng Nanling finally understood that Chen Dongsheng had planned this all along. In the past life, Android was founded half a month later, acquired by Google in 2005, and open-sourced in 2008. But now Chen Dongsheng decided to roll one out first. As you can see, when ChatGPT appeared in the future, the so-called internet giants in China all panicked, with none of them capable of competing. Even Google's Bard, which was hastily launched and then soundly beaten by ChatGPT, had its predecessor AlphaGo, which dominated the scene years earlier. As for Baidu's Wenxinian, let's not even mention it. It couldn't even get the GPT wrapper right. When asked to draw a bus, it drew a bus. When asked to draw a mouse, it drew a mouse. Even the patriotic cat was draped in the American flag without any pretense. There's no helping it. I don't want to be like those manufacturers on the market who only imitate foreign companies. If we're going to do it, well, be a real tech company. Showing off domestically isn't a skill, going global is. Chen Dongsheng's expression was serious. Time is tight, and the task is heavy. Old brother, start recruiting. Of course, Blue Light Studio will also support you. Chen Dongsheng's words made Zheng Nanling both excited and dizzy, thinking to himself, I was just working on a music player, how did it come to building an operating system? Zheng Nanling naturally didn't know that the Blue Light Studio support Chen Dongsheng mentioned was simply code that Chen Dongsheng occasionally pulled out of his mind. As for the title of inventor of this operating system, Chen Dongsheng had no interest in taking it, and letting it rest on Zheng Nanling's head was fine. After piling a bunch of burdens on Zheng Nanling, Chen Dongsheng was thinking of slacking off when his phone rang. Dongsheng. Sister Li wants to meet you. I still have school, and going to Yancheng is inconvenient. Sister Li can discuss the cooperation with Guo Xiaoda. Chen Dongsheng really didn't want to be in the same camp as Guo Xiaoda. Unexpectedly, Musi Mei said generously on the other end, no problem, I can fly to the imperial capital. If you can't accept meeting with Guo Xiaoda, we can talk alone. No, my relationship with my girlfriend is quite stable, so I won't bother. But I heard that your girlfriend doesn't mind you playing outside. Musi Mei's voice was gritting her teeth, her attitude pressing forward as if she wanted to eat Chen Dongsheng alive. It didn't affect Chen Dongsheng much, except that Guo Xiaoda's wailing on the other end sounded quite pitiful. Then how about you try taping my photo onto Guo Xiaoda's face? Phew, I'm done teasing you. You're the first one who's not interested in my body. Mu Zimai's voice sounded full and satisfied. Most likely Guo Xiaoda had successfully offered himself, and she no longer needed to wear Chen Dongsheng's photo. Are you done over there? Chen Dongsheng still asked politely, can we talk business now? We can talk even if we're not done. Guo Xiaoda told me your conditions, but I've already negotiated with a publisher, and it's not appropriate to back out. Mu Zimei had written about her and Wang Lei in August. At that time, the coverage of her and Wang Lei was overwhelming, which also cost her job at Yangqing Pictorial. Fortunately, the various parties were fiercely competing for the copyright of Yi Qing Shu, and Mu Zimei had the promised royalties from the other side as a fallback, so she took a break at home. Then I must warn you, be careful of the publisher. Sowing discord. Do you think my book will meet a Waterloo? On the contrary, I think your book will be quite popular, but only in the pirated market and urban legends. Chen Dongsheng didn't want to beat around the bush. It'll be straightforward. If Yi Qing Shu goes through offline channels, once it's reported, it will be banned, and you won't get a penny. Only by going online can you have a chance to truly publish it. Brother, you really are ruthless. Accompanied by two cries of agony from Guo Xiaoda on the other end, Mu Zimei asked fiercely, so if I don't cooperate with you on Yi Qing Shu, it's a dead end. You're overthinking. The ones who will report your book are not us, but the publisher. Chen Dongsheng laughed. Think about it, once they report it, Yi Qing Shu gets labeled a banned book, doesn't it gain fame? Then won't the books be stuck in the publisher's warehouse? How could that be? The publisher may be clean, but the people in the publisher may not be. The legitimate books are stored in the warehouse, while a few people go out and print several times more pirated copies. Pirated banned books can sell for even more than the legitimate ones, you know. As for the legitimate ones, some are destroyed, and some are sold as out-of-print editions after a decade or so, still fetching a good price. Whoever publishes and reports you, it's a win-win, isn't it? This trick was actually the reason for the endless pirated copies on a certain website in later generations. All inside jobs, and the only ones suffering were the writers. Fuck. 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 After being enlightened by Chen Dongsheng, Mu Zimai's anger flared up. This is too bullying. Having worked as a newspaper editor, she understood these tricks instantly. Chen Dongsheng felt the timing was right, and said, "Sisterly, once you've settled with the publisher, come to the capital with Guo Xiaoda. They'll find you both a job." "Sure. Wait for me, brother." Mu Zimai's anger instantly turned into gratitude and excitement. The only one suffering was Guo Xiaoda, who started howling again. It was estimated that in a few days he would be drained dry. Chen Dongsheng hung up the phone, letting Guo Xiaoda endure Sister Li's nourishment. The next day, Wang Huiwen started his job. The first thing he did was suggest Chen Dongsheng drop out of school. "Drop out? I haven't even attended a single class yet." Chen Dongsheng blinked and asked with a grin, "You're not suggesting I drop out just because you did, are you?" "Of course not. It's just a personal suggestion. Abroad, people like Bill Gates and Steve Jobs didn't drop out just for entrepreneurship, as the media says. There were also patent issues. For example, Wang, and who invented core memory, had most of his patents belonging to Harvard University's lab." Wang Huiwen patiently explained, "And this is in the US. The patent and copyright issues in China are even more complicated. Given your talent, you'll likely be fought over by advisors, and whether you enter the lab or not will be troublesome. If you're not planning to run a university-affiliated enterprise, I personally suggest you drop out." Chen Dongsheng slapped his thigh. "On my brain. No wonder Zhou Yunfan asked me about my major last time. He was hinting at me, and I didn't even realize it." Chen Dongsheng thought to himself, people who are going to be officials in the future are different. They speak in riddles, and before you know it, you owe them a favor. Alright, I'd better send the proposal for Avenue of Stars to him quickly. Chen Dongsheng thought about it, and felt that favors were hard to repay. Is it enough? Should I add more? Chen Dongsheng thought again, and realized Zhou Yunfan's demands were quite low. Zhou Yunfan would soon become an official, leaving only the Kongzhong network needing someone to take over. In the original timeline, it was directly handed over to Wang Erliai. How about developing World of Tanks? In his previous life, Kongzhong Network was the agent for World of Tanks for a long time, so cooperation should be easy. Drop out then. Chen Dongsheng made the decision almost without hesitation, then arranged. Old Wang, keep an eye on the group buying business. Focus on accumulating experience and tackle all the business we can handle. That's what I think too. I've looked at the previous coupon distribution method, and believe this model can be expanded to movie tickets, theater tickets, amusement parks, and even cross-regional services like air tickets, train tickets, hotels, shopping malls, etc. Wang Huiwen truly loved group buying, and had already done a lot of homework. Wang Huiwen said confidently, "Moreover, I believe that with urbanization, residents spending on consumption and entertainment will continue to rise. Every business I mentioned just now is a trend, and can be developed into a standalone business." "Exactly, that's what I think too." Chen Dongsheng nodded. "But we shouldn't be too aggressive. Computers aren't yet widespread, and urbanization has just begun. It's not time for group buying to take off. Indeed, with the current number of internet users and urbanization level, it's not enough to support large-scale operations. Forcing it would be more trouble than it's worth." Wang Huiwen thought for a moment, and asked again, "Are you waiting for the trend?" In his previous life, group buying started in the US. In November 2008, a website called Groupon was established in the US with the selling point of group buying for netizens. Its uniqueness lay in only one discounted product per day, each person limited to one purchase per day. The discounted items must be service-oriented services, have regionality, and the offline sales team far outnumbered the online team. When this concept entered China, it gave rise to Meituan, Wowo, Tuan Lasho, etc., kicking off the Thousand Groups War. Chen Dongsheng smiled confidently, pulled open the whiteboard in the office, which displayed the operating system he had previously planned for Zheng Nanling. It marked the goals from MP3 players to mobile phones, synchronized with the development of the Hongming multi-platform operating system. "I want to create the trend," Chen Dongsheng said with confidence. "The era of mobile internet is the true era of online-offline integration. How can getting a coupon on a computer before eating compare to using a phone to find a coupon on the spot? Create the trend." Wang Huiwen was stunned. Even though he had imagined the bright future of group buying, he never expected Chen Dongsheng to have such boldness. Wang Huiwen suppressed his excitement, and asked, "According to your estimate, how many years will it take?" "About 5 years. For now, it will be part of the life services sector as a supplement to offline community services." Chen Dongsheng began painting a rosy picture. Once the mobile internet era arrives, the group buying segment will be spun off immediately. Wang Huiwen nodded firmly. "Let's do it." in a certain office building in Zhongguancun at the headquarters of Kongzhong Network inside the CEO's office. The dropout youth Chen Dongsheng was being entertained by two former schoolmates. Tea or coffee? Asked the pretty secretary, politely inquiring what Chen Dongsheng would like to drink. Chen Dongsheng asked cheerfully, "Do you have any 21 pure tea?" 21 pure? Oh, I once met a seller of pure tea cakes in my hometown. He said he would sell me a cake for 800 yuan. I thought it was too expensive. He said the cost was only 20 yuan, so 800 wasn't expensive. It's just that the Day brand packaging paper had run out, otherwise he would have made 9,980 from me. Damn, Wang Erlei seemed to think of something and slapped his thigh. I still have a Day premium peacock. Zhou Yunfan chuckled and replied, 50,000 for one piece. Hard to say. If it's fake, then someone just made 49,998. Whether real or fake, it shows that senior brother's family has the means. Wang Erlei, being generous, laughed self-deprecatingly. True, with such means let the old man have his fun. Chen Dongsheng smiled and instructed his secretary, enough jokes, he'll have a glass of orange juice. The atmosphere lightened and Chen Dongsheng, like a disc salesman, pulled out 2 CDs from his pocket, handing one to Zhou Yunfan and the other to Wang Erlei. Chen Dongsheng pointed at the disc in Zhou Yunfan's hand and said, "This is the planning proposal for Star Avenue, mainly the competition format and promotion plan. As for the specific channel, I'll need the 2 senior brothers to decide." "What's this?" Wang Erlei asked, looking at the tank pattern printed on the back of the CD. "Blue Light Studio has been developing a new game recently. This is the game demo." Chen Dongsheng laughed. "I call it Tank World. You drive tanks and battle online." Without needing further introduction, just hearing the word tank was enough to excite Wang Erlei, a military enthusiast. "Why did you think of giving a game?" "Well, I quit school on your advice, senior brother. I don't have much good stuff, but this game is barely presentable." Chen Dongsheng expressed his personal thanks. "Quite interesting, better than Day Pure." Zhou Yunfan nodded, accepting the gesture, and handed the disc to Wang Erlei. "Does this game have a market? If it's Funcom, Net could operate it for you. In terms of vertical niche markets, there's no shortage of military enthusiasts worldwide." Chen Dongsheng spoke enthusiastically. "When I was playing Red Alert and Counter-Strike in internet cafes, I thought about making a Counter-Strike style Red Alert, an immersive version." "Nice. This game has many tank types and such a rich tech tree. World War II terrains recreated, looks promising." As he spoke, Wang Erlei had already installed the game. He opened it, fiddled with the tech tree and terrain maps, and eagerly started a tutorial match. Zhou Yunfan asked with a smile, "Since you've dropped out, what do you plan to do next?" "First, they'll build the online mall and take advantage of the fact that Joyo and Dangdang haven't secured their funding yet to make a name for ourselves." Seeing Zhou Yunfan's non-committal expression, Chen added, "Right now Renren is still in the stage of offline promotion to acquire users. We can use the mall to attract a wave of traffic. Once the mall is established, Renren will likely hit a bottleneck. Then we can launch the campus beauty contest as a voting engagement test to warm up for Star Avenue." "Speaking of Star Avenue, I have a question for you," Zhou Yunfan asked with a smile. "You said earlier that Star Avenue is a grassroots stage targeting middle-aged and elderly people in urban rural fringe areas and towns. It seems the customer base of Star Avenue doesn't overlap with Renren's user base at all. If Calm, Net and Tom profit while Renren suffers a huge loss, wouldn't that mean we too are bullying the small?" "I have ways to make money, senior brother, don't worry." Chen Dongsheng didn't hide his plans. "A grassroots worker tightening screws in a factory can also be a signed singer. I'm already setting up an entertainment company, and am confident I can sign the ones who will make it." The entertainment company was Chen Dongsheng's arrangement for Guo Xiaoda and Muzime. "Since you're so confident, I won't say more." Zhou Yunfan gave his approval, while Wang Erlei, as if reading his mind, waved his hand indicating he was thoroughly enjoying himself. Zhou Yunfan chuckled and stood up to see the guests out. At Jingdong, Lu Xiaodong was recently in high spirits. The start of the school season was the peak time for college students to assemble computers. College students, generally eager for knowledge, had a huge demand for buying disks and assembling computers, keeping the Renren Mall business line extremely busy. The only headache was the delivery service. Lu Xiaodong had contacted several local courier companies, but as soon as they heard he was selling goods on Renren Mall, they acted like they'd met an enemy and wanted to fight him. Only after asking around at Renren Mall did he learn that a new executive had recently arrived and integrated the college students from offline promotion into a delivery station, essentially treating Jingdong as a mere warehouse. Lu Xiaodong muttered in frustration, being controlled by others. A real man should not be long subordinate. Before he finished muttering, his phone rang. "Brother Dong, are you busy? Can you come to the company?" "Hey, brother, I'm free." "Of course I'm free. He'll be right there." After hanging up, Lu Xiaodong drove his flashy Hongqi car, speeding like lightning all the way to Tsinghua KG Yuan. "Brother Dong is here. Let me introduce this is Wang Huiwen, currently in charge of Renren's group buying, and the offline promotion team is now under his management. Chen Dongsheng pointed at Lu Xiaodong and smiled. Lu Xiaodong, brother Dong, president of Jingdong Multimedia, the exclusive partner of Renren Mall. Hello. Lu Xiaodong extended his hand, wearing a huge smile on his face, but cursing inside. So it's you who's been throttling my mall with the delivery network. Wang Huiwen extended his hand for a perfunctory handshake, his face expressionless, while his mind had already thought of dozens of ways to handle Lu Xiaodong. After Lu Xiaodong sat down, Chen Dongsheng poured 2 cups of tea, distributed them, and then got down to business, in planning to run a promotion during National Day. Brother Dong, any thoughts? Going after Joyo and Dangdang. Hearing Chen Dongsheng's words, Lu Xiaodong instantly understood the reason, but still felt a bit uncertain. Chen Dongsheng nodded and turned to Wang Huiwen, who also nodded. I've investigated. The biggest event recently is the Didi Book Fair, which happens to be the core business of Joyo and Dangdang. It's perfect for a surprise attack. The book fair Chen Dongsheng referred to was the Didi Book Fair, a large-scale cultural event led by the government. Since 1990, the book fair had been held twice a year, in spring and autumn. It mainly featured books, audiovisual products, and in recent years software had been added. In short, it was books, tapes, and CDs. It boasted a wide variety of categories and big discounts, attracting many book lovers, an undeniable cultural temple fair. But this year was different. The SARS outbreak in the first half of the year had pushed the spring edition to the National Day holiday, and the autumn edition was moved to the end of the year. You mean cooperate with book vendors and sell books on Renren Mall? Wang Huiwen nodded. The most important thing is to borrow the name of the Didi Book Fair. The Didi Book Fair is an offline book fair, so we'll create an online book fair. First, see if we can get a ticket to participate. If possible, Renren Mall will also participate in the book fair activities. If not, we'll cooperate with the book fair suppliers and label it as direct from book fair suppliers. Wang Huiwen smiled. I think there should be some smart people at the Didi Book Fair who will cooperate with us. The internet era has arrived. The Didi Book Fair can ride this wave to expand its influence. After all, relying only on word of mouth, who knows how many of the millions of new college students each year would miss out? Lu Xiaodong muttered to himself. You two are playing in tandem. I bet you've already found suppliers and can cut me out anytime. Lu Xiaodong was a bit panicked. After all, the book fair also sold CDs. After a moment of thought, Lu Xiaodong asked, wouldn't a mere price reduction be too mediocre? The book market is already slashing prices. Why bother selling online? What if Dangdang and Joyo follow suit? He said this to test whether Chen Dongsheng had a secret weapon. If he did, Lu would revise his judgment of Chen and postpone the idea of striking out on his own. If not, he could go back to his brothers and restart their venture. Chen Dongsheng chuckled, pulled a thin rolled-up booklet from his trouser pocket, and slapped it on the table. With this can we make money? The love letters. Lu Xiaodong stared at the book, a strange longing flickering in his eyes. He was clearly aware of the book's explicit content. It was all about titillation and raunchiness. How powerful such tactics could be was evident from later short videos. Without a hint of seduction, there was no traffic. Even videos about finding lost cats and dogs had to flirt with the edge. Suppressing his excitement, Lu Xiaodong asked directly, how many copies did you get? 50,000 exclusive distribution, Chen Dongsheng replied, making Lu gasp. And this is just the first step, Chen added with a sly grin. We'll launch online and offline simultaneously on National Day, and then report it that very day. Report it? Lu Xiaodong was baffled. Wang Huiwen reminded him, once reported it becomes a banned book. Holy shit, that's a move. As a veteran seller of pirated discs, Lu Xiaodong understood perfectly. In Zhongguan back, then what sold best were the various banned films from Hong Kong. Thinking about selling discs, Lu Xiaodong felt a pang of worry. If everyone mall hooks up with the Imperial Capital book market, what happens to Jingdong Multimedia's disc business? Pushing aside his unease, he asked, how exactly do we pull this off? The love letters is just a gimmick. Chen Dongsheng smiled. Exactly, it's only a traffic magnet. The key lies in the mall's appeal. Wang Huiwen explained the real deal is the discounts. Not just big discounts, but clever ones. What kind of cleverness? For example, 30 off for one book, 40 off for two, 50 off for three. Also, if you buy a certain amount, you can get a classic novel, a CD, or an electronic product for a ridiculously low price, like 99 cents. Lu Xiaodong finally caught on. So it's bundling. Bundling was a trick booksellers had used for centuries. Earlier generations had series sets, must-read classics, massive collections, and banned film compilations. Besides that, we need to win with better service. First, leverage our warehousing and logistics advantage. Keep delivery costs low. In the capital, offer free shipping. The moment he said that, Lu Xiaodong felt a pang of frustration. His partnership with everyone had been held back by that last-mile delivery, a constant thorn in his side. Wang Huiwen continued, "We also have new customer discounts, freebies, and so on. Make customers feel that everyone mall is a fool, that they're not just getting a good deal, but that everyone is losing money on every sale. They should feel like they're ripping everyone off by ordering more." "Any objections, Brother Dong?" Chen Dongsheng asked, noticing Liu's sour expression. Liu snapped out of it and quickly changed the subject. "This Musi Mei, I remember she used to blog. Can she really help promote everyone mall?" Hearing that, Chen Dongsheng realized Brother Dong's marketing instincts were awakening. In later years, Liu's marriage to a milk tea heiress became a textbook example of viral advertising. Had the world forgotten that beyond the romance and marriage there were stunts like Brother Dong meeting his father-in-law of the same age, taking his wife back to her hometown, or turning into a super scion abroad? No, scratch that last one. Chen Dongsheng countered, "Do you even know what Musi Mei looks like?" Liu Qiangdong shook his head. "Go check her out on Renren.com." In later years, posting a photo was a true test of appearance. Take the case of Grandma Xiao Biluo. Ugliness was a capital offense, accidental exposure was worse, and the top fan immediately canceled his account and fled, ending her streaming career. Even with powerful post-production and short videos, and even if the female bodhisattvas didn't reveal their true faces, sharpied netizens could deduce the original face shape and tonnage from every detail. A photographer in a past life entered the trade to sleep with models only to discover that opportunities were not scarce, they were overwhelming. The problem was that all those models relied on the photographer's advanced Photoshop skills to produce images. This photographer had to press F to enter the bodies of poor overweight models almost every day. Over time, his mind and body shattered. When a model offered to pay him with her body, he flatly refused. "Photography is my job. Don't insult my work. Payment is required." But it was 2003. Musi Mei posted a photo. Not just any photo, but a barefaced one. Fluffy, straight-permed yellow hair, a thin, even scrawny frame, mediocre features. The only thing worth praising was her fashion sense, which had that artsy, bohemian vibe. The kind of girl who could travel through Lijiang without a cent. Musi Mei. Sun Yat-sen University. Philosophy Department. That's an interesting name. Who is she? In the Starry Sky Internet Cafe of Jiangxing, Fong Han, an avid surfer, saw a recommended profile on Renren.com. He clicked, saw the unremarkable photo, and was about to close the page. But then he noticed Musi Mei's first status update. "Everything I want to say is here, http." Seeing the blue link, he couldn't help but click. That click led to hours of browsing. Just as Fong Han finished reading the electronic version of the love letters, still craving more, he saw the comments, and his curiosity was piqued. Wait, why are some posts missing? Where's the one about Wang Lei? And the one about Yang Shupeng? The one from Yangqing Pictorial is gone too. Were there really that many? A flurry of comments left Fong Han scratching his head, his obsessive-compulsive tendencies flaring up. Fong Han flipped back and forth, not only failing to find the blog posts mentioned in the comments, but also noticing more had disappeared. Suddenly realizing something, he returned to Renren.com and silently followed Musi Mei. He saw she had posted a new status. The love letters is now on sale nationwide. Stay tuned. Everyone mall the love letters. He clicked, and a web page popped up showing the online purchase interface for the love letters. At the top, bold characters read, "Countdown to the love letters release, 9 days, 23 hours, 15 minutes, 46 seconds. The countdown was ticking. Fong Han suppressed his excitement, quickly returned to the blog page, and typed a reply. "I know why they're gone. The love letters has been published. Check it out here, http." Little did he know he had just become an unpaid promoter. While Chen Dongsheng and his team were plotting how to ambush Dang Dang, and Joyo was going through a tough time. A few days later at Joyo's headquarters, Chairman Lei Jun, also known as Lei Busi, was meeting with representatives from Tiger Global Management in his office. Looking at the Tiger Global representatives, Lei Busi felt bitter. They were aggressive, intent on devouring Joyo whole. As early as the 1990s, Lei Busi had realized the immense potential of e-commerce, even saying, "The internet is just a tool, all companies will use it in the future. E-commerce is the most promising." The problem was the timing of Joyo's founding. Joyo officially launched in May 2000, unfortunately coinciding with the burst of the internet bubble. Going back, Dang Dang was officially launched in November 1999. Alibaba was founded on September 9, 1999. That 1 year made the difference between having money and not. Before the global IT internet bubble burst, early internet companies and projects, whether in the US or China, rarely used their own money. Everyone would take a business plan to investors to get funds to burn. Like Alibaba, which got $20 million from SoftBank. A project with potential investors would burn the money to produce results, go public, and cash out. Even in later years, this was a proven strategy. But after the internet bubble burst, confidence in internet companies evaporated. Once glorious internet companies plummeted in the stock market, and everyone shunned them. Where was the capital to raise? Fortunately, Le Bussy was capable. Although Joyo was founded in the capital market's winter, it managed to struggle along and grow. But another problem arose. Joyo was too successful. In the internet industry, good development is also a problem. The smoother the business, the faster the growth, the more users, the more money it burns. Advertising servers bandwidth. The more money it burns, the more it needs to seek funding. The more it seeks funding, the greater the perceived risk and the harsher the investor's conditions. If Joyo had launched just 2 years later, its initial foundation could have expanded with the internet's recovery, and with the explosion of product variety and logistics infrastructure, it could have thrived on its own cash flow, and financing would have been easier. Unfortunately, there was no if. In his previous life, Joyo was sold to Amazon for $75 million, perishing just before dawn. In terms of mall construction, Joyo was also ahead of its time. Le Bussy had long realized that warehousing and logistics were key to e-commerce platforms. He had established remote warehouses and a courier company early on, focusing on Beijing, Shanghai, and Guangzhou, and set the model of full inventory fast delivery. In comparison, Jingdong's logistics system in Beijing, Shanghai, and Guangzhou was not built until 2007. Le Bussy couldn't think too far ahead, yet he had to deal with the Tiger global representatives first. Last year, Joyo's registered users exceeded 2 million and revenue approached 100 million. From January to September this year, our revenue exceeded 100 million, reaching 105 million. And starting from the second quarter of this year, Joyo's registered users exceeded 3.5 million, and we've achieved sustained profitability. Our products. Ranking. Finally, the Tiger global representative, annoyed by Le Bussy's English with a curry accent, became blunt. High returns mean high risk. Rapid expansion means tight cash flow. If what you describe is true, our investment would just be icing on the cake. But the reality is that Joyo urgently needs to expand and requires a lot of capital. You want a large amount of funding, yet you're unwilling to give investors management rights in return. That's unfair. The Tiger global representative's tone was harsh, and the Joyo team fell silent. Wanting it both ways doesn't align with our investment principles. More capital injection means more control. It's a necessary safeguard against risk. After a long pause, Le Bussy spoke, moving the conversation forward. Is Tiger Global's standard applied uniformly to all companies? If so, we have nothing to say and are willing to reduce our funding needs. If not, then we need to discuss Joyo's valuation now. We believe Tiger Global has undervalued Joyo. After hearing Le Jun's remarks, the Tiger Global representative was silent for a long time, then suddenly stood up and said, "I need to use the restroom." The Joyo team was puzzled. Le Jun gave a nod, and President Lin Shuixing nodded back, got up, and followed him. Inside the room, Le Bussy was confident. All conditions had been negotiated in previous rounds. The basic terms were roughly $50 million for a 20 stake. The current hiccup was just a bluff, nothing to worry about. However, Lin Shuixing, who was eavesdropping on the Tiger Global representative's phone call in the restroom, sensed something wrong. He heard the representative on the phone. Continue to evaluate Joyo. Okay, Renren Mall. Okay, we'll keep an eye on it. In the president's office, Le Bussy, Lin Shuixing, Chun Yin, and other founders gathered around, staring at the computer screen in the president's office with serious expressions. Now Le Bussy asked, "What is Renren Mall?" "It's a hot new thing. Renren Community, its e-commerce section, launched last month, promoted during the Golden Week and the Beijing Book Fair. A sneak attack. No martial ethics." President Lin, how much impact do you think Renren Mall will have on Joyo? Limited impact, but it's quite annoying, Lin Shuixing said. Don't forget, although Renren.com supposedly has millions of registered users, how many of them can be converted to mall users is still unknown. But they've directly targeted Joyo. Really? They chose this timing for their campaign right before the closing of our negotiations with Tiger Global to create a headline. Because once Joyo's funding is in place, we can burn money on promotions, and anyone who competes will be doomed. Le Bussy didn't underestimate Renren Mall. Instead, he clicked into Renren Mall's homepage with interest. As a tech geek, Le Bussy, when he founded Joyo, used to meticulously check Joyo's homepage every day, making sure every link led to the correct page. Not only that, but he also liked to place orders on his own site to test the logistics. But as he clicked around on Renren Mall's page, Le Bussy couldn't sit still. What is this? Renren Book Rating Top 100, Renren Mall Books, Renren Movie Rating Top 100, Renren Mall DVD, Renren Subtitles Group, Renren Music Rating Top 100, Renren Mall CD, Chanchia Music. Besides some tags, there were also advertisements resembling the packaging of coconut tree brands saying, lowest price online, super discount, book fair, direct sales. Take home the genuine DVD of XXXX for 5 yuan. Plus red envelopes, ultimate offers, full refund. Order 1 and get 1 free. Buy 50, get 50 back. Buy 100, get 100 back. The more you buy, the more you get. Lei Busi tossed, and turned only to see the pages of Rinrin Mall filled with the words, burning money. Lei Busi suddenly realized this Rinrin wants to make a big splash. The president beside him Lin Shuaishan considered and asked, should we also run a promotion? I've seen it. Rinrin Mall only delivers to the capital now. Let's exert ourselves and nip it in the bud. No. Our funds haven't come through, and we haven't prepared any promotions. Hasty countermeasures will only make things worse. Let them jump around for now. At most it's just a Golden Week affair. Once we've secured financing, we'll show them what Joyo can do. After analyzing back and forth, Lei Jun still decided to hold back. In a bathhouse where the pool water could make one syphilis positive. Haha, I told you, just a small follower, nothing to worry about. Dangdang's President Li Guoqing, wrapped in a bath towel, striking a boss pose, listened to his subordinates' reports. After learning that Joyo was silent, he let out a long sigh. Rinrin has just set up a framework, and that little funding isn't even enough to expand servers. Rushing to build a mall. Are they afraid of burning money? In Shanda's RD department, Chen Tianxiao, who was personally overseeing the development of the Shanda box, heard the report, and a glint of satisfaction flashed across his face. They think Xuanwu Tuan is legend, and their cash flow is endless. They'll eventually crash themselves. Wang Xian, who was tinkering with the Shanda box nearby, couldn't help rolling his eyes upon hearing Chen Tianxiao's words. 2 days before National Day, Chen Dongsheng took Guo Xiaoda to check the website in the office. Beside him, Guo Xiaoda, who had returned from Guangdong province, eagerly asked, when will we put up Yiqing Shu? Not yet. Chen Dongsheng glanced at Guo Xiaoda. Where's Sister Li? Hearing Chen Dongsheng's question, Guo Xiaoda seemed to breathe a sigh of relief and said with lingering fear, Sister Li is busy giving blessings to the capital's entertainment circle one by one. I can finally take a break. Good, let her hurry up and update her diary. It's a form of publicity. Guo Xiaoda chuckled. How about making a big splash? Those entertainment folks are quite wild. Chen Dongsheng thought for a moment. The entertainment circle has big news every day. If it can't drive sales, it's useless. You go contact Sister Li. Have her take a stroll around the capital's book market and see if she can pick a fight. I have to contact her. Hearing Chen Dongsheng's request, Guo Xiaoda grimaced, feeling a sudden ache in his kidneys. Who else? Who should I send? Zheng Nanling. Wang Huiwen. I think Lu Qiangdong is quite suitable. A nouveau riche like him loves to socialize with literati. You seem to know him well. Chen Dongsheng chuckled, thought for a moment, and said, since we're asking Brother Dong, we don't need the book market. Let's have Brother Dong make a sacrifice. The next day, a tabloid in the capital published a photo with the headline, Rinrin Mall CEO Lu Qiangdong sacrifices himself Yiqing Shu to enter Rinrin Mall. The picture showed Mu Zimei and Lu Qiangdong drinking coffee at a bookstore, chatting happily. At this time, Brother Dong had long been separated from his wife, but he was still a taken man, wasn't he? Although soon a rumor-dispelling post claimed they were just discussing work, the problem was that Mu Zimei and internet startup tycoons. As for whether Brother Dong counted as a tycoon, at least the newspaper said so, had a history. The boss of Rongshuxia was proof. At this, a crowd eager to watch the drama flooded Mu Zimei's blog to ask about the situation. But unexpectedly, Mu Zimei surfaced on Rinrin and said, I really appreciate Dong's honesty. Although a Dong only lasts 2 minutes, we can talk about life ideals and the revenue share from selling books. The whole process was still fulfilling. The news of Mu Zimei joining Rinrin broke, and her followers instantly exceeded 10,000, with comments following at 999, all saying, a Dong lasts 2 minutes, still very fulfilling. Great. Chen Dongsheng saw the news and immediately instructed Guo Xiaoda. Quick, on the homepage, write in big characters, the secret of Dong's 2 minutes is in Rinrin Mall Yiqing Shu. Thus the homepage of Rinrin Mall became Brother Dong. In his past life, Brother Dong always used milk tea and his own face to boost Jingdong's popularity, so that during the Scion transformation incident, the news of Dong's 2 minutes went viral domestically and was reported extensively abroad, spreading his fame worldwide. But this time that little secret was exposed early. After Mu Zimei officially appeared on Rinrin, the headquarters of Rinrin established the Rinrin Mall War Room. Chen Dongsheng, Guo Xiaoda, Lu Qiangdong, and Wang Huiwen gathered in the office. Brother Dong's face turned livid. What, Dong's 2 minutes? I'm very strong, okay? Guo Xiaoda smiled and said, I know. Sister Li will clarify later. This Dong's 2 minutes actually refers to your stamina. You can down a bottle of baijiu in 2 minutes without taking a breath. In short, Mu Zimei's move was pure borderline advertising. First, it gave people room for imagination, then it would reverse, and not only that, it would also add value, like how Lu Qiangdong's entrepreneurial journey was tough, and how he had to train his drinking capacity. After all, without the reversal, Dongzi would have flipped out on the spot, right? However, before the clarification, this operation was very newsworthy. At least it made people who didn't know about Yiqing Shu understand what it was about, writing about that kind of stuff. So where could you buy Yiqing Shu? At Rinrin Mall, of course. A book that the boss got by sacrificing himself. How exciting is that, huh? Although not in a good mood, Lu Xiaodong gained quite a bit from this operation, as if he had realized something, and fell into thought. So exposés can also be used as a form of publicity. You don't necessarily have to rigidly find financial media. Chen Dongsheng saw the look in his eyes, and knew that Brother Dong had entered a state of enlightenment. Soon he would gain insight and master the internet traffic code of writing about school beauties. Brother Dong got it. This is Dongsheng's wisdom. Guo Xiaoda praised Chen Dongsheng without restraint, while Lu Qiangdong's expression changed repeatedly. You're already calling him Brother Dong. Seeing how familiar Guo Xiaoda and Lu Qiangdong had become, Chen Dongsheng narrowed his eyes. This bond between men was strange. Before, Guo Xiaoda and Lu Qiangdong couldn't stand each other, and now they had turned from enemies to friends so quickly. Could it be that they really became fellow travelers at Sister Li's place? That Dong's 2 minutes had a hint of truth and falsehood. Sister Li understood, like-minded people naturally get along well. Of course, Lu Qiangdong was also thinking about another thing. This Guo Xiaoda admires Chen Dongsheng so much that it seems impossible to poach him. At this moment, another plan was also unfolding. A reporter from Jiangxing Economic Channel, press card in hand, went through the streets, moving among various bookstalls. Today, the Economic Channel received a tip that a so-called online sex diary has appeared in the Jiangxing book market. Let's investigate the truth. As the reporter was filming, secretly Fang Han, a student from Jiangda, happened to be at the bookstall and asked, "Boss, any popular books lately?" The stall owner chuckled and brought out a box of good stuff from the back. "Look at this Japanese manga with extra benefits, and this the famous I Ching Shu." Fang Han's eyes lit up, and he quickly picked up I Ching Shu, looked at the cover, and said, "This is a pirated copy. It's incomplete." No. Fang Han threw the book down and walked away, while the reporter's hidden camera happened to focus on the content of I Ching Shu. Indecent content openly circulating in the book market. Is there no law? Is there no justice? And it's pirated. The host, full of righteous indignation, sternly criticized I Ching Shu. This wave of criticism mobilized the vast parents. Finally, on the eve of National Day, I Ching Shu was banned. At the Zhuiyue headquarters, Lei Busi had abandoned his usual habit of monitoring Ziya's webpage, instead spending consecutive days fixated on Rinrin Mall. Lin Shuixing approached, and Lei Busi pointed at the screen, saying, "Look at this, lowest price nationwide. It's clearly a tactic from Walmart, but they've transplanted it into their mall. The original price is grayed out, crossed by a thick red slash, and then the discounted price is displayed in bold red characters. Moreover, it's even more formidable than a supermarket. See this countdown timer. It's like a constant nudge to buy. Supermarkets can only mark down to the day at best, but here they can pinpoint it to the second." Lin Shuixing frowned. How did they manage that? It must not be through manual monitoring. They've likely developed a sophisticated system. Lei Busi's insight was sharp. Chen Dongsheng was employing the very same nationwide price comparison system that would later be touted repeatedly by Dang Dang in future internet case studies. More than the system, the most ruthless move is that Rinrin openly displays both Dang Dang's and Ziya's prices. This is clearly aimed at poaching users from Zhuiyue, and Dongdong. Lin Shuixing commented, then asked, "Is there still profit margin with such discounts?" "Yes, they don't need to undercut us by much. Just a dime or two, which serves as advertising expenditure. Even so, aren't we going to retaliate?" Lin Shuixing looked as if he were facing a formidable enemy. "If we slash prices aggressively, forcing Rinrin Mall to follow suit, we can certainly drive up their costs and strangle them in the cradle." Lei Busi nodded at first, but after a moment of contemplation, he rejected the proposal. "We cannot fight an unprepared battle. Despite their price comparison system, their product categories are limited. The purpose is actually to divert our attention. Let Rinrin Mall wither away quietly, don't get personally involved." "I understand the logic. Just looking at them means we lose, right?" Lin Shuixing was still somewhat indignant. "It's just irritating. This Rinrin Mall is like a stubborn plaster. Too cheeky. Bear with it, don't give them any opportunity." Lei Busi stared at Rinrin Mall's price comparison system, gritting his teeth, and said, "Stay calm. Once the financing is in place, there's a winter book fair ahead. Well, crush them in one fell swoop there." Jiangxing, the book wholesale market at Publishing City. A well-dressed man in a suit, looking every bit the white-collar elite, stood scanning the bookstall. The moment the owner spotted him, he waved his hand impatiently, looking for the book of lasting love. "Right? Not selling. Why not?" The suited man frowned. The owner hadn't said it was out of stock. He said it wasn't for sale. Some bastard reported it. The Industry and Commerce Bureau keeps coming to check. They say it's a pirated copy and can't be sold. Pirated copies can't be sold. The suited man caught the key word and asked, "What about the genuine one?" "Genuine? There's no such thing as genuine these days." The owner sneered. He hadn't even stocked the book. Everything he had sold before was pirated. "Is it banned?" The suited man frowned again. Ah yes, it's banned. The anti-pornography campaign got it. The owner looked at the suited man with contempt. Ridiculous, isn't it? The suited man stared at the books on the stall, the prayer mat of flesh, the monk of rush grass, and a penthouse that opened to a full set of Shu Qi photos, and expressed his bewilderment. These books aren't banned, but the Book of Lasting Love is. I don't recall any explicit descriptions in the Book of Lasting Love. To be honest, compared to those racy magazines on the stall, the Book of Lasting Love didn't have any of that content. Strictly speaking, early internet users were almost all literary enthusiasts. The Book of Lasting Love catered precisely to that demographic. Hardcore explicit material was low-level stimulation for them. The Book of Lasting Love, which omitted details and only described relationships, was considered high class. Moreover, Museumii seemed to write about vulgar matters, but in reality, she was sketching the current state of the entertainment industry. Only those with some understanding of the entertainment circle would read it and feel, so these artsy types are this depraved. Ring me up, the suited man said, handing a copy of Penthouse to the owner, then persistently asked, do you know where I can buy it? The owner waved his hand, pointing to a young man who looked like a college student outside. The suited man understood immediately and approached him. Fong Han, working his way through school, saw the suited man approaching and revealed a knowing smile. He handed the man a poster. Want the Book of Lasting Love? Come register on Renren Mall now. This scene was unfolding at bookstalls across the country. At the Zhuiyue headquarters, Lei Busi held a copy of the Book of Lasting Love purchased from Renren Mall, laughing and crying at the same time. This thing. 2,000 orders on the first day. 2,000 orders. Did they inflate the numbers? Lin Shuixing was stunned. In those days, the internet was nothing like later years. The astronomical transaction volumes of hundreds of billions on Taobao 11 were still a fantasy. Zhuiyue had been cultivating for 2 or 3 years with a genuine daily order volume of only around 4 to 5,000. Dangdang was slightly better, with a slogan of striving for 10,000 daily orders within the year, a modest goal. Both of them believed that Renren's 2,000 orders were most likely padded. But even so, the real number was probably around 1,000 orders, a start that matched Ziyu's entire year's performance. Lin Shuixing took the book and flipped through it. This content is no different from what's online, right? And it's sold for 9 yuan. The list price is 15, selling for 9, and it's already been scalped to 30 outside. A bestseller is just a gimmick. This book has a huge online reputation. Coupled with the fact that it was allegedly banned before release and its content is tied to various entertainment figures, it has plenty of selling points. It possesses all the characteristics of a blockbuster bestseller, and it has brought sufficient fame to Renren Mall. An ordinary house with the character Demolish painted on it becomes priceless. An ordinary book with the word banned attached becomes a sensation. Dangdang and Zhuiyue did not adjust their National Day promotions, they remained with ordinary sales. On October 1st, the order volume was 2038. The promotional campaign ended in a day, and with Zhuiyue and Dangdang still inactive, Chen Dongsheng finally felt relieved. At the same time, he couldn't help but feel a bit regretful. He still had many tricks up his sleeve that hadn't been used. Dongsheng, didn't you say Zhuiyue was formidable? Is this it? Having succeeded in a surprise attack, Guo Xiaoda began to look down on the 2 major B2C websites, while Lu Qiangdong harbored the thought, if I were in their shoes I could do the same. Guo Xiaoda and Lu Qiangdong didn't understand why Chen Dongsheng was so on edge, but Chen Dongsheng himself knew exactly who he was up against. Dangdang was not worth worrying about. That couple was purely amusing. But Zhuiyue was different. Its management included names like Lei Busi and Chen Yan, and behind it stood the then mighty Lenovo. But then again, weren't we targeting the elite? Expect the worst from the enemy. Chen Dongsheng continued the topic with a hearty laugh. First battle won. Remember to send red envelopes to all departments. Then with a hint of lingering excitement, he said, after all, it was a sneak attack, a windfall, not the main event. At the Winter Book Fair, while confront Zhuiyue and Dangdang Heaton. Unwittingly, we've now gone up against Lenovo. Thinking of Lenovo, Chen Dongsheng's mind became active. If we're going to oppose Lenovo, we could reach out to Academician NI. Academician NI had been down on his luck ever since leaving Lenovo. In the past couple of years, he had been working on the Fangzhou chip, which was almost as notorious as the Hanshin. Ultimately, it forced Academician NI to confess his faults and apologize to the organization before the matter ended. However, aside from chips, Academician NI's other major goal was to travel around advocating for the development of a domestic operating system based on Linux. And coincidentally, Zheng Nanling was already working on that. In the office, Wang Huiwen reported to Chen Dongsheng. In just one day at the Imperial Capital Book Fair, the Renren Mall gained over 2,000 active users. Among them, converted users from Renren Network and new users each accounted for half, with more than 8,000 people placing trial orders. Dangdang and Joyo did not participate in the Imperial Capital Book Fair. Excellent. This surprise attack has secured a foothold for Renren Mall. After affirming the team's work, Chen Dongsheng reminded, make sure to focus on logistics construction. I understand. Wang Huiwen was well aware that this was a precaution against Lu Qiangdong. Mastering logistics is equivalent to holding Lu Qiangdong's team by the balls. Anything else? Chen Dongsheng asked as Wang Huiwen lingered in the office. Boss, I have a friend. Want to introduce him for a job? Chen Dongsheng chuckled. Sure, who is it? Wang Huiwen's face lit up with joy. Wang Xing, my roommate from college, currently studying at the University of Delaware in the U.S. If possible, he can drop out anytime and come work for you. What the hell? Chen Dongsheng narrowed his eyes. The key figure had come knocking on his door. Seeing Chen Dongsheng fall silent, Wang Huiwen felt anxious. Boss, how about I tell you about his background? No need. Chen Dongsheng waved his hand and smiled. I was thinking about how to arrange for him. Since he's in the U.S., why don't we start a new venture there? Boss, you mean a U.S. version of Rinrin Network? If you have time in the next few days, go to Hong Kong and register a tech company, then register a few domain names for me. Also find an offshore company to launch Rinrin Network in the U.S. Chen Dongsheng nodded. As for the money, the Xuanwu dance troupe has started generating profits, so it can cover the initial costs. Great. They'll go inform him. Wang Huiwen realized that his boss was planning to build a multinational corporation. Chen Dongsheng smiled, without explanation. It was just leveraging others to achieve things. Since Facebook hadn't been established yet, and with Wang Xing as a ready talent, intercepting the opportunity was worth a try. After Wang Huiwen left, the phone rang. Wang Erli's gruff voice came through. Impressive, you've launched an online mall. We had a large number of campus representatives from promoting Rinrin Network, so I thought we could convert some of them into campus couriers. It's an internal optimization of human resources and exploring new directions. Plus it saves on promotion costs. Short on cash. How about selling me World of Tanks? That game has potential. They'll transfer you a licensing fee. Wang Erli gave the suggestion without hesitation. Buyout it is. They'll package the game along with the source code. Tossing away World of Tanks, Chen Dongsheng reminded, senior brother, World of Tanks has overseas potential. Better allocate more operations and development staff and update the version more frequently. You're quite ambitious. It feels like you're always thinking about going overseas. Speaking of which, I have a senior brother in the U.S. He's planning to open a Rinrin network there. Interested in joining in, senior brother? Let's talk after Tom goes public. Your project has potential though. I can put in a word with the people in Hong Kong. Chen Dongsheng then remembered that the big boss of Tom was Li Huanghua, who had bought 1/6 of Facebook's shares for $240 million in his previous life. So Chen Dongsheng decisively replied, alright, I'll set up the website in the US first. After a few more exchanges, as if recalling something Wang Erli said, oh, by the way, I mentioned the Avenue of Stars program to my family. They said they'd contact some old colleagues in the propaganda department. We should hear something in a few days. Thanks, senior brother. Chen Dongsheng nodded and hung up. Avenue of Stars. After hanging up, he pondered for a moment, then called Guo Xiaoda over and asked, Xiaoda, I'm planning to start an entertainment company and want you to take charge. Interested? Really? Hearing this, Guo Xiaoda was so excited he could barely contain himself. Dongsheng, are you fulfilling your promise so soon? Chen Dongsheng nodded. It just so happens we have Sister Li's resources. She can handle the business side. Sister Li and me. I thought you were going to assign her to Rinrin Mall. Guo Xiaoda instinctively clutched his waist. Stop joking. With Dong's 2-minute stamina, can he really tame Sister Li? Alright. Guo Xiaoda's crestfallen mood lasted less than a second before he perked up again. What do you need me to do? Go to Shenzhen to the Golden Age Dance Hall and find a cool fire duo. Sign them. Chen Dongsheng hesitated for a moment, then added, have Sister Li approach the musician He Muyang. The Kuhua duo, also known as Phoenix Legend. Zheng Yi and Ling Hua, mainly Zheng Yi, initially imitated the Korean duo Cool Ju Junyol, the one who Wang Xiaofei helped to raise as a new flame by shaving his head and wearing sunglasses. They even named themselves Kuhua, a close imitation of Cool. At this time, Kuhua was still performing at the Golden Age Dance Hall, yet to be discovered by He Muyang and signed to Peacock Records. Since he was going to launch Avenue of Stars, he might as well take control of the most profitable act on the show. Phoenix Legend's talent was undeniable. Even setting aside their concert capabilities, considering the soon to launch mobile ringtone service, once Phoenix Legend debuted on Avenue of Stars, with just one song, Moon Above, the annual ringtone revenue would start at 100 million renminbi, more than enough to keep the entertainment company afloat. Watching Guo Xiaoda's excited retreating figure, Chen Dongsheng slapped his forehead. Damn, that kid isn't going to make a move on Ling Hua, is he? Harvard University dormitory. 19-year-old Mark Zuckerberg walked into the room with a gloomy face, snapping open his laptop. He was furious. Zuckerberg's face was as expressionless as a robot, making it impossible to read his emotions. Fortunately, his small stature made him seem harmless. Yet he remained profoundly unsociable. His mind raced too fast like a machine capable of processing multiple topics simultaneously. Conversing with him was like chatting on a mobile phone in later years. If both parties started different topics at the same time, they could interject and carry both conversations forward simultaneously. This was nearly impossible in the real world, as most people would accommodate one side finishing one topic before moving to the next. This led to confusion when Zuckerberg interacted with others. They could never tell if he was talking to them or to himself. This was also why some people in later years would suspect Zuckerberg was a robot or even a lizard man. Just moments ago, Zuckerberg had suffered another failed date rejected by a girl named Erica Albright, who also called him a jerk. Then fuming, Zuckerberg decided to become an internet troll, write a blog to trash her. Zuckerberg logged into his personal blog and simultaneously opened his programming software. On the blog, he started swinging wildly. Erica Albright is a bitch. Is it because of her, or are all girls from Boston University bitches? She looks like she's a 34D, but it's all padded by her Victoria's Secret bra. She's actually a 34B. Then multitasking, Zuckerberg entered Harvard's internal network, opened the Kirkland Facebook list, browsed the website's profile pictures, and hovered his mouse over Erica's photo. He was about to stir up trouble. Why are these girls so ugly? Zuckerberg muttered, cursing Erica on his blog, while talking to his classmate Billy Olson, behind him a perfect display of schizophrenia. Olson looked up, glanced at Zuckerberg's screen, and chuckled. RNID photos, all the same. Olson grinned and asked, got dumped? You look awful. Zuckerberg denied vehemently, no way. I dumped that bitch. Olson asked with a teasing tone, was she pretty? You seem to be holding a grudge. Zuckerberg fell silent. There's no need, bro. Women are all bitches. Trust me, what you need to do now is not miss her, but humiliate her, Olson said, a PUA master. You can make a website like those hot or not face-off platforms, put her headshot next to a female dog's, and let netizens compare. If she wins, she's as good as a bitch. If she loses, she's worse than one. Good. Zuckerberg nodded through gritted teeth, then shook his head. No, let's just compare her with other pretty girls. Teach her a lesson, make her self-aware. Olson was about to say more, but Zuckerberg had already brushed him off, lost in his own world. First, we need a bunch of photos. Too bad Harvard doesn't have a centralized face database, so we'll have to scrape all the images from each house. Olson was used to this. Soon a prototype of a website appeared on Zuckerberg's screen. At 3 in the morning, Harvard was ablaze with excitement. Just moments ago, students from all houses had received a link to a site called FaceMash. Clicking it revealed female students' headshots in a head-to-head matchup, and with a simple mouse click, users could vote on who was hotter. What was this? It was essentially a Harvard campus queen contest. To humiliate his crush, Erica, Zuckerberg didn't hesitate to hack the entire Harvard database to obtain all the female students' photos. The campus beauty contest was indeed a traffic magnet. After Zuckerberg sent the site to his roommate for review, the amused roommate rapidly shared it, triggering a viral spread of FaceMash. Within just 2 hours, the site had 450 concurrent users and over 220 clicks, eventually crashing the campus network. Zuckerberg became famous overnight, attracting attention from others. Then he was disciplined by the dean and placed on academic probation. The FaceMash incident was so huge that for a long time afterward, Zuckerberg had to lie low and avoid trouble. He had offended too many simps who were protective of their female idols. These American simps were no joke. They constantly thought about having a real-life fight with Zuckerberg to defend their honor. As a result, Zuckerberg's long-distance running skills improved significantly. Perhaps the courage he later showed in accepting Musk's cage fight originated from this experience. After some time, Zuckerberg thought the storm had passed and started moving around campus, but before he knew it, he was cornered by a pair of twins. Cameron Winklevoss and Tyler Winklevoss were on the rowing team with tan skin and bulging muscles. We have an idea we want to discuss with you. Got a minute? Looking at their muscular frames, Zuckerberg panicked, thinking, where did these simps come from? Screw the talk. If you want to fight, just say so. But he politely asked, did I offend your girlfriends? Yes. Their reply made Zuckerberg nervous. Finally, Cameron spoke. We think your coding skills are impressive. Would like to hire you. Oh, why didn't you say so earlier? Zuckerberg relaxed and followed them through a winding path to the rowing club. In the club's meeting room, Zuckerberg met their partner Divya Narendra. We were impressed by FaceMash. We've looked into you. You also built Course Match. That site lets you see what courses your friends are taking. And your high school invention, an MP3 player app that identifies users' music taste. Was it acquired by Microsoft? I didn't sell it. I uploaded it online for free download. Free? Yes. Why, oi? That's not the point. Tell me, what do you want me to do? The twins exchanged a glance, thinking this kid is indeed rude. Cameron introduced, we've been working on a project called Harvard Connection. You can create your own profile with photos, biography, interests, friends, etc. Tyler added, People can view your profile and request to become your. Zuckerberg interrupted dismissively. Oh really? How is that different from MySpace or Friendster? What's the difference? Cameron paused, then put on his elite demeanor and proudly said, Harvard to you get it. Tyler added arrogantly, Harvard is our confidence. Girls want to meet students from prestigious schools, you understand. Know the difference. Zuckerberg sneered, exclusivity right. You can't just get with a Harvard girl whenever you want. Cameron extended his hand in a welcoming gesture. We want you to be our partner. Our first programmer graduated and went to Google. The second one has too heavy a course load. We want you to write code and build the website and provide. Zuckerberg nodded him in. Compensation. What? Winklevoss Sr. hadn't reacted yet. Zuckerberg agreed, just like that. Didn't he want any shares? I set him in. The two brothers who saw Zuckerberg as a pure coder hadn't realized that their idea no longer belonged to them the moment they spoke it. Zuckerberg had already decided to go it alone. After agreeing to join, he kept stalling the twins with development progress excuses while building the site with his roommate Eduardo. Eduardo had made 3.0 in oil futures over the summer, a real rich guy. Until the day the site was nearing completion. In their dorm base as the website was about to be finished, Zuckerberg was enthusiastically asking his roommates to vote on the site name. When Eduardo returned, he greeted him, Eduardo, perfect timing. What do you think? Should we name our site the Facebook or the Facebook? No need. Eduardo, frowning, walked straight to Zuckerberg's computer, opened a browser, and said, take a look at this. Zuckerberg looked at the screen and was struck as if by lightning. The website Eduardo opened was unmistakably Facebook.com. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Zuckerberg couldn't believe it as he scrolled through the Facebook page. The website, from its name to its layout, was exactly the same as his idea, but it was more mature and superior. In comparison, he felt like a poor imitator. How could it be such a coincidence? Did the Winklevoss twins do this? Did they find a backup? Or did they discover my actions? Thinking he had been caught, Zuckerberg felt deeply embarrassed. They must have known what I was doing. They deliberately watched me like a fool, then used the website I built to humiliate me. Convinced of this truth, Zuckerberg began to reason. How did they find out? Did they turn someone on the team? Eduardo. No, Eduardo is the investor. Then it must be Billy. Just as Zuckerberg was suspicious, the phone rang. As soon as he picked up, he heard a furious roar. Mark. You liar. Thief. Shameless, despicable thief. It was the twin brothers on the other end. So it is you. You are the liars. Thieves. Shameless thieves. Zuckerberg grew even angrier. You stole the website I coded and published it on the internet. They'll sue you. What? Hearing Zuckerberg's words, Tyler was a bit confused and asked his brother. He says we made the website. Idiot. Cameron snatched the phone and roared at Zuckerberg. Mark FCKU. You arrogant idiot. We didn't do it. You, the thief who shamelessly stole our idea, have gotten your just deserts. You played us, but never thought someone smarter and faster would beat you. You ruined our business. Go to hell. The irate Cameron hung up the phone. After being yelled at, Zuckerberg silently opened the Facebook website and saw a note of thanks on the site's information board. Thanks to our classmate Zuckerberg, whose success with the FaceMash website greatly inspired our team. We hope through the Facebook platform to provide Ivy League students with a platform for communication and connection. Harvard students are welcome to register. Love you all. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Zuckerberg still refused to believe. How could I have inspired Facebook? Why me? I shouldn't have made FaceMash. For a moment, Zuckerberg regretted his impulsive decision. If I hadn't made FaceMash, I wouldn't have inspired this site, wouldn't have been found by the Winklevoss twins, and wouldn't have had to secretly build Facebook, bringing so many troubles. But why such a coincidence? Why launch just days before I finished Facebook? Zuckerberg refused to believe it was a coincidence and tried to trace further. But he could find no trace, as if Facebook was born solely because of FaceMash. The more he thought, the more Zuckerberg felt a sense of shame at being tricked. He tried to access Facebook's backend data, but found their firewall impenetrable, allowing only some open source data to be browsed. Dejected, Zuckerberg aimlessly flipped through Facebook's public content. On Harvard University's page, he noticed the first registered user was an Asian American graduate named Amy. Opening Amy's profile, Zuckerberg found that after interning at several major consulting firms, she had chosen to go to Hong Kong and listed her employer as Rinrin. Somehow, though he felt that Rinrin was closer to the truth, Zuckerberg couldn't help staring at Amy's profile picture again and again. Asian alumna. Somehow some instinct in Zuckerberg was activated. He couldn't resist registering an account on Facebook and then left a comment under Amy's profile picture. In the FaceMash creator, whom Facebook thanked. Is there an opportunity to work with you? Who is this Amy? Time rewinds to Chen Dongsheng and Wang Huiwen in the office. Boss, why are you taking that book? Seeing Chen Dongsheng take a copy of Harvard girl Lu Yiting from the shelf, Wang Huiwen was puzzled. Chen Dongsheng pressed his finger on the cover photo of Lu Yiting and smiled. This is a promotional plan to warm up for Renren International Edition. Oh. Wang Huiwen took the book and examined it. Published in 2001, Harvard girl Lu Yiting was undoubtedly a hallmark of the era. Upon its publication, this book was almost an educational Bible that all college entrance exam parents absolutely bought, but never read, in a bedside book that ignited many students' passion for studying abroad. Many students in China want to see her real face. In those days, Lu Yiting was an even more dazzling role model and idol than the top scorers in the college entrance exam. For Renren, which targeted college students as its breakthrough, the label of Harvard girl Lu Yiting naturally attracted widespread attention. Boss, you want to recruit Lu Yiting? Exactly, create a gimmick, export, then import back. Shall work for Renren International Edition, but operate on Renren. From your tone, boss, it seems you don't think much of Lu Yiting. Chen Dongsheng chuckled. That's right. She has nothing but fame. At least she's from Harvard. How can you look down on her? Chen Dongsheng sneered. This Lu Yiting is not as amazing as the book says. She got into Harvard not because of her grades. Don't believe me? I checked Harvard's official website. When Lu Yiting was admitted, her evaluations in academic performance competitions and artistic talents were all average. Her SAT scores for the U.S. college entrance exam were missing, and her TOEFL score just barely met the admission standard. Then how did she get into Harvard? Wang Huiwen squinted thought for a moment, then suddenly understood. It's the recommender. Exactly. Lu Yiting's recommender was named Larry. This Larry was a government counselor responsible for Sino-U.S. cultural exchange. Lu Yiting once participated in a summer camp to the U.S. and stayed at Larry's home. Chen Dongsheng chuckled. Lu Yiting didn't have any outstanding qualities to impress a counselor. To impress him, it must have been the Dear Education Group's dollars. Lu Yiting's alma mater was Rongqing Foreign Language School. In the year she applied to Harvard, Rongqing Foreign Language School was acquired by the Dear Education Group and transformed from a public high school into a private school. To build its brand, the Dear Group spared no expense in creating Lu Yiting as a model top student. So that's it. The top student was just a persona, all thanks to the resources invested by Dear, right? Exactly. According to my investigation, this Larry was originally an intelligence agent in Rongqing. The essence of this summer camp was to cultivate future spokespersons for U.S. interests. Wang Huiwen's eyes became wary. According to you, Lu Yiting is definitely a future traitor. And you still want to use her? Why not? The more this kind of person, the more I want to use them, the more I want to force them to generate value for the motherland. If they aren't decent, help them become decent. Isn't that interesting? Boss, your attitude towards the U.S. is quite similar to my advisor's. It doesn't quite match the mainstream domestic attitude. Wang Huiwen was from the Institute of Acoustics, where his advisors were quite red, but his classmates were all very admiring of the U.S., all rushing to study abroad. Patriotic and proud. Who cares? Chen Dongsheng said nonchalantly. Time returns to the present. Shortly after Zuckerberg left his comment, he actually received an offer from Facebook in his email. At the entrance of a hedge fund in Boston, USA, Lu Yiting, heavily made up with Asian-style black eye makeup, had just finished her last day of internship there. The day before, Lu Yiting's graduate school application to Harvard Business School had been rejected. Times had changed. Without the financial leverage of Rongqing Foreign Language School, her abilities appeared mediocre. Even her internship experiences at the Boston Consulting Group, PepsiCo, and this hedge fund could not add any significant advantage to her business school application. Lu Yiting had no intention of returning to China. For years ago, Lu Yiting used to tell everyone that she would return to China and devote her lives learning to serve her motherland. But now her thinking was pragmatic. As a graduate of Harvard University with a degree in applied mathematics and economics, I have no place to use my skills in China. It's not that I don't want to return, it's that my ideals have nowhere to be realized. According to the normal timeline, Lu Yiting would go back to graduate school, and then together with a white senior from Harvard Law School work as an accountant for an immigration agency, colluding to swindle domestic pro-Americans into immigrating. Back at her temporary rented apartment, Lu Yiting opened her email and unexpectedly found a message. Dear Amy, on behalf of Facebook. Yes, Lu Yiting was Amy. Facebook? What kind of website is that? Seeing the standard opening of an offer letter, Lu Yiting became curious about this unfamiliar site. School name, albums, mood. She registered on Facebook and was soon attracted by its features. Of course, what attracted her most was the salary offered by this company. $50,000 a year, a wage level that ranked among the highest in the United States. Converted at the exchange rate, that was about 400,000 RMB, while the average annual income in China at that time was less than 15,000. After browsing, Lu Yiting eagerly replied to the company whose headquarters were in Hong Kong. I am honored. The reply came quickly, asking her to start work immediately. The only requirement was post a status on your personal homepage. Harvard girl Lu Yiting is returning to China next week. Remember that Harvard girl Lu Yiting. She's coming back to China. On the eve of the college entrance exams, a post appeared without warning, spreading like a hurricane and rapidly igniting major online forums, especially the BBS of universities. The post reviewed how Lu Yiting, under her parents' wolfish upbringing, had overcome obstacles to gain Harvard's favor and was eventually admitted. After entering Harvard, Lu Yiting always took pride in being Chinese and was determined to serve her country. After graduation, the three major consulting firms MBB offered her generous conditions, but failed to sway her determination to return to China. This girl, who stood at the pinnacle of the college entrance exam, the Harvard top scorer, even more revered than the exam's top scorer in the hearts of countless parents, was actually coming back. The article instantly exploded on the internet. Idiot. There's no future in going back to China. Patriotic sentiment got the better of her, wasting a great opportunity. Excellent, serving the country after completing studies. Han, come out and see the top student. Wow, my role model is coming back. I want to go to Harvard too. Serving the country. Nonsense. I'm at MIT, and I worked with Lu Yiting at MBB Consulting. She wasn't good enough, though MBB didn't want her. I heard she later interned at McDonald's real estate department and was still terrible. She couldn't stay here and slunk back in disgrace. Similar scenes played out on BBS forums across universities. For a moment, college freshmen were once again reminded of the fear of being dominated by Harvard girl Lu Yiting in high school. The massive influx of traffic nearly overwhelmed the university BBS. Taking Shuimu BBS as an example, the servers had crashed more than a dozen times in those days. However, amid the persistently high popularity, dissenting voices gradually emerged. For instance, some people questioned on the BBS. Everyone says Lu Yiting is coming back, but where is she? Vague and baseless, not a single piece of evidence. I'm a student in Boston, and everyone in the circle knows that Lu Yiting is dating a junior from Harvard and has already decided to marry abroad and never come back. Keep on bragging. Is the poster a book promoter? Lu Yiting has already graduated. Why are they still hyping her up? As time passed, the doubts grew louder. The internet uproar eventually spread to print media. The Rongqing Daily sent a reporter to visit Liu's home. Seeing Liu's father, the reporter asked bluntly, "Mr. Lu, can you tell us about Lu Yiting's return to China?" Liu's father, well-versed in handling interviews, waved his hand calmly. No. Lu Yiting is applying for graduate school in economics. How could she be coming back so soon? The reporter was overjoyed and quickly took a solitary photo of Liu's father at the doorstep. The front page of the Rongqing Daily ran the headline, "Lu Yiting hasn't come home." Instantly, the overwhelming doubts turned into a torrent of abuse. Some targeted the forums, some the poster, some Lu Yiting herself, and some even the system. In Jiangxing, at the Donghu Hotel, Chen Dongsheng and Gao Wenwen, reuniting after a short separation, were as affectionate as newlyweds. "You're so wicked. Lu Yiting has already arrived in Hong Kong, and you're still messing with netizens." The art of showing off and then delivering a slap requires first holding back the rhythm, then revealing the trump card. Only then does the slap feel satisfying. Is it about time now? Almost. Next, we need to tie Lu Yiting to Renren. Gao Wenwen smiled meaningfully. "Tie? How do you tie?" Chen Dongsheng's eyes lit up. "Hey, you've learned to be naughty, haven't you?" He hadn't expected that he and Gao Wenwen would quickly regain the level of familiarity from their previous life. After a round of tying up, they began to talk about work. The two now felt a bit like an old married couple. They rarely called each other unless necessary, meeting only when there was business. 5Q Network has been poaching Renren's campus promoters at Jiangda. My people are already investigating. Renren can easily handle this in the upcoming campaign. Perfect. Let the campus promoters make sure every college student knows that they can find Lu Yiting on Renren. After barely 2 sentences of conversation, Gao Wenwen changed the subject, smiling mischievously. "I heard you hired a bodhisattva who bestows her blessings everywhere and even set up an entertainment company for her. Did you?" "Not at all. I've never had much confidence in my own immunity. That bodhisattva plays too wild. Ooh, I can't accept that." Gao Wenwen smiled. "I'm not stopping you. A man has to socialize outside. I understand. No, I'm not like Guo Xiaoda, spending every day either helping the poor or on the road to help the poor. Don't you envy him?" Gao Wenwen giggled, looking at Chen Dongsheng. Chen Dongsheng showed a sly grin. "That depends on whether I'm satisfied at home." "Oh, pervert. Hey, then he'll really have to be a pervert." Help. Pervert. I'm tainted." October in Jiangxing was hot and humid like a steamer. "Get on, Renren, find classmates." Freshman Fang Han shouted through a megaphone, following senior Hu Chuanyin, having already joined the ranks of campus representatives. Behind them was a huge poster. The poster displayed only a screenshot of Renren with an enlarged profile picture, Lu Yiting. And Lu Yiting's status was exactly, "Harvard girl Lu Yiting is returning to China next week." Fang Han continued shouting, "Get on, Renren, find classmates. You can find Harvard's Lu Yiting. Whether Lu Yiting has actually returned, go see for yourself." A flood of users who joined Renren through offline promotions suddenly discovered that Lu Yiting had posted a new update above her returning to the country next week status. The update was just a photo. Lu Yiting, wearing a dainty hat and dressed like a Western socialite, stood atop a mountain taking a travel snapshot with a harbor in the background. Victoria Harbor. Victoria Peak. Lu Yiting is in Hong Kong. She really did return. Does returning to Hong Kong count? Nonsense. Hong Kong has been part of China for years. Of course it counts. With one status and one photo, Lu Yiting instantly garnered over 10,000 followers, achieving what many blog writers struggled to reach after years of dedication. In no time, people from all walks of life emerged and flooded into Lu Yiting's personal space to leave messages. At Jiangsheng Street Junction in the Fuhua Building office tower, Chen Dongsheng had rented an entire floor as the Renren Network Command Center for Central China. It turned out that while Lu Yiting was asserting her presence through Renren, Chen Dongsheng discovered that some websites were riding on her coattails. When he searched for Lu Yiting online, the Baidu link that popped up led him, what the hell, to the 5Q campus network. Other websites would at least repost with a screenshot and credit the source, treating it as news. But the clever 5Q campus network, being a social network itself, created a slew of high imitation accounts right on their site. Lu Yiting, with different characters, Lu Yiting another variant, Lu Yiting yet another, and so on. A dizzying array, while directly copying Lu Yiting's Renren statuses. Chen Dongsheng couldn't afford to take 5Q lightly. He set up a branch base in Jiangxing, determined to crush 5Q completely. In the office, his temporary secretary Guo Xiaoda analyzed. This 5Q claims to be a local campus social network built by Xinjiang Interactive based on Chenarent's experience, but it's essentially a carbon copy of Renren. Guo Xiaoda dismissed 5Q with contempt. This site, featuring campus blogs, friend circles, instant messaging, graduation message boards, and more, was clearly a Renren clone. Chen Dongsheng just can't let go of his obsession with Renren, Chen Dongsheng sneered. He even tried to force me to sell through Zhou Yunfan and Wang earlier. My two senior brothers ignored him and told me everything. I thought he'd cool down, but instead he's rolled out a competitor. Boss, what's your plan? When the enemy rubs your face in it, you fight back, Hedon. At Xinjiang Interactive's office, Chen Dongsheng was browsing Renren news, commenting, they don't even have enough users yet they're building a mall, group buying, and a music site. Utter cluelessness. None of these sections can generate revenue. They're bound to collapse. After a moment's thought, Chen Dongsheng laughed. A strong social network like this makes it so easy to build a user base. Once you've got enough users, the site itself is valuable. Just sell it straight up. Why bother with all that nonsense? They're just making a wedding dress for me. Brarring, his phone rang. An unfamiliar number. Frowning, he answered, inexplicably feeling like he'd been caught red-handed. The feeling only grew stronger when the other party spoke. Mr. Chen, that's not very fair. Who is this? You're already making moves on Renren, and you ask who I am. Chen Dongsheng. Exactly. Chen Dongsheng got straight to the point. Back off while you still haven't lost anything. Are you trying to scare me? Chen Dongsheng sneered. If your Renren actually succeeds, it'll eat my words. 2 million by the end of the month. That's my offer for acquiring 5Q. After this month, it's 1 million. Another month, and I wouldn't take it even if you paid me. Think I'm born yesterday. He'll throw those words right back at you. Let's see which one collapses first. Your Renren or my 5Q? Fine. You've got guts. You've got guts yourself. They'll say it plain, if you keep going, it'll wipe out your 5Q in one blow. I said it. Jesus himself couldn't save 5Q. They'll believe that when I see it. Click. Chen Dongsheng hung up, then immediately called his subordinates. Get ready. Spread out on campus. Make some noise. What's the most important thing in promotion? Giving benefits to users. In the future, ride-hailing, red packets, payment, red packets, food delivery, red packets, group buying, coupons. All of it boils down to passing savings to users. On top of that, you also get users to help acquire more customers, like cashback for referrals. Of course, Pinduoduo's scheme, where you need hundreds of friends to chop a single phone, is pure fraud. So after hanging up, Chen Dongsheng threw open the office door. Negotiations failed. Brothers of Renren, let's go fuck up 5Q. A crowd of Renren campus representatives gathered around as Chen Dongsheng wrote 2 big characters on the whiteboard. He slapped the board and shouted, our plan is just 2 words. Those 2 words were drumstick. To elaborate, it was register and get a free drumstick. What's the most tempting thing for college students? Meat, of course. What meat has the most visual impact and leaves the most lasting impression? Roast chicken. But roast chicken is inconvenient to carry. Roast chicken drumsticks, on the other hand, are easy to eat on the go. Most importantly, this was the exact same strategy that 5Q had used to take down Xiaomi Network in a past life. A few days later at Zhang University, Fong Han got up early, gathered a few buddies, and under Hu Chunyan's arrangement silently waited at the west gate. Before long, a small bread van pulled up. Who's Fong Han? A scholarly-looking head poked out. Fong Han recognized him. It was senior brother Zheng Jianglong who had welcomed them at the start of the semester. Now he was in charge of the campus courier station. Me? What's your order, senior brother? Did you find a spot? Yes. Oh, a classmate who works part-time at the cafeteria told me he saw people from 5Q heading to the logistics department. That stupid 5Q. Always trying to steal our turf. The scholarly Zheng Jianglong suddenly turned murderous. He hated 5Q with a passion. His courier business relied almost entirely on Renren Mall orders, and he also drew a salary as a Renren campus representative. With those two income streams, he was already a small-time tycoon pulling in several thousand a month. 5Q coming for Renren meant coming for his livelihood. How could he not fight back? Senior brother, do you know what they're planning? Isn't it obvious? They're going to the cafeteria to promote 5Q by offering free dishes. I bet it's free drumsticks. They really are idiots. If they contact the cafeteria today, the soonest they can change the menu and hang banners is tomorrow. But by then, anyone who had drumsticks today will already remember to register on Renren. How by the time 5Q gives out drumsticks tomorrow, those people will be back in their dorms thinking, wait, which site was I supposed to register for? Huh. I've never seen such clueless advertising. Zheng Jianglong laughed, banging his fist on the steering wheel. Sacrificing themselves for us. What a generous bunch. Before long, Zheng Jianglong's bread van had stopped outside building one of the male dormitories. This building was the center of the dormitory complex. Hu Chunyin was already waiting in the open space with a few girls, and the Renren promotional banners were up. The van's door slid open with a crash, releasing a burst of heat. Layers upon layers of roasted chicken drumsticks, though lacking the luminous glow of an aphrodisiac elixir, were enough to make students stop and stare. Many more were drawn by the aroma, pushing open windows to stick their heads out. Hu Chunyin took the megaphone from Zheng Jianglong and shouted, Renren is giving out welfare. Register and get a free drumstick. The moment the words left her mouth, the college students turned into a pack of starving wolves, their eyes practically glowing green. Don't rush. Don't rush. Everyone line up. There's enough for everyone. Tray after tray of drumsticks were brought out from the van, drawing countless famished gazes. Some bored student, whether joking or serious, actually yelled, so many drumsticks. I can't take it anymore. Grab them. Fucking grab your mom. Zheng Jianglong, guarding the van, pulled out a crowbar like a bandit from Half-Life, pointing it at the troublemaker. Say that again, and it'll crack your skull open. Line up, you bastards. Zheng Jianglong stood like a one-man army, and the crowd instantly calmed down. Register for Renren and get a free chicken leg. Form a line if you want one. Hu Chunyin gazed at the imposing Zheng Jianglong with admiration, while Fong Han, who was borrowing an internet cable from the dormitory to connect his laptop, saw this scene and felt that this summer was particularly cold. Finally, the line was formed. The first person stepped forward, and Fong Han with irritation asked, name. Lu Meng. Hooligan. No Meng with three tails. Meng. Fong Han checked on Renren and inexplicably began imitating Zheng Jianglong, shouting, what the hell, you're already registered and still come. Fuck off. His fierce demeanor truly impressed Hu Chunyin. It seemed that the promotion for Renren at the start of the school term was effective, as many had already registered. With Lu Meng being driven away, a dozen or so people quickly left the line. The second person came forward, gave his name, and this time it was a newcomer. Your campus email is your account password is 123,456. Change it yourself. Go check it out, you won't be disappointed. After registering an account with the student's campus email, Fong Han gestured to Hu Chunyin, who deftly handed over a chicken leg wrapped in a plastic bag and a standard Renren card. Ah, delicious. The freshman took the chicken leg and became a walking advertisement. With the first success, things went smoothly. After registering and receiving chicken legs, people began calling their friends. Then a smart guy jumped out with his phone shouting, I want to register 10 times. 2 dorm rooms all asked me to register for them. What the hell? At the Xinjiang Group headquarters, Chun Yizhou's expression was one of utter disbelief. He seemed to see Chen Dongsheng mocking him. Before you gave out chicken legs, I already had. This time Chen Dongsheng gave away 2500 chicken legs costing nearly 1,000,000 RMB and converted that into nearly 200 active users. As for 5Q, they were nothing but total suckers. When the 5Q campus representatives assisted the cafeteria staff in handing out braised chicken legs, students would occasionally pop up, take a bite, shake their heads, and say with disdain, mediocre, not as good as Renren's grilled chicken legs. With the little money they had raised, the user conversion rate was low, and on top of that, they were paving the way for Renren. How could they tolerate that? In his past life back in 2005, Chen Yizhou had used exactly 2500 chicken legs to corner the campus network, which eventually sold for 2 million to Xinjiang Interactive and was renamed Renren. But now those 20000 active users belonged to someone else. However, before Chen Yizhou could react, Chen Dongsheng made another move. Come vote for your heartthrob. Renren launches the first campus beauty contest. Registration requirements within the 300 universities already on Renren. Any registered user can participate. Competition rules except for the initial selection, 7 rounds of elimination. Full voting process. Time November 1st to November 21st. Voting rules: daily check-in. Share success. Invite friends to register. Lucky draw. Topic discussion: posting. Replying. Getting featured. Successfully predicting the finalists and champion wins a share of 100 cash. Prize rewards: the first campus beauty contest offers total rewards worth 1 million, including scholarship packages, study abroad recommendations, and more. Seeing the rules of the campus beauty contest, Chen Yizhou realized that 5Q Campus Network was finished. This kind of talent show topic was inherently the best way to boost engagement, especially targeting a group of energetic college students. But giving up was out of the question. Even if 5Q Campus Network was to die, it would not be sold. The following month, Renren and 5Q jointly announced that 5Q Campus Network would be sold to Renren for 1 million. When Chen Dongsheng acquired 5Q, news came from Joyo and Dangdang. Joyo announced first that Tiger Fund had invested 52 million renminbi for about 20 equity, adjusting the company's shares to Kingsoft 50, Lenovo 20, and management team, and employee options 10. Shortly after Joyo's announcement, Dangdang hastily jumped in, stating that Tiger Fund had injected $11 million for 34.5 of Dangdang's equity. After 2 years of winter, the internet was finally recovering. In fact, the entire November was filled with major mergers and acquisitions, such as Sohu announcing the all-cash acquisition of 17,173.com for 25 million and Focus CN for 16 million. Sohu was at its peak. Equally dominant was Yahoo, the world's largest web portal, which would later exist almost only in Alibaba-related legends. Yahoo also announced the acquisition of 3,721 for 120 million, and Zhou Hongyi, the boss of 3,721, joined Yahoo as president. After announcing their investments, Joyo and Dangdang almost simultaneously declared that they would join forces with the Imperial Capital Winter Book Fair for a major event in December. With the money in place, it was time to burn cash on promotion. In the Imperial Capital at Renren's office, Guo Xiaoda and Wang Huiwen gathered around Chen Dongsheng, reporting, "Boss Dongzi is about to revolt." After dealing with 5Q, Chen Dongsheng was pulled back to the Imperial Capital from Gao Wenwen's bed by his subordinates. Seeing Chen Dongsheng's unhurried manner, Wang Huiwen reported with concern, "Boss, this is serious. Aren't you being too relaxed?" Chen Dongsheng waved his hand. "I know you're anxious, but don't be. The most important thing now is the campus beauty contest." Dongsheng, the campus beauties are indeed good. Guo Xiaoda licked his lips. Lu Qiangdong said the same. Your campus beauties are all from Tianshang Renjian, not the same as what Lu Qiangdong is looking for. Is there a difference? Guo Xiaoda shook his head blankly. Chen Dongsheng waved his hand. Enough of that. Let's talk about Dongzi. Well, isn't the Imperial Capital Winter Book Fair coming up? I called Dongzi to stock up, but he told me that the entire Zhongguancun was having promotions and the supply was insufficient. Guo Xiaoda sneered. I had my old flame in Zhongguancun check it out and found that he secretly hired 2 college students to build a shopping website for him. Boss Lu Qiangdong is definitely planning to backstab us during this winter book fair. If you focus on the campus beauty contest, you'll only give him an opportunity. Haha, Chen Dongsheng laughed heartily. You don't think Lu Qiangdong stands a chance, do you? Dongsheng, that's our man. You did it on purpose, didn't you? Guo Xiaoda had always trusted Chen Dongsheng blindly. Seeing Chen Dongsheng's calm demeanor, Wang Huiwen also felt reassured and asked, "Boss, do you already have a plan?" Absolutely. Seeing that Wang Huiwen was still a bit uneasy, Chen Dongsheng smiled. Come on, let's go to Chanqian Music. At Chanqian Music, Zheng Nanling was visibly much more haggard. His hair wasn't bald, but it was graying, making him look even worse. Seeing Chen Dongsheng arrive, Zheng Nanling rubbed his face and reported, "Recently, I've improved Chanqian Jingting and adjusted the interface of the music community website. Based on the operating system you made from Linux, I've developed a compatible version of Chanqian Jingting. In short, you could say it's an operating system for MP3 players." After Zheng Nanling finished his introduction, Chen Dongsheng smiled and said, "I plan to name this system Hongmeng." Dongsheng, are you planning to use this against Lu Qiangdong? Guo Xiaoda was confused. Not only Guo Xiaoda, but Zheng Nanling and Wang Huiwen were also puzzled. Zheng Nanling vaguely sensed that Chen Dongsheng was orchestrating something major, but being immersed in technology, he struggled to see the full picture. Wang Huiwen, though pragmatic, also failed to keep pace with Chen Dongsheng's unrestrained thinking. As for Dongzi's technical level, I truly don't consider it a threat. My goal is to surpass excellence and Dangdang. Simply put, I've prepared a killer move for the next round of e-commerce warfare. A killer move. Wang Huiwen caught the keyword, like the Book of Love Letters in October. The Book of Love Letters was just a gimmick at best in advertisement. A killer move must be executed by a flagship product. A flagship product, as the name implies, provides protection and support. Once this product launches, the exclusivity and superiority of the platform will immediately become apparent. This concept actually originated from Nintendo when a new game console is about to be released. What do? Exclusive blockbuster games to support the launch. But Hongming is software. For a flagship product, Zhang Nanling, who had developed the software himself, realized, you've chosen the MP3 player as the flagship. Exactly. Chen Dongsheng grinned. A book priced at 15 yuan, 3 books for 9 yuan with free shipping. What kind of discount is that? What I want to do is to slash the prices of electronic products to rock bottom. Can it be done? Once technological iteration hits, outdated products instantly become dirt cheap. The phrase technological iteration made the others instantly understand. Take MP3 players as an example. When MP3 players emerged, the once 2,000 yuan portable players were unsellable even at 500 yuan. Looking further back, VCD players and televisions also experienced price wars during their iteration periods. Looking ahead, the smartphone industry and the automotive industry will follow the same pattern. Once new products are introduced, outdated ones immediately drop to dirt cheap prices. Has the MP3 reached its iteration phase? Long ago. Flash memory has entered a downward cycle, but MP3 players with 128 megabytes of storage are still being sold for 1,200 yuan. Although Chen Dongsheng was brimming with confidence, Wang Huiwen harbored doubts and couldn't help asking, just lowering prices, does that guarantee the products will sell well? Don't worry, I have it under control. Chen Dongsheng, like Doraemon, pulled out a stack of product design materials from his pocket and patted them. Brother Zheng, are you interested in joining me on a business trip? Where to? To meet the kindred spirit you've been talking to on the MP3 forum. In Pearl City at the Meizu headquarters. Huang Zhang and his loyal technical director Bai Yongxiang, who held no shares, were in the president's office looking at a stack of design drafts. Huang Zhang's life story was nothing short of legendary. He was expelled from high school as a freshman and never attended university. At 16, his father, exasperated by his obsession with electronics, drove him out of the house to start his own business. Huang Zhang then went to Shenzhen alone to work. Before entering the electronics industry, Huang Zhang held low-paying jobs, such as a dock worker. In 2002, Huang Zhang became the general manager of iQin, a Singaporean joint venture, leading the VCD company into the audio amplifier and MP3 markets. It was under Huang Zhang's leadership that iQin's MP3 players acquired unheard-of features: 20-hour ultra-long playback time, 128 megabytes memory, plug-and-play connectivity to computers, and more. But then nothing more happened. Just as iQin was building its brand, the major shareholder from Singapore wanted to bombard the market with advertisements, pushing Huang Zhang to make frequent public appearances to establish the brand image. But Huang Zhang had his own vision for product management. He insisted that products should win consumers' trust through superior technology and extraordinary functionality, not through aggressive advertising. Unable to reach an agreement, Huang Zhang left the company. However, other sources suggest that there was an equity dispute between Huang Zhang and iQin, and it was this dispute that later made Huang Zhang fiercely protective of Meizu's equity. In 2004, there were rumors that he decisively rejected investment from IDG. Later, when Lei Jun wanted to venture into smartphones, the two initially hit it off so well that they wished they could sleep together, but as soon as equity was discussed, they immediately fell out. After leaving iQin, Huang Zhang, under the ID National Product Powerhouse, announced Meizu's birth on the IMP3 flash memory forum. Then in 2003, Meizu launched the MX series MP3 players, and the sales figures were impressive. Huang Zhang was confident that the next version would be a breakout. But this time, before Meizu's design team could get started, Renshang Mall from afar sent them a great gift, a manufacturing contract. The design drafts that Huang Zhang and Bai Yongxiang were now looking at were tucked inside the contract. Bai Yongxiang studied the drafts, growing increasingly alarmed. This MP3 E2 looks remarkably similar to our design philosophy. If they hadn't already completed the entire design from scratch, including the software UI, I would suspect they had planted a spy in our company. With this design, they could basically start production at any factory. Huang Zhang frowned, still puzzled about Renshang Mall's intentions. Why come to us? Then, how about we meet and ask? Bai Yongxiang tentatively suggested. Although Bai Yongxiang was a graduate from the University of Electronic Science and Technology, as an engineer, he was relatively docile in the company. In contrast, Huang Zhang, who came from a family of carpenters, possessed a true craftsman spirit and had strong opinions on everything from the company's future direction to specific product designs and marketing styles. Huang Zhang usually declined such offers of unclear intent. But this time to buy Yongxiang's surprise, Huang Zhang actually heeded his suggestion. The next day at Huang Zhang's small Western-style house. He hadn't built a villa yet, but still chose to host important guests at home. I never expected President Chen to be so young, Huang Zhang said, still surprised by Chen Dongsheng's age when they met. Not at all. A man's worth is not measured by his age. President Huang, didn't you also enter society at a young age and build a vast enterprise? This remark flattered Huang Zhang somewhat. In terms of education, both were dropouts. However, Chen Dongsheng voluntarily dropped out after being a top scorer in the college entrance exam, while Huang Zhang was expelled. But Huang Zhang was clearly pleased. You flatter me. You flatter me. Come have some icy cola. I've prepared it for you. Although later stories often portrayed Huang Zhang as arrogant and paranoid, he was always warm to those who appreciated his product direction. In his previous life, Lei Jun and Huang Zhang's first few meetings were very pleasant. Huang Zhang even bought a refrigerator just to keep icy cola for Lei Jun, who loved it. This time the refrigerator cola served Chen Dongsheng first. Bai Yongxiang, seeing Huang Zhang's enthusiasm, was puzzled. President Huang, President Chen, how do you two seem to have known each other for a long time? Engineer Zheng, go ahead. Chen Dongsheng put down the ice-cold cola and pushed Zheng Nanling to the front. Let me introduce him. This is Zheng Nanling, the inventor of Tiantian Jingting. He recently developed an MP3 operating system, and his hobby is browsing MP3 forums. Hobby of browsing MP3 forums. Bai Yongxiang was astonished. Sure enough, Zheng Nanling said, I've received a lot of help from Jay Wang on the MP3 forums. That's right. I am Jay Wang. Huang Zhang looked smug. Bai Yongxiang asked, President Chen Renren. Com is a software company, right? Why are you thinking of making MP3s? There's a difference. What we do is the MP3 operating system. Chen Dongsheng took a sip of cola and said casually, my goal is to be an operating system service provider, not to get into making products. Just an MP3 player. A few microcontroller programs would do the trick. Is it necessary to create an operating system? Bai Yongxiang looked puzzled. MP3 is indeed simple, but what if I say we're making a phone? A phone? Haha, a phone. Do you have a license? Bai Yongxiang laughed as if he had heard a joke. But as he laughed, his laughter faded. The atmosphere around them was off. Chen Dongsheng and Zheng Nanling looked serious, and beside them Huang Zhang's eyes seemed to blaze as he stared at Chen Dongsheng. Why do you think Meizu will make phones? Not will, but must. As the saying goes, when a giant falls, its body is still warm. The MP3 industry is doomed. At these words, Huang Zhang and Bai Yongxiang fell silent. Chen Dongsheng smiled. For MP3 manufacturers, if they don't transform, it's a dead end. Don't be fooled by the current booming MP3 market. It's a blaze fueled by oil. With the entire industry frantically expanding production, within at most half a year MP3s will be in oversupply, and then a brutal price war will follow. If you wait until then to transform, it will be too late. Huang Zhang neither agreed nor disagreed, only asked, why a phone? Given the current pace of electronic component upgrades, chips are definitely moving towards smaller sizes and stronger functions. Within 2 or 3 years, phone performance should surpass that of a 486. Huang Zhang frowned. Moore's Law. Exactly, Chen Dongsheng nodded. I think since we can make MP3s, the Meizu can naturally make smartphones too. Smartphones. Not just phones. Smartphones, you can think of them as a handheld computer with a communication module added. The world's first recognized smartphone, the IBM Simon, was born in 1993 and manufactured by IBM in collaboration with Bell South. Strictly speaking, it was a handheld computer pocket PC with a communication function added. Chen Dongsheng explained, I've analyzed it. Since the concept of a smartphone is a handheld computer with a communication module, this concept can be further broken down. He took out a blank sheet of paper and casually drew a simple MP3, a camera, and a phone. For example, add a communication module to an MP3 with a computer-grade chip. Then it can be called a music smartphone. Or add a communication module to a digital camera. That can be called a camera smartphone. And a game console with a communication module, a gaming phone. Of course, most of the time you'll want all of them. After Chen Dongsheng finished, Huang Zhang and Bai Yongxiang were stunned. Because what Chen Dongsheng described was exactly what Huang Zhang's team had been thinking about, but had failed to articulate. Having experienced the rise and fall of VCDs, Huang Zhang knew that the glory days of MP3s were limited, but he didn't know where the way out lay. In the original timeline, after seeing the iPhone emerge, Huang Zhang decisively abandoned the MP3 business and plunged headlong into the blue ocean of smartphones. Now faced with Chen Dongsheng's vision of the future, Huang Zhang was unusually cautious and asked, You're so confident about smartphones. Why don't you do it yourself? I told you I'm an operating system provider. Do I want to get into the field? Chen Dongsheng downed the last of his ice-cold cola, let out a burp, and exuded an air of dominance. I believe that for smartphones beyond performance itself, what determines their quality is the software ecosystem they carry. A smartphone should be able to do what current computers do with various apps for watching movies, playing games, chatting, and even online shopping. So you want to be the Microsoft of phones. The two Meizu people suddenly realized and looked worried. What makes you think we'll definitely choose you? We can totally ask Microsoft to provide a smart operating system. As a matter of fact, the operating system of Meizu's first phone in the future was indeed based on Windows CE. Chen Dongsheng sneered. On the mobile side, Microsoft has no chance. Why do you say that? Having been the dominant player on the PC side for so long, it's very hard to pivot to phones. Look at how many things Microsoft has missed. Portal search. Bai Yongxiang was unconvinced and asked, and what about Nokia? Where do you place them? Nokia? A dead skeleton in a tomb. Symbian is too harsh on developers, the ecosystem can't be built. It's a dead end. Chen Dongsheng waved his hand, showing a demeanor that didn't even regard the world's top phone brand. Then who do you think can be called a hero on the mobile side? Apple. Apple. In my view, Apple, with its iMac, MacBook, iPod, and a series of products, is the most likely manufacturer to make a smartphone. Not only does Apple already have the prototype of a smart device, but also because Apple has a complete chain from operating system, app store, software ecosystem, to hardware design and manufacturing. So, I think the path of smartphones currently seems only viable for Apple. Hearing you say that Apple has the potential to be the dominant force in the phone era, it does, but what? 2 points. One, with you and me here, we want let Apple rise. Chen Dongsheng shifted the topic cheerfully, bringing the disheartened group back to the mood. 2, there's actually a drawback to manufacturers using their own system for phones. What drawback? Closeness. Although Apple can simultaneously grasp software ecosystem and hardware manufacturing, it also prevents it from licensing its phone operating system to other manufacturers. Why can't it? Zheng Nanling and Bai Yongxiang, both tech geeks, were getting more and more confused. Can you imagine Microsoft making computers? Suppose you're a PC manufacturer, can you be sure that Microsoft will give Windows better optimization on its own PCs? The treatment of a favored son can't be the same. Being both referee and player, Huang Zhang nodded in agreement, that's taboo. And Apple would also worry about quality control, Chen Dongsheng smiled. So my goal is to achieve what Linux didn't achieve on the PC side. I want to be the provider of an open source operating system and dominate the mobile operating system side. So cooperating with you is the best choice for Meizu. Exactly, Chen Dongsheng nodded. How to cooperate? I have 2 cooperation plans. One is purely as a system provider, and you customize the UI according to your needs. The other is for us to deeply participate and assist in design. The 2 cooperation methods Chen Dongsheng mentioned, the first was exactly the cooperation model between Android and various manufacturers. The latter was the cooperation model between Huawei and electric vehicles. Huawei's participating electric vehicles include AITO, Avatar, etc. They'll choose the first one, Huang Zhang blurted out, then frowned. But what's this about a contract manufacturing agreement? Chen Dongsheng took a gulp of cola and said, there's a special situation this time. Rinrin Mall is in a hurry to fight with Joyo and Dongdong and urgently needs a flagship product for protection, so we've somewhat overstepped our bounds. If possible, we can convert the contract manufacturing agreement into the second cooperation method. That way, Meizu is not a contract manufacturer, but a manufacturer that has received software system customization services. Of course, we will also have some price and channel requirements, but correspondingly, this customization service can be free of charge. You mean give us this design for free, but the finished products are only sold on Rinrin Mall, and the pricing is also determined by you? That's exactly what I mean, Chen Dongsheng nodded. Bai Yongxiang looked at Huang Zhang in disbelief. Wasn't Chen Dongsheng's proposal still essentially treating them as a contract manufacturer? The conditions were even harsher. If it were contract manufacturing, the manufacturing cost would be borne by Rinrin Mall. However, contrary to Bai Yongxiang's expectations, the usually opinionated Huang Zhang actually nodded. No problem. As everyone breathed a sigh of relief, Huang Zhang paused for a moment and spoke again. But I have a condition. Please go ahead. First, make a prototype. If I think it's not good enough, please look for another company. I don't want to ruin Meizu's brand. This. Zheng Nanling felt his heart race when he heard Huang Zhang's words. Will we be able to make it in time? To everyone's surprise, Chen Dongsheng responded without hesitation confidently. That's only right. Huang Zhang nodded. Just call me Old Huang regardless of whether this deal goes through. As he departed, Zheng Nanling looked worried and couldn't help asking Chen Dongsheng, Mr. Chen, why are you so certain that Meizu will make the E2? Because the E2 is exactly what Huang Zhang envisions. A denying the E2 is denying himself. Chen Dongsheng meant that the design he had sent to Huang Zhang was precisely the Meizu E2 design from the original timeline, But in Zheng Nanling's eyes it seemed Chen Dongsheng had insightfully grasped Huang Zhang's thoughts. He couldn't help but admire. I've exchanged ideas with old Huang on the forum for so long, yet I dare not claim to understand him. Mr. Chen, by merely looking at public information, you've analyzed Huang Zhang thoroughly. Truly extraordinary. Back in the capital, Wang Huiwen and Guo Xiaoda were already waiting in the conference room. Dongxing Dongzi isn't answering our calls. Oh really? Is he rebelling? That Dongzi is such a bastard. If I don't call Bao Guo and the others to teach him a lesson, he'll be damned. Damn, you're really criminal. I'm just pissed off. Although expected, Lu Qiangdong's betrayal seemed to hit Guo Xiaoda hard. Hey, he hurt you that deeply? Chen Dongsheng chuckled. He then realized that the two had once shared some illicit pleasures together with no payment required because the women were so-called bodhisattvas. That guy always talking about brotherhood and loyalty. I told him if he was loyal enough, he wouldn't leave. Guess what he said? Guo Xiaoda grew angrier as he spoke. He actually started quoting lines at me saying a man born between heaven and earth, how can he remain in obscurity under others? As if I haven't read Romance of the Three Kingdoms. Impressive cultural refinement, Chen Dongsheng remarked. Bullshit. I know him. That's the only line he knows. Look at that boorish demeanor of his with a huge fake rock in his office, as if everyone doesn't know he's a nouveau riche. And he dares to flaunt literary references. Seeing Lu Qiangdong, the top scorer in the college entrance exam and a brilliant student from Renmin University, being dismissed as nothing by Guo Xiaoda, Chen Dongsheng stopped him from getting further worked up and waved his hand saying, let's go meet him. Maybe there's still a chance. Huh, Dongsheng, you still want to give that traitor a chance? Guo Xiaoda was momentarily stunned. Otherwise, should we tie him up, cement his feet, and throw him into the sea? Or have Bao Guo bring a shovel to bury him? This is a society governed by the rule of law. Do you think this is a Hong Kong gangster movie? Chen Dongsheng said nonchalantly. Talents are rare. Even Zhuge Liang had to capture Meng Huo 7 times. We're not even close yet. Despite saying it wasn't a Hong Kong gangster movie, the meeting place did have a hint of underworld atmosphere. When Lu Qiangdong parked his red flag car by the night market street, he still couldn't believe it. After all, he was a rising internet tycoon now. Why not go to a place like Tianshang Renjian, or at least a bathhouse like by Jinhan? Instead, he was invited to a northeastern barbecue joint near the university town. But stepping out of the red flag car, he felt the gazes of the crowd gather around him, and it was actually quite satisfying. Lu Qiangdong took a deep breath, puffed out his chest, and tried to project his authority. Brother, you're here. As soon as he entered, the northeastern owner's hearty greeting shattered his composure. How many? Lu Qiangdong, his momentum broken, flusteredly pointed toward Chen Dongsheng and Guo Xiaoda's table, and said, No, I'm meeting someone. Sure. Come on in. Lu Qiangdong squeezed through the crowd, walked up to Chen Dongsheng, and pulled out a stool to sit down. As soon as he sat, Guo Xiaoda pushed a plate of garlic eggplant toward him. Like cures, like. Sisterly said, you only last 2 minutes each time. You need a good supplement. Looking at the large eggplant pushed toward him, Lu Qiangdong's face instantly turned green, hitting a man below the belt, exposing his weakness. Though Chen Dongsheng had told Guo Xiaoda not to use fists, he could still break Dongzi's defenses with a single sentence. Chen Dongsheng chuckled to himself. Oh, Dongzi's inner cultivation was still lacking these days. In his past life, when Lu Qiangdong cosplayed as Kakarot, hundreds of millions of people knew about his 2-minute dong, yet he still carried himself like a big shot. Chen Dongsheng closed his eyes, calm and composed, letting Guo Xiaoda handle it. The latter, with a dark expression, asked, Dongzi, are we still brothers? Lu Qiangdong glared at Guo Xiaoda and pulled out his classic line. Those who don't fight alongside me are not my brothers. Hey, you're turning the tables on me. Guo Xiaoda laughed bitterly. Do you know about the financing of Dang Dang and Zhuiyue? I know. Both companies have issued announcements. They'll certainly start a war in December. Lu Qiangdong, a true warlord, managed to regain his composure under Guo Xiaoda's interrogation. He calmed down and said steadily, let's not beat around the bush. Simply put, Jingdong doesn't owe Renren Mall anything. On the contrary, most of Renren Mall's business was established by Jingdong's team. Moreover, Jingdong has done so much, yet has no autonomy at all, like the cooperation with the book market last time. How dare you bring that up? Guo Xiaoda instinctively covered his kidney. If it weren't for Dongsheng's ideas, and my kidney, Renren Mall would have been wiped out long ago. Okay. Being rebutted, Lu Qiangdong couldn't find a counterargument and simply stiffened his neck. My brothers want to start their own business. I can't abandon them. Fuck. So shameless. So they dragged you out to do it, right? Guo Xiaoda was shocked. Using brothers as shields. Shameless. Lu Qiangdong ignored Guo Xiaoda and turned to Chen Dongsheng. Any problem, Mr. Chen? If not, I'll head back. Then let me say a few words. Chen Dongsheng finally spoke. Lu Qiangdong, slightly intimidated by Chen Dongsheng, said, please speak. Do you know what I'm best at? It's technology. Do you have any technical talent? I'll find them. I believe you. Contrary to Lu Qiangdong's expectations, Chen Dongsheng showed no sarcasm, but spoke calmly. I can only say you're giving up a great opportunity. Xiaoda, show him. Guo Xiaoda pulled out his newly bought Nokia and handed it to Lu Qiangdong. Lu Qiangdong took the phone and saw a text message page with a coupon for the Northeastern barbecue joint. This is the group buying section on Rinrin.com. In the future, this section will definitely be spun off into a trillion-dollar company. At that time, my role will be a pure investor, and Wang Huiwen will be the boss. That's my attitude toward the group buying section, and the same goes for Rinrin Mall. If you don't leave, you'll be the boss of Rinrin Mall in the future. If you leave, you can still come back as management, but then you'll only get a salary and have to buy shares with your own money. Faced with Chen Dongsheng's offer, Lu Qiangdong's heart suddenly burned with excitement. He almost couldn't resist agreeing on the spot. Unfortunately, at this moment, Dongzi's ambition had already ignited. How could he suppress it? Dongzi took a sip of water. A real man. Lu Qiangdong didn't finish his sentence before being glared back by Guo Xiaoda. He took a deep breath and said, "What if I say no?" I couldn't be happier. Far from being angry, Chen Dongsheng looked excited. Why? Because then I can legitimately crush Jingdong and make you work for me. Although Chen Dongsheng's expression was cheerful, Lu Qiangdong felt that the other's gaze was like the cold wind of winter in Jin province, slicing through the air like a knife against his face. Beside him, Guo Xiaoda slyly pushed a sausage in front of Lu Qiangdong. Eat a sausage, shape for shape, fortify yourself before the journey. Are you done? Lu Qiangdong gritted his teeth, finished the sausage, and took his leave. As soon as Lu Qiangdong stepped out, Chen Dongsheng's expression turned serious. Xiaoda, gather the promotion team. Alright, what do we need to do? Head to Zhongguancun. Based on the mall's back-end records, find all of Jingdong's suppliers, visit them one by one, and offer better terms than Jingdong. Then find the Jingdong Mall website and contact the tech team back home. Forget it, I'll handle this myself. Also, I need you to assemble an internet army. Internet army? What's that? Do we need it for firefighting? You know about forum flooding, right? A professional flooding team is called an internet army. The original meaning of flooding was pouring water into a container. In the internet era, with the rise of electronic forums BBS, it came to mean posting a large number of meaningless threads. Oh, I see. They'll take people to the forums and curse Lu Qiangdong out. No, cursing him would just give him attention. Chen Dongsheng waved his hand. The internet army is mainly for your entertainment company. It'll be convenient later for boosting or trashing celebrities, reporting competitors, and steering public opinion. Chen Dongsheng casually described a few tactics, which deeply impressed Guo Xiaoda. He exclaimed, "Great idea. Last time the internet was cleaned up, Chinner and her team had to stop their work. They can do this instead. Remember to stay covert. When using an internet army, you must be careful not to end up like a certain company. In a previous life, a certain company, to protect its own homework app, sent people to post pornographic content in a competitor's app and then reported it. The competitor immediately traced the poster's IP addresses, which were located inside that company's building. Dealing with Jingdong doesn't require an internet army yet. Just keep that in mind." Chen Dongsheng was somewhat disdainful. A website built by a couple of part-time college students was easy to play with. Alright, he'll get the team together. The next day, at Infeng Building, Lu Qiangdong stood with his hands behind his back in front of the office rockery, envisioning the glorious future of Jingdong Mall. Today was the official launch day of Jingdong Mall. Although there were mountains like Rinrin Mall, Excellence Mall, and Dangdang blocking the way, Lu Qiangdong believed he could definitely boss. A subordinate burst in. "Rinrin Mall has blocked all of Jingdong's accounts. We can't log into the backend anymore, we can't see order information." So blunt. Although he had prepared for it, Lu Qiangdong hadn't expected Chen Dongsheng to be so decisive. Rinrin Mall's products are mostly from Jingdong. Blocking us is like cutting off their own nose to spite their face, isn't it? The original agreement between Chen Dongsheng and Lu Qiangdong was to move the entire Jingdong superstore onto Rinrin Mall, but that didn't mean Rinrin Mall was Jingdong Mall. Instead, Jingdong Superstore would be the sole merchant on Rinrin Mall. Additionally, Rinrin Mall also had a small number of directly sold products. Negotiate with Rinrin Mall. We still have pending orders. We've already called. They said it's a technical glitch and they need to fix it. Lu Qiangdong was furious. How dare they use such an excuse? Before Lu Qiangdong could react, the phones at Jingdong Multimedia started ringing off the hook. "Hello? Jingdong Multimedia? You can't see the webpage. The item you ordered is..." "Hello, yes." As Lu Qiangdong's head throbbed, someone else burst in. "Dongge. Rinrin Mall has relisted all our products." "What?" Lu Qiangdong rushed out of the office and sprinted to the computer. On the screen was Rinrin Mall's webpage, almost identical to when Jingdong had been listed, except that every product now had the words Rinrin Direct added. Seeing the words Rinrin Direct, Lu Qiangdong felt his heart pound violently, as if he had forgotten something crucial. Suddenly it hit him. Damn. The suppliers. Now Lu Qiangdong could no longer sit still. He grabbed a few key staff and rushed downstairs. When Lu Qiangdong reached the nearest VCD supplier's store, he saw the owner packing VCDs. "Old Zhang, why are you packing these VCDs?" "Oh, it's Dongzi." Old Zhang greeted him casually and continued packing leisurely. "Old Zhang, oh, you mean the VCDs? You're too late. All these goods have been bought up by Renren Mall. Why didn't you leave any for me?" "Didn't I just say? They bought the entire stock." "How can this be? We've worked together for years, you should have at least notified me." "Why not? This is my store, I can sell to whoever I want. Do you think my store is your warehouse? You're a middleman trying to eat both sides, aren't you?" "Middleman? Since when am I a middleman?" Hearing that word, Lu Qiangdong suddenly understood. Weren't you a middleman when you ran the superstore?" The boss didn't hesitate to expose Lu Qiangdong. "Now you want to be the middleman between us and Renren Mall, right?" "No. Back then when I cooperated with Renren Mall, the goods came from my side." Lu Qiangdong's voice grew weaker. Actually, from the first meeting, Guo Xiaoda had already seen through it. The relationship between Jingdong Multimedia and the Zhongguancun suppliers was essentially a partnership to sell at high prices. Without Renren Mall, Lu Qiangdong's business was a superstore, a retailer dealing directly with customers. The employees of Jingdong Multimedia were essentially salespeople. But when Jingdong cooperated with Renren Mall, no matter how much Lu Qiangdong claimed to be Renren Mall itself, the moment he wanted independence, he became the middleman between the Zhongguancun suppliers and Renren Mall. Otherwise, if they were truly inseparable, why would he want to break away? Middleman, middleman. Seeing Lu Qiangdong silent, the VCD owner mocked him. "Between Zhongguancun and Renren Mall, no middleman takes a cut, right?" Lu Qiangdong was sweating profusely trying to explain. "It's not like that, old Zhang. No. I've now started Jingdong Mall. Jingdong is also a mall now, not a middleman." After some explanation, old Zhang finally stopped packing and asked skeptically, "Really? Really?" Lu Qiangdong quickly pulled over an employee. "Quick, open the Jingdong Mall website for old Zhang to see." Old Zhang, half believing, led the Jingdong employee to his computer. The employee opened the browser and typed in the URL. "Fuck. Get the hell out." The Jingdong employee was shoved out the door by old Zhang. Lu Qiangdong, confused, said, "Hey, old Zhang, let's talk it out. Why are you cursing? You started it. Fuck you. Fuck your uncle." Old Zhang was furious. He grabbed a stick from the store and was about to charge at Lu Qiangdong. "Hey, what are you doing?" As Lu Qiangdong was utterly baffled, the employee who had opened the webpage pulled him back. "Dong, go back and check the mall's website." Dragged back to the company, Lu Qiangdong quickly opened the Jingdong Mall website. The carefully designed page by the college students was gone, replaced by a blank white screen. In the center of the page there were only 3 big characters: "Big Idiot." While Jingdong was being tormented severely by Renren, the campus beauty contest on Renren.com was in full swing. The first campus beauty contest was held with great excitement. First, thanks to the relentless efforts of Tsinghua students, the title of Peking University's campus beauty was awarded to Furong Jiejie. This lattice seductive figure and confident demeanor attracted a torrent of criticism, and even an online singer created a song called Furong Jiefu to mock her. Fortunately, at the last moment when the top 300 were announced, the students of Peking University discovered that Furong Jiejie, whose real name is Shi Hengxia, had graduated from the mechanical design major of Shaanxi Institute of Technology, so they sent her back to her original place and breathed a sigh of relief. Then another unremarkable woman named Tian Diaochan broke into the top 300. While everyone was puzzled, Tian Diaochan logged in and announced that her roommate had registered an account for her and submitted her cross-dressing photos to the campus beauty contest. As netizens were wildly messing around, the official of Renren.com stated that they had made a loophole in their rules, failing to specify that only girls could become campus beauties. Since the rules were already set, there was no reason to modify them on the spot. They could only fix it in the next competition. University users were quite satisfied with Renren.com's plan. The loophole could be fixed next time. Whatever was chosen this time would stand. They accepted the consequences. However, soon these supporters of not fixing the loophole would have to eat their words. The reason was none other than Bai Xiuzhu suddenly dropped into the top 300. At this time, Lu Yifei was still Bai Xiuzhu from the TV series The Story of a Noble Family. A month later, when Demigods and Semi-Devils premiered, she would earn the permanent title Lu Tianxian. Even though she hadn't yet evolved into her full form, her sudden appearance as a star from the Beijing Film Academy instantly tightened the atmosphere of the campus beauty contest, which had assumed all participants were ordinary people. Suddenly, the topic, boycott art school participation in campus beauty contest, trended on Renren.com. Art schools like Beijing Film Academy and Central Academy of Drama should be banned from participating. The campus beauty contest is like a student sports meet. Athletes from the Physical Education Institute should be referees, not compete. Boycott Lu Yifei. Don't vote for girls from art schools. Strongly urge Ren.com to change the rules. Amid the online uproar, a newspaper reporter contacted Liu Yifei, who was filming a commercial. Later news came out. Liu Yifei stated that she did not sign up for the competition and would contact the organizers to remove herself. The matter did not end there, because netizens soon discovered that Liu Yifei only said she didn't sign up, but didn't say the account wasn't hers. At once, countless netizens swarmed into Liu Yifei's homepage and clicked follow. The campus beauty contest came to an end, and the promotions of Dang Dang and Zhuiyue had entered a fever pitch. A business war under the guise of the Winter Book Fair was about to erupt. Dang Dang was ambitious and Zhuiyue was equally confident. However, there were also discordant voices, such as Lin Shuixing, who was somewhat worried. Lei Bizi was puzzled and asked, "What are you worried about?" "I think there's something fishy." Lin Shuixing stared at Liu Yifei's Ren.com homepage, flipping through it for a long time. "Do you know who the champion of the campus beauty contest is?" Lei Bizi shook his head blankly. "But everyone knows Liu Yifei." Lin Shuixing sighed. How could Liu Yifei have time to browse Ren.com? She must have been paid to show up. This buzz must be going somewhere. Lei Bizi was completely unconcerned. Liu Yifei is not a writer like Mu Zimei, who writes about carnal matters. She's just a celebrity, at most endorsing a product. Probably just driving traffic to Ren.com. Product. I see. It's Renren Mall. On Ren.com, Donggo was back. The Jingdong Mall ultimately never opened. It was because Chen Dongsheng's technology was too incredible. After having his website hacked 3 times in a row, evolving from a big fool to an even bigger fool, Liu Qiangdong finally hired a few software engineers on high salaries, seriously rebuilt the website, and even set up 9 layers of firewalls. However, as soon as it went online, it was easily hacked again. With his mentality finally shattered, Liu Qiangdong chose to join if he couldn't beat them. But joining now wouldn't come with such favorable terms. Fortunately, Chen Dongsheng left a loophole. In the future, when the company goes public, Liu Qiangdong could subscribe to no more than 10% of the shares at the internal price. December 1st, the first day of the mall war. Boss Liu, look at this link. Dang Dang has declared war. After Liu Qiangdong returned to Renren Mall, he quickly took command and became the general. Opening the link sent by his subordinate, it was an interview with Li Guoqing. This is a smart price comparison system independently developed by Dang Dang. Once it finds that the price of a similar product on another website is lower than Dang Dang's, it will automatically lower the price to be 10 lower than the competitor. Smart price comparison system. Isn't that Renren.com's invention? Liu Qiangdong shook his head, showing disdain for Li Guoqing's tactics. After all this, it's still a price war. He dismissed it, saying that real business warfare should be like Chen Dongsheng's, which made people feel both ecstasy and agony. That's interesting. If Chen Dongsheng were here, he would definitely laugh at Liu Qiangdong for failing to recognize Mount Tai. This is Li Guoqing, the Emperor Qing. Li Guoqing, a native of the imperial capital class of 83 at Peking University. After graduation, he went into business selling books. In 1996, he met Yu in the United States, and they got married after 3 months of dating. In 1999, he founded Dang Dang. The couple worked together to bring Dang Dang to the level of 40% market share in online book sales. And in 2010, it became the first B2C company to go public. But all of this is just a footnote to the divorce drama of Emperor Qing and his wife. In 2019, Yu suddenly started a fight on WeChat Moments, accusing Li Guoqing of being gay, lying, neglecting the family, and having syphilis. Then came the New Age business warfare drama. Li Guoqing led 4 burly men into Dang Dang's headquarters. You think business warfare is about lawsuits, spies, and heart-pounding moves? The real business warfare is about stealing the company's seal. He unilaterally declared to take over the company. He was detained. Later, when Emperor Qing was interviewed, he would always clip the company's seal to his belt. At this point, Emperor Qing had probably not yet contracted syphilis from bathing and was in his prime of self-satisfaction. After announcing the use of the price comparison system to offer the lowest prices across the internet, Li Guoqing proudly toured the company. What are the competitors' reactions? Zhuiyue has followed with price adjustments, but Renren hasn't moved. Follow. Zhuiyue must be stupid. We have a system. Can they adjust manually in time? This is technology. My Dang Dang has the deepest customer base, the widest market, the best logistics, the most book categories, and high-tech. What makes Zhuiyue think it can compete with me? The game had just begun, and Li Guoqing was already ready to pop the champagne. Boss Renren. We're too far ahead to see this pursuer. No, I mean Renren has put up a bunch of 1 yuan purchase items. Renren Mall's 1 yuan purchase is right on the mall's homepage with the full campaign name, Daily 1 yuan purchase, indicating that this activity is not just for now, but is intended to be a long-term effort. This advertising idea is great. Copy it, copy it. Lei Bizi saw Renren's move and immediately instructed his tech team to follow suit. By the way, also add that Renren activity of inviting friends to register and share red envelopes. Zuyu's tech team was efficient, quickly putting up a promotional banner, extreme discounts daily Zhuya. Lots of red envelopes, lots of satisfaction. Boss, should our price comparison system match this 1 yuan purchase? At Dangdang headquarters, several subordinates couldn't help asking, they're all 1 yuan, we don't need to go lower, right? Dangdang doesn't need face. Must match. Lu Xiaodong said, Mr. Chen, this price war is unfavorable to Renren. Continuing to hold out is meaningless. Chen Dongsheng smiled. Then let's slow down first, let them fight it out. Don't follow for now. Have your subordinates keep an eye on it, and select a few key products that are relatively expensive with ample stock, so that once the price drops it will trigger a buying frenzy. Lu Qiangdong was puzzled. What is this for? Director Dong, do you know what I'm best at? Hearing this, Lu Qiangdong's face darkened. Technology. Exactly. Chen Dongsheng replied while searching through the database. Since Dangdang has entrusted pricing to a price comparison system, they must bear the consequences of system vulnerabilities. The fact that Renren Mall had stopped offering discounts was quickly noticed by netizens. What about Renren? Mall. What is Renren Mall thinking? They were so generous last time. Why are they chickening out now? They didn't get funding. I heard Renren Mall is the poorest. Who can afford to burn money every day without going bankrupt? Alas, Dangdang and Zuyu's promotions aren't sincere either. My favorite God of Song CD hasn't dropped in price. In the Renren Mall office, Lu Qiangdong browsed this comment and silently added the God of Song CD to the submission list. Mr. Chen, the products are selected. Okay, send me the links. Prepare to change the price. To what? 0. 1 yuan. 1 dime. Shortly after, a topic suddenly appeared on the homepage of Renren Community. Dongdong chickened out. 50 items, all 1 dime, come grab the deals. Dongdong chickened out was actually the top one. Are you sick? At Dangdang headquarters, Li Guoqing angrily smashed a cup. That little brat Chen Dongsheng, does he even know how to do business? Might as well give them away for free. If you don't want to sell, don't sell. Why do you have to pull these tricks? Boss, should the system match? Follow. Of course follow. I, Li Guoqing, have always kept my word. Li Guoqing slammed the table forcefully and issued the order. In Renren Community, news about Dangdang suddenly rose to the top. Dangdang 9 fun. Dongdong followed. Followed. Go grab the deals on Dangdang. Grab my ass. Dangdang is pure fraud. What do you mean? It's gone. The 9 fun items on Dangdang. Are gone. Someone testified. I saw Dangdang had lowered the price and was about to place an order, but Dangdang showed sold out. If it's gone, then someone else grabbed it, right? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. My hands are famous for being fast. Then it's your internet speed. With so many people grabbing, of course those with faster connections get them first. Impossible. Ima Tsinghua. The campus network connects to national servers. What about the other items? None. All gone. Such fast speed can't be human. Then it's Dangdang. Definitely Dangdang is cheating. Running a promotion, but unwilling to bleed. For a moment the Renren forum exploded, all filled with mockery of Dangdang. Li Guoqing in the president's office watched with a bleeding heart as Dangdang's 59 fun items each displayed the red text, "This item is sold out." These items were sold at a loss for each one. However, a subordinate reported, Boss, the Renren forum is cursing Dangdang. They say we're running a fake promotion. That's too much. How dare he? My items were genuinely sold. Boss, could it be deal hunters? Deal hunters. Exactly. My items were clearly snatched by deal hunters. Hurry up and issue a clarification announcement. I want to sue the deal hunters. Li Guoqing turned on his computer ready to post a grand statement on the forum. However, when he clicked on an order and saw the shipping address, slap, clatter, the assistant quietly pushed open the door of the president's office and found Li Guoqing inside, disheveled, his black-rimmed glasses askew, and a large number of keyboard keys scattered on the floor. Renren. Is too much. Several employees quietly withdrew and went back to check the orders, only to find that the ones who had been deal hunting on Dangdang were actually from Renren. Although the purchasing accounts were different, the shipping addresses were all from Tsinghua Science Park. In the Renren meeting room, Guo Xiaoda was full of admiration. Dongsheng, as expected of you. You're really wicked. Just normal business conduct. We normally place orders on Dangdang. And Dangdang normally ships them. Any problem? No problem, right? After witnessing Chen Dongsheng's maneuver, Lu Qiangdong said with lingering fear, good thing I surrendered quickly, otherwise this dirty trick would have been used against me. Finishing the orders so quickly was certainly not humanly possible. It was a script program written by Chen Dongsheng targeting Dangdang's price comparison system, combined with AI making it look like all Renren employees were placing orders. Mr. Chen, what if Dang Dang comes to our side to grab deals? Simple. I added a threshold to the special priced items. Special priced items require Rinrin. Real name authentication, which requires inviting already registered users to help. Anyway, Dang Dang won't make it this time. Next time they would have to send employees in advance as undercover agents. Stop the unconditional matching immediately. Ban all Rinrin. User IDs that logged in. However, as soon as Dang Dang stopped the 9 fan items, the criticism on Rinrin became even fiercer. See, Dang Dang never intended to run a 9 fan promotion. Exactly. Now the lowest there is 1 dime. All toilet paper and such. They won't even put a universal charger. The previous 9 fan promotion was fake, not a single person in the forum grabbed one. Math majors calculated it, the probability is 0. Chen Dongsheng. He'll kill you. Li Guoqing slammed the teacup hard on the table, wishing he could rush to Rinrin. Com's territory right now for a real-life PK with Chen Dongsheng. Boss, calm down. Think of a countermeasure first. Quickly contact the newspapers and the portal websites. Send out articles to clarify the situation. Tell them it's Rinrin Mall causing trouble. Say we're going to sue. As Li Guoqing was in a panic, the office phone rang. He answered and found it was Lei Busy. Are you here to mock me? Not at all. I'm asking if you want to join forces to crush Rinrin Mall first. How do we crush it? Tell me. Rinrin Mall's operations are just small tricks. As long as we don't make mistakes ourselves, Rinrin Mall has no chance. Lei Busy hit the nail on the head. Are you here to mock me for making a foolish move? Li Guoqing was not polite. You said that yourself. I never said it. What good idea do you have? Lei Busy patiently analyzed. As long as we run normal promotions and expand the scope, Rinrin Mall's incomplete product range and insufficient funds will surely fail to keep up. Li Guoqing fell silent, clearly persuaded. Lei Busy continued to persuade. If we don't kill him this time, once Rinrin Mall also gets funding. Let's do it. President Chen Dang Dang and Joyo are playing a collusion game. Lu Xiaodong reported. Both Dang Dang and Joyo have opened a new section on their malls called Dongdong Joyo Pure Enjoyment, featuring products that Rinrin Mall doesn't have. It's clearly aimed at us. As expected of veterans in the internet industry, they do have some tricks up their sleeves. Chen Dongsheng began to take the two companies more seriously. Although Qingdi would later live on in gossip memes and Lei Busy would be immortalized in a viral video, both were undeniably rising stars in the internet business world at present. In a three-way battle, it's often the case that the top 2 players fight it out, and the third one gets eliminated. Hekazang Herbal Tea should feel this deeply. Dang Dang and Joyo went further. Could the top 2 be fixing the match to take down the third? At Dang Dang headquarters, Qingdi held the company's seal, smugly saying, Chen Dongsheng, go ahead. Think you can buy out Dang Dang? President Chen, in this situation, unless Rinrin Mall has exclusive products, I'm afraid. But Chen Dongsheng replied calmly. Who said we don't have exclusive products? Do we? Lu Xiaodong looked puzzled. What a coincidence. During the time you transferred, I took a business trip with Zhengong and prepared something new. Chen Dongsheng picked up the remote control in the office and turned on the TV in the meeting room. The TV was playing the new version of the Demigods and Semi-Devils. Lin Jing playing Duan Yu was gazing at Wang Yuyan, murmuring, Fairy Sister. At that moment, Lu Yifei was elevated to Fairy Sister Lu. The Fairy Sisters, add MV. Darling, 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 darling. Accompanied by Fiona Fung's I Had a Cold in That Corner, an MV of Lu Yifei wearing headphones, holding an MP3 player, and traveling around the world quietly began circulating on major portal websites. The content and music of the MV were modeled after the commercial for BBK Music Phone that was shot by a later actress. The song was pleasant, the actress was beautiful, the MV was bright and glossy, and the product stood out. It was an excellent, successful advertisement that left a lasting impression. Fairy Sister Meizu MP3, Fairy Sister's beauty is unstoppable. The MP3 player in her hand looks so nice. Is it a prop? Is this MV a sci-fi film? No way, it's an ad, buddy. It's an MP3 ad. Meizu E2. An ad? So this is the ad that Fairy Sister shot during her surprise appearance at the Rinrin Campus Beauty Contest. Rinrin and Rinrin Mall are from the same company, right? Was Fairy Sister's surprise appearance also an ad for Rinrin Mall? So the character in this ad is a campus beauty. The MV is about Fairy Sister traveling through time to the modern era, becoming a campus beauty and listening to music on a Meizu E2 MP3. Genius interpretation. So where can I buy the E2? Rinrin Mall, of course. Holy shit. It's a triple layer ad. Holy shit. Thousands of comments saying, holy shit. The MV starring Lu Yifei riding on the popularity of the Demigods and Semi-Devils, and the triple layer ad effect brought a massive surge of traffic to Rinrin Mall and the Meizu E2. At that moment, in a corner of the Renren Mall office, Lu Xiangdong, hiding from everyone, replayed the MV of Fairy Sister Lu over and over, muttering like a man possessed, "Campus Beauty, Campus Beauty." The Campus Beauty is the unique product, the best promotion for the Campus Beauty. Suddenly, as if struck by an epiphany, his eyes lit up, and he shouted, "I need to find a Campus Beauty." On the Renren Mall homepage, the Meizu MP3 was already online. Dimensions 70 by 31 by 16 millimeters, weight only 33 g, LCD screen resolution 128 by 64 pixels. Compact, lightweight, sleek, and stylish. A design that left all other MP3 players in the dust. Simply by design, it was a league ahead of every MP3 player on the market. In Huangzhang's words, what kind of designs are those MP3s out there? Terrible color schemes, crude lines, heavy bodies. I want to create a work of art. However, the most jaw-dropping feature was the E2's price. The Meizu MP3 with 128 megabyte storage. Not 1800, not 998, but just 688. Take the Meizu E2 home. And the 256 megabytes premium edition, only 888. Even the 512 megabytes Ultimate Edition, just 1088. What did that mean? The 512 megabytes Ultimate Meizu E2 was cheaper than the ordinary 128 megabytes MP3 from Newman, which still sold for 1200. The price of MP3 players on Renren Mall had been slashed in half. What the hell is a price war? This is a price war. A single stone stirred 1,000 waves. Renren Mall single-handedly ignited a price war across the entire MP3 industry. Instantly, domestic MP3 manufacturers jumped in outrage. Newman publicly lashed out in newspapers. Meizu wants to be the industry's villain. With such meager profits, when will the factories that expanded production ever recoup their investment? Gossip-loving netizens also mimicked the MP3 manufacturers' thoughts online. Yeah, how can Meizu go against the cycle? Isn't it better for everyone to harvest consumers together? In this day and age, which MP3 player makes less than 500 in profit? You only make 50 per MP3, doesn't your conscience ache? Whether it hurt or not, consumers made their choice, the Meizu E2. I knew it. I knew it. At Joyo headquarters, Lin Shuixing pounded the table in frustration in front of Lei Busi. I knew Chen Dongsheng had another trick up his sleeve. Lei Busi stared at the soaring sales data of the Meizu E2 on Renren Mall and finally couldn't help but cover his face. Because of Meizu's move, a large number of MP3 manufacturers had to hastily respond, flooding into Renren Mall and launching online price wars. Not only does he harvest users, but he also harvests merchants. Chen Dongsheng is indeed quite impressive. Lei Busi couldn't help but gasp at Chen Dongsheng's tactics. Suddenly, Lei Busi threw out a cold remark. If this continues, by next year Renren Mall should be able to raise a lot of funding, right? Hearing this, Lin Shuixing was startled. Old Lei, what are you thinking? You're not planning to surrender, are you? Joyo was born at the wrong time. Lei Busi closed his eyes and sighed. Renren Mall hasn't even raised funds yet, and it's already doing so well. Its future is limitless. The only one that might stand a chance against Amazon in the future is Renren. You're not. Call a management meeting. The agenda is Amazon's investment proposal. Lei Busi rubbed his face. I think it's time for me to retire. Bang. At Dangdang headquarters, Li Guoqing smashed another glass. This infuriates me. Dongdong, the largest B2C mall in China, teamed up with Joyo, and yet we can't beat this tiny Renren Mall. The high spirits of the November financing had all turned into frustration. Admittedly, after this back and forth, Dangdang's user base had also jumped up a notch. But the problem was that Renren Mall's user count was growing noticeably faster. Moreover, Renren Mall wasn't fighting alone. It had Renren Com right next door. The next time a battle broke out, what scale would Renren Mall be at? Li Guoqing didn't dare to think. Cheers. At Renren Mall, Chen Dongsheng popped open a bottle of champagne. The final wave of the Meizu E2 campaign alone generated over 2,000 orders and hundreds of millions in sales. Coupled with the influx of other MP3 brands, Renren Mall leaped to become the hottest electronics marketplace. During this period, even Renren Com's user numbers were slightly boosted by Renren Mall. In this great battle, Renren Mall emerged as the biggest winner. Just as Renren Mall was conquering new territory, a certain penguin in Shenzhen had slowly turned its gaze toward Renren Com. Pony Ma, along with product development director Su Liang, had thoroughly analyzed every function on Renren Com's page. Photo albums, blog statuses. Are these borders deliberately left empty? Are they reserved ad spaces for merchants, or can they be customized as background decorations? And the dance troupe. The character outfits in the dance troupe. Blue Light Games didn't choose to integrate accounts with Renren Com. Instead, they opened a separate music community. This music community has no personal homepage, only an info display page. Suspect it will be expanded in the future. We could totally create a web-based community space for QQ. This web space could display personal info, allow background changes, listen to music, feature blogs, photo albums, and statuses. Not called status, but renamed to mood and integrated with QQ. Why not call it QZone? My space. Albums, moods, logs. Damn it, Penguin. All they do is copy. In the conference room of Rinrin, Guo Xiaoda pointed at the computer screen, cursing loudly. They made it so fast. Chen Dongsheng hadn't anticipated that QZone, a feature that in his past life only launched in 2005, would appear at the end of 2003. Zheng Nanling was even more incredulous. Isn't this too blatant? The core of QZone was a replica of Rinrin featuring albums, blogs, and the like. At the same time, it absorbed elements like background themes and online music from the Xuanwu dance game community. The only real difference was perhaps QShow, but even that was starting to mimic the character designs of Xuanwu dance. Chen Dongsheng wasn't angry at all. It's fine. Penguin copying isn't news. I'd be surprised if they didn't copy. Within the Chinese internet sphere, Penguin was the boss. And this big boss had no qualms about copying or imitating. After all, they had the Nanshan invincible lawyer on standby, so go ahead and sue them. Since they're here, let's fight them. Chen Dongsheng's expression turned fierce, his eyes blazing with intensity. Guo Xiaoda understood immediately, as if possessed by a member of a lively Sicilian social organization, and shouted, "Dongsheng, give the order." Chen Dongsheng nodded, grinning slyly. "All right, Xiaoda, I won't hold you back this time. Use all the tricks you've saved up against Penguin." Upon hearing this, Guo Xiaoda perked up, rubbing his hands together. "Dongsheng, are you sure? My methods will definitely make Penguin suffer. Make sure to cover your tracks." Although he had given Guo Xiaoda the green light, Chen Dongsheng still had to remind him. After all, Guo Xiaoda's tendency to go straight for the low blows was risky. But considering the opponent was Penguin, Chen Dongsheng felt no guilt at all. Then Chen Dongsheng turned to Zheng Nanling. "Engineer Zheng, update the Xuanwu dance game community. Follow user feedback and iterate quickly. Let Penguin see what innovation and user experience really mean." In Jiang City, in his dormitory, with income from work-study, Fang Han had already bought a computer. He also had a QQ account and noticed how similar QZone was to Renren. He immediately reported the situation. "Senior sister, I suspect QZone has copied Renren." "I know." The higher-ups said to ignore it. "Okay." Fang Han ended the conversation, still feeling uneasy. Just as he was worrying, the QQ avatar of a classmate in the next dorm lit up. Opening the chat, the classmate sent a message. "You fool, let me show you something interesting." It was followed by a link, which looked like a stranger's QZone. Clicking on it, Fang Han exclaimed, "Holy shit." This stranger's QZone was filled with screenshots of teacher Mudo's works. In the most recent image, teacher Lanlan's fair face resembled a puffed rice cake dotted with drops of white sugar syrup. The droppers used to decorate the edges of the sugar cubes were clearly visible, making her entire face look like a want snow rice cake. Damn, too much to handle. Despite having watched countless videos with his seniors, Fang Han still felt like his eyes were stung by chili. He couldn't help asking, "Where did you find this?" The classmate replied, "Someone added me as a friend, said their album had good stuff. I opened it and saw this. Too intense. I need to go to Chanshan Music to listen to some songs and calm down." With that, Fang Han prepared to close the QZone. But then his roommate's voice came from behind. "Don't. You fool. If you don't want to watch, we still do. Then, let's watch a bit more." Fang Han opened the full-size images, scrolling through them one by one. "Awesome." Another roommate joined in. "What website is this?" "QZone." "Wow. QZone is a great place." "In Pingcheng at Penguin headquarters. Can't log in. It's frozen. All I feel is lag. Our project just launched. How can there be so many users?" The head of the QZone development team found it absurd. Although this head wasn't the future front-end guru Huang Shitong, he was still a skilled technician. The current traffic to QZone was clearly not the boom a new project should have. In the past life, QZone took a full year to perfect its platform, with user numbers exploding in 2006 and revenue starting to flow. But now, the server is stuck. Isn't this a technical issue? Didn't the web page consider peak traffic? No redundancy. Fix it immediately. Little Ma, though technically savvy, was now furious and a bit uneasy. Could this be Renren's doing? At the same time, the product manager, a young woman, rushed into the development department with a red face. "Pony, someone has reported our QZone." "Reported?" Pony Ma took the file from her, opened it, and felt his vision go dark. "Oh dear, why would you print such pictures for me?" The young woman pointed to the black and white Western-style photos, blushing as she replied, "Pony, these pictures are everywhere on QZone now. The product forum has already racked up over 5,000 posts complaining about our lack of censorship. I logged in, and within 5 minutes a stranger found me. When I opened their QZone, it was full of these disgusting images." Let me see." Pony squinted, opening the file again. "This Hong Kong movie screenshot. Is that Shu Qi?" And little cabbage. Pony. Pony Ma snapped back to reality, struggling to keep his hands from turning the pages, and forced himself to ask calmly, how many such users are there? Currently there are over 1,000. Pony Ma frowned, asking, how many active users have converted from QQ to Qzone? Less than 10,000. Development head Su Liang quickly replied, I've already arranged for the team to urgently investigate and ban these QQ accounts uploading inappropriate content. Pony Ma, with his distinctive Cantonese-accented Mandarin, looked aggrieved. How can it be like this? How can it be like this? It must be Renren. It's definitely Renren's doing. Even though Qzone was under attack, Pony Ma felt guilty because the other side had every reason to strike. Ma, what do we do next? Su Liang asked while handling the situation, but inwardly, he felt relieved. Good, now the real opponent has shown up. Pony Ma frowned. Add more servers, strengthen censorship and deletion, improve the experience for normal users, find the connection between these actions and Renren, and then release the evidence to the public. However, before Su Liang could take his leave, both the branding and public relations departments burst into the CEO's office. What now? Panama, seldom known for his temper, roared, causing the two directors to shudder involuntarily. A news article has appeared on the pages of Weibo, NetEase, and Sohu. The PR representative handed over a screenshot of the webpage. Panama took one look, and instantly his anger surged, his scalp tingling. I did not engage in anything obscene. It turned out to be a tearful letter of accusation. A cry from a student's parent. Boycott the pornographic QQ zone. My child, an excellent student, usually loves browsing the internet for information. But in recent days he has been acting secretive, avoiding me when online, even locking his room door. After secretly checking the browsing history, I could hardly believe my eyes. So lewd, so immoral, so corrupting to public morals. Images that would make even adults blush and tremble were being widely disseminated in QQ zone. As long as you have QQ, you can visit each other's spaces. Save the children. What does the internet industry fear most? It is the deus ex machina, the parents. Shanda should know this well. Not long ago, a parent whose child spent hundreds of thousands on fantasy westward journey hung a banner outside Shanda's building. Shanda took the blame for NetEase swallowing grievances while being named and shamed by CCTV. Having no choice, Shanda repeatedly issued clarifications in newspapers and portals, even calling for green gaming. In his past life, Tencent was much more astute. When someone complained about League of Legends, the news would feature images of Dota 2. When Dota 2 teams won glory for the nation, they would quietly swap in screenshots of League of Legends gameplay. But now it was Tencent's turn to bear the brunt of parental wrath. Not yet over. Seeing the branding team still present, Panama took a deep breath and asked, what else? The branding representative handed over another screenshot. Find friends online. Go to QQ Zone. If he could have spat blood like the character in the story, Panama would have done so. Where did this saying come from? QQ, built on stranger social interactions, has always been a breeding ground for speed dating love. In the early days of QQ's promotion, boss Panama himself once posed as the opposite sex, using softcore erotic chat to attract users. Now with QQ Zone for personal information display, this aspect has been further strengthened. In or out, and see what's in my album have become the new age code words. Displaying explicit personal information and physical traits in QQ Zone, then pairing users through the chat tool's speed dating feature to offer fast food love. Is this what QQ wants? Worse still, some openly set prices in their spaces, engaging in prostitution and solicitation. Damn it. Panama finally broke down. In this era, which platform didn't have a hint of salaciousness? Hadn't the nationwide crackdown on SP services just happened in June? Those voice chat platforms and romance communities, weren't they all doing the same? Don't think we don't know. Renren even has a reputation for fine classmates. Go to Renren. But the problem now was that Renren had poked the hole in the window paper first, and the shit hat landed on Tencent's head. What to do? Renren. So shameless. Panama wailed. Meanwhile, at Renren headquarters, the army of paid posters, led by Guo Xiaoda, was buzzing with excitement. Dongsheng, how about my 80,000 water army? Well done. Fight dirty with dirty. Just remember one rule: no politeness when dealing with Tencent. At Renren headquarters, Chen Dongsheng praised Guo Xiaoda heartily. Chen Dongsheng admitted he was a bit emotional, not just because of Tencent's plagiarism, but because of their truly underhanded tactics. How low could Tencent stoop in business warfare? Take the example of the rivalry between Audition and QQ Xuanwu in the previous timeline. During the Wenchuan earthquake, all entertainment activities were suspended. Amid national mourning, accounts claiming to be Audition players began insulting victims on Tieba, forcing the Audition forum to close temporarily. Then on May 20th, a video titled Liaoning Girl Zhanya Insults Disaster Victims went viral, filled with vulgar language. Public opinion quickly turned against Audition, with claims that Zhanya had cursed because she couldn't play the game. Later Zhang Ye was arrested and investigation revealed the original video never mentioned audition. Zhu also verified she was not a player. But it was too late. The day after Zhang Ya's arrest, QQ Xuanwu launched its open beta. Subsequently, Audition was repeatedly criticized while QQ Xuanwu quietly captured the market. Such was Tencent's modus operandi. Seeing the public's fury ignited by Zhang Ye, Tencent's first reaction was to muddy the waters and redirect the attack toward its competitor. Dongsheng, should I stir up something even more exciting? What? You've already done something. Chen Dongsheng's sudden question confused Guo Xiaoda. Chen Dongsheng countered, isn't it that Ren was just lucky enough to encounter righteous parents and courageous netizens? Yes. That's exactly it. QQ Zone wasn't taken down by us. It was all the work of those passionate parents. Guo Xiaoda caught on quickly and eagerly agreed. From now on, don't rely on external help. We must win fair and square. Chen Dongsheng suppressed Guo Xiaoda's impulse to escalate things and called in Zheng Nanling. Engineer Zheng, is the revamp of the Xuanwu dance game community ready? In Chen Dongsheng's view, attacking opponents was only a means. True victory came from solid strength. The Martian text feature is ready and deployed. Additionally, for the online music player following Mr. Wang's recommendation, we've added algorithmic recommendations to help users discover new songs matching their tastes. Excellent. For a moment, the entire Tencent CEO's office was shrouded in gloom. Su Liang hung his head. Pony, I take the blame. It's all my fault for not handling the abnormal information properly. No, it's the customer service team that failed to notice the public sentiment in time. It's our PR department that didn't prepare a contingency plan. It's branding. Enough. Xiaoma interrupted them, saying, I know what you all mean. Yes, it's not your fault. None of us anticipated such a tactic. We never thought anyone would use such an impolite method. Panama adjusted his glasses as if awakening some formidable skill. From now on, we must learn to counterattack. The PR department must learn to stigmatize the other side before they stigmatize us. Also work with the product department to expand the review team. In the future, harmful information will only increase. There will definitely be challenges of a different magnitude. The product department must categorize and archive harmful information. Build an early warning system with professional network technology. Once a similar situation arises, trace the source quickly. Never let the blame fall on us. If the evidence is irrefutable, find a way to shift it onto our competitors. Additionally, I will have the legal department file a reputation lawsuit in Nanshan. Hold on, we can win. A few days later, Zhu Qian and her best friend received a private message in the Xuanwu dance game. Promotion task: the Xuanwu dance game community has been upgraded to Xuanwu Space. Invite your friends to join. Upon receiving the task, Zhu Qian quickly closed the game and switched to Xuanwu Space. The webpage opened and music began to play. Qian, what's this? Your QQ Zone. Zhu Qian boasted. No way, this is Xuanwu Space. Zhu Qian felt as if she were back in the Xuanwu dance game. The entire webpage resembled the game's room, with her avatar standing on the left. Neon lights flickered, and in the center were status updates, journals, and photo albums, which were synced with Ren when opened. Zhu Qian checked her friend's personal page. Since she hadn't registered for Ren, her mood journal and album sections were all empty. Additionally, there was a music player at the top of the page. Clicking it revealed a playlist titled Your Favorites. How does it know my favorite songs? Zhu Qian wondered, looking at the list. Hovering over the first song title, a line of text appeared. Respected Crystal Empress, you have danced to Ali 145 times in Xuanwu dance ranking first. 64. 57 of people who like this song also like XXXX. Zhu Qian exclaimed in surprise at the recommendation of an unfamiliar song. Amazing. Her friend also gasped. Wow, Qian, look at this. Xuanwu dance is so fun. It turned out that Zhu Qian had refreshed the page and found that her friend had posted a new status. Can you not miss me when I like you? Amazing. In the Penguin conference room, a pall of gloom hung heavy. This music recommendation mechanism, along with the one-click Martian text conversion feature, has elevated user stickiness to a terrifying level, said product director Su Liang, staring at the newly launched features of the Xuanwu Tuan game community, a deep sense of defeat washing over him. We clearly have a better product, so why does Longguang Game keep targeting us with such underhanded tactics? Panama was utterly baffled. Why? It's obvious we copied too blatantly, and they're attacking with emotion. The two young ladies from public relations and brand promotion sighed inwardly, exchanging helpless glances, each reading the other's expression. After much deliberation, no one could figure out how to counter. It's clear that everyone places great importance on QQ Space. Panama finally set an idea forming. The more they target it, the more it proves QQ Space's immense potential. Therefore, I've decided to take QQ Space offline temporarily. Huh? Su Liang was confused. If it's so important, why take it offline? Going offline temporarily is for a better relaunch. Panama adjusted his glasses as if awakening some innate talent. This time by upgrading their Xuanwu Tuan game community to Xuanwu Space, they've revealed that their positioning of space is built on Xuanwu Tuan. As he spoke, Panama grew more excited. So we should try making a music game. Create our own Xuanwu Tuan. Integrate fashion items and props with QQ Show. Before that, we can introduce Martian text into QQ chat first, then enrich QQ Show a bit more to prepare for Penguin's future music game. What should we call this music game? QQ Xuanwu, suggested the product RD director. We need innovation, Panama vetoed. Let's call it QQ Jingwu. Panama grew more animated, as if seeing a broad road to profit. Well, polish QQ Space's features before relaunching it. Now focus all efforts on accelerating QQ Tang's development. Once QQ Tang is done, the development team can move on to QQ Jingwu. After QQ Jingwu launches, and its items and skins are interoperable with QQ Space, we'll confront Xuanwu Tuan Heaton. Panama's repeated mention of RD left even product RD director Su Liang doubting. Are we really doing RD? And so QQ Space hastily launched was hastily taken offline, less than a month later. Meanwhile, far away in Maching, Chen Tianxiao inexplicably felt a chill, as if being watched by something in the shadows. Even Chen Dongsheng hadn't expected that after being hurt by Renren, Panama would turn his sights on Xingda. During this period, Xingda had been struggling with lawsuits, and 3 versions of Legend had emerged on the market: Ri Shuechuan, Chi Shijie, and Legend 3. Ri Shuechuan Chi was developed by the Korean company Actaz and operated by Xingda. However, Xingda claimed Chuan Chi Shijie was self-developed, while Actaz launching Legend 3 filed a copyright lawsuit against Chuan Chi Shijie. In the past life, Xingda's approach to the copyright lawsuit was to stall, eventually dragging Actaz, the parent company, to the brink of collapse, and then in late 2004, launching a reverse acquisition of Actaz' major shareholder WeMade. Little did Chen Tianxiao know that soon he would switch from being the defendant to the plaintiff in a copyright case. In the timeline of the past life, Xingda licensed BNB from Nexon, and then Penguin, employing its copycat ability, developed QQ Tang. Xingda did not hesitate to sue over this pixel-perfect copycat game. Yet to everyone's astonishment, Xingda lost the case, forging the legend of the Nanshan Bishike. The reason was simple: Nexon's BNB was already a copy. In 2001, the Korean company developed BNB, which was a copy of the Bomberman game released by the Japanese company Hudson in 1997. Thus, in 2002, Hudson immediately filed a lawsuit accusing BNB of plagiarizing Bomberman. Fearing escalation, Nexon reached a private settlement with Hudson in early 2003. Nexon would pay Hudson an annual licensing fee of 17 million yen and publicly acknowledged that BNB was a derivative adaptation of Bomberman. Thus, Hudson did not take Nexon to court. However, the subsequent developments were intriguing. Due to BNB's popularity, Hudson wanted to increase the fee, which Nexon naturally refused, and the renewal failed. After the failed renewal, Nexon, unwilling to either renew or significantly alter BNB's content, preemptively filed a declaratory judgment of non-infringement in South Korea against Hudson to prevent Hudson from suing for plagiarism in Japan. Hudson, you've already signed an agreement with me explicitly granting rights. How could I lose? Then Hudson lost. This chain of events planted the seeds for BNB, and the consequences were reaped by QQ Tang. Despite achieving a temporary victory over Penguin, Chen Dongsheng remained vigilant. We've won this round, but Penguin has deep pockets and will surely come back. We can't keep playing defense like this. We've already forced them to take QQ Space offline, and you call that playing defense? Guo Xiaoda rubbed his forehead in disbelief. We didn't fight them, Chen Dongsheng said with mock seriousness. It's just that QQ Space tried to ambush us, but its own content wasn't up to par, so it had to flee before the regulatory hammer fell. Right. Guo Xiaoda's expression was one of sheer admiration. Dongsheng, since you're uneasy, Guo proposed, why don't we create our own instant messaging tool? Take the fight to their doorstep. You're a damn genius. And indeed, now was a great opportunity to create a chat tool. Because Penguin had pulled a controversial move last year, they started charging for QQ numbers. In March of last year, Penguin announced a service called QQ Xingliang Hao Di Dai, selling the usage rights of QQ numbers. By choosing certain services, users could obtain 5-digit, 6-digit, 8-digit lucky numbers, and birthday numbers along with QQ membership features. By September, QQ Xing numbers were officially sold to users nationwide, with a monthly fee of 2 renminbi. Not only that, but Penguin even stopped accepting applications for free numbers and one-time numbers. Suddenly, instant messaging tools sprang up like mushrooms after Rain Netis, Bubble, Sina Chat, Sohu, Finder, Yahoo Messenger, eTalk, Skype, and more. Over 30 similar products flooded the market, collectively besieging Penguin. The one that nearly toppled Penguin was Langma UC, which saw its registered user count exceed 8 million and online users exceed 300 within just 3 months. Then in June 2003, Panama woke up as if from a dream and returned to a free model. Now, although Penguin had regained some advantage, it was still struggling to fend off the pack of wolves. For instant messaging, should we develop our own or buy an existing one? Of course, buy an existing one. There are so many barely alive after being beaten by Penguin. Oh, just pick one you like. Good idea. At Peking University Network Laboratory, Chen Hua had just finished maintaining the Tianwang FTP search engine when he received a call from his friend Lu Jian at Tsinghua University. Huazi, get on Yuyutong now. Yuyutong was an instant messaging tool created by Chen Hua with a size of only 3.9 megabytes, yet it integrated QQ, MSN ICQ, and Yahoo Messenger, allowing users to bind multiple chat software accounts for seamless communication. It could even send mass text messages. This software was born at a time when QQ became free again, and now it has nearly faded away. However, on the other side, Chen Hua's Tianwang FTP search engine project at the Peking University lab was nearing completion. If nothing unexpected happened, Chen Hua would join Microsoft Research Asia in the spring of next year to participate in the MSN search project. A few years later, he would found Kushuan only to be sidelined with his subordinates, leaving one after another, eventually forming the Kushuan Entrepreneurial Group. Oh, the most famous member of the Kushuan Entrepreneurial Group was its first engineer, Mars Zhang. At this moment, Chen Hua was not yet the resilient entrepreneur who would fight and fail repeatedly. Upon seeing a friend request on Yuyutong, his first reaction was that he had encountered a scammer because the friend request actually read, "I am Chen Dongsheng. Are you interested in joining Renren?" If Chen Hua's Yuyutong were merely one of the countless chat tools crushed by QQ, Chen Dongsheng would have no interest in collaborating with him. But as it happened, Yuyutong also had a community, a platform that claimed to be a safe and trustworthy social network based on friends of friends, continuously expanding. It could be said that Renren was exactly what this community turned into after its success. In the previous life, this community truly became Renren. In the previous life, Yuyutong barely survived until August 2005, when it was finally acquired by Xinjiang Interactive Group. Its users became the nourishment for Qiangxiang's mob. And the community was reborn as 5Q Network. Then, after various twists and turns, 5Q Network acquired Xionei and eventually merged into Renren. But this time, Yuyutong repeatedly encountered the scenario of when the top two fight, the third one disappears. First, it was Renren versus Qzone, then Renren versus 5Q. Yuyutong's community had yet to find a breakthrough, and at this point it could no longer afford server bandwidth costs, contemplating shutting down the community and fleeing. Coupled with Yuyutong being relentlessly crushed by QQ, since its inception, Chen Hua's entrepreneurial venture was a miserable failure. Facing verification, Chen Hua ultimately chose to believe, after all, who would have nothing better to do than impersonate Chen Dongsheng. It wasn't like he was Qin Shihuang. That said, being approached by Chen Dongsheng, a dropout from Shumu, Chen Hua, a top student who had been recommended for graduate studies at Peking University, was genuinely nervous. After all, in those days, anyone who dropped out of college often bore a halo. Take Steve Jobs, for example, or Bill Gates. After passing the verification, Chen Hua began to probe Chen Dongsheng's intentions across the internet. Junior Chen, what aspect of cooperation are you referring to? What aspect? Every aspect. Chen Dongsheng replied with a laugh. Leaving aside Renren and Yuyutong, what I value most is your expertise in search, senior brother. My life services section needs vertical search, for example, train tickets, plane tickets, hotel searches in tourist areas. Any one of them can let you showcase your skills. At the thought of Chen Hua's abilities, Chen Dongsheng couldn't help but feel secretly pleased. If I can recruit Chen Hua into the team, I can take on Baidu. I really didn't expect that you junior brother valued my search skills, Chen Hua said, looking at the content on the screen, feeling a strange sense of gratitude. The other party had indeed done some thorough research on him before recruiting. What could be said? As expected of a college dropout entrepreneur, he had moved him with just a few words. A talent like Chen Hua longed most to put his knowledge to use. Now that someone had considered every aspect for him, wouldn't he be willing to die for a confidant? Of course, the Yuyutong you made, senior brother, is also something I highly value. Yuyutong is streamlined and powerful, far superior to QQ. This time Tencent is blatantly copying Renren. I think it's necessary to teach Tencent a lesson. Among countless instant messaging tools, I believe only your Yuyutong can do it. Junior brother, you think so highly of me. Hearing Chen Dongsheng's goal, Chen Hua felt both anxious and hopeful and couldn't help asking, to go head-to-head with Tencent, do you have a strategy? Don't worry, I've already planned it. Yuyutong will be developed in 2 directions. One direction is to serve as a client for Renren, helping Renren users maintain their social networks, establishing private messaging groups based on campuses, and creating one private social space after another, eliminating Tencent's influence. The other direction is to create anonymous social networking to be deployed in Xuanwu space. Oh, and your mass SMS feature must be retained. It's very important to me. Private social space is indeed a good breakthrough. Universities may seem open, but they are actually closed. They can be turned into small fortresses one after another. Chen Hua nodded repeatedly, and then asked, why must the mass SMS feature be retained? He actually asked back. Chen Dongsheng felt a surge of joy. Chen Hua, true to his reputation as an entrepreneurial maniac, was indeed diligent and inquisitive. So without holding back, he explained, well, it's mainly for making money. How to make money? How SMS makes money? This feature will make money. How did SMS make money in those days? Voting, of course. How to vote faster? Mass sending. Even faster. Keyboard typing and mass sending. If a forum introduced a feature for voting for idols, the keyboard could not only send voting SMS, but also fight against the other side's paid posters. No need to explain further him in. Chen Hua was now certain that Chen Dongsheng was truly determined to go head-to-head with Tencent, and had even considered Yu Tong's profit model. On the other end of the internet, Chen Dongsheng, who had been fervently painting a rosy picture, was still not fully satisfied. He thought to himself, I haven't even mentioned that Xianxian music could be made into a changba yet. Why did you agree so quickly? Changba was precisely another proud work of Chen Hua from his previous life. Just as Chen Hua was settled, Wang's earliest phone call came in. Junior brother, the matter with Avenue of Stars has been worked out. The station has sent someone to find you. Great. Chen Dongsheng thought, isn't this a coincidence? Just as I was talking about making money with SMS, the opportunity comes. Shortly after hanging up, a balding middle-aged man showed up. Seeing him, Chen Dongsheng greeted first, Teacher Gu. Hello. Gu Yinping, a producer and director at CCTV's variety channel, was precisely the future producer of Avenue of Stars. Hello, President Chen. Hello, Gu Yinping said excitedly upon seeing Chen Dongsheng. I've read your plan for Avenue of Stars. It has great potential. One by one, grassroots performers on the stage of Avenue of Stars, step by step, with the support of the audience, ascend to bigger stages, enter song and dance troupes, and even reach the Spring Festival Gala. So inspiring. It truly lives up to the name Avenue of Stars. Not at all, I merely offered a few humble suggestions based on teacher guest program Starlight Unlimited. Chen Dongsheng said modestly. Gu Yinping waved his hand, showing no airs of a CCTV producer, and said with some admiration, your proposal made a lot of sense. Variety shows are not formal competitions. No matter how well professionals sing, it lacks entertainment value. It's when professionals sing poorly or amateurs sing somewhat well that the show gets interesting. Chen Dongsheng nodded in agreement. Pushing a shepherd, a scrutineer, a farmer, step by step onto the highest stage, will definitely maximize audience anticipation. Gu Yinping laughed. Not only that, it's also a great opportunity to showcase the landscapes of various regions, local characteristics, ethnic features. Only the CCTV stage can accommodate such diversity. Thinking of the two from Blue Light Entertainment who played Legend, Chen Dongsheng asked, Director Gu, would you mind if professional singers are also grassroots? You know, people who have dreamed of being singers, even worked as unknown singers for a few days, but never had the chance to perform on stage, and had to go back to farming or work in a factory. Huh, that's a great idea. Gu Yamping's eyes widened. Mr. Chen, your words are truly an eye-opener. That way the baseline quality of the show is guaranteed. The two exchanged a subtle hint, which essentially meant in talent shows there are no true grassroots singers, except for Brother Code. Not at all, just a humble opinion. After the pleasantries, it was time to get down to business. Gu Yinping asked, how do you want to cooperate, Mr. Chen? Outsourcing, advertising, discount, or cash buyout? However, Chen Dongsheng's reply stunned Gu Yinping. I choose the fourth option. Outsourcing the program. Don't even think about it. Blue Light Entertainment is just a shell company buying copyrights everywhere, and currently only has Kuhua signed. Where would they find the resources to produce a show? Having Guo Xiaoda put together a makeshift team might work, but had probably turned CCTV's Avenue of Stars into a rural village stage. Even if they could produce the show, advertising discount wouldn't be suitable. The main audience of Avenue of Stars is the older generation in vast rural areas and townships. Advertisements would be for things like Stanley Fertilizer or Jeje Soy Sauce. What use would an ad for Renren Network be? Waiting for the older generation to use the internet would have to wait until the 5G era. As for cash, CCTV is notoriously flush with money. Paying a small amount for your copyright is a courtesy, not asking you for money is already generous. Chen Dongsheng laid out his plan. Since it's a grassroots talent show with public participation, it will inevitably involve off-site SMS voting. I hope that Renren Network and the SMS Alliance can take care of that. Then there's the online copyright. After acquiring it, I want to open a text live streaming section for Avenue of Stars on Rinrin, which will also serve as a platform for online voting. Can your online voting guarantee fairness? Gu Yinping felt something was off, but couldn't pinpoint it, as if he had walked into a slaughterhouse and was being quietly butchered. Fair. Don't worry. Absolutely fair. This voting will be linked to SMS, so there won't be any vote rigging, Chen Dongsheng assured. On that basis, it'll be generous and take no share of the advertising profits. So you mean you provide the proposal, and we produce the show? You only want the SMS voting platform and the online copyright correct. Gu Yinping couldn't believe Chen Dongsheng's terms were so favorable and double-checked with him. Exactly, Chen Dongsheng agreed readily, equally incredulous that Gu Yinping apparently had no idea how lucrative the SMS platform was. As for the online copyright, there were huge opportunities. Once he got it, for now it was just text live streaming, but in the future he could add video, and later even remixes and parodies. And then there was the Xuanwu dance crew. He imagined non-mainstream girls dancing to Brother Coat singing. As he thought, Chen Dongsheng suddenly had a strange feeling, should I add a military coat skin to the Xuanwu dance crew? Alright, he'll first make a sample for the higher-ups to review, and try to get feedback before New Year's Eve. If they approve, we'll go with your terms. Cheers. With that, Gu Yinping raised his teacup using tea as a substitute for wine. At this moment the old cadre could no longer suppress his excitement, and began to envision his future turnaround at the station. Cheers. After seeing off, Gu Yinping Chen Dongsheng went downstairs to Blue Light Entertainment. Where's Guo Xiaoda? There were only two people in the office, Guo Xiaoda and Muzime were both absent. He went with Sister Li to meet some musicians, Zhang Yi and Linghua replied, without looking up, still focused on their computer game. Meet musicians? Which bar? Chen Dongsheng thought to himself, calling it meeting musicians sounds nicer than hitting the bar. Tianshang Rin Jian, Zhang Yi blurted out, then turned his head. Oh, big boss. Although the atmosphere at Blue Light Entertainment was always relaxed, the Kuhua duo was still a bit nervous since the big boss was visiting. Keep playing, don't mind me, Chen Dongsheng said with a smile. Your gear is not good enough. Linghua asked in surprise, boss, you play Legend too? Chen Dongsheng chuckled, looking down on me, are you? I made my start with this. Playing Legend can make you rich. Linghua was stunned. Boss, can you teach me? You don't know? Zhang Yi explained to Linghua, the boss used to run an internet cafe and got rich selling Legend point cards, right? Chen Dongsheng's face darkened. Guess again. Hey, race a hint him in software. Linghua guessed again. Oh, could it be that you worked at Shanda, then learned and started your own business? Chen Dongsheng rolled his eyes and reluctantly revealed, I used to sell dragon-slaying blades. Dragon-slaying blade? You have one. Zhang Yi suddenly slapped his forehead. Alright, there was a Blue Light studio selling dragon-slaying blades before. Could that be you? Exactly, it's me. Chen Dongsheng said proudly, puffing out his chest, finally able to show off in front of the Phoenix Legend duo. Hearing this, Linghua perked up. Boss, can you give me a dragon-slaying blade? It's expensive, Zhang Yi quietly reminded Linghua, then said loudly, I can buy it. The money you can deduct it from my salary. I don't care about your small money. Chen Dongsheng waved his hand. Go ask Guo Xiaoda later, he still has a pile in his warehouse. Wow. Long live the boss. Now on a serious note. I've discussed a talent show with CCTV and plan to sign you two up. The name Kuhua isn't suitable for CCTV. Let's change it. Without a second thought, Linghua suggested a name. How about the Phoenix Group? Try another. Zhang Yi chimed in, then Phoenix Legend. That's simple. Chen Dongsheng shook his head, unable to help himself. Alright, let's go with that. You guys have fun. Enjoy your last moments of leisure. Starting next year, you two probably won't be this free. Got it. At the end of 2003, Chen Dongsheng took a few company vice presidents to a casual barbecue at Northeast Brothers, treating it as a post-annual meeting gathering before heading back to Hubei province. He picked up Gao Wenwen from school, strolled along the street, and turned into the New World Mall to buy some new clothes when his phone rang. Though it was an unfamiliar number given the lack of phone scams in those days, Chen Dongsheng answered, Hello, who's this? Hello. A simple greeting, yet it conjured countless bizarre and meme-like images in Chen Dongsheng's mind. Shaking his head to dispel the absurd visuals, Chen Dongsheng replied with a hint of mischievousness, 3Q. Are you okay? I'm okay. I'm Lei Jun. Lei Jun, with his strong Xiantuo-accented Mandarin, announced himself. Chen Dongsheng's tone was casual, seemingly without caution, even carrying a hint of familiarity. Oh, President Lei, what brings you here? Sensing that Chen Dongsheng bore no ill will toward him, Lei Jun let out a sigh of relief and asked, I'd like to chat with you. Are you free? Yes, I'm returning to Huanggang tomorrow. Then I'll come find you. Lei Jun hung up, pushed open the stairwell door, walked straight back to the conference room, and announced the meeting's adjournment. The negotiations for Amazon's acquisition of Joyo were thus settled. The next day in Huanggang at the old street branch of Blue Light Internet Cafe, Chen Dongsheng met a weary-looking Lei Jun in the second-floor server room. President Lei, I've long admired you. President Chen likewise. They sat down to meet wanting to say something, but not knowing where to begin. After all, Lei Jun had just been forced to sell his hard-earned venture by Renren Mall. In the awkward atmosphere, an awkward Chen Dongsheng awkwardly poured an awkward glass of iced cola for Lei Jun. One sip of the icy cola eased the tension. So Lei Jun, dropping his guard, asked with utmost sincerity, do you have the confidence to make Renren Mall the industry leader? Chen Dongsheng's eyes widened, puzzled as to why the other would ask him such a question. Lei Jun continued to feel awkward. Seeing this, Chen Dongsheng thought for a moment and asked, did you sell Joyo? Now it was Lei Jun's turn to widen his eyes. How did you know? So that's it. No wonder you came to find me. Chen Dongsheng looked somewhat smug. Is this? You couldn't win, so you're passing on your final ripple to me. Ripple? What ripple? Lei Jun's face stiffened, then he sighed and admitted honestly, I suppose so. Is it a done deal? Lei Jun gave a bitter smile. Almost. I made the decision yesterday. Sell it early and save yourself the trouble. After saying this, seeing Lei Jun's troubled expression, Chen Dongsheng comforted him. Joyo was flawed from the start. It's impressive you've held on this long. Sigh. Lei Jun sighed. If it weren't for your Renren Mall, hey, Joyo's current state isn't my fault. Chen Dongsheng spread his hands. Your problems are all internal. Bad timing, investors with conflicting agendas. None of it can be pinned on me. Sigh. Lei Jun let out a long breath and lamented. I wish I had started a business earlier. 5 or 6 years ago, before the internet bubble burst, hordes of venture capitalists were chasing investments offering tens of millions of US dollars for just a small stake. People like Ding Sanshi, Wang Jidong, and Zhang Qiuyang raised funds and started their portal sites, enjoying great success, and they're still major shareholders to this day. After the millennium, when the internet bubble burst, all those VCs got cold feet. When I founded Joyo, I could only turn to Kingsoft and Lenovo for some seed money. But they wanted returns starting from the second round. Capital always favors the strong and kicks the weak. They only want to eat meat while you drink soup. If you can't grab the meat, they'll eat you. Chen Dongsheng's expression turned cold. Your old shareholders only wanted returns, not to increase their investment. New VCs would demand control at every turn. Your management team suffers the most. One misstep and the company is gone. You're right. Looking back now, investors' money was never easy to take. Ever tried loans? Loans. Banks never help the needy, only the urgent. Who would want to touch the internet? They're happy just to avoid us. Lei Jun smiled bitterly. When starting up, you seek international VC funding, then go public on Nasdaq. The profits go to foreign shareholders. That's how domestic internet companies are, completely disconnected from the domestic capital market. Indeed, when it comes to seeking financing, options are really limited. Chen Dongsheng considered his own situation and said, actually, local investment platforms are worth a try, but you have to be prepared to commit to deep local development. That's why I admire you. Lei Jun looked at Chen Dongsheng's youthful face, full of envy. A cash cow from a hit game can support you in doing a lot. Not at all. The success of Dance Group is far behind Kingsoft's games. But that's Kingsoft's success, not mine. Lei Jun sighed. So what are you planning to do now? Lei Jun sighed again. I have no choice but to let go. Can you tell me which company it is? After all, a future competitor. Chen Dongsheng wanted to confirm, since in his previous life timeline Amazon first contacted Joyo in February 2004. Shouldn't be hard for you to guess right. Amazon. Lei Jun smiled bitterly. I knew I couldn't hide it from you. After the third round of funding, Joyo's performance wasn't good, so several shareholders pushed for a fourth round. But with Joyo's heavy focus on logistics, without investing tens of millions of dollars, there's no hope of profitability. Amazon approached us during the third round. Like Tiger Fund, they wanted to become a major shareholder, but we didn't accept, so they backed off. Now Amazon is back, still wanting to become a major shareholder. If Amazon becomes a major shareholder, Kingsoft and Lenovo will surely worry about not being able to exit. Chen Dongsheng laughed. They're more afraid that Amazon will increase investment, follow along, and they'll have to bleed money. Don't follow, and they'll watch their equity dilute, lose their voice, and get kicked out. So they urged me to come up with a second plan, demanding a full acquisition by Amazon. A full acquisition. All shareholders get to exit, but of course you're out of the picture. Sigh. Lei Jun nodded bitterly, clearly unwilling, like a father forced to sell his own child. What's the big deal, eh? Chen Dongsheng said dismissively. You may have lost a mediocre B2C mall, but you've gained a pile of cash, haven't you? Huh. Are you mocking me or comforting me? Lei Jun was stunned. After a long pause, he reluctantly admitted, though your words aren't pleasant, they do seem to make sense. Of course. Right now you're a bitter chairman about to sell your life's work. But once you get the money, you can turn the tables and become an investor yourself. Chen Dongsheng rolled his hand into a tube and blew into it. There are plenty of internet opportunities waiting for you. Perhaps Chen Dongsheng's advice worked, or maybe the iced cola boosted his dopamine, but Lei Jun's mood improved considerably. He chuckled and asked, "Aren't you afraid I'll become an investor and oppose you?" "Not really," Chen Dongsheng said with confidence. "I feel we're more likely to become friends in the future." "Oh, why do you think that? Come with me. He'll show you something good." Following Chen Dongsheng, Lei Bosi entered the secret base deep within the server room. The chaotic machine room resembled a garage with scattered parts and wires strewn everywhere and a machine humming in one corner. Lei Bosi looked around and asked, "Where is this good thing you mentioned? First sit down and give this a try." Chen Dongsheng turned on the computer and opened the browser for Lei Bosi. "Is this it? A flash game?" Lei Bosi sat in front of the computer seeing a flash game in the browser. "Just play it." Chen Dongsheng left Lei Bosi and went to the pile of scattered parts to start assembling. Lei Bosi clicked on the flash game and a rectangular interface appeared bearing 5 large characters. Phone simulator. Opening the game, the screen was divided into 3 sections, the top with a camera and bezel, the middle as the screen, and the bottom with control keys. Within the screen, a Big Bang cutscene flashed revealing the 2 Chinese characters Hongmeng. The mouse controlled by Lei Bosi transformed into a white-gloved hand with spread fingers, and inside the screen were rounded rectangular icons, each labeled with a function name. There were icons for phone contacts, messages, browser, as well as Xuanwu Community, Weibo, Renren Mall. Moving the mouse, the white glove entered the screen, becoming an index finger. Is this meant for finger operation? Lei Bosi found this intriguing. Controlling the finger, he tapped the phone icon. A numeric keypad emerged from the bottom center of the frame. He could directly click the screen to input a number, and upon dialing there was even a display. How do I switch back to the main screen? Lei Bosi found that after hanging up, the interface remained on the call log, and he didn't know how to navigate back. Before Chen Dongsheng could answer, Lei Bosi moved the white glove mouse to the bottom control key and clicked. The white glove changed to a thumb, pressing down. An animation of the control key syncing appeared. The call log screen retracted to the bottom, and the phone screen returned to the main interface. Impressive. Lei Bosi couldn't help but exclaim. Subsequently, he experienced the Blu-ray browser, the mobile version of Renren Mall, and more. The more he played, the more astonished he became. Chen, this phone simulator. Does it simulate the future phone you envision? Future? No need for that long. 3 to 5 years. 3 to 5 years. Lei Bosi was about to retort when he suddenly noticed the upper right corner of the phone simulator where the battery level and signal bars were displayed. But the signal protocol wasn't the familiar GPRS or the recently emerged Edge. It clearly read 3G. Edge is already here, touted as a 2.75G transition from GPRS towards 3G. The 3G era isn't far off. Realizing this, Lei Bosi was startled. Are you serious? Otherwise, am I dreaming? As he spoke, Chen Dongsheng walked out holding 2 devices that looked like PDAs. You haven't already built one, have you? Lei Bosi stared in horror at the phone in his hand. This is terrifying. I thought you were just a dropout from Shuemu who knew programming, but you're actually a mad scientist. Impossible, this is just a mock-up. Chen Dongsheng handed one of the phones to Lei Bosi. I set up a fake base station in the room and modified the communication protocol. You can use this to experience the internet. Lei Bosi took the phone and squinted. What resolution is this? It's blinding. The mainstream phone screen resolution is only 128 by 128. It's already good that I have a touchscreen with the same resolution for you to use. Despite his words, the touchscreen phone that Chen Dongsheng had cobbled together himself had a high resolution, as the screen was salvaged from an iGesture pad. The iGesture pad was an invention of Fingerworks. In his past life, the company was acquired by Apple in 2005. Leveraging Fingerworks' multi-touch patent technology and products, Apple launched the iPhone in 2007. Watching Lei Bosi squint and tap away, Chen Dongsheng smirked inwardly. Let's see how you brag after this. In his past life, Lei Bosi claimed in interviews that starting from 2005 he insisted on using phones to access the internet, experiencing the pain points of smartphones as a user, which later enabled him to design a Xiaomi that satisfied users. But the problem was, how high could phone resolutions be in 2005? If Lei Bosi really did that, within 2 years he'd be on the street wearing sunglasses and playing the Eru for fortune-telling. Just as Lei Bosi was enjoying himself, he suddenly tossed the phone aside. Why is it so hot? It's not going to explode, is it? Get back. Chen Dongsheng pushed Lei Bosi away, threw the hot phone onto the ground, quickly dragged over a large iron barrel, and covered it. His movements fluid and practiced. A muffled bang sounded. The barrel bounced half a hand's height, then settled back to the ground. Lei Bosi winced, frowning, and asked softly, "You seem very experienced." "It's a lithium battery issue, needs improvement." Chen Dongsheng clapped his hands, grabbed a broom, and swiftly cleaned up the scene. Even though the phone had exploded, it was enough to make Lei Bosi see Chen Dongsheng in a new light. Indeed, it's truly something good. After Chen Dongsheng finished cleaning and sat down, Lei Bosi finally couldn't help but ask, "Do you want to make phones?" However, he saw Chen Dongsheng grin. "Do you? Huh? Why are you asking me?" Lei Bosi was confused. Chen Dongsheng smiled without speaking. Then staring at Lei Bosi, he asked, "Do you want to do something big?" Lei Bosi felt a chill. "How big?" "As big as Microsoft. As big as IBM." Seeing the doubt on Lei Bosi's face, Chen Dongsheng opened the phone simulator again, entered settings, tapped on phone information, and placed the hand-shaped cursor over the system version. The screen displayed the two characters Hongmeng. In the PC era, Microsoft's operating system dominated the world, and IBM, its partner, continued to reign in personal computer hardware. I want to be the Microsoft of the future smartphone era. The Hongmeng system is already in development. Renren Community, Renren Mall Blu-ray games. They are all escort software and preparing for the Hongmeng system. And you, my friend, are the IBM I've chosen for the next era. Lei Bosi was stunned. "But I don't know how to make phones." "You can learn." Chen Dongsheng stared at Lei Bosi, making him feel uneasy. Seeing Lei Bosi's lack of confidence, Chen Dongsheng patiently persuaded him. "I know there are many problems now: touchscreens, baseband chips, communication protocols. Smartphones still sound like a fantasy." Lei Bosi nodded in deep agreement. But unexpectedly looking up, he saw Chen Dongsheng staring intently at him. "Don't you want to challenge yourself and personally usher in the mobile internet era? You'll be the next Microsoft, and you'll be the next IBM. You'll be the next Microsoft, and you'll be the next IBM. Lei Bosi's eyes widened, his heart surging with exhilaration. "Can we really do it?" Chen Dongsheng scoffed. "If you can't, then you can't. Don't drag me into it." Lei Bosi gave an awkward chuckle, raised his iced cola, and said, "Since you have such high hopes for me, how about I give it a try?" Seeing Lei Bosi's nervous expression, Chen Dongsheng smiled. "Trust me. I say you can, and you can." "I'm convinced, Boss Chen." Lei Bosi was truly convinced. The People's Mall that had defeated Joyo was merely a stepping stone for the future Microsoft he had prepared. "Not at all. I believe in your future achievements, President Lei." "You don't have to mock me," Lei Bosi said with a bitter smile. Yet Chen Dongsheng replied earnestly, "Brother Lei, I trust my judgment. From the moment I met you, I felt that the future mobile phone market would have a place for you." Though the promise was tempting, Lei Bosi was neither naive nor a reckless youth. He simply asked, "Boss Chen, can you tell me why you're so optimistic about me?" "Because you understand the industry, and I need allies." Chen Dongsheng spoke from the heart. He was eager to get Lei Bosi on board and bring him into his alliance. "What do you mean?" "When something new emerges, it inevitably faces opposition from established forces," Chen Dongsheng explained. "I don't want to create a light bulb filament only to be besieged by a pack of second-rate foreign competitors earning easy money." Hearing this, Lei Bosi smiled. Chen Dongsheng was actually talking about the upstream and downstream issues. Every industry has its upstream and downstream. Having core technology is one thing, but whether it can be transformed into reality is another. Using the light bulb as an analogy, he compared the Harmony OS to a new type of filament. Perhaps this filament was truly excellent, good quality, low price, energy efficient, and bright. But to mass produce it for light bulbs, one would need glass covers, screw bases, sockets, and a whole series of components. However, if the manufacturers involved found that this energy-saving filament from Harmony OS was no more profitable than the traditional imported filaments that consumed more power and were dimmer, it would never enter the bulb industry. Yes, I'm talking about Liu's Trading Tech model and the joint venture automakers that have been slacking. For Chen Dongsheng to promote Harmony OS, he either had to build the entire supply chain himself, bypassing traditional forces to produce the bulb directly and let users vote with their feet, like Apple did, or he had to find a way to unite all possible forces with shared interests, making his friends as many as possible. Just as in a previous timeline, when faced with the onslaught of Apple, Google chose to ally with 34 mobile phone manufacturers, software developers, telecom operators, and chip makers to form a consortium, and jointly with 84 hardware manufacturers, software developers, and telecom operators to create the Open Handset Alliance to develop and improve the Android system. Chen Dongsheng declared that he wanted it all. Let Meizu blaze the trail, and let Xiaomi unite the fellow manufacturers. How do we solve the licensing issue? We're not going to sell this high-end model like a knockoff, are we? Making phones will get easier. I estimate that within 2 years the government will relax the licensing trend. Chen Dongsheng looked at Lei Bosi. Then it'll be up to you, Lei Bosi, to integrate the supply chain and make a big move. I'm not as good as you, Boss Chen. Lei Bosi sighed inwardly, finally realizing where he fell short compared to Chen Dongsheng. Vision. That's what vision means. Huh. In Lei Bosi's eyes, Chen Dongsheng was a monarch who had the entire kingdom, the future mobile internet era, in his mind. When he saw Lei Busi and thought highly of him, he pointed to a spot on the map, drew a circle, and said, "This battlefield is called smartphones. I think you're the one for it. Go claim your territory." And he was actually happy about it. Small, truly small-minded. They drank their iced cola to their heart's content, agreed to meet again, and Lei Busi rushed back to the capital. At the start of the new year in 2004, news of Amazon's full acquisition of Joyo for $75 million hit the headlines on the internet. The media reported, Joyo.com expressed satisfaction with the acquisition. The site's founder and chairman Lei Busi graciously gave an interview, saying this acquisition is a recognition of Joyo's achievements over the past 4 years. CEO Lin Shuixiang also said customer first is always Amazon's principle. We look forward to providing better service to our customers. The entire Joyo management showed no signs of grief over losing their creation. They were just waiting for Amazon to send in its executives before stepping away. Chingdi was the happiest of all. A rumor had it that Chingdi once said privately, "Amazon approached me wanting a major stake. I told them you're dreaming. Dangdang is now China's largest B2C, and it will be the biggest online mall. It'll knock Amazon off its pedestal." When Money Weekly approached this co-president of Dangdang for his take on the acquisition, Chingdi replied very diplomatically, "Dangdang's management ultimately decided to stick to independent development. Becoming a subsidiary of a big multinational too early would be detrimental to our long-term growth." As for Lenovo, Kingsoft, and others agreeing to Amazon's acquisition of Joyo, it might be because Joyo's performance growth was sluggish with tight cash flow and profit margins. The acquisition offered an exit. But such acquisitions often lead to a loss of local adaptability. In response, a commentator from Shanghai Publishing Group remarked that Chingdi could say this because there was a clear difference between Joyo and Dangdang. Joyo's management were professional managers, while Dangdang's co-presidents, the couple Chingdi and his wife, were the founders. They had financing from Tiger Global and were not short of money. The company was planning an independent IPO the following year, so the offer was not enough to tempt the founders. Then a reporter called Chen Dongsheng directly. "Hello, Boss Chen. I'm a reporter from Shanghai's Money Weekly. Do you have a moment?" "Sure, absolutely. It's about Amazon's $75 million acquisition of Joyo. Could you share your thoughts?" "I support what what Dangdang's presidently said." "That's it. Want me to add a couple more sentences?" "Please go ahead." "Arrogance and prejudice. Amazon entering our country will only lead to a loss of local adaptability and an eventual retreat." "Could you elaborate?" "Amazon says they'll listen to local management and gently transform Joyo according to their global strategy. Take that with a grain of salt. With Amazon's scale, would they really listen to Joyo's management? They just think their model works everywhere. Impossible. How many online malls that blindly copied foreign models have died? Let me make a prediction, not in our B2C circle, but look at the C2C sector. Didn't EachNet bring in eBay? Watch and see, Taobao will soon beat EachNet so badly they won't even recognize their own mother. From now on, Joyo Amazon is a foreign company. What's good about foreign companies? Isn't it the perfect approval system? They'll tell you a perfect approval system on the surface means professionalism, but underneath, it's bureaucracy. A startup needs to be agile. I dare say once Joyo's management handover is complete, the remote control from across the Pacific will begin. Then even changing the layout of Joyo's webpage will be a hassle. Just think about it. Amazon's webpage is so ugly. After Chen Dongsheng's critique of Amazon, several competitors immediately chimed in. Chingdi said, "In B2C, only Dangdang and Renren can be called heroes." Jack Ma, with his eternal air of a transcendent master, remarked, "I agree with Brother Chen. Foreign companies must learn to forget their past knowledge and integrate into the Chinese market. Only then can they achieve victory without a fixed strategy." Itsu, inexplicably belittled by Chen Dongsheng, kept silent. Xiao Yiba was feeling frustrated, for Chen Dongsheng was absolutely right. He was now experiencing the approval efficiency of a foreign company. At Itsu, even changing a single word required 7 weeks of approval. As the discussions intensified, some people sensed a different undercurrent, such as Guo Xiaoda of IDG. IDG had invested in Itsu, and after eBay's $150 million full acquisition of Itsu in June last year, they had successfully exited, reaping nearly 20 times their investment. So when Guo Xiaoda called Chen Dongsheng, his tone was very relaxed. "Dongsheng, do you really look down on Itsu that much?" "Yes, I do. Times have changed." Without delving deeper into the topic, Guo Xiaoda turned to business. "Is Renren Mall interested in accepting investment?" Why do you say that, President Xiong?" I guess Guo Xiaoda laughed. "After hearing your comments on Amazon's acquisition of Joyo, I feel you have your own understanding of financing and control. Are you warning investors not to covet control?" "Exactly," Chen Dongsheng replied firmly, then asked, "If you don't like it, President Xiong, we can discuss buying back Renren's shares. I have no interest in control. Moreover, I am more inclined to increase my investment in Renren." Xiong Ziyage's answer surprised even Chen Dongsheng. Isn't it said that IDG always exits quickly? Why are you becoming a long-term investor with me? Unaware of Chen Dongsheng's thoughts, Xiong Xiaoda instead asked, what do you think of DFJ? Oh, is DFJ interested? Chen Dongsheng thought to himself, is Rinrin going to follow the same path as Baidu? Baidu was once backed by IDG and DFJ. How about a meeting? Sure. In fact, venture capital options were limited back then. It wasn't until mid-2004, after the intensive IPOs of companies like Tencent, Trip, Kongzhong, and Shanda, that the old masters of venture capital, like Sequoia and Hillhouse, would come to China to investigate. By the time their domestic branches were established, it would be next year. President Chen, President Xiong, and Manager Fu from DFJ are here. Brother Dong guided Xiong Xiaoga and a man with a formidable hairstyle into the office. DFJ's investment style differs from IDG's. The latter generally focuses on angel and seed rounds with the so-called 9 Great Guardians, personally handling business and contacting founders. In short, they invest in people. DFJ seemed more professional, preferring to invest in specific businesses. This time DFJ was led by Fu Jixuan, who brought a whole team. Fu Jixuan was the one who made the key investment in Baidu back then and later left DFJ to co-found GGV Capital. Hello. Chen Dongsheng extended his hand and shook warmly. Please have a seat. Tea. Brother Dong, well-versed in social graces, stepped in as a tea server and poured gongfu tea for everyone. Chen Dongsheng smiled. You two already have some understanding of Rinrin Mall. Let's not beat around the bush. Why don't we just lay out the terms? Xiong Xiaoga smiled nonchalantly. You two negotiate. They'll follow along once you've settled. Fu Jixuan took out a stack of documents. We've done our research and believe that a total investment of 10 million from both firms for a 20 stake with at least a 10 option pool reserved is the most suitable plan. As soon as the terms were laid out, Brother Dong's hand trembled, spilling tea on his collar. An option pool refers to a portion of shares reserved for management senior talent and ordinary employees. Management senior talent. That's me, isn't it? If only back then. Our regret is useless. Brother Dong felt bitter inside. However, upon hearing the terms, Chen Dongsheng waved his hand repeatedly. 10 million. Too low. You're really underestimating me. I might consider 30 million. 30 million. Rinrin Mall can't be worth 150 million. I'm already lowballing it out of respect for IDG. Chen Dongsheng waved his hand. Besides, do I need that extra 20 million? My cash flow is growing steadily. The more time passes, the less I need money. Amazon offered Dangdang 150 million. Is my Rinrin Mall inferior to Dangdang? Mr. Chen, 30 million is too high. This is a seed round, and we're not seeking control. Even setting aside the scale, Dangdang's 150 million acquisition price includes a management premium. You can't compare them. The 150 million acquisition price also includes a management premium. You can't lump them together, Fu Jixuan reminded. I also have a premium. What was Dangdang's annual sales last year? At most, let's say 80 million. And Rinrin Mall. In just December 1 month, we sold 130 million. According to our investigation, the price war in the MP3 industry was a temporary phenomenon. Such a situation is not sustainable. Chen Dongsheng spread his hands. So there's no deal. Fu Jixuan had a good temper and didn't get angry. He said softly, give us some time, and we'll reevaluate. Evaluate all you want, the price will still be the same. Chen Dongsheng waved his hand. They'll say it again, Joyo. Amazon is a dead end, and the Dangdang couple ceiling is just a small bookstore for books and media. Only my Rinrin Mall can grow big and strong. Chen Dongsheng pointed at Brother Dong. From its inception, Rinrin Mall has been based in Zhongguancun, building a distribution network for electronic products and expanding its categories comprehensively. Can you ask Dangdang to sell MP3 players and run an electronic superstore? Can they pull it off? They don't have the capability, you know. $30 million, you're getting a great deal. Think about it. With that, Chen Dongsheng refilled Fu Jixuan's tea and saw them out. As they left Rinrin, Fu Jixuan couldn't help asking Xiong Xiaoga, what do you think of his terms? Xiong Xiaoga didn't answer directly, only saying, that's how investment works. The more someone doesn't need money, the more we like to invest, and the harder the terms become to negotiate. Fu Jixuan was lost in thought. A few days later, IDG and DFJ replied that they were willing to invest 30 million for a 20 stake. However, this 20 was to be convertible, redeemable preferred shares. If Rinrin Mall performed poorly, they could demand Rinrin Mall buy back their shares. Deal. The largest B2C mall financing, IDG and DFJ join hands to invest 30 million in Rinrin Mall. Chen Dongsheng's net worth has exceeded 100 million. An 18-year-old genius net worth over 100 million renminbi in 3 months, over a billion in half a year. Financial Weekly reported, Amazon enters Joyo. Dangdang is well-funded. It should be noted that Itsu has announced 100 million expansion. Alibaba has also leaked that it will soon raise over 100 million. The e-commerce arena is a battlefield of rivals, and an e-commerce war is imminent. President Chen stated that Renren Mall's financing will be used to expand product categories, build logistics, and for marketing and promotion. Regarding the view of an imminent e-commerce war, President Chen commented the meat is still in the pot. Chinese people don't fight Chinese people. We should together explore the blue ocean of e-commerce, make the pie bigger. The Chinese market is vast enough to accommodate many e-commerce players. Lu Qiangdong Pa. Lei Busi Hetue. Qingdi Yaya Ji Pei. Mid-January, Renren headquarters. Approaching the end of the lunar year, Chen Dongsheng met with all senior executives one by one. First was the toolman Guo Xiaoda, whose thoughts always drifted to the vulgar. He was visibly excited. Dongsheng, let me tell you, the artistic circles in the capital are truly filthy. Many female celebrities have such loose morals, like a street in a university town. Did I call you here to report on this? Chen Dongsheng's face turned stern. Tell me the details after work. Guo Xiaoda beamed. Sure, after work. First work, Chen Dongsheng reminded. Support the Phoenix legend well. Don't accept any commercial performances for now, but you can sign a revenue-sharing contract for ringtones. Dongsheng, you're so optimistic about Phoenix legend. Of course. Starting next year, just sit back and collect the money. All right. Chen Dongsheng thought for a moment. There's another thing. The Xuanwu dance troupe has started turning a profit. I plan to use most of the profits to buy copyrights. Music, movies, TV. Keep an eye on it. Go to events like the Beijing International Radio and TV Exhibition often. No problem, I'm good at that. You keep the water army, but hand over the ground promotion team to Wang Huiwen. Any objections? No problem. Guo Xiaoda knew his place. He was the one for dirty work. Otherwise, why would Chen Dongsheng let him manage the entertainment company? Just for brotherhood. Good. Go call Wang Huiwen in. Guo Xiaoda withdrew, and Wang Huiwen entered. Mr. Chen, Renren's registered users have exceeded 1 million. With the group buying module, we can cover bandwidth costs, but that's enough for defense, not expansion. Chen Dongsheng waved his hand. Spin off the group buying business and Renren Mall separately. That way you can focus better. I've already talked to Guo Xiaoda. From now on, the ground promotion team will report to you. Okay. Wang Huiwen had no objection, but he was concerned. What about the funding gap for Renren? Will we raise funds? I've decided to open advertising next year. The same for Facebook. Okay. Next was Zheng Nanling. Engineer Zheng Xuanwu Space is online. Speed up the progress on Shanshan Music. The next focus is the Hongmeng operating system. Hire as needed. Zheng Nanling was puzzled. Isn't the Hongmeng system your big strategy? Can Chenhua support us? Chen Dongsheng waved his hand. Chenhua is also involved in a big strategy. What big strategy? Zheng Nanling was skeptical. Is it on the same level as an operating system? Search. That's indeed. Zheng Nanling fell silent. Operating system versus search. That was Microsoft versus Google. Huh. The company is doing search. Yes, Chen Dongsheng admitted decisively. But he didn't tell Zheng Nanling that the real trend he was chasing was AI. After Zheng Nanling left, Chenhua entered. Senior brother Chenhua, Chen Dongsheng smiled. I want you to set up the Renren Research Institute. Me? Am I capable? A man can't say he's not capable. Chen Dongsheng glared at Chenhua. Besides converting UU Messenger into Renren's instant messaging tool, you need to pick up your old specialty in search. You can start by assisting senior brother Wang with subdividing life services to create vertical search. I hope your Renren Research Institute can be like Amon, always pulling out good things from its pocket. Amon was the robot cat Doraemon. In those days, most pirated versions of Doraemon still called him Amon. Judging by Chenhua's expression, he seemed to know about Amon. Okay, I'll do my best. Chenhua agreed with some trepidation. After all, Amon was a futuristic tech cat. The pressure was immense. Don't worry. If you can't handle it, hire people. Chen Dongsheng instructed Chenhua. That was the real point. Others might not know, but Chen Dongsheng trusted Chenhua's judgment in selecting talent. After finishing with everyone, Chen Dongsheng walked to the hall and stood beside Lu Qiangdong. Clap, clap. Chen Dongsheng clapped his hands, drawing everyone's attention. Let me announce something. Renren Mall has secured funding. $30 million for 20 equity. Then he looked at the crowd. Also, the investors required a 10 option pool for management. Great. Guo Xiaoda started clapping. Renren Mall's performance is obvious. It sold 150 million in half a year, nearly double Dangdang's annual sales. It will definitely be the top domestic mall. After painting a rosy picture, Chen Dongsheng patted Lu Qiangdong on the back. Brother Dong, from now on Renren Mall is yours. The term Brother Dong made Lu Qiangdong lose himself. He straightened up. Don't worry, leave it to me. I guarantee it'll crush Dangdang within a year. I can sign a military pledge. But just as Lu Qiangdong boasted, Chen Dongsheng asked earnestly, great. Which aspect will you start with? Damn. I just yelled for show to show determination. You're serious? Lu Qiangdong's eyes widened. But luckily Dong had quick wits. Renren Mall already has many MP3 merchants. We can start with MP3s and expand to more electronic categories. Dangdang and Joyo have fallen behind in this area. Makes sense. What's next? For example, I recently found a product in Zhongguancun called the Universal Charger, which can charge various batteries. We can do self-operated for such items control quality and build the Renren self-operated brand. How do we build the brand for Renren self-operated? What's the advantage? Chen Dongsheng kept pressing like a thesis defense advisor. Seeing Lu Qiangdong silent for a while, he gave a hint. This universal charger solves users' urgent needs. I think it's pretty good. It can represent a concept. A concept? Think about it. One day if people have trouble in life, they go online. No, they go to Renren Mall and find that Renren Mall has what they want. Chen Dongsheng was describing the future. You can buy anything online and Alpowerful Taobao. Chen Dongsheng walked to the whiteboard and wrote 2 lines. Renren Mall, you can buy anything. Alpowerful Renren Mall. Lu Qiangdong's eyes changed completely. With these 2 concepts, once users form that impression, they will definitely come to Renren Mall for any need. Your next task is to solidify these 2 lines. Whenever users report pain points, quickly list the corresponding products. Then follow up with promotion. Okay. Oh, one more thing. Chen Dongsheng clapped. The money is here, not a small amount. How do you think we should spend it? How about buying a building? Guo Xiaoda was most excited. I think the spot in front of Tsinghua Science Park is pretty good. Should we buy one? We don't have that many people. Is it necessary? Zheng Nanling wasn't keen. Property prices in the capital will definitely rise. Investing in real estate is a sure win. But funds in the internet are liquid. If they go into a building, they'll be completely sunk. In the long run, it might not be worth it. Better to buy a piece of land and either build or sell it. Wang Huiwen analyzed thoroughly. If Chen Dongsheng hadn't known the future trends, he would have believed Wang Huiwen completely. But Sohu's example was there. Sohu's market cap was only 5 billion, yet its 3 buildings were worth 6 billion. To be fair, it wasn't Wang Huiwen's lack of insight. It was the real estate market that was too surreal. Only the newcomer Chun Hua sat like a nobody, unable to join the conversation. This is Renren Mall's money. Lu Qiangdong was anxious. Mr. Chen, I think it's time to build the logistics system. Although we can look down on Joyo Amazon strategically, their warehousing and logistics are real. At that, the room fell silent. Chen Dongsheng chuckled and nodded approvingly. I think you're right. How about we don't buy the building? Huh? Lu Qiangdong's face darkened. Feeling like a black pot had been dropped on him, he quickly backtracked. I've looked into logistics. It's quite expensive. Maybe we should reconsider. Chen Dongsheng waved his hand. Land is cheap now. Buy some land and build a warehouse. Industrial parks are being built nationwide. Infrastructure will eventually catch up. That makes it cheaper. It's settled. Brother Dong, it's yours. Lu Qiangdong's face stiffened. He was frustrated. You've already investigated everything and just waited for me to speak, didn't you? Sure enough, Chen Dongsheng said. Looks like we can't buy the building. With 30 million US dollars, we have to build logistics and fight other malls. It's not enough. Brother Dong felt bitter. It was clearly Chen Dongsheng who planned to buy a warehouse from the start, but now it was Dong's idea. The company didn't buy a building. All Dong's fault. Seeing Lu Qiangdong about to become the target, Chen Dongsheng laughed. Alright, it's almost time. The new year is coming. How about we have a team dinner? Any suggestions for a venue? Everyone looked at Lu Qiangdong. Guo Xiaoda smiled. Brother Dong, you're the most social among us. How about you choose? Lu Qiangdong said with some shyness. How about Shangri-La? Then let's go. Everyone to Shangri-La. Chen Dongsheng waved his hand. All members stood up and marched out of the company in a grand procession. The Spring Festival of 2004 came early. The New Year's Eve fell on January 21st. Chen Dongsheng returned to his hometown discreetly for the new year, and at present he had not yet encountered the trouble of returning home in glory. On his father's side, the family consisted only of his own household and his uncles. His grandfather was still alive and living with his uncle. His uncle's family had only one son who was older than Chen Dongsheng. His eldest cousin Chen Donglai was a 1999 student at Wuhan University of Surveying and Mapping. After being recommended for postgraduate studies last year, he went to Antarctica for surveying and mapping, a figure who was elusive and rarely seen. On his mother's side, his maternal grandparents had passed away. He had 2 aunts married in other provinces and an eldest uncle who worked on a sand dredging boat in another province. Apart from visiting his uncle's house on the 2nd day of the Lunar New Year to pay respects to his grandfather, Chen Dongsheng simply stayed at home until the Lantern Festival because he estimated that this would be his last peaceful year. After the Lantern Festival passed, he went to the logistics base at Majukio in Tongzhou. This was one of the 3 major logistics bases designated by the capital last year, and the starting point of Renren Mall's self-built logistics was here. Lu Qiangdong, unlike Chen Dongsheng, resolutely refused to return home unless he could return in glory, so he spent the spring festival period busy with warehouse matters. Of course, it might also be because he got divorced last year, making it hard to explain back home. When Chen Dongsheng arrived at the construction site, Brother Dong was wearing a safety helmet pointing at the plot of land with great authority. President Chen, seeing Chen Dongsheng arrive, Brother Dong, undiminished in charisma, opened his arms and said, "What do you think of this piece of land?" "Great. It's really good." Brother Dong sensed the perfunctory tone in Chen Dongsheng's voice and followed his gaze only to find that he was staring at the Volvo excavator. Lu Qiangdong couldn't help but sigh. Men are always boys at heart. Chen Dongsheng turned his head and smiled. "Brother Dong, want to make a bet?" "Oh, bet on what?" "When this excavator will finish digging." "Bet that within 10 years Volvo will become a domestic brand." Chen Dongsheng added in his mind, "Although just the passenger car division. Volvo becoming domestic." Shh. As if hearing the biggest joke, Lu Qiangdong waved his hand. "Impossible, absolutely impossible. If I bet you 5 of the shares, would you still think so?" Lu Qiangdong hesitated for a moment, thought it over, and still shook his head, saying, "You're not thinking of buying a car, so you're planning to buy Volvo the company, are you?" "Am not interested." Lu Qiangdong breathed a sigh of relief. "That's also impossible." "Fine." Chen Dongsheng shook his head. "You chose it yourself. You don't even want free shares. Then how about a different bet?" "Bet on what?" "Within 20 years the export volume of domestically produced cars will leap to first in the world." "Export volume? Are you sure? With the current state of domestic cars?" Lu Qiangdong was even more skeptical. He now seriously suspected that Chen Dongsheng had some kind of mental problem. "Forget it." Chen Dongsheng sighed. In this day and age, even the staunchest patriot probably had no confidence that the 2 things he said would come true. Lu Qiangdong watched Chen Dongsheng's figure, feeling that he inexplicably had an air of being the only sober one in a drunken world, and couldn't help but convince himself internally, "Never mind, he's my own boss, just humor him." Chen Dongsheng did not care about the opinions of those around him. He was just considering whether to approach BYD. As early as last year, BYD, which started as a battery manufacturer, officially announced its entry into the automotive industry. Even before building a single-fuel vehicle, it had already begun the initial layout of new energy vehicles. At that moment across the ocean, Elon Musk had just announced at Tesla's headquarters that he would invest $6.3 million, then serve as the company's chairman with final decision-making authority on all matters, while Martin Eberhard, the father of Tesla, would serve as the CEO. "I think we can first concentrate our logistics bases in the capital, including Yizhuang and Daxing, securing the positions for all 3 bases, and then also hoard land in Modu and Yangqing." Chen Dongsheng nodded. "Very good, just proceed step by step, no rush." Lu Qiangdong, however, was somewhat worried and reminded him, "Was what you said earlier about the online mall market being huge and welcoming joint development sincere?" "Yes, why?" "A few days ago Alibaba announced 100 million to build Taobao, and eBay also said it would invest 100 million to expand. It feels like the 2 will soon be at war, and it will be hard for us to stay out of it." Chen Dongsheng waved his hand. "No rush, let them fight their war, we'll do our own thing." Lu Qiangdong looked troubled. "eBay has booked all the advertising slots. I contacted portal sites a few days ago, and they said they won't give any slots to any online mall. Then you can advertise on Renren.com, and just include the mall in the ad copy. Right?" Lu Qiangdong nodded, then asked, "Then which company pays for the advertising fee?" "Of course it's Renren.com's expense, but," Chen Dongsheng grinned, "the mall has to pay Renren.com a traffic referral fee at double the price of portal site ads." "What is this? A middleman taking a cut?" Lu Qiangdong seemed to recall something unpleasant, and his face instantly darkened. Joking aside, Chen Dongsheng said, "Actually Renren.com is preparing to open its advertising business, and it needs support from the mall's side. I've already asked Wang Huiyuan to start finding some ad slots on Renren.com that won't affect user experience. Placing Renren Mall ads in these slots can both drive traffic to Renren Mall and not be jarring. At the same time, it's like renting out Renren.com's ad slots, achieving 3 goals at once." Others were not clear about Renren.com's advertising revenue, but Chen Dongsheng knew it very well. In the future, Facebook would obtain 25.44 billion in advertising revenue in the first quarter of 2023 alone. "I see, good. Having understood, Brother Dong almost applauded on the spot, while secretly marveling in his heart. The boss is really formidable. He always thinks 3 or 4 steps ahead in everything. Time rolled on to March 4th. News came from the internet industry that LinkedIn, a mobile service provider, had its initial public offering on the Nasdaq in the United States, becoming the first Chinese professional SP service provider to complete an IPO. Chen Dongsheng knew that the entire coming year would witness a wave of overseas listings by internet companies. There would be TOM Kong, Net Shanda, Tencent, When the news was announced, Chen Dongsheng was watching TV at Blu-ray Entertainment. Dongsheng, even an SP service can go public. Guo Xiaoda couldn't help but ask, is it still too late for us to do it now? Haven't you been hit enough with that little stall back home? This business, content providers have already passed the lucrative bonus period. Just last year there was a crackdown on pornography and illegal publications. In the future it will at most be a supplement to mobile operators. Chen Dongsheng pointed at the TV and said, just earn some honest money with hard work. Guo Xiaoda, unlike Chen Dongsheng, could not see the future, but Chen Dongsheng was very clear that although the profits of the SP business were enormous, enough to support several companies going public overseas, its risks were also huge. When the annual 315 Consumer Rights Day arrives, the SP SMS business will be hit hard by CCTV's economic half-hour, essentially exiting the commercial stage. Of course, whether this is policy risk or China Mobile's behind-the-scenes maneuvering is hard to say. Anyway, starting next year, the revenue-sharing ratio between content providers and mobile operators will change from 1585 to 55. On TV, the duo Phoenix Legend was introducing themselves. My name is Zheng Yi, and I currently work as a repairman in an electronics factory in Shenzhen. Hello everyone, I come from the Mongolian grasslands. My name is Ling Hua, and am currently working in an electronics factory in Shenzhen. Thus, the Shenzhen migrant worker duo from the inner Mongolian grasslands Phoenix Legend finally stepped onto the stage of Avenue of Stars. After watching the show, Chen Dongsheng sent a message to Zheng Nanling. I want to create a simplified version of Xuanwu Space, removing unnecessary features like status and photo albums, and only keeping the comment box. It should only allow content of 1 SMS length, 140 characters. See what technical difficulties there are, and first give me a plan. Chen Dongsheng wanted to first create the microblog. For now, Avenue of Stars was going smoothly, and the next step would be to find Supergirl. Once he had Supergirl, naturally there would be charting. Since charting was needed, Microblog and Supergirl would be a perfect match. Dongsheng, that Sichuan girl is really stunning. At Shuangliu Airport, Guo Xiaoda looked around and remarked to Chen Dongsheng with emotion. Their target was Hunan Satellite TV, but Chen Dongsheng had chosen to make a stop in Rongqing first. Go to Inuefangzi, Chen Dongsheng said as he got into the taxi, then blurted out, as if possessed by a ghost. Take the expressway, go via Chenghua Avenue. What? Via Chenghua Avenue? That would be a detour, right? The taxi driver looked serious, thinking Chen Dongsheng had some peculiar hobby. No, I just remembered something, and said it randomly. You're here to listen to music, right? The singers at Inuefangzi are pretty good. The taxi driver was a talkative man, and began recommending local attractions like Zhangfei Beef and Wuhou Temple, suggesting they check out the pandas and visit Jizigu. Chen Dongsheng felt like chatting and tossed out a topic. Driver, I heard the proctology department in Rongqing is particularly impressive. Oh, it's because of the spicy food. Naturally, more people go to the proctology department. The driver was nonchalant, even a little proud. Loving spicy food was one of Rongqing's trademarks. Chen Dongsheng feigned puzzlement. But Hunan province also loves spicy food a lot. Why don't they have this problem? Why? The driver was puzzled when Guo Xiaoda suddenly slapped his thigh and exclaimed, I know. It's because there are so many people in Rongqing taking the dry route. Huh. The taxi driver was still questioning his life until they got out of the car. Is that her? Guo Xiaoda looked at the female singer performing on stage and rubbed his ear. I can't tell what's so great about her. Phoenix Legend is better. Can she win the Supergirl Championship? That's right. Even if you found her a good opponent, she might not win the Supergirl Championship. Chen Dongsheng didn't argue with Guo Xiaoda, but simply took out his business card and gave it to him. Go send her a bouquet. Not the right one, but the most expensive one. Zhang Liangying, 19 years old, currently performed at the Red House. Her father died early and she was raised by her mother. She had a good voice. The reason she performed here was simple money. Her mother earned 500 yuan a month, while Zhang Liangying could earn 70 yuan per show at the Red House. So when Chen Dongsheng had Guo Xiaoda pick the most expensive bouquet and send it to her, her joyful high notes trembled on stage. As soon as she got off stage, she hurried over to Chen Dongsheng with a business card. Hello, I'm Zhang Liangying. May I ask? Sorry, wrong person. Following the staff's directions, Zhang Liangying saw Chen Dongsheng, who looked youthful and younger than herself, and her first reaction was that she had found the wrong person. No mistake. Guo Xiaoda called out to Zhang Liangying, acting like a security guard. Don't you go online? Don't you know the president of Renren Network is a young man? Zhang Liangying shook her head in bewilderment. Guo Xiaoda sighed, pulled out his phone, and with difficulty logged on to WAP, showing her the news about Renren Mall's financing. It's really him. He's that rich. After reading, Zhang Liangying was stunned. Then, as if a thought struck her, she looked at Chen Dongsheng warily and asked, Boss Chen, what do you want? Are you trying to keep me? This was typical of Rongqing, known for its Sichuan girls, and Zhang Liangying had seen too many similar situations. Seeing that Chen Dongsheng was so rich, her first reaction was that he was trying to buy her with money. But to her surprise, Chen Dongsheng's eyes widened, as if he had heard something unbelievable. He exclaimed, "At such a young age you want to earn money lying down. That's way too beautiful a dream. Earn money lying down. I didn't say, Zhang Liangying was first confused, then her face flushed red as she understood. Xiaoda, give her your business card. After saying that, Chen Dongsheng finally had a chance to look at Zhang Liangying carefully. The feeling she gave him was that she was suffering the hardships of life. She was dark and thin, looking like she hadn't fully grown, and her haggard face made her seem several years older. She didn't match the image of the female singer in his memory at all. After taking the business card from Guo Xiaoda and seeing the words Blu-ray Entertainment, Zhang Liangying finally understood. You want to sign me? That's right. Chen Dongsheng added in his mind, I, the great benefactor Chen, am saving you R&I. To prevent you from being deceived by an old man 15 years older, losing your youth, and all your wealth. I'm still kind-hearted. Of course Chen Dongsheng wouldn't admit that he just saw her as easy to fool. 600 million in assets. Now it belonged to Chen Dongsheng, or rather to Blu-ray Entertainment. Seeing Chen Dongsheng's clear intention, Zhang Liangying didn't hesitate and directly asked, how much is the salary? Guo Xiaoda interrupted impatiently. It will definitely be thousands or tens of thousands of times higher than what you're earning now. We'll find you vocal coaches, lyricists, and composers, and create a custom album for you. Really? Zhang Liangying was overwhelmed by the grand promises and nodded hastily. Okay, I have no problem. Chen Dongsheng nodded. You'll train first. Before your official debut, the company will arrange for you to participate in a show. What show? Supergirl. What is Supergirl? A talent show. Chen Dongsheng replied briefly, and then didn't bother to explain. Anyway, you'll come with us to the capital. These 2 days you'll accompany me on a business trip and act as my secretary temporarily. If you want to know more, go watch it on Mango TV. Huh. Zhang Liangying was a bit flustered, feeling that this secretary role seemed a bit improper. Hunan Province Mango TV building. Mengnia's new marketing director Sun Wan was questioning his life outside the conference room. This year Mengnio had launched a new product, Swan Yo, but its market share was not ideal and urgently needed promotion. Sun Wan had seen the news about Supergirl and decisively bet on this show. He firmly believed that as long as a female voice that matched the temperament of Swan Yo grew into a spokesperson, the market for Swan Yo would surely surge. To this end, he didn't hesitate to offer a sponsorship fee of 5 million yuan for Supergirl. But Sun Wan never expected that the Supergirl production team would be moved by his offer and then reject him. Then Sun Wan made a decision, use the simplest method, play the role of a corporate spy. Sun Wan stealthily followed Supergirl director Xia Qing, and after she entered another reception room, he quietly approached and pressed his ear to the door. He then heard a male voice. To be honest, the production plan for Avenue of Stars was created by Blu-ray Entertainment. As early as last September, President Chun predicted the birth of Supergirl, Guo Xiaoda said eloquently to producer Xia Qing. The grassroots talent show, the PK competition format. These elements will greatly stimulate audience participation. This has already been verified in Renren Network's Campus Beauty Contest. We are very optimistic about Supergirl. We are honored. Supergirl producer Xia Qing was very pleased to hear Guo Xiaoda's words. Last year Superboy hadn't even made a splash, and they were planning to continue it this year. But she felt it wasn't stable, so she suggested changing it to a female version. This Mr. Guo from Blu-ray Entertainment was truly a kindred spirit. Despite being moved, Xia Qing changed the subject. As you said, since you're so optimistic, how much sponsorship fee are you willing to offer? 30 million. Xuanwu Troupe will sponsor Supergirl for 3 years. Chen Dongsheng confidently quoted the price. In his past life, the sponsorship fee for the first season of Mengnio was only 5 million. He had doubled it at the first mention. Wouldn't Mengnio be eliminated directly? Upon hearing the price of 30 million, Xia Qing remained relatively calm, but Zhang Liangying, who was acting as Chen Dongsheng's temporary secretary, was utterly stunned. She couldn't help but scribble on her notepad, filling the page with countless iterations of 300. 10 million a year. Are internet companies that wealthy? Sun Wan knew about the Xuanwu dance troupe, and indeed the target audience of Swanru happened to be the young girls who played in that troupe. Listening from outside, Sun Wan felt a surge of anxiety. Suddenly a voice from inside declared, impossible. Sun Wan's heart leaped with joy only to hear Xia Qing continue. This show has immense potential for appreciation. 3 years won't work, but 30 million for 2 years is acceptable. In fact, the benefits we can bring to your side extend far beyond the naming rights fee. Chen Dongsheng smiled and dangled a tempting prospect. I assume you're also planning to explore the SMS voting service. Xia Qing remained noncommittal. Chen Dongsheng continued, Renren Com has already established deep cooperation with Kongzhou. Com and Tom SMS Alliance on the Avenue of Stars program encompassing not only SMS, but also MMS WAP and more, a comprehensive suite of mature commercial solutions. Kongzhong, Com, Tom. Xiaqing was astonished. The reputations of these two websites were formidable. It was said that both were preparing to list on the U.S. stock market next month, endowed with immense wealth and resources, and indeed they were leading giants in the wireless business. Chen Dongsheng added, Director Xia, you might want to look into Xuanwu Space. It features music circles, topic groups, celebrity rankings, and other promotional channels. Celebrity rankings? Sounds interesting. Not only that, but we can also add a voting channel for Supergirl through Renren Mall. Renren Mall. Voting channel. By this point Xiaqing was completely lost. A mall is for selling things, isn't it? How can one vote through it? We can create a section called Fan Support Purchases, Chen Dongsheng explained with a smile. The most common items are t-shirts with the Supergirl logo printed on them. When the elimination rounds begin, we can offer support t-shirts featuring the contestants' portraits, as well as photo albums and signed photos of the contestants. Based on the product price, customers can cast corresponding votes. 2 yuan 50 for 1 vote, and a 25 yuan t-shirt would earn 10 votes. Of course, we can offer discounts so fans buying support merchandise can vote more affordably. As he spoke, Xiaqing's eyes grew increasingly fervent. Chen Dongsheng smiled and said, if handled properly, I believe the revenue from a single season of Supergirl could easily exceed 100 million. Thud. Zhang Liangying's pen dropped to the floor. Xiaqing also stood up abruptly and said, I'll go report this. After Xiaqing left, Zhang Liangying turned around and asked incredulously, Boss, will I be able to earn this much money in the future? Of course, why else would I have signed you? Earn well, and stop thinking about slacking off. Oh, I understand. Bang. As Xiaqing pushed open the door, Sun Wan, who had been crouching outside, failed to dodge and tumbled to the side. Without even a glance, Xiaqing tossed out a sorry, and hurried straight to the station director's office. She must have mistaken Sun Wan for a passing colleague. Sun Wan stared at the room, mortified enough to wish for a crack in the ground to crawl into. Instead, Chen Dongsheng inside initiated the conversation. What's your name? Caught red-handed, Sun Wan knew it was pointless to hide any longer. With the shame of a trespasser caught eavesdropping by a yellow-haired stranger, he resignedly announced his name, Mengniu Sun Wan. Upon hearing the name, Chen Dongsheng's eyes lit up, and he thought to himself, this is a true talent. Sun Wan was precisely the mastermind behind Supergirl's success in the previous life. In that prior existence, Sun Wan had served as brand manager for Kodak in Greater China, liquid milk marketing director at Mengniu, and later vice president of Lingtone, the very company that had gone public a few days earlier. With Swan Ru, he first secured the naming rights for the inaugural Supergirl at 5 million, and then renewed for 14 million the following year. In just 10 months, he boosted Swan Ru sales from 700 million to 2.5 billion. Later, as vice president of Lingtone, he designated the company as the exclusive SMS voting platform for the Supergirl finals, netting 30 million from the SMS voting service alone. While Chen Dongsheng was recalling Sun Wan's background, Sun Wan, driven by concern for his own career prospects, had already composed himself and boldly barged into the meeting room. Hello, President Chen. Could you possibly? No. Chen Dongsheng looked at Sun Wan. Neither yielding this opportunity nor collaborating is possible. Sun Wan's face stiffened, utterly confused. He thought, if you're not interested in cooperation, why did you greet me in the first place? Chen Dongsheng continued. You're here on behalf of Swan Ru, aren't you? Yes. Sun Wan looked at Chen Dongsheng in astonishment, genuinely startled. Swan Ru was a newly launched liquid milk product by Mengniu, with virtually no recognition. Not only did Chen Dongsheng know about it, but he also called out that Sun Wan had come to secure the naming rights for Supergirl. How could that not be alarming? The essence of Supergirl is a grassroots talent show, and its target audience is precisely adolescent girls. That's the sweet and sour age, isn't it? Manager Sun has found a good target. With his thoughts laid bare in just a few words, Sun Wan's spirits plummeted, but he still tried to make an effort. Since President Chen knows my goal, the Xuanwu Dance Troupe's user base is also in this age group. We could create a powerful synergy. However, Chen Dongsheng simply waved his hand and smiled. I'm not very interested in cooperating with Mengniu, but I am quite interested in you. What do you mean by interested in me? Sun Wan frowned, sensing something off, but when he glanced at the female secretary beside Chen Dongsheng, he inexplicably felt a bit relieved. To his surprise, Chen Dongsheng said with a mischievous grin, You've just joined Mengniu and need a major victory to establish yourself, but clearly that's not going to happen now. Even though Sun Wan usually had a good temper, he was now angered. Suppressing his fury, he asked, President Chen, isn't it too early to say that? Not at all, not at all, Chen Dongsheng replied, pulling out a business card and handing it to Sun Wan. Even though you won't have the chance to showcase your talents at Mengniu, I still have high hopes for you. The doors of Renren. Com are always open. Sun Wan took the card in bewilderment, and for some reason blurted out, "Thank you." After Sun Wan left, Xia Qing entered with a man who appeared to be a leader. "Allow me to introduce you. This is Director Ouyang of the Xiang Province Broadcasting Bureau. Director, this is President Chun, the CEO of Renren Com and Blue Light Entertainment." Director Ouyang sat down with an authoritative air. "We are quite favorable toward your proposal. Director Xia has suggested upgrading Supergirl from the entertainment channel to the satellite TV channel, which I believe is also feasible. The Bureau's opinion is to send Director Xia and General Manager Wang to your company to learn from your advanced experience, and then finalize the contract details. Would that be convenient for you, President Chun?" "Welcome, welcome." Chen Dongsheng was secretly delighted. It seemed the vision he had painted was indeed grand enough to have even drawn the attention of the Deputy Director of the Xiang Province Radio, Film, and Television Bureau. In fact, even without Chen Dongsheng's involvement, the future cake of Supergirl was already enormous. How enormous? A 15-second commercial cost 112,500 yuan. During the same period, the primetime drama sponsorship ad on CCTV1 was priced at only 110,000 yuan. The second round of negotiations shifted to the capital, with the negotiating counterpart changing from Xia Qing to the couple Wang Peng and Xia Qing. Wang Peng, a former host, now served as the general manager of Tianyu Media, a newly established entertainment company under Mango TV. Although Wang Peng's presence added weight, the primary negotiator remained Xia Qing. The station has made adjustments to Supergirl. Currently, we plan to open 4 competition zones, first starting in Xiang Province on Labor Day, followed by Jiangxing, Rongqing, and Ningxing, spanning the entire summer break, with the finals in September. The cooperation between both parties involves 3 aspects: sponsorship fees, revenue sharing from SMS, voting, and merchandise for fan support. We believe that the sponsorship term requested by your company is too long, the SMS voting revenue share is too high, and the price-to-vote ratio for supportive merchandise needs adjustment. 50%. Isn't that too high, eh? It's too high? All offline organization is handled by Mango TV, incurring massive manpower and material costs. The platform only bears server expenses, so 50% is truly excessive. You've studied the cases, so you should know the revenue split we have with Avenue of Stars. Chen Dongsheng chuckled softly and said unhurriedly, "Although we provide only commercial plans, I believe you've made considerable adjustments to the Supergirl competition format based on our plan. In the future, you might even adopt programs like Superboy or Starry Lane. Frankly speaking, just the copyright of this plan is worth 50%. We've been making concessions all along." Seeing Xia Qing ready to argue, Chen Dongsheng revealed his final card. "Miss Xia, you wouldn't want this plan to be used by Blue Channel or Tomato Channel, would you?" Xia Qing's expression stiffened. Chen Dongsheng's words hit the crux. Although Supergirl was novel, the real killer was this profit model. Helpless Xia Qing turned to her husband. Wang Peng gave a bitter smile. Tianyu was a state-owned enterprise, and as its general manager, he was merely an employee. Why did the station send them? It was to adopt a low profile and snatch whatever benefits they could. Left with no choice, Wang Peng shifted the topic. "The sponsorship term is still too long." Chen Dongsheng countered, "So how long do you think is appropriate?" Wang Peng offered, 20 million for 2 years, how about that? Chen Dongsheng remained non-committal on the surface, but inwardly, he was delighted. 2 years for 20 million. The unit price was roughly the same as Mengmia's sour milk drink. Mengmio paid 5 million in the first year and 14 million in the second, totaling 19 million. If the third year also got sponsorship, it would be a profit, but even 2 years was not a loss. Feigning displeasure, Chen Dongsheng asked, "SMS voting and supportive merchandise for 3 years. Deal." A few days later, both parties finalized all contract details and signed successfully. Just after seeing off Wang Peng and Xia Qing, Chen Dongsheng received a call from Sun Wan. "President Chen, Sun Wan. I'm unemployed now. Please take me in." "Manager Sun, hello. When can you start working?" Chen Dongsheng secretly rejoiced. A new tool had arrived. Sun Wan answered promptly, "I can start any time." After arranging this, Chen Dongsheng didn't stay idle. Although he was cooperating with Mango TV, competition with Tianyu was inevitable, such as signing future singers. He thought that Zhang Liangying, who had been serving as a temporary secretary, should return to her original job. So Chen Dongsheng called Zhang Liangying and led her into the floor of Blu-ray Entertainment. Inside, the Phoenix Legend duo, already monthly champions of Avenue of Stars, were still playing Legend. Businesswoman Li Zimei was dozing off in a corner, probably having gone out to dispense blessings last night. This is Zhang Liangying, who used to sing at the Red House in Rongqing. Seeing Chen Dongsheng bring in a newcomer, the two reluctantly left their desks to greet her. "Are you also here to join Avenue of Stars?" Standing before these senior figures, Zhang Liangying nervously shook her head. "No, President Chen asked me to undergo training first and participate in next year's Supergirl." "From Rongqing. No wonder you look so pleasing." Li Zimei with dark circles under her eyes yawned as she got up and appraised Zhang Liangying. Training. I'm well connected in the Beijing music scene. I've slept with several influential musicians, I can invite them, and they won't dare refuse. Li Zimei boasted generously. Chen Dongsheng didn't waste words and pushed Zhang Liangying forward. The girl's here. They'll leave her in your capable hands. After Chen Dongsheng left, Zhang Yi leaned in and asked Zhang Liangying, Xiao Zhang, what's your relationship with the boss? Your boss seems to value you highly. Really? Ling Hua glanced at Zhang Yi, who nodded of course. Zhang Yi rubbed his forehead. Think about it. The two of us have been here over half a year. Excluding this time, we've only seen him twice, once for signing the contract and once for changing our name. Unlike you, he personally brought you here. If Chen Dongsheng were here, he would have replied, how could I not pay attention? 600 million. Really? Zhang Liangying looked uncertain. I feel like the boss doesn't really like me. He keeps telling me to earn money well. Li Zimei said lazily, nonsense. What good would liking you do? He signed you to make money for him, didn't he? Otherwise, what else? Hearing this, Zhang Yi was shocked. Xiao Zhang, you're not thinking of dating the boss, are you? That's a dangerous thought. Zhang Liangying wondered, why do you say that? Li Zimei lit a cigarette and reminded her in a worldly way, an employee dating the boss. That's not a relationship, it's exploitation, right? Zhang Liangying shook her head. I'm not after anything from him. Damn. Sisterly, I thought my physical almsgiving was already great compassion. Li Zimei looked at Zhang Liangying in astonishment, as if seeing a rare flower. Compared to you, you're a real bodhisattva. March 16th, Shenzhen Tencent headquarters. Lu Qingmin, the vice president who had jumped from China Mobile, had been discussing with Panama for half the night. The previous evening, CCTV's Economic Half Hour suddenly reported on the pornographic nature of SP Wireless value-added services, seemingly intent on crippling the entire SP industry, startling Panama into urgently seeking Lu Qingmin's advice. In fact, the eventual downfall of SP business was a consensus among almost all internet companies. As early as the 2001 internet bubble burst, Ding Sancher decisively cut off the SP business that accounted for 30% of Pig Farm's revenue and shifted to game development. In Ding San's view, the SP business was like earning hard money while eating shit. The three major telecom operators were difficult to serve, users were unwilling to pay for SP, and eventually, it would slide into unspeakable gray industries. Ding Sancher made a similar decision a decade later, abruptly cutting off the medical advertising business that generated hundreds of millions in revenue in 2011. According to Ding Sanchi, such businesses were like a pile of shit held in your hand, ready to explode in your face and splatter on you. Unlike the future medical advertising scandal that mainly hit Baidu, the 2004 CCTV 315 program detonated the SP business bomb, directly affecting the entire internet industry. Public opinion condemned the three major telecom operators, and the Ministry of Information Industry launched a nationwide crackdown on the entire internet industry. Companies like Sovatio Sina and more than a dozen others were hit. However, the worst hit was Tencent. Unexpectedly, Tencent's SP business accounted for a staggering 56% of total revenue. Of the 1 billion small goals, SP contributed over 600 million. President Lu, can you offer advice on the future of the SP business? Not good, Lu Qingmin frowned. Based on my understanding of China Mobile, this year might be the last carnival for SP. Panama pondered. You mean China Mobile is about to kill the goose that laid the golden eggs? Lu Qingmin nodded. Before I left China Mobile, there were already internal rumors. Top management was very dissatisfied with the current revenue split ratio and hinted at adjusting the split between China Mobile and the platforms. This current crisis gives them a perfect opportunity. To what ratio? Panama still held illusion. 50-50 split. Lu Qingmin shattered Panama's illusion. Panama exclaimed they want to take 35%. The current ratio was 1585. Changing to 5050 would reduce Tencent's revenue by at least 200 million. Pretty much. Alright, I understand. Go out and call Wu Xiaowang in. When Wu Xiaowang, head of the QQ architecture division, entered, he sported two huge dark circles under his eyes. He had been nearly driven mad by work recently. He had to revamp QZone, create QQ Dance, and develop the already deciduous task of QQ Tang since last year. As soon as he entered, Wu Xiaowang collapsed onto the sofa and stared at the ceiling with vacant eyes. Panama, don't add any more tasks. I can't do it anymore. I really can't. Panama sighed. Then which of your projects can be completed the fastest? Wu Xiaowang thought for a moment and said, QZone. We've already added abnormal traffic monitoring and added a visitor permission for each space. Once a violation occurs, we can first block access to the offending account and then decide whether to unblock or recycle the account based on the appeal. What about games? If we focus on just one, can it be done within the year? QQ Tang can. Then Wu Xiaowang saw Panama's grave expression. I'm not afraid to tell you. Tencent is on the brink of death. Huh. I predict that next year China Mobile will reclaim the SP business. If Tencent's earnings are halved after going public this year, it could trigger a stock price crash, and the company risks going under. Panama's face was earnest. Tencent's survival depends entirely on you. In the meeting room, Chen Dongsheng faced Chen Hua and Sun Wan pointing at the relaunched Q-Zone and said, "I want to crush the penguin. Any good ideas?" Hearing this, Chen Hua fell to darkness before his eyes, thinking to himself, "Is the boss deliberately making things difficult for me? I a double loser to both Penguin and Rinrin. What qualifications do I have?" Sun Wan, though new to the team, remained perfectly composed and suggested, "Since Penguin copied us, let's copy them back. Launch an instant messaging software to steal their users." Chen Hua asked bluntly, "They have 300 million registered users. Where do we start stealing from?" Sun Wan was taken aback. "Didn't they say the entire country's internet users haven't even reached 100 million? How does Penguin have 300 million? There are plenty of people who register dozens of QQ accounts." Chen Hua shrugged. By the end of the first quarter, Rinrin's registered users are expected to break 2 million. 2 million versus 300 million. The advantage lies with Penguin. The gap instantly silenced Sun Wan. "I was thinking too simply. President Chen, with all due respect, users are creatures of habit. Simply copying a communication software to seize market share is difficult. Last year, Penguin made a huge mistake and dozens of companies ganged up on it, but couldn't bring it down. With just us." Chen Dongsheng asked, "What if we could innovate?" "Even if we can innovate in communication software, it's still difficult," Chen Hua said helplessly. "Hadn't you past seen plenty of innovations? I'm not saying we have to kill Penguin next year." Chen Dongsheng waved his hand and said to Chen Hua, "First launch our Rinrin Messenger to send a signal to Penguin." Although Chen Hua thought it was useless, he still agreed. "Okay. After Rinrin Messenger goes live, let users import their friends from Rinrin and Xuanwu space. With one click, build up a base of users, constantly monitor user needs, and iterate the software form quickly. Rinrin Messenger will follow the style of Pass. Less is more. Provide only a chat framework and let users add other services as components on their own. For those who only use the software for communication, offer a simplified version. For those who like Rinrin, add a quick access module for Rinrin. Same for Xuanwu space. They can also add Xianxian Music Box to listen to music online or go shopping on Rinrin Mall." Hearing the product design, Chen Hua brightened up and nodded repeatedly. Clearly these were exactly what he wanted. Sun Wan was puzzled. "Boss, even if Rinrin Messenger goes online, it's probably just a declaration of war. To defeat Penguin, we still have to rely on Rinrin, unless we can boost Rinrin's user numbers." "Then let's boost Rinrin's user numbers." Sun Wan thought for a moment and asked, "Is this about burning money on promotion?" "Promotion needs money." Chen Dongsheng sneered. "I'm going to make money while promoting." After the meeting, Chen Dongsheng sent a message to Gao Wenwen, "I've sent a flash game design document to your email. Have the game studio in my hometown build it step by step." By now the game studio back home had recruited many trainees resembling apprentices, and much of the work no longer required Chen Dongsheng's direct involvement. "Received. Okay. Miss you." Gao Wenwen's reply was concise. "They'll come back to see you another day." With the rear base stable, Chen Dongsheng felt deeply relieved. A few days later, Rinrin Messenger went live. At Penguin headquarters, Pony Ma was listening to product manager Su Liang's report. Functionally, Rinrin Messenger is similar to those miscellaneous instant messaging software before. No threat to QQ. Seeing Rinrin release its instant messaging software, Rinrin Messenger, Pony Ma's face remained expressionless, but inside, he was ecstatic. Instead of targeting Q-Zone, they've chosen to fight QQ with instant messaging software, clearly abandoning their advantage blinded by anger. Rinrin's defeat is already showing. Jiangxing University. Fang Han finished lunch, turned on his computer, and logged into both QQ and the newly launched Rinrin communication software. Heads bobbed, and senior sister Hu Chunyan sent him a link. "Take a look at my vegetable patch." Clicking the link took him directly to Rinrin's page. Fang Han noticed that beside the usual tabs like blog and album, a new tab was open. After buffering, a cutscene played. First, layers upon layers of white clouds filled the screen, then the clouds parted to reveal a welcome message. "Welcome to Rinrin Farm." The god's eye view zoomed in on a picturesque village filled with birdsong and floral fragrance, finally stopping in front of a few barren plots of land. The land was divided into many sections, each with a lock icon. Following the tutorial, Fang Han quickly figured out that this was a farming simulation game. In Rinrin Farm, players could play as a farm owner cultivating land and planting various vegetables and fruits. Each action of weeding, bug removal, and watering added 2 experience points, with the first 150 such actions per day granting experience, including actions on one's own farm and friends' farms. Harvesting experience varied with different crop growth cycles, and each purchase of a paid item or decoration added experience. Though it was just virtual farming, Fang Han felt compelled from the moment he sowed the seeds, unable to stop. What hooked Fang Han most was when his carrots were ready, a message suddenly popped up in the center of the screen. Hu Chunyan came to your farm and stole carrots x3. What? This game isn't just about growing crops, it also lets you steal. Fang Han clicked open the friend list. He then stole from friends one by one. Still unsatisfied, he clicked on friends who hadn't joined Renren Farm. Invite friends to join Renren Farm. Once they enter via the link, both you and your friend will receive rewards. Send. Chen Dongsheng's profit-making promotion plan was none other than the farm-stealing game Renren Farm, which was essentially the Happy Farm from his previous life. How powerful was Happy Farm? In its previous life, it launched on Happy Network in November 2008, broke 1 million users by the end of the year, and surpassed 10 million in half a year. After Renren Farm went live, it rapidly swept the internet, captivating millions of players who were deeply drawn to the game, some even losing sleep over it. Lost sleep, literally. Many set alarms to wake up in the middle of the night just to harvest their crops, fearing theft. For a time, have you stolen crops yet? Became a common greeting. Whether an internet product was successful could be gauged by whether print media covered it. If print media reported it, it meant the product had broken out of its niche and become a social phenomenon. Shortly after Renren Farm launched, print media reports appeared. Addicted to online games, busy stealing crops in the dead of night. Netizens' lives disrupted, experts warn of adverse effects. At Penguin headquarters, after seeing a post forwarded by the PR department at noon, Pony Ma had locked himself in the CEO's office for the entire afternoon. The post appeared on Renren's forum, categorized under Renren Farm. The post had only a title: Welcome QQ to copy, hurry up, don't be shy, copy it to QZone. When opened, the post contained just a single image with black text on a white background repeating the title. Earlier, when Renren Messenger launched, Pony Ma thought QZone's advantage was immense. But before he knew it, the other side had released Renren Farm, and in just 1 month Renren's user base exploded. What pained Pony Ma most was that the other side had directly called out Penguin's plagiarism. In a corner unnoticed by both Renren and QQ, a middle-aged man was laughing heartily. Welcome QQ to copy. Welcome QQ to copy. Yes, that damn Tencent only knows how to copy. This man was none other than Bao Yueqiao, the president of Our Game, a gaming platform driven to desperation by QQ's plagiarism. Our Game was China's earliest online gaming platform, once commanding over 85% of the online chess and card game market. While portals like Sina and Sohu were mired in losses, Our Game had already turned a profit early on. However, in August of the previous year, QQ Games launched. Bao Yueqiao discovered that from the platform to game design, QQ Games was a complete replica of Our Game. From its inception, QQ Games targeted Our Game, relentlessly attacking and undermining it. Last year, after trying QQ Games once, Bao Yueqiao felt he couldn't compete. He decided to humbly bow his head and traveled to Pengsheng to seek a meeting with Panama and Xiaozeng Liqing, but was rejected. In despair, Bao Yueqiao stopped updating his platform, watching helplessly as QQ Games, leveraging its massive user base, steadily eroded Our Game's market share. He focused solely on finding buyers to sell Our Game. In his past life, after selling Our Game, Bao Yueqiao developed a Tencent phobia, avoiding any industry Tencent touched. In this life, when QZone launched, his first thought was to see which company Tencent had copied from, ready to watch the victim's misfortune. To his surprise, Tencent had copied Renren. Renren was nothing like Our Game. Instead of surrendering, it fought back. After being copied, Renren retaliated by launching an instant messaging tool. But its effect in Bao Yueqiao's eyes was merely tragic. It was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Yet, just as Bao Yueqiao expected Renren to be crushed by QQ, Chen Dongsheng unveiled Renren Farm. And what was the online verdict? A social game. A simple game of planting, harvesting, and stealing vegetables. Not only playable, but social. It attracted users to Renren and generated cash flow. Instead of being crushed by QQ, Renren experienced a massive explosion in user numbers. Watching Renren's moves, Bao Yueqiao felt only one thing: so damn bold, so damn fierce, so damn wild. Under this wave, even Our Game, awaiting acquisition, had its employees, from the president down, playing the stealing game at work. Seeing his employees all playing the game, Bao Yueqiao had an unexpected thought. Maybe we shouldn't sell Our Game just yet. Perhaps we could collaborate with Renren. As the saying goes, the moment he thought of joining forces, the world opened up. The more Bao Yueqiao thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. In his past life, on April 13, 2004, the Korean company NHN Group purchased 29 of shares from Hyong Holdings and all 21 shares from the 3 founders, Bao Yueqiao, Jian Jing, and Wang Jianhua, for 100 million. Each founder cashed out 14 million. But the outcome was dire. NHN, holding half the shares, implemented drastic reforms that drove away most of the players. Ironically, years later, Nepal, a game studio under NHN's control, developed a game and entrusted it to Tencent for distribution. That game was Dungeon Fighter. Even more absurdly, NHN, while spinning off its gaming business, made equity incentive promises to the Dungeon Fighter team, saying they could buy controlling shares if they met certain targets. The team actually achieved those targets, bought out the shares, ousted NHN, and then sold the company to Tencent. Now, as NHN's acquisition of our game was on the verge of completion, Bao Yueqiao made a fateful decision: I'm not selling. I want to make Tencent miserable before I go. The deal between our game and NHN was essentially set, only awaiting formalities. But unexpectedly, due to Renren's desperate stand, our game, with its 100 million users, suddenly found its backbone. After making his decision, Bao Yueqiao quickly informed all parties. NHN was stunned. Without your shares, I can't be the majority shareholder. If I'm not the majority, why bother buying? Jian Jing and Wang Jianhua, the two former partners who had already left, were bewildered and came to Bao Yueqiao. Old Bao, weren't we selling our shares? Why the sudden change of heart? Bao Yueqiao was blunt, handing them Renren's public data. Why show us Renren's data? They asked, puzzled. Renren has only 1 million users, yet they dared to stand up to Tencent. 1 million against 300 million. What a concept. We have 100 million registered users. I think we still have a chance. Old Bao, weren't you the one who said we had no chance? That the market would be taken by Tencent, and we should bail out early. Times change. First you said run, now you say fight. You're really... Jian Jing was getting agitated. Why not just take the money, find a new path, and rebuild? Why bother tangling with Tencent? I'm not stopping you. If NHN wants to buy, let Haihong sell another 7. If Haihong were willing to give up that 7, they'd let the rest go too. NHN wouldn't need us. That's not my fault. Bao Yueqiao shrugged and lay back. The two partners had no choice but to ask, tell us what you're really thinking. I just feel that Renren has great potential. If we can cooperate, we can definitely hit Tencent hard. Brilliant. If that's the case, our game might come back to life. By then its value would be far more than the current 200 million. Wang Jianhua was convinced. Jian Jing mused, you're right. The valuation on the way down is different from the peak. If we can strike 10 cent and then sell, the returns will be even higher. Wang Jianhua was also persuaded. Higher returns are better. Right now I just want to give 10 cent a good beating. Jian Jing couldn't help asking, Old Bao, have you talked to Renren yet? Well. Bao Yueqiao looked embarrassed. Not yet. Wang Jianhua cursed, damn it. Go now. I had to convince you two first. Online Tencent's statement finally arrived. Regarding Renren's plagiarism accusations, Tencent solemnly states that it completely opposes and protests while reserving the right to legal recourse. Chen Dongsheng sneered, knowing he had a stockpile of social games ready. But before he could pull out his ultimate weapon, someone knocked on his door. President Chen, President Bao from our game is here. He's at the door and wishes to see you. Who? Bao Yueqiao. Chen Dongsheng was so startled, he nearly lost his shoe as he rushed out, spotting a middle-aged man with a balding crown. He hurried forward to greet him. President Bao, it's an honor. Sorry for not welcoming you properly. You're too kind, President Chen. Sorry for the unannounced visit. Bao Yueqiao felt a surge of goodwill seeing Chen Dongsheng rush out. Not at all. You're a veteran. Without your updos, we might still be using English to go online. You flatter me. To be honest, I've come to seek cooperation. Bao Yueqiao was humble and got straight to the point. I couldn't ask for more. Please come in. Politely, Chen Dongsheng escorted Bao Yueqiao to the president's office, fetched 2 cakes of fine tea from Brother Dong's office, poured tea for his guest, and poured himself a cola before getting down to business. Recalling his cold reception at Tencent, Bao Yueqiao felt a touch of emotion at Chen Dongsheng's attitude. Chen Dongsheng asked respectfully, President Bao, what kind of cooperation are you hoping for with Renren? You have doubts. Yes. I've heard some rumors about NHN. I've called it off. Bao Yueqiao said cheerfully, it was that post from Renren. Welcome QQ to copy. That was so satisfying. I felt Renren had guts and wanted to learn from you. You're too kind. That post was our marketing director's son's work. But it was your courage to stand up to Tencent that gave him the nerve. Bao Yueqiao blew on his tea, downed it, set down the cup, and said fiercely, seeing your moves, I felt our game still has some assets. I'd be damned if I didn't take a shot at Tencent before leaving. Chen Dongsheng was overjoyed. So you want to cooperate against Tencent? Then he'll definitely lend a hand. Our game, with its 100 million users, could greatly accelerate Renren's user acquisition if they joined forces. Let me lay out my proposal. Bao Yueqiao sipped his tea. Mutual account recognition between our game and Renren, and linking Renren Farm on our platform. What do you think? Chen Dongsheng's eyes widened in shock at the offer, so generous. Thank you so much. This is a divine assist from our game. Frankly, you're passing on your power to Renren. Chen Dongsheng waved his hand grandly. Don't worry, Renren won't shortchange our game on channel fees. To win, let it be a win-win. Lianzhong Games Hall announced that from today, it would mutually recognize accounts with Renren Network. Lianzhong Games joined the Renren community. Rinrin Farm welcomed players from the Lianzhong Games platform. Without any warning, Lianzhong Games, which had been on the verge of selling itself, suddenly declared its return. When the shortcut icon for Lianzhong Games appeared in the extensions of Rinrin Talk, Rinrin Network's user base experienced another unprecedented surge. For a time, everyone was inviting friends, stealing vegetables, playing Do Di Zhu, having a blast. While various factions were still puzzling over how these two companies had come together, Lianzhong Games launched a frenzy of version updates. Users tracing the dates of version freezes discovered with shock that Lianzhong Games had stopped updating precisely on the day QQ Games platform went live. So Lianzhong Games and Rinrin Network were both victims of Penguin's plagiarism, an Avengers alliance if you will. This time the entire internet's gossip crowd turned their eyes toward the Penguin in Pengcheng. Why is everyone targeting me? Pony Ma felt miserable. Clearly the game Xian Wu Dance Troupe shows traces of QQ Show. The card and board games from Lianzhong are all based on real-life ones, and these recent updates are clearly copying QQ Games' platform. As for the Rinrin community, features like logs and statuses are just an integration of blogs. Why can't QQ space be used? After wallowing in self-pity, Pony Ma summoned Su Liang. Su Liang, with dark circles under his eyes, agreed before Pony Ma could even finish. Okay, well, launch QQ Farm immediately. Pony Ma looked at him and nodded slowly. Mr. Chen, as of now our users have grown by 5,000. Sun Quan excitedly rushed to Chen Dongsheng to report. It's only been a week. The growth will only accelerate in the coming weeks. What about Lianzhong? Lianzhong's stock price, which had fallen due to the halted acquisition, has already recovered. Sun Quan said enthusiastically. Without a doubt this is a win-win. What's your next suggestion? How about taking Rinrin Farm overseas? Launching it on Facebook? Sure, go ahead and arrange it. This game has low barriers, is easy to pick up, and has cross-cultural appeal. Seeing Chen Dongsheng's approval, Sun Quan pressed further. I think we shouldn't stop at Facebook. Rinrin Farm is cross-cultural. Countries like the Stealing Kingdom and the Little Sun Country have their own local social software. We can target them too. Game going overseas is a good idea, but there's a small problem. Chen Dongsheng asked with a smile, what if companies in the Stealing Kingdom and Little Sun Country copy us? What should we do? Sun Quan was taken aback. Indeed, this game has no barriers. It's too easy to replicate. Although foreign copyright laws are well established, they can just copy it and get away with it. By the time we file a lawsuit, even if we win, the opportunity will be long gone. Exactly. We can't assume the best of our competitors. Just launch Rinrin Farm on Facebook. Don't consider other countries. Chen Dongsheng said. Sun Quan nodded. To expect competitors to honestly buy licenses and negotiate revenue sharing would need either our product to be hard to replicate, or have a professional promotion and legal team abroad, or win over users, or win the lawsuit to earn more than the revenue share. After summarizing, Sun Quan seemed to recall something. Actually, from Lianzhong's helplessness against Penguin and our confidence against Penguin, I've drawn a small conclusion. Oh, tell me. Independent development and innovation. That's the core competitive edge. Exactly. Chen Dongsheng nodded. As long as we innovate, even if latecomers copy us, even if they copy it better, it doesn't matter. Because we're facing a blue ocean. We can easily take the biggest slice of the cake, just like this social game. But have you ever thought about where innovation comes from? Chen Dongsheng asked with a smile. Let me rephrase, what kind of innovation speed is needed to make it impossible for Penguin to copy? Innovation must come from the development team, Sun Quan frowned. But to make it so Penguin can't keep up, that's asking too much of our development team, isn't it? Why rely solely on our own development team? Seeing Sun Quan still pondering, Chen Dongsheng laughed. I think Rinrin Network can set aside a section to serve as a platform for small games like Rinrin Farm. Anyone can publish games on this section. If a game is truly excellent and has the potential to become a social game, Rinrin Network can buy it outright or cooperate on revenue sharing, turning it into a Rinrin Network feature. What Chen Dongsheng wanted to do was exactly open up Rinrin Network's third-party application platform. In his previous life, in 2007, Zuckerberg opened Facebook's third-party application platform, welcoming developers worldwide to create products and share revenue. Before Happy Farm, the hottest small game on Facebook was Parking Wars, translated as Parking Battle. After this move became a huge hit, many SNS websites in various countries followed suit, creating third-party application platforms. Then Happy Farm was born on domestic platforms, eventually successfully going overseas, landing on Facebook, and becoming wildly popular. Yes, the power of the masses is infinite. The best way is to mobilize as many people as possible, letting Penguin drown in the vast ocean of people's war. Hearing Chen Dongsheng's plan, Sun Quan could hardly contain his excitement. Of course, he also had concerns. Boss, will this platform definitely produce a blockbuster like Rinrin Farm? Definitely. Chen Dongsheng was confident. If not, he could always step in himself. Sun Quan still had doubts. If we open it up and Penguin follows suit, what then? No fear. With the support of Lianzhong Games users, the two sides are now evenly matched in terms of accounts. What we need to do is not make mistakes. After a moment of thought, Chen Dongsheng added, let them copy if they want, but we must keep records. Maybe set up some kind of digital museum. Don't let Penguin rewrite history. A digital museum? Sun Quan, though unfamiliar with the reference, could guess its meaning and felt Chen Dongsheng's consideration was very necessary. A pillar of shame for Penguin. Got it. When do you need it? The sooner the better. Then you can communicate more with the people at Lianzhong Games. They've always had the idea of developing their own games. Chen Dongsheng added, I happen to have a console game concept in hand. You can ask if they're interested in developing it. We'll just charge a licensing fee, and I suggest they launch the game on the Bluebird game platform. This console game was naturally the future hit from Lianzhong Games, the world of martial arts. This time, without the constraints of the Stealing Kingdom's company, Lianzhong should be able to perform even better. As for Lianzhong's future, Chen Dongsheng had discussed with Guo Xiaoda. The founders were willing to step down, and when the time was right, Longuang Games could take over. Timing. The sooner the better. As for the third-party development platform, let's wait and see if Penguin copies. When they copy Renren Farm, well, nail them to the pillar of shame. After that, well, announced the third-party development platform. As they were talking, bursts of laughter erupted from the office outside. Huh. They copied. Chen Dongsheng and Sun Quan walked out of the office looking at the lively room and asked with a smile, how did they copy? Guo Xiaoda rushed out excitedly, pointing at the screen. QQ Farm. Penguin copied a QQ Farm. He's panicking. Chen Dongsheng laughed heartily. Manager Sun, get the digital museum of Penguin's plagiarism ready. Immediately. Within a week of the Penguin's launch of QQ Farm, the Penguin Electronic Archive, jointly funded by Lianzhong and Renren, also went online. It meticulously cataloged how the Penguin had copied ICQ to launch OICQ, renamed it to QQ after a warning, replicated Lianzhong Game World, and then rolled out QQ Zone, culminating in the release of QQ Farm. Unsurprisingly, Pony Ma flew into a rage. I will lodge a complaint against this defamation. Soon the Penguin's statement appeared in the press. This is micro-innovation. If you have the guts, sue us for copyright infringement. Don't just smear us online. Huh. We smeared the Penguin. How would I know? Chen Dongsheng spread his hands to the newspaper reporter, feigning grievance. Pray tell, where did we smear the Penguin? We merely expressed our optimism about the Penguin's development and made a detailed record of its growth to help everyone reminisce about its glorious past in the future. Once the interview was published, the internet was filled with merry banter, and the Penguin's PR department fell silent. Boss. Bad news. A few days later, Wu Xiaowang burst into Pony Ma's office in a panic. Mr. Wu, what has you so flustered? The Penguin Electronic Archive has been updated. It says we will copy Pao Pao Tang in the future. Pony Ma was stunned. He clicked on the website and found a prophetic article. The Stealing Nation has already set a trap for Pao Pao Tang. Pao Pao Tang does not infringe on Bomberman. Similarly, if the Penguin launches QQ Tang, Shanda will have no right to block it. The Penguin Electronic Archive hereby prophesies without liability the Penguin will launch QQ Tang this year. Watching Pony Ma's increasingly dark expression, Wu Xiaowang said, troubled, Pony Renren has predicted our move. Should we still proceed with the development of QQ Tang? Pony Ma shook his head. If we stop, what will the RD department do? Wu Xiaowang was taken aback. If they didn't continue with QQ Tang, they would have to develop QQ Dance instead. Although Renren's prophecy would fail, QQ Dance's appearance on the Electronic Archive was inevitable. Pony Ma waved his hand. Let's follow our own pace. The Penguin made no move, adopting an attitude of turning the other cheek, which threw Shanda into disarray. Chen Dalian rushed to find Chen Tianxiao. Brother, if the Penguin really copies QQ Tang, what do we do? Is there any way to stop them? Pao Pao Tang, a casual game with over 600 concurrent users, contributed nearly 20 million in monthly profits, and had become another cash cow for Shanda alongside Legend. Chen Tianxiao understood clearly that once the Penguin copied it, Shanda would lose a huge chunk of the market. Chen Dalian shook his head. No. If copyright claims are truly futile, we have no way to stop them from copying. Let them copy. We'll just emphasize in our marketing that Pao Pao Tang is the original and brand the Penguin as a copycat. Chen Tianxiao rubbed his temples. What do you think Chen Dongsheng is up to? Why would he fabricate such a prophecy? Maybe he's worried the Penguin will copy Xian Wutuan, so he's suggesting they copy our Pao Pao Tang. No, Chen Tianxiao shook his head. Pao Pao Tang isn't like QQ Farm. Its development cycle is long. Copying it isn't something you do overnight. This must have been a long-planned strategy. Chen Dongsheng must have known they had already started and deliberately played this open game. Besides, if they can copy QQ Tang, do you think they'll spare Xian Wutuan? If so, what's in it for Chen Dongsheng? Chen Dalian frowned. He could have just let the Penguin copy Pow Pow Tang, and we would have sued them. And then we would lose, Chen Tianxiao replied. That's the crux. He's warning us not to waste our efforts. Chen Dalian looked puzzled. Chen Dongsheng can't be trying to curry favor with us, can he? The offline promotions of Xianwu Tuan and Pow Pow Tang have been clashing viciously. Chen Tianxiao shook his head. There's no need to speculate. Let's just arrange a meeting with him. Chen Dalian, half-skeptical, instructed his business team to contact Renren. To his surprise, Renren readily agreed to the meeting. At Chen Dongsheng's request, they met on a pleasure boat in Wuzhen. In those days, Wuzhen was not yet the venue for the World Internet Conference. Its only fame came from the TV series Years of Passion, and tourists were few. When they met, both men were tense. At that time, Chen Tianxiao had just been crowned China's richest man, radiating confidence. Far from the aged figure he would become 7 years later. Chen Dongsheng, on the other hand, was a rising star in the internet industry, matching Chen Tianxiao's presence. With the lingering disputes from the Legend Equipment Studio and the fierce competition between Xianwu Tuan and Pow Pow Tang, the relationship between Shanda and the Blue Light Group was far from cordial. After they sat down, Chen Tianxiao wasted no time and bluntly asked, "Don't tell me you want to join forces with Shanda, just like you did with Lianzhou." Chen Dongsheng, however, smiled and answered without hesitation, "Exactly. Do you have some misunderstanding about Shanda?" Chen Tianxiao sneered. "The Penguin and Renren together are no match for Shanda. Why would I join forces with you?" But Chen Dongsheng simply raised 3 fingers. "If I can save Shanda billions in losses with just 3 sentences, will you cooperate with me? If you save Shanda billions, you'd be our savior. Refusing you would shorten my life." Chen Tianxiao sneered disdainfully, glaring at Chen Dongsheng. "You'd better not be lying to me." Chen Dongsheng raised 1 finger. "The Shanda box is doomed to fail." At those words, Chen Tianxiao's anger flared, and he nearly stood up to leave. The Shanda box was his ideal, his life's pursuit. "How dare you say I can't pull it off?" Unfazed, Chen Dongsheng raised a 2nd finger. "The TV stations will step in. Your box won't sell." The second sentence struck Chen Tianxiao like a thunderbolt. Though his expression remained grim, astonishment crept into his eyes. Finally, Chen Dongsheng raised a 3rd finger. "If you don't believe me, go find out for yourself." Having said his piece, Chen Dongsheng took a sip of tea, cupped his hands in a salute, and jumped ashore, leaving Chen Tianxiao on the boat, questioning his own beliefs. A few days later, Zheng Nanling knocked on the office door. A programmer came by. "He's quite impressive. I think he can handle the Bluebird player. Would you like to interview him?" "Who is it?" Chen Dongsheng glanced at the resume and chuckled. "Oh, it's him. He's indeed formidable." The visitor was none other than Wang Xian, who had been managing the Shanda Box project. When Chen Dongsheng met him, he found Wang Xian gentle and refined with glasses. A perfect fit for the geek archetype. "Is the Shanda Box dead?" "Dead," Wang Xian nodded. "A few days ago, the boss didn't come to the office in the morning. When he returned at noon, he spent the entire afternoon cursing Tomato TV in his room. Then he announced an indefinite suspension of the Box project." "What about the Box project team?" "Either transfer to other positions or resign." "And you?" "I want to do something I love. I saw the beta version of the Bluebird player and really liked it." Chen Dongsheng waved his hand. "All right, come over and take charge of the Bluebird player." "Huh, isn't that a bit too hasty?" Wang Xian was bewildered, feeling flattered. Chen Dongsheng knew full well that with Wang Xian in hand, he would gain 500 million users. Though Renren had unexpectedly poached a key talent, Chen Tianxiao didn't mind much. Since the project was cancelled, keeping the staff was a burden anyway. But Chen Dongsheng didn't just poach Wang Xian. He also had Wang Xian deliver a message to Chen Tianxiao. "The Imperial Army asked me to pass a word to you. Don't forget the agreement in Wuzhen." That was truly a stab to the heart. Finally, as the Penguin steeled itself to launch QQ Tang, within the year, Shanda and Renren suddenly announced a joint account linkage. Anyone with a Renren account could now log into all Shanda games. Shanda accounts could also log into Renren with 1 click, just like on the Lianzhou platform. Someone even drew a peacemaking poster for Xianwu Tuan and Pow Pow Tang, and there were even co-branded items. "Pony Ma, this is too much. You're bullying me. Targeting me. Everyone else can make what we make, so why can't we? Why is the whole world against me?" At that moment, Pony Ma felt as though Penguin had suddenly become the public enemy of the internet, filled with an overwhelming sense of injustice. Yet the offensive from Renren.com was far from over. Kingsoft Games abruptly announced that its game accounts would be mutually recognized with Renren.com. Moreover, Kingsoft Games declared that all its games would be launched on the Bluebird game platform. Additionally, to avoid sinking into the red ocean of low-end vicious competition, Kingsoft Games revealed that its subsidiary Zhishanja Studio had initiated a project to develop a 3D online game masterpiece. It turned out that after leaving the management of Zhuyu Busi had returned to Kingsoft Games and reached an agreement with investors to take the company public before departing. He took the initiative to join Renren's alliance. Following Kingsoft Games' announcement of console game development, Lianzhong Games also declared its intent, stating that it had already initiated game projects and would never tread the path of plagiarism. Watching the brewing storm, Pony Ma had an epiphany. The more they do this, the more it shows they fear me. QQ Tang must be made. And QQ Jimu too. He'll make them all. Chen Dongsheng paid no attention to Penguin's reaction. By then, he had already headed south. Recently, Renren's user count had surged to tens of millions with a continuous influx of new members. The skyrocketing membership numbers brought immense pressure on bandwidth and servers. Bandwidth was easy to handle, money sufficed, but servers were hardware that could not be taken lightly. After some deliberation, Chen Dongsheng decided to make a trip to Pengcheng. Around 2003, the domestic server industry had gradually formed a market landscape dominated by independent brands, such as Longchao, Lenovo, and Shuguang. Yet in truth, these brands accounted for only about 40% of the market share, primarily in the mid to low-end segment. Moreover, in 2003, HP, Dell, and IBM had all begun to focus strategically on the mid to low-end market. That year, HP launched the Caesar plan, and IBM introduced the Project Tingyue, both targeting the mid to low-end server market. These foreign brands possessed technology distribution channels and the profit cushion of high-end servers, allowing them to engage in price wars without any pressure. It was unsurprising that domestic brands could not compete with foreign capital. This gap was not only in chips and operating systems. The foreign brands also had supporting databases, application software, and ecosystems, while domestic brands had nothing but a machine. The gross margin of domestic servers was only 7%, yet foreign brands maintained margins above 20%, sometimes exceeding 40%. Unsurprisingly, domestic brands were battered in the price war. In the past life, it was not until the 2013 Prism scandal that domestic substitution efforts began slowly turning the tide. At the Huawei headquarters on Bantian Street, Longgang District. After entering the Huawei building and stating his purpose, Chen Dongsheng was led to a reception room. After waiting less than a minute, a man of steady build with a stern expression entered. It was Ren Jingfei. President Ren. Chen Dongsheng rose. Just a trivial matter. I apologize for the abrupt visit and the disturbance. Not at all, not at all. You've gone to the trouble of traveling all the way here for a few servers. President Chen is too kind. Ren Jingfei replied with a cheerful smile, his demeanor resembling a smiling Buddha. Unlike his visits to other executives, Chen Dongsheng rarely brought gifts. I heard you enjoy tea, so I brought a little something. You're thoughtful. Ren Jingfei accepted the gift, and the two sat down, completing the formalities. Before Chen Dongsheng's arrival, Ren Jingfei had specifically looked into his background and found that every move Chen Dongsheng made was calculated, leading him to suspect that this visit likely had an ulterior motive. After accepting the gift, Ren Jingfei leaned back, comfortably adopting an attitude of, "Feel free to ask me anything." Chen Dongsheng nodded. I came to seek your advice, President Ren. If one day America and our country turn hostile and stop exporting chips, could HiSilicon hold up? Ren Jingfei sat up straight in shock. He had assumed their conversation would at most cover the prospects of servers and the internet, but he never expected Chen Dongsheng to cut straight to the core, asking a question of life or death, forcing him to take it seriously. Frowning in thought for a moment, Ren Jingfei murmured, probably not. Ren Jingfei could never have imagined that Chen Dongsheng's focus would be on HiSilicon Semiconductor, which Huawei had only just initiated last year and officially established this year. Even more surprising to Ren Jingfei was that Chen Dongsheng would prepare for the future, considering the impact of a future rift between China and America. Initially, Ren Jingfei had not taken Chen Dongsheng's visit too seriously. The industrial internet, after all, was fundamentally about industry and the internet. Although Huawei manufactured servers, switches, and telecom equipment seemingly closely tied to the internet, it had always stood on the side of industry. No matter how large Chen Dongsheng's software company grew, it belonged to the world of the internet. But now it seemed Chen Dongsheng's ambitions extended far beyond just the internet. Chen Dongsheng pondered and then asked, if one day America forcibly acquires Facebook, should I directly exit the American market or organize a team of lawyers to fight back? You're thinking way too far ahead. This is something the country should consider, not a concern for private enterprises. Ren Jingfei chuckled, avoiding a direct answer while offering a subtle hint. Chen Dongsheng nodded, seemingly unsurprised by the response. Young man, you're very vigilant about the outside world. After a few questions, Ren Jingfei gained a greater appreciation for Chen Dongsheng, who had never once mentioned the option of bowing down. The internet initially was the U.S. military network, only open to the public in the 1980s. To put it bluntly, the internet isn't a global internet. It's America's internet lent to the world. From start to finish, we're playing in someone else's house, always at risk of being kicked out. Chen Dongsheng smiled. I've never doubted America's nature. Suppression is inevitable sooner or later. No wonder. I've noticed you've been making plenty of friends at Rinrin. Com lately, Rin Jingfei remarked, connecting the recent news. You're not here to pull Huawei into your alliance, are you? Yes. Chen Dongsheng nodded. I have a question. Sorry I'm getting old and a bit slow to catch up with your thinking. Let me organize my thoughts. Rin Jingfei scratched his forehead and asked humbly, what exactly is this alliance for? For now it's about building a mobile phone ecosystem. Chen Dongsheng explained. Rinrin Com is already working on developing a Hongming mobile operating system based on Linux. I want to bring in more hardware manufacturers. Rin Jingfei frowned. Making phones, the margin isn't high. The key isn't the margin. If you include the downstream, the entire industry scale becomes enormous. Take for example the massive demand for advanced process chips. Chen Dongsheng elaborated. Moreover, if my plan succeeds, and we can capture the high-end phone market, the margin will inevitably rise. Actually, servers are similar. Your words have reminded me. Rin Jingfei thought for a moment. Perhaps instead of fighting in the low-end server market, the Kunping ecosystem is a good idea. The Kunping ecosystem, centered around the Kunping and Ascend processors, spans the entire IT infrastructure and industry applications, a comprehensive computing industry system that was still just a concept within Huawei. In the past life, it was a strategy Huawei adopted after realizing the low profit margins of the server industry, shifting to solutions to add value. But now, from Chen Dongsheng's vision of a phone alliance, Rin Jingfei saw hope for its realization. Rin Jingfei then asked, you're currently collaborating with Meizu on MP3 players, right? Correct. The operating system solution for the E2 was our design, and we expect to release a mini player by the end of the year. From MP3 straight to phones. Are you that confident? This time Chen Dongsheng did not readily agree. MP3 is on the decline, and mobile phones are the blue ocean of the future. Switching tracks is not a matter of confidence, but an inevitability of history. Rin Zhengfei's thinking was far from as slow as he claimed. He instantly seized on the key phrase Chen Dongsheng had uttered. You are certain that mobile phones are the blue ocean? Definitely and absolutely, Chen Dongsheng replied without hesitation. 3G is the future. You have no objection to that, do you? Rin Jingfei nodded. Without a doubt. Chen Dongsheng countered. I believe that smartphones are precisely the representative of the 3G era. Don't look at the fact that there are only over 30 million computers and 100 million internet users in China right now. The PC market can still enjoy a few more years of dividends. But the future belongs to lighter, smaller, more convenient, and cheaper smartphones, which can bring the masses further down the social ladder into the internet. This is a market far larger than the PC. I predict that this process will begin 5 years from now and last for more than a decade. Chen Dongsheng casually described the history of his past life, but to Rin Jingfei, it seemed like an extraordinary prophecy, leaving him lost in thought for a moment. After a long pause, Rin Jingfei asked again, a dividend period of over 10 years. What about after that? Haha, President Rin, the problems after 10 years. How about we discuss them next time? Chen Dongsheng left a hook. Rin Jingfei smiled. Yes. Chen Dongsheng explained, don't take offense them not being secretive. It's just that I can't see that far ahead. Though I'm in the internet business, I don't feel that I'm at the forefront of the times, nor do I think I'm particularly far-sighted. Oh, why do you think that? Actually, the internet is a very old technology. It's only in recent years that infrastructure has been built up, cultivating the market. Frankly speaking, if the network speed were even slightly slower, the companies currently fighting tooth and nail on the internet would all be wiped out. It's not just telecom infrastructure, but also urbanization. Take Rinrin Mall, for example. It's only in the imperial capital, the magic capital, and Goat City now. Without the expressways built elsewhere, storage and logistics simply can't operate. I see. Rin Jingfei nodded and clapped his hands. A pragmatic young man like you is rare. You flatter me. It's getting late. Feeling that the conversation had gone far enough, Chen Dongsheng decisively stood up to take his leave. Since I've kept you company for so long, you should give me a discount on the server purchase. All right, but I'll still need to consider your alliance. Rin Jingfei stood up with a smile and escorted Chen Dongsheng all the way to the door. As they parted, he shook Chen Dongsheng's hand and said, talking with you today has been very enlightening. I hope we can meet again. Then I'll be waiting for your summons. Certainly. Before long, it was July, and the Supergirl competition had ended. Sun Wan reported in Chen Dongsheng's office. In the second quarter, Rinrin Network's total registered users increased by 20 million, of which 8 million were converted from our game users, 2 million from Kingsoft users, 2 million from Xuanwu Troop users, and 8 million from the simplified version of Xuanwu Community Weibo. Rinrin Mall's fan support revenue was 20 million, and SMS revenue was 30 million. The next season is expected to double. The broadcast of Supergirl began in May. For 3 consecutive months, its ratings ranked second nationwide, in its time slot, first being CCTV1. Compared to the 2005 Supergirl, the 2004 edition left a less deep impression. After all, it only had 4 competition zones. Though Chen Dongsheng didn't recognize any of the top 3 from each zone, and even Zhang Hanyun, who sang Sour Sweet Sweet, That's Me, had been erased by the butterfly effect. But Supergirl was still quite popular within the provinces where the 4 zones were located. For Chen Dongsheng, that was fine. The advertising investment was well worth it. The community absorbed the traffic. Weibo quietly launched as the simplified version of Xuanwu Community, and revenue from fan support merchandise and SMS was considerable. 50 million RMB gave Chen Dongsheng some financial breathing room. But how to spend the money was not entirely up to him. The day after Supergirl ended, Rinrin Network held a meeting attended by almost all senior company executives. At the start, Sun Wan presented a report. Mr. Chen, after Supergirl, Rinrin Network's daily visits dropped by half. Hearing this, Chen Dongsheng asked, "Is it a normal decline?" Wang Huiwen replied, "It's a technical adjustment, but we must also note that Rinrin Network's traffic entry points are insufficient and subsequent growth may be sluggish. If necessary, advertising and offline promotion efforts should be maintained." Chen Dongsheng nodded. Any other opinions? Xunhua analyzed from a technical perspective. Take Rinrin Network and Qzone for comparison. Although both have instant messaging tools, Rinrin Tong is more like a simplified version of Rinrin Network, while Qzone is a feature of QQ. Qzone can acquire users through QQ, but our promotion must directly drive traffic to Rinrin Network. Well said. Chen Dongsheng nodded. Any suggestions? Guo Xiaoda offered first. How about we make plugins? Chen Dongsheng didn't respond. Sun Wan said, although the traffic from plugins isn't clean, almost all major websites are doing it now. Like Baidu search bar 3721 Taba. It wouldn't hurt to do it too. Chen Dongsheng waved his hand. It's not about cleanliness. This kind of traffic is toxic. Better to avoid it if possible. What he called plugins were actually rogue software. The birth of rogue software was related to the state of the internet at the time. Back then, netizens had no idea what they could do online. They wouldn't search for things, shop online, or buy things, because they had no concept of it. So every website had to use its own methods to cultivate users. As they cultivated, they discovered that netizens like blank slates were easy to bully. So cultivation turned into manipulation, guidance turned into coercion, and eventually they resorted to rogue software to forcibly drive traffic to their sites, knowing users wouldn't fight back. If you had to pick the 2 most rogue among all the rogue software of the time, it would be 3721 and Baidu search bar. Later generations, when mentioning 360, often say its founder came from the rogue software 3721, but they forget that 3721 became the representative of rogue software because it lost. Lost to whom? Exactly, Baidu search bar. How rogue was Baidu search bar? Just know that it forced 3721, a later synonymous with rogue software, to sell itself. Although Baidu, through historical revisionism, successfully pinned the rogue label on 3721, its evil nature soon revealed itself again, and its reputation remained notoriously foul. But if we don't make plugins, what else can drive traffic? Sun Wan's concern was practical. There is a way. Chen Dongsheng nodded. Seeing the confusion, he asked Guo Xiaoda, have you been to internet cafes recently? Guo Xiaoda grinned. Of course. When you open the browser at an internet cafe, what's the most common homepage? How 123. At that time, with over 30 million personal computers, more than half were in internet cafes, excluding those in universities and companies. How did people use computers in internet cafes? They turned on the computer, looked at what games were on the desktop, or asked the network administrator what websites were interesting. In 1998, Li Xingping, then a network administrator, noticed that many people who came to the internet cafe didn't know how to go online or what sites to visit. Internet fees were expensive at the time, and he was often asked for website addresses. So Li Xingping, relying on his rich browsing experience, collected and categorized website addresses, creating a directory of websites that later became How 123. Hearing this, everyone suddenly understood. How 123 was indeed an excellent traffic entry point. As I recall, How 123 is under Baidu. No, they just cooperate. Chen Dongsheng thought to himself, not yet, but it might change in a couple of days. So should we go to How 123 to buy a recommendation, or? Chen Dongsheng made the decision directly. Let's just acquire it. Xinhua was worried. What about Baidu? Won't that offend them? The whole company felt the same unease. They had already been terrified when they went to war with Tencent, and after winning a few battles, now they were going to provoke another internet giant. You're right, Chen Dongsheng thought for a moment, then said, let's just do search too. Engineer Chen, you have experience in this area. I'll leave it to you. Off. Xinhua was dumbfounded. Guo Xiaoda, who understood Chen Dongsheng, encouraged Xinhua. Since we're going to offend Baidu, let's offend them to the death. Who's afraid? Baidu may have beaten 3721, but its overall scale isn't that big. Chen Dongsheng offered a half-hearted reassurance. This wasn't entirely false. At this point in time, the largest search engine in China wasn't Baidu, but Huizong Search, later called Zhongzhou. It was the same Huizong Net whose boss once mocked Alibaba as a braggart on a TV show. According to statistics, it held 80% of the market share. How? Because Huizong Search had reached agreements with portals like Sina Sohu NetEase and TOM, leveraging their traffic to claim market dominance. Thinking that just how 123 wasn't enough, Chen Dongsheng assigned another task. Engineer Zheng, I'll give you a set of source code later. Let's build a browser. For the browser, Chen Dongsheng planned to steal a march on the future Google. It was still 2004, and Google hadn't even developed a browser yet. Zheng Nanling nodded. Yes, Internet Explorer is indeed not user-friendly. The kernel is outdated, full of vulnerabilities, and security is a major issue. The IE kernel hadn't been updated for years, a fact widely criticized on foreign forums, which even led to the birth of Firefox. When the W3C standard is released next year, the world will suddenly realize that IE has been occupying the market by monopoly all these years with plenty of technical flaws. For now, I plan to embed a search toolbar in the browser next to the address bar as a fixed plugin to provide users with a better experience while also driving traffic to our own search engine. Another reason is that this browser will be an important component of the future Hongmeng system. In his previous life, any Android phone would be crammed with dozens of Chrome kernels, with almost every software containing several. Actually, Chen Dongsheng harbored a deeper purpose to challenge Microsoft. If his browser could defeat IE, would it mean that in the future mobile era the Hongmeng system could have a chance to defeat Microsoft's mobile operating system? Silently, he bolstered the future mobile alliance's confidence in the Hongmeng system. Seeing Chen Dongsheng's decision made, Sun Wan offered his own opinion. When it comes to making a browser, how do we increase the installation volume? For the installation volume, first do some offline promotion, increase the installation volume in internet cafes. Then have the mall department customize a batch of Fanxia Huayuan Go systems, pre-installing our browser into them. Additionally, we can solve the search traffic source together. Manager Sun, pack up and accompany me on a business trip. Oh, we're going to acquire How 123. We're leaving now? So quick. Sun Wan thought to himself. Web navigation sites, such things have low technical content and don't require profound technology, but that makes the first mover advantage particularly significant. The target of Chen Dongsheng's aim, How 123, was precisely such a site. Previously, How 123 had always been a partner of Baidu, which provided technical support to the extent that outsiders thought How 123 belonged to Baidu. In fact, within Baidu, some people had repeatedly suggested to Li Yanhong that they must acquire How 123. Whether due to financial constraints or the belief that the cooperative relationship was extremely stable, Baidu never considered this suggestion. Chen Dongsheng judged that Baidu probably thought it's just a web navigation site, something a secondary school graduate could create. Why bother acquiring it? This is the result of neglecting user inertia. Otherwise, with so many companies launching communication tools to gang up on Tencent, they should have brought Tencent down by now, right? Sun Wan, following Chen Dongsheng to Guangdong province, felt a bit strange. He seemed to have experienced this plot before. Oh, last time I was in the role of Baidu. That's fine. Being outdone certainly feels bad, but outdoing others is purely enjoyable. In fact, since the beginning of 2004, How 123 suddenly became popular. Competitor 265 wanted to acquire it, IDG wanted to invest, and even Google extended an olive branch to How 123. Various major companies had repeatedly inquired about the price from Li Xingping, the owner of How 123. The main reasons were firstly that How 123 was indeed good, and secondly that each company had emerged from the internet winter and had money in hand. This made Baidu feel the crisis. Coincidentally, having recently obtained $15 million from its third round of financing, it finally belatedly launched the acquisition of How 123. Boss, do we have enough cash? I heard Baidu is preparing to use 50 million yuan in cash plus some equity to acquire How 123. Nonsense, Chen Dongsheng sneered. Where would Baidu get the money? In the entire year of 2003, its annual revenue was only 911 million yuan, and that's already inflated. 50 million is purely a boast for outsiders. Others didn't know, but Chen Dongsheng had dug into the data. In his past life, in August 2004, Baidu only paid 11.9 million renminbi and 400 shares of stock to acquire How 123. The claim of 50 million came from these 400 shares. If calculated based on Baidu's IPO issue price of $27 and an exchange rate of 7.5 to calculate, that would be 8.1 million renminbi, and Li Xingping's expected return was exactly 20 million. However, on the day of Baidu's IPO in 2005, The closing price was 120 US dollars, which made Li Jinping's shares sort of 36 million renminbi. 47. 9 million rounded up could also be said to be 50 million, but that's purely gilding the lily after the fact. Seeing Chen Dongsheng's intimate knowledge of Baidu's data, Sun Quan felt admiration, but also couldn't help narrowing his eyes, suspecting Chen Dongsheng's background for the first time. Does President Chen have some unknown source of information? When Chen Dongsheng took Sun Quan to Guangdong province, Lu Jiping, the manager of Baidu's Pingcheng branch, was already in contact with Hao 123. Baidu's offer is 15 million yuan, which is very sincere. Please consider it, President Li. I see. Li Jinping was uninterested. He actually had little interest in selling Hao 123. All along, Hao 123 had relied on the advantage of an early start to almost monopolize the traffic of web navigation sites. Many companies regarded Hao 123 as a traffic portal, and by relying on this fee, they could earn over 1 million annually, without lifting a finger, so there was no need to sell. However, things had changed recently. Entering 2004, web navigation sites suddenly blossomed in profusion, with similar sites like 265, competitor site were abundant. Li Jinping, who only wanted to earn money passively, had no interest in investing more energy and funds to maintain Hao 123's position in the web navigation industry, so he leaked the news that he wanted to sell the website. Unexpectedly, Baidu's offer was so stingy. Li Jinping thought gloomily, if only I had taken the initiative to leak the news. Just as Lu Jiping left, Li Jinping heard a report from his company. Someone from Renren Network has come and wants to discuss the acquisition with you. Who? The boss of Renren Network, Chen Dongsheng. Li Jinping immediately perked up. What level was Renren Network? It was a prestigious sect that had gone head-to-head with Shanda since its debut, and within less than a year, it was already eager to become the righteous path leader, to fight against the demonic Tencent. Now the boss himself had come. What level were you, Baidu, to only send a branch general manager with such a low offer? Playing games. Li Jinping hurried out to greet President Chen. Hello. Welcome. Sun Quan, hearing Li Jinping's lukewarm greeting, felt his heart sink. Was this acquisition going to fail? Chen Dongsheng, however, was very happy. For Li Jinping, a middle school graduate with an introverted personality, to take the initiative to come out and greet was already very enthusiastic. This matter probably wouldn't be a problem. Chen Dongsheng responded with a smile. President Li, hello. I came uninvited, please don't mind. Yeah, it's fine, please come in. Li Jinping was frugal with words. They sat down, and Li Jinping poured tea. President Chen, does Renren Network need Hao 123? Chen Dongsheng took a sip of tea and said cheerfully, exactly. I see. Li Jinping took a sip of tea and asked, how much are you planning to offer? Chen Dongsheng grinned, 20 million after tax. Li Jinping's eyes widened, and the first thing he noticed was the latter word, after tax. Sun Quan was stunned beside him. After tax could become a focus of negotiation. He looked at Chen Dongsheng, who chuckled, and said, I guess that Baidu's offer would definitely make you pay the tax yourself. Li Jinping frowned. I have been cooperating with Baidu for a long time. Wouldn't they know that Hao 123 only accepts after-tax payment? Chen Dongsheng leaned back on the sofa, stretching out his hand. You can make a phone call and ask. Li Jinping picked up the phone right there in the office and called Lu Jiping. Upon receiving the call, Lu Jiping thought Li Jinping had decided to sell the website, but after hearing the question, he was speechless. You're selling the company and receiving money? Oh, of course you pay the tax. Then I won't sell. Li Jinping was greatly disappointed and hung up the phone. Not to mention that he detested dealing with tax and business registration matters, and offering 15 million to buy Hao 123 was already bad enough. But after working together for so long, they didn't even know his habits. This was too disrespectful. Chen Dongsheng's acquisition negotiations with Li Jinping proceeded smoothly. Although Li Jinping said he needed more time to consider, Chen Dongsheng felt the deal was as good as done. Sure enough, when Li Yanhong heard that Hao 123 was not for sale, he instinctively thought Li Jinping was trying to drive up the price, and arranged for Lu Jiping to make another visit. Upon hearing Li Yanhong's terms, Lu Jiping felt the headquarters offer was somewhat inflated. When Lu Jiping met Li Jinping, their exchange was remarkably simple. Li Jinping asked, 15 million is too little, can we add a bit more? Lu Jiping replied, how about 20 million? Li Jinping remained non-committal. Lu Jiping, thinking the other party was tempted, continued, we hope to pay in installments 11.9 million in cash plus a certain amount of stock, tentatively set at 400 shares. Our company plans to go public next year with an expected issue price of 27. Li Jinping frowned. At an exchange rate of 7.5, that's 1 million, right? Correct. Li Jinping looked somewhat impatient and asked again, what about taxes? Lu Jiping replied nonchalantly, taxes. Naturally your side will handle that. Li Jinping flew into a rage. Not selling. Show him out. Lu Jiping was pushed out the door in bewilderment, still explaining as he left, Mr. Chen, listen to me. Our company is going public next year. The issue price is just the base. It could easily triple or quadruple. Trust me, our offer is worth at least 50 million. Bang. Li Xingping slammed the door shut and said coldly, Chen Dongsheng told me he plans to launch a Renren search to compete with your company. When you go public, it'll be lucky not to fall below the issue price, let alone rise 4 or 5 times. Who are you trying to fool? When Li Yanhong learned at headquarters that he had lost HAL 123, he was still quite puzzled. How could he reject such favorable terms? At the end of August, Li Yanhong found out why. In mid-August, the Renren browser launched. In internet cafes nationwide and various system installation studios pre-installed this excellent browser into pirated Windows Ghost systems. The logo of the Renren browser was designed as 2 overlapping rings, one large and one small, bisected by the Chinese character for person, resembling a ghosted Mercedes-Benz emblem, similar to the Chrome icon from a past life, but with its own distinct touch. In its public promotion, the Renren browser's design philosophy was based on concepts of simplicity, speed, stability, and security. Its architecture utilized Apple's WebKit rendering engine, portions of Safari's source code, and Firefox's achievements. It also adopted a proprietary V8 engine developed by Renren to enhance JavaScript interpretation efficiency, incorporating features like sandbox, blacklist, and incognito browsing to ensure a stable and secure web browsing environment. Chen Dongsheng attributed the browser's initial version to the secret R&D department of Blue Light Studio, entrusting subsequent iteration tasks to the newly established Development Research Institute within Renren, temporarily under Chen Hua's charge. Later, at the end of August, the Renren browser suddenly announced the acquisition of HAL 123 for 20 million, which would serve as the browser's default homepage. Additionally, a default search bar was added after the address bar with the default search set to Renren Search. At this point, Li Yanhong realized it was Renren that had snatched HAL 123 from him. Not only that, but the rival had unleashed a combination of Renren browser, HAL 123, and Renren Search targeting his company directly. Unfair. How could he launch a sneak attack? Li Yanhong panicked. He simply couldn't understand why Chen Dongsheng had suddenly turned against him. He knew all too well that without HAL 123, his company had nothing to compete with Huizong Search, which had signed agreements with major portal sites. When Chen Dongsheng acted, he did so with earth-shattering force. After announcing the acquisition of HAL 123, the site swiftly terminated its cooperation, with Li Yanhong's company replacing its search box with Renren Search and modifying recommended search URLs to point to Renren Search. With this simple move, traffic to Li Yanhong's search engine plummeted by 25 overnight. Losing the traffic diversion from HAL 123 not only meant a massive drop in website visits, but also directly threatened the company's main revenue stream, paid listings. Suffering such a major setback right after financing cast a shadow over the company's prospects for an IPO next year. Li Yanhong, desperate, quickly convened a high-level meeting hoping to swiftly find a replacement for HAL 123. Just as the Renren browser burst onto the scene, Lei Jun suddenly called Chen Dongsheng. Mr. Lei, what brings you to call me? Congratulations. The Renren browser is excellent and Renren Search is quite handy with no ads. Lei Jun started with a round of flattery. Thank you. Bundling the Renren browser into Ghost systems is a brilliant move, Lei Jun continued his praise. College students reinstall their systems every few days. Soon they'll all be your users. Chen Dongsheng caught on. What does Kingsoft Antivirus want a piece of the action? Can't hide it from you, Lei Jun admitted readily, then asked, but want this smack of software bundling. It's pre-installed, not uninstallable. Chen Dongsheng thought for a moment, a mischievous idea forming in his mind. He chuckled. If you're worried about public backlash, I suggest you develop a security manager. What's a security manager? Facing Chen Dongsheng, Lei Jun often found himself puzzled. Just a collection of small tools, monitoring memory usage, cleaning junk files, uninstalling rogue and unwanted software, clearing browser history, and so on. Perhaps having been away from the software industry for a while, Lei Jun overlooked the keyword rogue software and said excitedly, that's a great idea. Kingsoft Antivirus for virus protection and a manager for cleanup. You could even add a boot time competition feature. Upon startup, the manager pops up telling users their computer has outperformed a certain percentage of users nationwide, or a benchmark score summarizing the performance of various hardware components and giving a rating. Hearing this, I feel this security manager has real potential. Lei Jun thought for a moment and said, could I also add a feature like a software treasure trove? As you wish. Personally, I suggest you just join the Bluebird App Store. Oh right, Renren has one. Lei Jun quickly caught on, realizing the other party wasn't happy with him encroaching on their turf. His mind racing, Lei Jun immediately thought of another matter. Will the future Hongmeng system also have an app store? Yes. And the security manager? Lei Jun rubbed his chin. You suggest I make it, but you won't yourself? Does that mean future smartphones won't need antivirus software or security managers? You could say that. Chen Dongsheng nodded. So I have no interest in developing the PC security business, but it's still a sizable market that will last for years. It suits Kingsoft, so why not let you handle it? I see, Lei Jun laughed heartily. Then I thank you for your generosity, Mr. Chen. You're welcome. Chen Dongsheng chuckled inwardly, silently praying may you be safe. Chen Dongsheng chuckled after hanging up the phone, thinking that Lei Busi had no idea what was coming. Unexpectedly, before Lei Busi could run into trouble, a group of uninvited guests arrived at Rinrin Network a few days later. The local tax bureau. Investigating Rinrin's taxes. Chen Dongsheng was astonished. They're practically telling me who tipped them off, aren't they? Baidu. He couldn't help but admire Baidu's mastery of business warfare. What gave it away? The previous year's antics of Baidu's search dominator. The imagined business war spies, hackers, and cutthroat tactics in the capital market. The reality executives swooping into offices, car dealers handing out free ice cream. Last year, Baidu's search dominator and 3721 clashed heated. One day you uninstall me, the next I uninstall you, fighting relentlessly, even escalating to mutual lawsuits. On September 4, 2003, Baidu filed a lawsuit against 3721 for unfair competition at the Beijing Second Intermediate People's Court, accusing 3721's 3721 network real name software of obstructing the download, installation, and operation of Baidu IE Search Companion and Baidu Search Dominator. The next day, 3721 likewise sued Baidu for unfair competition at the same court, alleging that Baidu's Baidu IE Search Companion and Baidu Search Dominator software hindered the download, installation, and operation of 3721. Later, the notorious hooligan leader Zhou Hongyi was still too naive, thinking the two companies would drag the lawsuit on forever. But Baidu struck a cold move. Watch me report you. In November, local tax officials stormed 3721's headquarters, discovered tax evasion in their financial statements, and ordered the company to pay 24912.99 yuan in back taxes immediately, along with 1619.34 yuan in late fees as per national regulations. Strictly speaking, 3721's tax evasion would at most result in a warning and a deadline to pay up. But the bizarre part was that the moment the local tax bureau released its audit findings, major portal websites had already splashed the news with sensational headlines. Rogue software 3721 pulls a rogue on the Beijing tax bureau. Cheating users was one thing, but now 3721 had dared to play games with the authorities. Wasn't that a crime of the highest order? This move left 3721 utterly humiliated. So when the tax audit tactic surfaced, Chen Dongsheng didn't hesitate to conclude it was Baidu's doing. He reciprocated the favor by filing a report of his own. But Chen Dongsheng didn't stop at the local tax bureau. He also submitted materials to the industrial and commercial departments and the health authorities, focusing on the black hospitals included in Baidu's paid listing system. On Chen's side, after several rounds of financing and due diligence, tax issues were the last thing to worry about. Meanwhile, not long after the tax bureau's raid on Rinrin Network, Baidu's headquarters saw a joint enforcement action by the industrial, commercial, and health departments, which plastered a warning notice on its door demanding rectification of its paid listing system. Li Yanhong gritted his teeth as he stared at the warning. This Chen Dongsheng dares to report my business, messing with my money. He refused to acknowledge that he had struck first, stubbornly blaming it all on not having bought HAL 123. So Li Yanhong summoned his trusted lieutenant, Xu Yong, for advice. Can we create a website similar to HAL 123, with a name like Authentic HAL 123 and the URL www.sbeo123.com? Xu Yong looked awkward. Robin, there's a computer on your desk. Try logging in. Li Yanhong typed in www.sbeo123.com and was redirected straight to HAL 123. Not only Authentic HAL 123, but even pirated HAL 123 has been registered. Also combinations like HAL 234, HAL 345, HAL 456. They all belong to HAL 123. Domain names like trademarks were something Chen Dongsheng had long anticipated. With the precedent of later cases like Lao Gan Ma registering every possible variation of its name, how could he leave any loophole for Baidu? Li Robin had no choice but to consult his wife Ma Dongmin. She didn't mince words. Why not try the old way? The old way, what else could it be but rogue software? Rinrin browser has already announced open source, even opened third-party plugin interfaces. It would take just a few days to create a My Search Dominator plugin. We can force bundle it like before, installing Search Dominator on every copy of Rinrin browser. Since it's open source, we can also build a My browser based on their core with the My Search Dominator plugin built in. Great idea. Thank you, Melissa. I don't know what I'd do without you. Li Yanhong declared affectionately to Ma Dongmin. Ma Dongmin encouraged him in return. Believe in yourself, Robin. You're the best. However, just as Baidu was busily preparing its rogue plugin, a few days later Kingsoft's antivirus announced through Rinrin Network's electronic bulletin board that Kingsoft Security Assistant, which helps users clean their computers for free, was now online. Lei Busi proudly announced that Kingsoft Security Assistant was a computer security utility software from Kingsoft available on Windows, Linux, and macOS. Kingsoft Security Guard boasted features such as PC health check, hardware benchmarking, software relocation, junk cleanup optimization, and acceleration, Trojan scanning, and system repair. Most importantly, it could comprehensively and intelligently intercept all kinds of Trojans, protecting users' accounts' privacy and other critical information. Early adopters who downloaded the Guard found it exceptionally useful. Rogue software like 3721 Surf Assistant, Baidu Search Dominator ISO Toolbar, and 8848 could all be completely uninstalled with a single scan. Upon its launch, Kingsoft Security Guard earned rave reviews, and its installation numbers skyrocketed. Consequently, Baidu's search market share took another hit. Before Baidu's browser and its Rinrin browser plugin could even be released, they were already doomed. This Kingsoft Security Guard is obviously playing support for Chen Dongsheng. Inside Baidu headquarters, Li Robin paced around his office like a cat on a hot tin roof, muttering, How could this be? Ma Dongmin, however, remained calm. What's wrong? How could Lei Busi do something that undermines every internet company? Isn't he afraid of getting killed on the streets? As it happened, Lei Busi received a phone call at that moment. On the other end was his legal counsel, Lei Run. Get as far away as you can. Panicking, Lei grabbed his passport and fled to Hong Kong. Lei Busi had barely left when a group of law enforcement officers burst into his office all the way from Shenzhen. Ma Dongmin reminded Lei, don't you think Lei Busi might be working with Chen Dongsheng? But Lei was chairman of Joyo. And was Chen's sworn enemy. Why would he help him? No eternal enemies, only eternal interests. Chen must have offered him something. What? No need to guess. Ma Dongmin advised her husband again. Lei has been away from the software industry too long and has gotten himself into trouble. Don't panic. We'll launch our own security guard. Only the one that survives till the end is a real security guard. The rest are rogue software. True to Ma Dongmin's prediction, shortly after Lei Busi launched Kingsoft Security Guard, major portal websites suddenly launched a barrage of criticism against him. A security guard in name, but a rogue in reality. The 10 sins of Kingsoft Security Guard. Lei Busi's rogue behaviors at Joyo. Kingsoft Guard's plugin blacklist plays favorites double standards for its own rogue software. Mr. Chen, why didn't you give me a heads up? Did I just poke the hornet's nest of the malware alliance? I'm covered in stench and almost got myself arrested. Lei Busi, bearing a notorious reputation, called Chen Dongsheng from Guangdao with a pitiful tone. You're being cheeky after getting what you want, Chen Dongsheng said nonchalantly. The more they curse, the more it shows they're panicking. It proves that the security guardian move was the right one. The pressure is still quite heavy. I can barely hold on. You have to endure even if you can't. If you fall, the only rogue software left will be Jinshan's security guardian. After saying this, Chen Dongsheng really wanted to say apply for World Heritage, but oh no, that's a scene from The Devil's Magic. Why was Zhou Hongyi called the father of malware in his past life? It wasn't because he created malware. If he had only created malware, his reputation would have been slowly forgotten along with 3721, Baidu search bar, and other rogue software. Even at this point in time, although 3721 was detested by users, Zhou Hongyi's reputation in the internet circle was quite good, with news reports full of positive coverage of Yahoo in him. He was called the father of malware precisely because later he left Yahoo and launched Security Guardian, which ended 3721 and other rogue software, thus earning Zhou Hongyi the crown of father of malware. However, to be fair, calling Zhou Hongyi the father of malware is not really slander. This guy was purely speculative. When he later created Security Guardian, after taking over the market, he transformed and started using blacklists and whitelists to discriminate based on the person. But 360 failed to overthrow Baidu and Tencent, so as time passed, software like Baidu Search Companion, Baidu Search Bar, and universal URLs that once contended in the internet world all seemed to have never existed, and the former malware war was rewritten as a solo performance by 3721. Now the title of father of malware has temporarily fallen on Lei Busi, and even the former father of malware, Zhou Hongyi, has joined the campaign against Lei Busi. At this time, who still pays attention to Chen Dongsheng's Rinrin browser and Rinrin search. Chen Dongsheng might have a grudge against Baidu, but Jinshan Software is about to smash the rice bowls of all rogue software vendors. How? Take Zhou Hongyi as an example. Yahoo acquired 3721 for 120 million, but won. The 120 million was to be paid in 3 installments. Yahoo in 3721 agreed that Zhou Hongyi would serve as the general manager of Yahoo Huaxia. Yahoo would first pay 50 of the acquisition amount, and the remaining part would be paid separately based on the profitability of Yahoo Huaxia under Zhou Hongyi's leadership. According to the acquisition agreement, in the first year Zhou Hongyi had to create a net profit of 10 million before Yahoo would pay the next 25. The second year's target was to achieve a net profit of 25 million, after which the shareholders of 3,721 could receive the remaining 25. What did Zhou Hongyi rely on to generate revenue for Yahoo? His old trick road plugins. As soon as he arrived at Yahoo, he created a yodel and secretly funneled traffic to Yahoo, enjoying himself greatly. This means that Genshin's move directly affects whether Zhou Hongyi and his group can get 30 million this year. Lei Busi was still complaining on the phone, but I didn't do any of the things the news says. Everyone knows you're innocent. The people who wronged you know your innocence better than you do. It doesn't matter how many bowls of noodles you have in your stomach. What matters is that they want you dead. Chen Dongsheng couldn't help shaking his head. He still had to apply for World Heritage. After saying that, Chen Dongsheng encouraged Lei Busi, what you need to do is become strong and beat them all into submission. If they want submit, beat them to death. Lei Busi was helpless and finally revealed the problem. But I can't beat them. I don't have the ability, you know. Why didn't you say so earlier? Don't worry, stay steady. They'll find you external help. Wait for my news. Chen Dongsheng thought to himself that the time was almost ripe. He could finally reveal some secrets. Lei Busi looked strange, feeling uneasy, and found Chen Dongsheng's promise hard to believe. External help. What kind of external help can defeat the malware alliance? After hanging up, Chen Dongsheng cracked his fingers and called Wang Erliai. Senior brother, can you contact the general? I need to report a major issue. The Wang family was a telecommunications dynasty. Wang Erliai's grandfather was the captain of the Red Army General Headquarters radio station in the 1930s, and after liberation, he served as the director of the Telecommunications Bureau, the minister of the Military Communication Department, and the minister of the 4th Ministry of Machine Building. He was awarded the rank of lieutenant general in 1955 and passed away in 1978. His father was also in the telecommunications industry and was also a general. When Wang Erliai received the call, he was just fiercely competing with a Russian team in a tank battle. Upon hearing Chen Dongsheng's words, his expression turned serious. What kind of problem would make you ask for this? It's a matter of national security. Oh, I can't discuss it over the phone. Let's talk in person. Hearing this, Wang Erliai immediately became alert. At Tom headquarters, even though Wang Erliai had mentally prepared himself for the national level materials Chen Dongsheng mentioned, he was still startled and gasped several times. Prepare more detailed materials. He'll take these back to the old man now. Wang Erliai knew his limits. This was not a trivial matter like the Star Avenue that could be discussed at family gatherings. Soon after, Chen Dongsheng received a call from Lei Busi, who was extremely excited on the other end. How did you do it? How did you do it? Unspeakable, unspeakable. Chen Dongsheng could only say that this thing really couldn't be spoken. The materials Chen Dongsheng submitted were called the Xingfeng Plan. Xingfeng Plan was not well known to many, but its component, the Prism Plan, was notorious. In the previous life, in 2013, Sinuadang exposed the PRISM project that the United States launched in 2007 for global surveillance. The PRISM project belonged to the Xingfeng surveillance plan. It was precisely in 2004 that the U.S. President Xiao Bushi and other core government members successfully circumvented legal obstacles such as citizen privacy through judicial procedures and launched the Xingfeng global surveillance plan. The entire Xingfeng plan was divided into 4 surveillance projects executed by the National Security Agency NSA, including PRISM, Main Street, Marina, and Nuclear. In the previous timeline, the Xingfeng plan was leaked in 2005, but did not cause public reaction until 2013, when Sinuadang exposed the PRISM Gate, which made it world famous. After Chen Dongsheng submitted it, the authorities did not make it public, probably planning to use the information gap for other purposes. However, there were still reactions. For example, the Self-Regulatory Convention Against Malware, which was originally supposed to be launched at the end of 2006, emerged in 2004. The convention defined malware as software that is installed and run on a user's computer or other terminal, without clearly prompting the user or obtaining the user's consent, infringing upon the user's legitimate rights and interests, but does not include computer viruses as defined by Chinese laws and regulations. The user rights here include the user's right to know, right to choose, and right to fair trade. In other words, the official certification made Jinshan Security Guardian the only security software. Instantly, the rogue plugins and rogue software on the market were swept away, and Baidu also lost the opportunity to block Renren's search from officially entering the stage. After the Self-Discipline Convention Against Malware was published, the internet research company iResearch promptly adjusted its search market report. In March 2004, iResearch data showed that Baidu, 4 years after its founding, had captured 48 of the Chinese search engine market, 5 of the market share, while the second place was Google, which had never officially announced its entry into China, occupying 19. 8. Now iResearch directly lowered Baidu's forecast to 20, and Renren Search pulled it up to 50 in one wave. In response, Zhang Qiuyang, who had just kicked off Huizong in August and launched Sogou Search, reluctantly gave an interview saying, iResearch's statistical methodology is flawed. Sogou Search is the largest search engine, at least 48. 5. Similarly, Zhou Hongyi, as the CEO of Yahoo, also excitedly stated, Yahoo Search is the strongest, over 50, while each of them claims half the market. Chen Dongsheng, after reading the reports, went to the Renren Research Institute and encouraged Xinhua, the big one is coming, we need to be prepared. The big one. Who? Wasn't Baidu just crushed? Xinhua was baffled. The boss meaning clearly wasn't about Sogou Search or Yahoo Search. Now that Baidu was on the verge of collapse, the boss didn't even shout. Who else? While Xinhua was puzzled, the phone in the president's office rang. President Zhou. It turned out to be Zhou Hongyi, who had just announced in the media that Yahoo Search was the strongest, somehow got Chen Dongsheng's number and called. Receiving his call, Chen Dongsheng found it very strange. Their relationship, if not mortal enemies, was at least that of cutting off each other's livelihood and meeting with red eyes. President Chen, I'm calling to remind you of something. Zhou Hongyi paused and said slowly, Google has come to China. Couldn't sell yourself to Google, so love turns to hate. Chen Dongsheng, who already knew Google was coming, mercilessly exposed Zhou Hongyi's speculative intentions. This guy's 3721 didn't outperform Baidu last year, so he thought of using IDG's connections to sell to Google. But IDG's connections were indeed insufficient. They couldn't even contact a single Google executive. In the end, he had no choice but to sell 3721 to Yahoo. Zhou Hongyi's face turned cold, and he breathed heavily, saying, How can you defame my innocence out of thin air? I know what you want to say. After the Self-Discipline Convention came out, Google was banned again. They were originally hesitating about entering China, but now they have to find ways to contact domestic search companies for cooperation or acquisition. Chen Dongsheng sneered, not polite at all. What, feeling that you sold 3721 too cheaply, still harboring resentment? Zhou Hongyi's face flushed red, and he argued, How can you just spout nonsense and put labels on me? Alright, just say what you want to inquire. Chen Dongsheng bluntly exposed the other's purpose. Zhou Hongyi, hearing this, finally realized that today he was here to probe for information. I heard. I don't know. Chen Dongsheng hung up the phone. He knew what the other wanted to inquire about. Merely hearing rumors that this self-discipline convention was summoned by Chen Dongsheng and wanted to confirm. Such behavior of probing clearly had ulterior motives, making Chen Dongsheng have no mood to continue idle talk. I'm so angry. Zhou Hongyi was furious, howling. Although the other party didn't say a word, he had confirmed his suspicions. No way to serve the country. No way to serve the country. How could the higher-ups value a treacherous and petty person like Chen Dongsheng? In his past life, Zhou Hongyi had made considerable achievements in the field of cybersecurity and always reminded users that he was an internet security guardian with a fervent patriotic heart. However, whether it was driven by conviction or profit remained unknown. At this time, on the 12th floor of the Ideal building in Zhongguancun, in the Baidu headquarters conference room, Li Luobin and his wife were receiving a visiting delegation from Google. In fact, as early as 2000, Google had quietly entered the Chinese market, and even without much operational effort, it had gained about 25 market share. Then on September 3, 2002, it suddenly stopped. Google disappeared because its web page information did not pass censorship. At that time, Sergey Brin, one of Google's founders, didn't know how to solve the problem. He specially bought a bunch of books about China from Amazon for self-training and consulted knowledgeable people, concluding that they needed to establish contact with the authorities. As a result, just after Google had assembled its team, the website was mysteriously unblocked on September 12. Not wanting to be so passive, Google chose this spring to send a small delegation led by Executive McLaughlin to visit China and tour around. Then in this October, Brin and Page, who originally planned to go to Italy, were urged by McLaughlin to head straight to the capital. Their original purpose was to visit major portal websites and major search engines. But now their goal has changed to acquiring Baidu. Robin, $40 billion only exists in your imagination. Page, a typical white male elite, pressured the Li couple with an oppressive negotiation style. $10 billion. Not a penny more. Li Yanhong glanced at his wife Ma Dongmin, who sat up straight. Baidu is still the largest search company in China. Once combined with Google, this world's largest market will belong to you. The potential of the Chinese market is no less than the entire North America. We are not asking for half of Google's market cap, but calculated based on China's proportion of the world population as 1/5 for. 6 billion is a reasonable price. But you have less than half of the market share. 1 billion. Page added 1 billion. Then half to 3 billion. Ma Dongmin slashed her own company ruthlessly, while Li Yanhong winced in pain. Before they even had a full battle with Renren Search, the couple had already decided to sell Baidu. Making such a quick decision was forced by the situation. Renren Search, if it didn't act, it was fine. Once it acted, it was overwhelming. First it took Hao 123, almost cutting off Baidu's traffic. Then using the flanking force of Kingsoft's security guard, it eliminated Baidu's search bar, the plugin that had barely managed to dominate users' desktops. With just 2 waves, all of Baidu's new customers were wiped out. After all, in this era, users had not yet been cultivated. They had no impression of Baidu it, and you'll know. Finally, the summoning of this self-discipline convention truly frightened Ma Dongmin, leading her to conclude that Renren Search was a far more formidable opponent than 3721. So the couple decided to quickly offload Baidu, as this might be the last chance to get a good price. But Brin still shook his head. You must understand, Google does not engage in rogue software behavior. What we need to solve is merely the official communication channel and the agent problem. Perhaps we can acquire Shanghai Chilong. 2 billion. Shanghai Chilong was precisely Baidu's advertising agent. Baidu's pay-per-click rankings were generally distributed through Chilong. In fact, Google had already been making money from China through sidebar ads, and in 2004 it was even expected to earn 30 million. But because Google's entry into China was passive, the so-called agents were just middlemen providing purchasing services, helping domestic merchants register and pay fees. Google turned a blind eye to this behavior, leading to chaos. All these middlemen claimed to be agents while accusing each other of being fake agents. Another reason Google dared not enter China was that this 30 million in revenue had not been taxed. Perhaps having decided to enter China, Google began to take measures. For example, at the end of November 2003, it launched Google AdWords service. To put it bluntly, it bypassed middlemen, allowing domestic merchants to contact them directly. Just as Brin and the others were entering China, Google was launching AdSense. Merchants could subscribe to monthly or yearly advertising packages. Hearing the name Shanghai Chilong, the Li Luobin couple finally couldn't sit still. You are looting in a fire. 2 billion. 2 billion. Is Google going to acquire Baidu? Chen Hua, the current chief researcher of Renren Search, felt extremely pressured upon hearing this news. Google is just lucky. Chen Dongsheng shook his head, somewhat emotional. Guo Xiaoda had already grasped the direction of the Xingfeng project. How could Google, a local company brought into the project, still have a chance to enter the scene? But it was precisely his own butterfly effect that had brought down Baidu, and now it had handed Google a perfect substitute. Boss, it's Google. Chen Hua exclaimed loudly. What's wrong with Google, eh? Chen Dongsheng looked disdainfully at her, as if she were making a fuss over nothing. Chen Hua said worriedly, earlier Google was surpassed by Baidu not because of inferior technology, but because Baidu understood the local market better. Once Google acquires Baidu, it will fill its shortcomings and inevitably become a commercial rival to Renren Search. Haha, what's so hard about learning business tactics? Chen Dongsheng sneered at Baidu's methods. It's just ads. Can they really make a difference? Using pay-per-click ranking is like throwing your company down the drain. It only pollutes the quality of search results and indirectly advertises my search engine. For us, advertising revenue is enough as long as it's sufficient. What I want is user volume. The valuable thing is the scale of Renren Search. After hearing Chen Dongsheng, Chen Hua was somewhat convinced, but then she had a new doubt. Is search quality really that important? Very important. The data volume is still too small to be obvious now, but it won't be the same in the future. Chen Dongsheng didn't explain much. At this time, deep learning papers hadn't even emerged yet, and AI technology was far from being ready to be unveiled. After thinking, Chen Dongsheng called Guo Xiaoda over and instructed, hurry up and acquire music copyrights. Get as many as you can, they'll be useful in the future. While assigning tasks, they heard Chen Hua exclaim, sold. At the end of October, the headlines of all major portals reported Google acquires Baidu for 1.6 billion in an all-cash deal. Among all the capital firms, which one was the happiest? It was IDG and Defengji. The two had jointly invested 10 million IDG to 5 million Defengji 5 million to acquire a 25% stake in Baidu. This time they multiplied their investment by 40 times. With their returns in hand, IDG and Defengji looked around, feeling that a certain search company that had not yet accepted funding was so attractive. When he received a call from Xiong Xiaoga, Chen Dongsheng highly affirmed Xiong's investment intention and then quoted a price, $100 million for 0.5 equity. Interested? Do you think Renren Search can beat Google worldwide? As expected, Xiong Xiaoga was intimidated by Chen Dongsheng's audacity. At that time, Google's valuation was only 23 billion, while Renren's search had just started to gain a foothold in Huaxia. Yet Chen Dongsheng dared to price Renren's search at 20 billion, which was 5 times. It's not about whether it's possible. Oh, I will definitely put Google under me, Chen Dongsheng said. Then he told Guo Xiaoda, if you really want to invest, you can invest in Renren. I can offer 5 equity for 20 million. Facing Chen Dongsheng, Xiong felt as if he had gone back several years when investors were chasing after projects. For now, Chen Dongsheng was still worth investing in. Guo Xiaoda thought for a moment and asked, is your Renren about to make a new move? Yes, Chen Dongsheng clenched his fist. He hadn't yet taken enough revenge on Tencent. Okay, I'll invest. Guo Xiaoda was very optimistic about Renren. Now Tencent had already gone public though on the Hong Kong Stock Exchange with very impressive returns. Renren, which was about to surpass Tencent, would only become stronger. Thus, after Baidu was acquired by Google, another big news came from the internet. Renren raises 20 million. This time Renren's valuation soared to 400 million. What does that mean? In a previous life, Tencent went public on the Hong Kong Stock Exchange in 2004 at an issue price of 3 Hong Kong dollars. 7, with total shares of 1.68 billion, giving a market cap of 62.16 billion Hong Kong dollars. At that time, the exchange rate was about 15.73 Hong Kong dollars per USD, so Tencent's market cap was barely 400 million. In the previous life, Tencent's stock price soared to 4 Hong Kong dollars. 37 after listing, and then kept rising. But in this life, it wasn't so lucky. A Tencent stock price had fallen back. And Renren's valuation had already reached 400 million, clearly far exceeding Tencent in the eyes of IDG. As soon as the money arrived, Chen Dongsheng neither bought a car nor a house. He pulled Zheng Nanling, who was testing the Bluebird player with Wang Xian, and headed straight to Yanqing to find Boda Network. Chen Dongsheng planned to cut off half of Tencent's future luck here. In later generations, if someone mentioned Boda Network, people might just smile at the word Boda. But when it came to Boda's product Foxmail, many would start to have an impression. After all, it was an email software that could go head-to-head with Microsoft's Outlook at the turn of the millennium. But when it came to the inventor of Foxmail, his name would be thunderous in later generations. Zhang Xiaolong, born in the 1960s, found domestic email software inconvenient in the 1990s and decided to create a simple and easy-to-use email software himself, a style much like Zheng Nanling's. In his spare time, Zhang Xiaolong spent several months writing over 10,000 lines of code to develop the free shared email client software Foxmail, which was officially launched in January 1997. Foxmail was hailed as an email software that could compete with Microsoft Outlook, free and easy to use. Within 4 years, its user base reached 2 million. But being good and free meant being poor. Like Zheng Nanling, Zhang Xiaolong sold Foxmail in the year 2000. Unfortunately, selling Foxmail didn't bring good luck to it. President Chen, you've come at just the right time. When Chen Dongsheng, with the reputation of raising 20 million, arrived in Yanqing in a flurry, the top executives of Boda Network and Inghao Science and Education were almost in tears of joy. I am very optimistic about the future development of Boda Network. Inghao Science and Education will surely turn the crisis into safety. Chen Dongsheng did not reveal his true intention. Does Renren mean to invest? The executives of Inghao Science and Education were both surprised and relieved. At this point, Inghao was on the verge of delisting due to continuous losses. In other words, the only valuable thing left was the shell of a listed company. If it were a tycoon from Guangdao, Inghao would probably think Renren was planning a backdoor listing. No, Renren hasn't prepared to do investment work externally. We are just making targeted acquisitions of some products. To be honest, Chen Dongsheng really looked down on the capital pool of the share market. Then which product of Boda Network have you taken a fancy to? After saying that, the people from Inghao felt a bit too eager. Foxmail, Chen Dongsheng said, without wasting words, directly revealing his hand. Upon hearing this, Inghao was secretly delighted. It's just a free email software with a few million users, a pure loss-making thing. How should we price it? One price, $5 million. I want the software and the entire development team. Chen Dongsheng didn't bother to haggle and just threw money. Deal. Inghao, afraid that the benefactor might change his mind, quickly agreed. They shook hands, both feeling they had gotten the better end of the deal. Both sides were in a hurry and hastily signed the agreement, introducing the Foxmail team to Chen Dongsheng. When Zhang Xiaolong heard that he was now part of Renren, his expression was full of refusal. President Chen, our team doesn't want to go to Daidu. I hope you won't force us. Then set up a branch in Yanqing, and you can lead the Foxmail team there. Chen Dongsheng waved his hand and pushed Zheng Nanling toward Zhang Xiaolong. This is the inventor of Chanshan Jingting. I think you two might have common ground. Thank you, boss. Zhang Xiaolong was deeply moved. What is our work task? First, build the email system for Renren. Tencent's email is terrible. This is a perfect chance to launch a surprise attack. In the previous life, Tencent acquired Foxmail because after a review they found their own email system was not user-friendly and many users had switched to MSN. So they gritted their teeth and bought Foxmail only to get a bonus, WeChat. And then engineer Zheng is leading the development of the Hongmeng system. The Yangqing branch is responsible for ecological construction, simply put developing software under the Hongmeng system with no restrictions on form or content. You can migrate the company's existing software or develop new ones. Chen Dongsheng thought to himself, I'm just waiting for you to produce the prototype of WeChat. When Chen Dongsheng had already taken Zhang Xiaolong under his wing ahead of everyone, the Penguin Company was holding a celebration banquet. After nearly a year, QQ Tang has finally been developed successfully and officially launched for public beta. Pony Ma said emotionally at the banquet. Now I can proudly declare that Penguin can succeed in the online gaming industry. This statement from Pony Ma sounded somewhat lacking in confidence. In fact, as early as 2002, the entire Penguin founding team had a heated debate about whether to enter the online gaming field. At that time, Zhang Jidong strongly opposed, while Zheng Liqing, Su Qinya, and Chen Dan wavered. Only Pony Ma was determined to enter the gaming industry, launching the masterpiece, Kai Xian, but it was hastily taken offline, without even a public beta. Then the mentally stimulated Uchiha Pony Ma successfully activated his Sharingan, rapidly copying the Lianzhong Game Hall and launching QQ Game Hall, which became an instant success. As the saying goes, path dependence. After tasting sweetness, Penguin actually set its sights on Renren. Com launching QQ Space and QQ Farm one after another. Then, in response, Renren. Com formed an anti-Penguin alliance and even created a Penguin Electronic Museum. Unsurprisingly, the day after QQ Tang went online, the Penguin Electronic Archive immediately added the news of its launch to the museum. Chen Dongsheng remarked that given his earlier prediction, if Penguin still recklessly launched QQ Tang, for the sake of money, it would be inappropriate for the Electronic Museum not to record it. After the meeting, Pony Ma quietly called Wu Xiaoguang, the head of the architecture division, to his side. Be careful, the launch of QQ Tang will inevitably provoke a strong counterattack from the anti-Penguin alliance. We must be fully prepared. Okay. Wu Xiaoguang immediately became highly alert upon hearing this. But he and his team waited and waited only to find that Renren. Com had made no move at all after updating the Penguin Electronic Museum. Even their direct competitor Shanda made no move, as if deliberately ignoring QQ Tang. Pony, I think Renren. Com and Shanda are deliberately playing it cool to avoid giving QQ Tang publicity, Wu Xiaoguang speculated. Pony Ma breathed a sigh of relief, but also felt a sense of frustration. It seemed Renren. Com had made it clear they didn't take Penguin seriously. Just when everyone at Penguin thought Renren. Com had forgotten about them, a piece of news suddenly emerged. Renren. Com goes to Japan to buy the online game adaptation rights of Mario Kart. Renren Racing launched. Chen Dongsheng boldly posted on Renren. Com, welcome Penguin to launch QQ Racing and QQ Dance. I'm very interested in how Penguin can circumvent copyright. These words essentially accused Penguin of plagiarism. But now Penguin was in a dilemma. Copying was not an option, nor was not copying. The meaning of circumvent copyright was clear. It was an open threat of a lawsuit. Chen Dongsheng's move also brought a small incident. Century Tiancheng directly abandoned the public beta of Crazy Kart and began to engage in a legal dispute with Nexon. Because after Chen Dongsheng's revelation, Century Tiancheng discovered that Crazy Kart had actually plagiarized Mario Kart. Those damn thieves are nothing but stealers. Pony Ma was now quite depressed. He clearly understood the predicament Penguin faced. The two games, Renren Racing and Xian Wu Tuan, were there for Penguin to copy, even if it took 2 years. In addition, on Renren. Com's third-party development platform, social games like Renren Farm kept popping up every now and then. Parking War and Buy and Sell Friends were social games no less than Renren Farm, capable of both making money and attracting traffic. In contrast, Penguin's games at this stage did not have the attribute of attracting users. All they could do was convert QQ users into players and then reap the profits. According to the development in the previous life, as QQ's user base grew naturally, the number of Penguin's game users would naturally surpass that of the original games. All they needed to do was add a few insignificant modifications when copying, and then claim that their own game had defeated the original through microinnovation. But unfortunately, Renren. Com had made it clear they were targeting Penguin. What to do? Now Penguin faced two paths: either genuinely create a blockbuster game, or suppress Renren. Com in the instant messaging field. Pony Ma initially thought of the latter path. He quickly dispatched a team ready to acquire Foxmail at any cost to win over business users with a good email system. But when Penguin's team arrived at Boda, they were told Foxmail has already been sold to Chen Dongsheng. Chen Dongsheng, you forced my hand. Pony Ma, having been thwarted, roared in anger and finally waved his hand. Keep copying. QQ racing. QQ dance. All get the green light. Time went back to mid-October when Chen Dongsheng was still in the midst of a fierce battle with Baidu. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Lu Xiaodong, who had been absent for a long time, knocked on the office door, holding a small metal object. Mr. Chen, the Meizu mini player is out. Chen Dongsheng picked up the mini player as exquisite as ever, nodded, and asked Lu Xiaodong, how are sales this year? Business as usual. Dang no longer dares to compete with us in price wars. Our logistics construction has caught up with Amazon. Chen Dongsheng nodded. Do you have any ideas about this year's sales? IDG and DFJ have a valuation adjustment mechanism. If we fail to meet the targets, we'll have to pay out of our own pockets to buy back shares. Lu Xiaodong held up the mini player. I was just about to talk to you about this. I've noticed that after National Day, every year many merchants start taking inventory as if they feel no goods can be sold throughout the winter. I think it's because there are no promotions. Indeed, if we want to boost sales and merchants want to clear out their backlog of goods for the year, this is a great opportunity to run promotions. Lu Xiaodong nodded. But if we directly engage in a price war, it would be unjustified and users would find it uninteresting. The effect wouldn't be good. Chen Dongsheng thought for a moment. Then let's create one. Lu Qiangdong's eyes lit up. Howie, do you know about Singles Day? November 11th. Lu Qiangdong, who spent his days on Rinrin, comrading campus beauties, how could he not know? College students call this Singles Day, so let's adopt it. Use it as a gimmick to create a promotional shopping festival exclusive to Rinrin Mall. How about it? This year we'll test the waters. If it works, we'll turn this festival into a long-term nationwide carnival, a shopping festival specifically for e-commerce. Lu Qiangdong thought for a moment and said slowly, besides books and electronics, we can take the opportunity to introduce some new categories. Oh, tell me more. November is the season for autumn clearance and winter clothing launch. The weather is getting colder and consumers are buying winter clothes. I think we can also expand the clothing business segment. Chen Dongsheng nodded approvingly. Brother Dong had evolved. However, Chen Dongsheng still voted against it. Time might be a bit tight. Let's do it next year. This year we'll focus on electronics. Okay. Is the advertising budget enough? The money from Rinrin Mall's previous financing had been converted into logistics bases in various regions, now ready to be mortgaged for new funds. Sure enough, Lu Qiangdong's face lit up. The more the better. Chen Dongsheng nodded. Finally, they could deal with banks instead of venture capital. Thinking of banks, Chen Dongsheng added, to make the shopping festival come alive, our current setup is not enough. What's missing? Rinrin Pay. As early as October 18, 2003, Taobao had launched Alipay service. In 2004, Alipay was spun off from Taobao. In the previous life, Alipay reached partial cooperation with ICBC online banking in 2005. Initially, Alipay was not convenient with cumbersome operations and a success rate of only 60. But as cooperation with various banks deepened, Alipay became a useful payment tool and later evolved into a financial instrument. Later, it directly spawned Ant Financial, which tried to escape the 3 realms and 5 elements only to be struck down by heavenly justice. Lu Qiangdong nodded. Indeed, it would be much more convenient to have a payment tool for the shopping festival. Moreover, we will eventually confront Taobao, so we need to have what they have. For payment tools, we can directly cooperate with banks. It shouldn't be a problem for us, Chen Dongsheng mused. Such tools were, at least for the next few years, unregulated by law. In his past life, the regulations on payment licenses were only issued in 2011, and actual distribution didn't happen until 2012. But Chen Dongsheng spoke with such confidence that Lu Qiangdong couldn't help recalling recent rumors, further elevating his estimation of Chen. Noticing Liu's scrutinizing gaze, Chen explained, don't overthink it. Financial reform is an inevitable trend. It's not because I have some mysterious connections or protection. Lu Qiangdong replied, though inwardly he thought, like I believe that. On the evening of November 10th, at the Tsinghua Science Park, Rinrin headquarters. At that moment, half of the Rinrin building's floors were lit with employees working overtime, preparing for the possible chaos after midnight. At midnight, the first ever Double 11 shopping festival would begin. Having received the task in mid-October, Lu Qiangdong immediately launched a full-scale promotion spreading across 4 cities: the imperial capital, the magic capital, the city of goats, and the river city. Initially, they advertised on online platforms like portals and social media. As November approached, the promotion for Rinrin Mall intensified, covering local TV stations, newspapers, and bus stops. Rinrin Mall's first Double 11 shopping festival. A carnival for everyone. Free shipping on all purchases. 50 off plus cash red envelopes. The already Amazon-like Joyo remained indifferent. Dang's Emperor Qin only saw it as another mediocre discount promotion. However, when CCTV2's live broadcast showed a reporter holding a microphone in Renren Mall's Double 11 shopping festival war room, the president of Dongdong, Niukalu Emperor Qing, panicked. Damn Renren. Another sneak attack. At that moment in Shintong, Jack Ma was dining with Zhao Junqi and Gu Guangtou clinking glasses. But the dinner was interrupted by a phone call. After answering, he rushed to the banquet hall's TV and switched to CCTV2's live broadcast. Seeing the live feed, Jack Ma couldn't help exclaiming, "Can you do that?" This year Jack Ma was riding high. As Chen Dongsheng had predicted at the beginning of the year, he had pushed eBay back step by step. At the start of the year, eBay held 90 of the C2C market while Taobao had a pitiful 9. But now the two were neck and neck. Following the current trend, C2C would be Taobao's alone by next year. Yet now Jack Ma felt a creeping unease, realizing he needed to take Renren Mall seemingly in a different track seriously. In the live broadcast, Lu Xiaodong was being interviewed by a CCTV reporter. With the development of the national economy, online shopping has become both fashionable and cost-effective. The Double 11 Shopping Festival is a special discount event set up by Renren Mall to give back to our users. From this year onward, on November 11th, every year Renren Mall will hold a public promotion. All transaction data will be displayed on the screen in real time, Lu said, pointing to the plasma TV behind him. I believe that as the nation's economy takes off, Renren Mall's transaction volume will soar as well. After speaking, Lu quietly stepped back and the camera focused on the plasma TV in the war room. But Lu Xiaodong was internally panicking. He rushed over to Chen Dongsheng and whispered, "Mr. Chen, are you really that confident about tonight's transaction volume? Why did you have to invite CCTV reporters?" "Well, I didn't actually invite them," Chen Dongsheng couldn't help showing off. "It's related to the annual Economic Person of the Year selection. Someone nominated me and they needed to shoot some footage. It just happened to coincide. Economic Person of the Year." Lu Xiaodong stared at Chen, speechless with envy. "There are 10 each year. I'm just a candidate. It's not certain they'll be selected," Chen said with false modesty. But since CCTV had already given a hint, although he couldn't compare with the giants, he would definitely receive a special award. But the problem is it's live on CCTV now. Lu brought the topic back. "Aren't you worried about a disaster?" Chen sneered, worried. About payment tools not being ready in time and affecting user experience. About not having prepared self-operated clothing and losing a ton of transactions. Or about the software crashing under the traffic. Or about insufficient courier capacity leading to mass returns. "So you knew all along, boss." Lu frowned, confused. "With such a high chance of failure, what's there to fear? We are pioneers, trailblazers. Just by doing it we succeed. We're already far ahead of those e-commerce sites still fumbling around." Hearing this, Lu Xiaodong suddenly felt relieved. Right. Doing it is success. What else do I have to fear? Time moved to 1140 p.m. In the River City dormitory, Fong Han had his computer on. He had just finished a round of dazzling dance with his senior sister Hu Chuanyin and was thinking of staying up with her when she messaged him, "The shopping festival is about to start." "Oh right. Big discounts." Fong Han suddenly snapped to attention and quickly entered Renren Mall. The homepage was plastered with flashy ads for the shopping festival with all sorts of extravagant slogans, as if the entire world was on sale. From books to discs, from clothes to shoes, even phones and MP3 players were half off. No convoluted coupons that would require a math degree to understand. Just simple, brutal discounts. Logging onto Renren, Hu Chuanyin and Fong Han started chatting. "What's in your shopping cart?" Fong Han, "A phone." "A phone? What kind?" "A Motorola Vodafone edition. ITLL be half off after midnight." "Really? Damn. It's true. I bought too early." Fong Han could almost see Hu Chuanyin's shock at the half-price phone. Are they crazy? Renren Mall is throwing money away. Probably selling at a loss to boost sales volume. They're on CCTV Live, so they have to make a splash even if it's at a loss, Fong Han analyzed seriously. Quick. Reserve. A half-price phone is a steal. I already reserved it. There are 5,000 people competing for it. Then forget it. I've never been lucky. They'll look for other deals. Time's up. Gotta go. A few minutes later. It's so laggy. Did you get one? A message came from the other end. Fong Han instantly perked up and replied in seconds. Everything good shows sold out. The campus network is terrible. I only managed to grab 2 E2 phone cases. Do you think the telecom network would be better? Maybe. Do you know about computers? A little, Fong Han replied nervously. After all, knowing how to reinstall an operating system should count as knowing computers right. Come over to my dorm one day and help fix my computer. Sure. Fong Han was overjoyed, dancing with excitement. Was he going to a girl's dorm? At that moment, like Hu Chuanyin and Fong Han, hundreds of thousands of users across the country were frantically shopping. Time had reached 1203 a.m. At Renren Mall headquarters, everyone was staring at the screen. Right after midnight, the sales number on the screen began to jump wildly. Units, tens, hundreds skyrocketing. The backend technicians monitored the server usage, not daring to relax for a moment, fearing the server might crash at a critical moment. And indeed, watching the numbers surge was enough to make anyone tense. In later years, Taobao 011 would become a grand gala with celebrities sitting in the audience watching the transaction volume on the big screen, reminiscent of a performance report. In later years, the highest number was 543 billion in 2021. But now the billion became 10,000, and the number before it still had 4 digits, a neat integer, 1024. The first, 011's transaction volume, 1024 million. That was more than 5,000 times less than the 2021 figure. In his past life, Taobao's first shopping festival in 2009 had a volume of over 50 million, but that was 5 years later. Thinking this way, Chen Dongsheng was quite satisfied with the 1024 million. The advent of 011 Shopping Festival was nothing more than a trivial piece of news for Guo Xiaoda in 2004. Yet for Jack Ma, who also ran an e-commerce platform, it was nothing short of a bombshell. Jack Ma coveted fame and had a knack for leveraging media for marketing. In the early days when Alibaba was still obscure, he invited Jin Yong as a guest to host the Westlake Forum, and using Jin Yong's reputation, he gathered the most prominent internet figures to elevate his own stature as the organizer. In early 2004, during the Imperial Capital International Radio and TV Week, Taobao exclusively auctioned off props, like the Motorola phone from the film cell phone, attracting nearly 1 million online users to click and participate. In the upcoming December holiday film A World Without Thieves, Taobao also made a strong product placement. Jack Ma had long aspired to make himself the center of attention, but his speeches and inspirational talks across various industries yielded little effect. Renren Mall had only made a minimal effort, yet it had already reached heights that Jack Ma could not achieve after years of struggle. The emergence of 011 made Jack Ma realize that perhaps creating a trend was more effective than riding one. He thought, maybe I should have a talk with Chen Dongsheng. With an invitation in hand, Jack Ma made a private decision. In 2004, Huaxia's economy was dynamic and ever-changing. Macro control oil issues, the G7 finance ministers meeting, reform of state-owned commercial banks, the 3 rural issues, Olympic venues, the Consumer Association stepping up, the National Audit Office, the Fuyang milk powder incident. Who stood at the forefront, breaking through mediocrity and obstacles to create new growth space for themselves, their groups, and the public. Who took social responsibility as their mission, advocating integrity and fairness through action. Who was the creator of green wealth, the leader of sustainable development. The 2004 CCTV Huaxia Economic Person of the Year selection officially launched in November. 2004 CCTV Huaxia Economic Person of the Year, nominate now. Unlike the previous 4 editions, the 2004 selection innovatively added online voting. In the previous timeline, both Jack Ma and Pony Ma had their eyes on this vote. Ultimately, Jack Ma won the Economic Person of the Year, while Pony Ma was relegated to a specially created 2004 China Economic Person of the Year Innovation Award. Mr. Chen, should we promote this Economic Person of the Year on Renren and encourage users to vote? Chen Dongsheng waved his hand. No, let's just go with the flow. Since the weight of online voting and judge voting is 1-1, it shows that online voting is not the decisive factor. Chen Dongsheng knew all too well about online voting. In the past life, why did Pony Ma end up with the Emerging Economy Person Award? It was simply because of excessive online votes. With a total of 30 million votes, how could Pony Ma cast 80 million? What was the point? Then you might as well be in a league of your own. As for why Chen Dongsheng was so calm. If the Tencent boss could appear on the show, where would that leave the Renren boss? In the blink of an eye, it was December 28th, the day of the Economic Person of the Year Awards. Seeing the time approach, Guo Xiaoda changed into a sharp suit, put on white gloves, and played the sycophantic role of a chauffeur. He stood by the rear door of Lu Qiangdong's Hongqi sedan, holding it open for Chen Dongsheng. Chen Dongsheng still hadn't bought a car, so for important occasions, he had to borrow Brother Dong's Hongqi. In the car, Guo Xiaoda drove while reporting Dongxing Phoenix Legend won the annual championship and got a direct pass to the Spring Festival Gala. The Avenue of Stars was really stingy. They only gave 5 million at the year-end settlement. CCTV as expected, Chen Dongsheng nodded. We're fine with just Phoenix Legend. Ringtone revenue next year is expected to be huge, keep an eye on it. Chen Dongsheng nodded. We're fine with just Phoenix Legend. Ringtone revenue next year is expected to be huge, keep an eye on it. At the start of the year, I plan to attend the Imperial Capital Radio and TV Festival. Engineer Zhang's player is already online, and I've set up a video site as you instructed. I want to acquire the latest programs. Good. Video sites will likely explode next year. Should we focus on video sites next year? Guo Xiaoda grew excited. His entertainment division had been barely noticeable throughout 2004, and he was eager to make an impact. Just acquire copyright steadily. Don't get involved in the burning money wars among video sites. Chen Dongsheng thought to himself domestic video sites would still be losing money even 2 decades later. Profits would only come with the short video era, and by then owning the copyrights would make it easy for editing talents to join. Then he suddenly jolted awake. If there's a video site that can make money, it's abroad. Looks like I need to take a trip overseas. Chen Dongsheng recalled the Yedobebran YouTube, the video platform that would generate massive ad revenue for Google annually. It would be founded in February next year. Since he and Google were adversaries rather than allies, there was no reason to leave this benefit to Google. Facebook has been left to grow for nearly a year, and its user base is now in the millions. It's time to open up for funding and start acquiring. As they chatted, they arrived at the Imperial Capital Hotel. Chen Dongsheng registered at the venue, and a hostess handed him a name badge, guiding him into the hall. He entered a spacious room with 3 sides lined with large seats, already filled with people. Standing like a nobody, he thought. In the vast hall, he knew almost no one. Mr. Chen, come sit here. A middle-aged man with a peculiar face called out cheerfully from a corner, waving at Chen Dongsheng. Jack Ma. Recognizing the distinctive face, Chen Dongsheng immediately identified him. Since the other had taken the initiative, Chen Dongsheng couldn't refuse. Mr. Ma, pleasure to meet you. I've heard so much about you. Mr. Chen, likewise. It's better to see once than hear 100 times. They exchanged business cards and engaged in a long round of pleasantries. Just as they were about to sit down, Chen Dongsheng noticed that beside Jack Ma sat Pony Ma, whose expression was rather awkward. Let me introduce you. This is Mr. Ma from Tencent. Seeing the awkwardness between the two, Jack Ma acted as a bridge, even though it was his first time meeting them too. This is Mr. Chun from Renren. They sized each other up, but ultimately neither extended a hand. They simply nodded and sat down. Once seated, Jack Ma couldn't stop talking, desperately seeking conversation topics. May I ask how old you are, Mr. Chun? In nominal age 20. Chen Dongsheng was born in the 12th lunar month of 1985, so he wouldn't turn 19 until next year. Jack Ma gasped, so young and accomplished. Pony Ma was even more shaken. I'm 40. Jack Ma began his spiel. At 19, I was still in university. I graduated at 24 and became a teacher. I didn't encounter the internet until I was 31. And you? He asked, glancing at Pony Ma, who replied softly in a Cantonese-accented Mandarin, I'm 33. Chen Dongsheng said nothing, wanting to see how Jack Ma would steer the conversation among the three. As expected, Jack Ma tried to lead the topic to his familiar territory. Do you like wuxia novels? Chen Dongsheng replied, I read science fiction. Pony Ma said, I enjoy drama. Damn, not following the script. Jack Ma's face stiffened, the topic dying in his mouth. But he was experienced and quickly recovered. Wuxia novels are still novels. They seem to be about martial arts, but they're really about life. For example, in wuxia, the ones who enact revenge and roam the world with a sword are mostly young masters. Older martial artists usually stop at the point of sparing each other's dignity. Oh, right, Chen Dongsheng chuckled dismissively. But in his mind, he thought, I'm young, so shouldn't I be the one to act with reckless abandon? Starting an internet in 2003, the most satisfying thing is to take on you bat. Walk the path of bat, leave bat with no way to go. That's true satisfaction. Chen Dongsheng found it amusing. Bat had already ruined Baidu and crippled Tencent. Now only Alibaba remained before him, and yet Jack Ma was grandstanding, as if mediating a martial arts dispute. Turning his head, he saw Jack Ma still smiling and nodding, believing he had drawn Chen Dongsheng into his rhythm, proud of himself for playing the role of the sweeping monk. Good afternoon, esteemed bosses. Let me brief you on the process. Before Jack Ma could continue, a CCTV staff member entered, cutting his opportunity short. The process was simple: daytime recording, evening cocktail party, and broadcast on CCTV on the 31st. Soon after the awards ceremony, recording officially began. The awards ceremony began. As Chen Dongsheng had anticipated, Jack Ma, who was relegated to the last seat among the top 10 economic figures, took the stage first, delivered a string of jokes that amused the assembled tycoons, and then descended with an air of nonchalance. Afterward, 9 individuals ascended the stage in succession: Li Dongxing, CEO of TCL, Guo Guangchang, head of Fosun, Hu Maoyuan, chairman of SAIC, Mai Boyang of CMC, Wang Xianzhong of China Life, Yang Yuanqing of Lenovo, Ho Weigui, chairman of ZTE, and Director Li of the National Audit Office. Throughout the entire award presentation, Chen Dongsheng remained utterly impassive. That was until the production team suddenly announced, next we will reveal the 2004 Economic Innovation Award. Let us welcome the award presenter, Mr. Wu Jinglian from the Development Research Center of the State Council. While Wu Jinglian was still unsealing the envelope, the two Mas noticed Chen Dongsheng leisurely straightening his suit. Sure enough, the voice from the stage declared the 2004 China Annual Economic Figure Innovation Award goes to Chen Dongsheng of Renren Technology. Thunderous applause erupted. Amidst the ovation, Chen Dongsheng mounted the podium. The Innovation Award was one that had not existed in his past life. The moment this award appeared, Chen Dongsheng understood that it was the butterfly effect belonging to him. When it came to innovation, only Chen Dongsheng's Renren network truly merited the term. Who else could claim it? Pony Ma. He could not bear it. He lacked the capability, you see. The trophy in hand, Chen Dongsheng weighed it briefly, then grasped it firmly, and under the host's guidance moved to the central interview area. After shaking hands with host Chen Weihong, Chen Dongsheng positioned himself beside the camera. As the lens swept across the assembled annual figures below, seemed to rouse from a stupor, sitting upright in unison. Yet it was not for the sake of being on camera. A sense of camera presence was something this generation of entrepreneurs simply did not possess. The reason they all sat up was simply that the young man on stage was too youthful. His presence had completely altered the tone of the entire awards gala. What had previously resembled a documentary had suddenly turned into an idle drama. Congratulations, Mr. Chen. Chen Weihong dispensed with pleasantries and went straight to the point. My first question for you is, which age group favors your Renren network the most? Chen Dongsheng could not help but glance at Pony Ma in the audience and smiled. The fortune of the penguin had been seized from him. This was the very script that Pony Ma had encountered in his past life. Chen Dongsheng bent slightly, rested his hands on the lectern, leaned toward the microphone, and chuckled. Renren Network is the darling of young people aged 18 to 25, with 90% of users under 35. Under 35, that basically excludes the entire panel of our distinguished judges. Chen Weihong clearly intended to stir things up. Turning to the audience, he asked, let our judges raise their hands. Those who have used Renren Network or are familiar with it, please raise your hands. 3 of the 10 judges raised their hands. Besides the scholars Wu Jinglian and Zhang Wang, there was also Wang Shi of Vowing. Chen Weihong continued, it seems the majority have not used it. Here is a special opportunity. I would like to invite Mr. Zhang Rumin to take a turn. After all, it is a great loss for those over 35 not to use Renren Network. Please, Mr. Chen, exert your persuasive power and convince Mr. Zhang Rumin to give it a try. Laughter rippled through the audience. Who was Zhang Rumin? The helmsman of Haier, the emblem of Chinese manufacturing in those years. Pitting Chen Dongsheng directly against Zhang Rumin. If the two engaged in a congenial exchange, it would symbolize the passing of the torch between old and new, a collision and inheritance of 2 generations of entrepreneurs. The host's maneuver would be a stroke of genius. If it went poorly, well, it would merely be a young upstart ignorant of the heavens and earth suffering a slight setback before an elder. As for Chen Dongsheng, he naturally preferred the former narrative. After all, he was young, and there was nothing to lose by trying. With a relaxed expression, Chen Dongsheng faced Zhang Rumin in the audience and smiled. Hello, President Zhang. I will skip the tedious introductions and get straight to the point. Last December, a Meizu MP3 player sold 80 million yuan on Renren Mall. On the early morning of November 11th this year, sales reached 10 million yuan in 3 minutes, 80% of which were electronic products. Of course, compared to Haier Group's 100 billion yuan in sales this year, Renren Mall's achievements are insignificant. But Renren Network currently has 10 million active users, a number that is still growing and is expected to exceed 100 million next year. In my view, these 100 million users will soon become the mainstay of society. They will start families, purchase homes, and buy home appliances. President Wang raised his hand earlier, presumably because he has observed his future customers on Renren Network. Therefore, Renren Network warmly welcomes national brands like Haier to build influence within our community. Furthermore, on a more practical note, I understand that Haier Group developed mobile phone products in 2001. Haha. Chen Dongsheng gave a shy laugh and cautiously asked Chen Weihong, does seeking cooperation count as going off topic? Not at all. Chen Weihong shook his head with a smile and turned to ask, so Mr. Zhang Rumin, has he convinced you? In 2004, Haier was at its zenith, and by all accounts it was not particularly interested in e-commerce. Yet Chen Dongsheng's argument about building brand influence among future users was very practical. It actually piqued Zhang Rumin's interest in this new thing called Renren Network. Although Zhang Rumin maintained a stern expression, he nodded and said, I was not interested before, but now I want to learn about it. A wave of applause erupted. Chen Dongsheng's display of skill caused Jack Ma's expression to darken. This man's eloquence seems to be on par with mine. With Chen Dongsheng's speech achieving such a good effect, what should I do? Pony Ma furrowed his brow as well. According to the script, he would also have to undergo the same ordeal. How should he handle the live sales pitch? Should he copy Chen Dongsheng's speech? As Pony Ma pondered, the Emerging Talent Award was announced. He gritted his teeth and went up to pitch. With Chen Dongsheng's success as a precedent, Pony Ma's spirit of originality awakened, and he strove to perform. only to be met with an awkward silence from the entire audience. Facing the brutal reality pony, Ma cursed himself. I should have just followed Chen Dongsheng's template. Later came a telephone interview with Governor Zhou of the central bank. China's accession included a protection period. The financial sector will expire in 2006, and competition will become fiercer thereafter. Therefore, the central bank must take precautions and accelerate financial reforms. When this segment aired on television, it coincided with Renren Network's New Year's Eve party. Lu Xiaodong, watching the broadcast, was genuinely shocked. Since October, Lu Xiaodong had been steadily advancing Renren Pay at Chen Dongsheng's behest. He had been in a state of anxiety, fearing that this venture might be illegal, fundraising with imprisonment being the least of worries. Yet Chen Dongsheng remained calm, every time urging him to proceed boldly. Could it be that Chen Dongsheng had long known the trend of financial reform, and that was why he was so audacious? But how could he have known in advance? Lu Xiaodong recalled the rumors about Chen Dongsheng and the higher-ups, and suddenly slapped his thigh. Wasn't this Governor Zhou the second uncle of Zhou Yunfan? Chen Dongsheng was said to be on good terms with Zhou Yunfan. But that's not right either. A second uncle is a distant relation. Even Zhou Yunfan is a roundabout connection. There's no way Chen Dongsheng could leverage that relationship. Then the only truth must be. Lu Xiaodong's heart skipped a beat. Could this Chen Dongsheng be the illegitimate son of some big shot? It was no wonder Lu Xiaodong was letting his imagination run wild. The self-made stories in the internet circle were only to be taken with a grain of salt. For instance, Pony Ma's father had been a deputy bureau chief and a director of a listed company with connections in both politics and business, yet he claimed to be from an ordinary family, just with a slightly larger house. As for Jack Ma's father was the chairman of a provincial Tsui Artists Association. Before Taobao, he had failed 3 times in entrepreneurship and still managed to bounce back. This family background spoke for itself. Lu Xiaodong was considered self-made, but his ancestors had also been wealthy. His grandfather had been a shipowner with substantial capital, though the family later declined. Following that path after the reform and opening up, Lu Xiaodong's parents also took to shipping and accumulated wealth again. Unfortunately, they were unlucky, later cheated, and once capsized their ship, losing the entire cargo, which led to their decline. Regardless of outside speculation, on the last day of 2004, Chen Dongsheng's official identity was only that of annual innovation economic figure. A truly self-made man possessing nothing but ability. Because the manager's award ceremony was scheduled on the last day of 2004, Chen Dongsheng's New Year's Eve was utterly ruined by a barrage of phone calls. A ringtone sounded. He answered. Dongsheng, it's your aunt. What? It's your aunt. Your cousin, Slam. Faced with a dubious aunt and a distant cousin, Chen Dongsheng flatly refused. Dongsheng, it's your uncle. I have 2 boats in Hunan, Slam. In his previous life, the eldest uncle had run a sand-dredging boat business, earning millions annually, yet never once sought to connect with relatives. When his license expired and couldn't be renewed, he sold the boats to the second uncle, who was nearly ruined by the deal. Now the uncle was coming to him, likely about this very matter. Refusal. Endless relatives poured in one after another. Chen Dongsheng simply turned off his phone, but his work line rang again. Daddy, the top leader has come. They want you to solve the employment issue for vocational graduates. Policies are available, and they want you to move your game studio to the high-tech zone. Choose any land loans with green lights, build a skyscraper, or a tech park. Alright, I'll send someone back to handle it later. Chen Dongsheng agreed and hung up. This was simple enough. He passed the task to Lu Xiaodong, promising him one of Renren Mall's shares to arrange it. In his past life, brother Dong was a man of bold vision, relocating many industries to Suqian. This time for the shares, he had to worry on Chen Dongsheng's behalf. Fame breeds trouble, and Chen Dongsheng was a bit troubled. But having appeared on CCTV and shown his face, his notoriety was unstoppable. Poverty leaves one unnoticed in a bustling city. Wealth brings distant relatives from the mountains. Facing the relatives who came knocking, Chen Dongsheng could only accept it calmly. In just a year and a half, he had already built Renrenwang, valued at 400 million, Renren Mall at 200 million, and the Bluebird game platform at 20 million. Its true worth far underestimated. But these were only the ventures he had pushed to the forefront. The true cash cow Blu-ray games remained tightly held. In terms of financing, Chen Dongsheng had already decided that aside from Renrenwang and Renren Mall, most domestic businesses would no longer accept funding. Given the current trend, as long as he followed the plan, it would be others seeking his investment. As for the overseas Facebook, which he had left to its own devices, the script he had set was for it to be banned. Perfect for harvesting some American capital. Closing his eyes, Chen Dongsheng took a rough inventory of his wealth. Renrenwang now boasted 80 million users with monthly revenue from ads and games exceeding 20 million yuan, enough to cover server and labor costs and handle natural user growth. The funding was mainly used to accelerate expansion. The group buying and lifestyle services segment, though housed within Wang, operated independently, with a monthly profit fluctuation of around 1 to 2 million yuan. Renren Mall, relying on self-operated products, earned about 2 million yuan per month, which along with financing, was converted into heavy assets like logistics bases. This year with the mini-player profits were expected to look better. Blu-ray games performed admirably. Dancing Squad brought in 20 million yuan monthly, and Renren Racing added about 5 million, totaling 300 million yuan a year. Part of this money was spent on music copyrights while the rest was poured into RD, mainly for Renren Search and Renren Browser. The former was a major traffic consumer, and the latter primarily sustained the development team's payroll. However, Renren Search should be able to stabilize this year and turn a profit. The SP revenue from Supergirl was a windfall, just arrived and used to acquire HAL 123 and Foxmail. With a surplus, Chen Dongsheng couldn't resist opening a new front. After arriving at the company, he summoned Guo Xiaoda and Wang Xian to his office and instructed, according to several official industry reports from the beginning of the year, domestic broadband users have become mainstream. It's predicted that this year the user base will exceed 50 million. Video websites are the next big wave. In his past life, 2005 was the heyday of video sites. Todo 56, PPSP Plive, and others were all founded that year in a chaotic struggle. After saying this, Chen Dongsheng arranged, I plan to launch a Renren video site as a resource library for Bluebird Player. What Kuaibua? Wang Xian felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity with that name. Okay, no problem. Guo Xiaoda nodded, then turned to Wang Xian, so Wang Xian will take charge. Wang Xian looked puzzled and a bit uneasy. Mr. Chen, I'm currently working on Bluebird Player, which focuses on P2P sharing. Compared to what we want to do with Renren Video, it seems a bit out of place. Chen Dongsheng smiled and asked, how so? I heard that Mr. Guo has been buying copyrights. Wang Xian said, then awkwardly added, now college students using Bluebird like to upload some inappropriate stuff. Hey, your inappropriate stuff is the essence. Definitely keep it. After saying that, the three of them chuckled together. As for the copyright issue you mentioned, Chen Dongsheng smiled. The era of genuine content is coming, but when is the question? Even when it arrives, it's uncertain how big the market is, or if it can be profitable. So I don't plan to compete for this trend. Chen Dongsheng took a sip of water and continued. I think Renren Video doesn't need to join the chaos of video sites. Instead, we should keep a low profile. Don't even let on that we're a legitimate site. Playing the pig to eat the tiger, Zhang Wuji pretending to be Zingani, right? Guo Xiaoda said excitedly. So we first blend in with the pirate video sites, make a fortune quietly. Pretty much. Let me lay out a few requirements. First, acquire copyrights. You're responsible, Xiaoda. But don't announce it after acquisition and don't prosecute infringement. Second, allow users to upload videos independently and provide incentives based on views. I'll make two versions, one for domestic users with incentives paid by us, one for overseas with incentives paid from ad revenue. For the overseas team, I'll see if I can recruit directly when the time comes. Oh, and we'll make the genuine resources look like user uploads. This user could be an official account, or we could use copyrights to recruit subtitle groups. The overseas Renren Video will naturally be YouTube. Chen Dongsheng planned to directly place ads on Facebook once it's ready. He was confident this video site would take off. Third, implement self-censorship and strictly control the scope of user-uploaded content. Absolutely prohibit pornography, gambling, and drugs. Don't turn it into an adult site. Finally, no heavy promotion. The web page can follow the mainstream, no need to be too refined. It can even look a bit rustic, like a site that couldn't afford a web designer. Good. Anyway, we need to unify our thinking. Video can be done, but we mustn't rush to do it. Just do it stealthily. In his past life, various video sites fought fiercely. Tudo Youku 56, Ku 6, 6 Rooms, Sohu Video, and others battling from 2005 until after 2011. Who ended up laughing last? Chieki Iguo and Youku. Oh, and Leshi. Sohu Video, which had championed genuine content, vanished, while Leshi, which had never joined the fray, managed to survive. Just how tenacious was it? Zhao Accountant had been returning to China next week for 3 or 4 years, owing 42.6 billion yuan, yet boldly displayed it on the app icon. Employees were quite relaxed. Less's secret was that it never got involved in the early video site wars, quietly acquiring copyrights and occasionally investing in a couple of dramas. One drama, Empresses in the Palace, supported the entire video company comfortably. Then why not just go full pirate? Our user count would skyrocket quickly, Wang Xian wondered. Because the true era of genuine content arrives hand in hand with regulatory power. Just pretend to be a pirate site. If you actually do it, you'll be hit by the iron fist. Chen Dongsheng stared at Wang Xian and said seriously, there's one more thing I need to remind you, Manager Wang. Wang Xian immediately sat up straight. User sharing is user sharing. We can't make decisions for users. Our servers must be clean. Can you do it? Hearing Chen Dongsheng's words, Wang Xin felt an inexplicable flutter of panic and quickly replied, "No problem." With that settled, Wang Xin left, and Sun Wan pushed the door open and entered holding a document. Guo Xiaoda hadn't left. Chen Dongsheng took the document and saw that it was a sponsorship proposal jointly submitted by Longuang Games and Longuang Entertainment, the Wulin Convention on Fanxia TV. Manager Sun's idea, right? Sun Wan nodded shyly. The latter had been outmaneuvered for a sponsorship opportunity at Mingyo, so this time, he had truly demonstrated his capability. Guo Xiaoda chimed in, "Dongxing, the Wulin Convention will invite various stars to compete. I think we can have the studio prepare a corresponding version update." "Alright, handle it as you see fit." After arranging matters with Sun Wan and Guo Xiaoda, the phone on the desk rang. It was Zheng Nanling. "President, Chen Mises mini player is ready for launch. However, old Huang has some ideas about the Meizu night and wants to discuss them with you." "Sure, where is he? We'll go find him for a chat." Chen Dongsheng hung up rejuvenated. The first task of the year was the mini-player launch event. This launch event was ostensibly for Meizu to unveil the mini-player, a color screen MP3 player, but covertly, it also served to promote the Hongming system. Given Huang Zhang's style of not wanting to be constrained by others, he was probably somewhat reluctant at heart. Guessing the others' thoughts, Chen Dongsheng met Huang Zhang at the Kunlun Hotel. Chen Dongsheng couldn't help but size him up, noticing that although Huang Zhang was impeccably dressed in a suit and exuded an imposing aura, his eyes, which seemed perpetually on the verge of finding fault, constantly radiated his innate carpenter's temperament. A carpenter's temperament is still a temperament. Should I suggest he adopt a Japanese-style persona? Looking at the other man, Chen Dongsheng's mind inexplicably wandered to whether he should recommend the god of sushi persona. After the greeting, Huang Zhang's attitude was quite familiar. "It's been over a year, Dongsheng, and you've already built such a grand enterprise. Admirable." "Not at all, not at all. Old Huang, who sets aside distractions and devotes himself to refining products, is even more admirable." After the mutual flattery, Huang Zhang handed the mini-player sample to Chen Dongsheng. Chen Dongsheng took the MP3 player and in turn handed him a stack of documents. Huang Zhang took the documents looking puzzled. "What's this?" Chen Dongsheng examined the mini-player and casually replied, "Design patents registered by Apple. Generic ones." Huang Zhang opened the file, and with just a glance his scalp tingled. How can Apple's design patents be so similar to Mises? "Almost identical, right?" Chen Dongsheng said with a chuckle. What Chen Dongsheng had shown Huang Zhang was precisely Apple's design patent application for the iPod Nano. In his previous life, the mini-player was released in November 2005, while the iPod Nano came out in September 2005, a gap of just over a month. It was hard to say whether it was imitation. After all, in such a short time, even Tencent couldn't copy it. Not to mention that MP3 players are not software, they are solid industrial products. It should just be a coincidence. They have a new iPod in development, and design collisions are normal. After all, Jobs like you pursues perfection in design. Not at all, not at all. Jobs is a genius, just a craftsman. Being compared to Jobs, Huang Zhang feigned modesty, but the joy on his face was already undeniable. At that time, Apple was not widely known in China overall, but in the MP3 circle, it was synonymous with high-end. The iPod, released in 2001, was both critically acclaimed and commercially successful, selling millions worldwide. Art is art. All roads lead to Rome. Chen Dongsheng said, utterly refraining from mentioning his own contribution. From this perspective, Jobs is just so-so. The epic-making product still has to come from Meizu. Not really, not really. Flattered, Huang Zhang shook his head modestly. Jobs is an artist. He has already turned products into art. Chen Dongsheng grinned. But now the mini-player is ahead. This left Huang Zhang awkwardly rooted in place. Then Chen Dongsheng held the mini-player and smiled. "Old Huang, what are your thoughts on the launch event?" "Huh? What thoughts?" Huang Zhang now had no thoughts at all. If it weren't for Chen Dongsheng's suggestion to scrap the E3 and go straight to the mini-player, he would have been in an awkward position when the iPod Nano came out. Previously, he had been extremely reluctant to include a special introduction of the Hongming system at the launch event, but now Huang Zhang was almost ready to kowtow to Chen Dongsheng. What was wrong with promoting the Hongming system? So Huang Zhang directly changed the topic to discuss the format of the launch event. How about making this launch event into a concert? Chen Dongsheng laughed inwardly. Huang Zhang was indeed enthusiastic about concerts. Although Chen Dongsheng had described him as possessing a strong carpenter's temperament, he had to admit that the man was also highly proficient in marketing. At the end of 2002, when he left Iqin to start his own business, Huang Zhang had used the ID, all-round domestic product, to post on the IMP3 flash memory forum to build momentum for the Meizu brand. He also liked to appear on the forum to interact with users and preheat the product. In his previous life, Meizu always held concerts for every new product launch, which had become a stereotype. Fine, Chen Dongsheng waved his hand. Our Meizu is creating an epic-making product this time. Since it's epic-making, we naturally need to do something different. Hold the concert or just go ahead and do it grandly. Huang Zhang felt secretly pleased. Then President Chen, do you have any suggestions for the overall tone of the concert? Chen Dongsheng said with a sincere face, sincerity is the ultimate weapon. We don't need to play tricks. Don't pretend to be an artist, don't throw around concepts. Just be practical. The hardware is beautiful, the software is easy to use, and the price is affordable. We don't need to talk about anything else, just let the mini-player speak for itself. Huang Zhang nodded. Exactly my thoughts. On the first day of the 12th lunar month at the Centennial Hall of Tsinghua University. In the evening, Lei Busi parked his car in the garage. As he got out, he saw Liu Qiangdong approaching. As the former president of Zhuiyue meeting the current vice president of Renren made him a bit uncomfortable. The two exchanged a glance as if recalling something and simultaneously let out a wry smile, extending their hands to each other, confirming their shared understanding. Both were victims of fate. After shaking hands, Liu Qiangdong guided Lei Busi to a receptionist, and then left, presumably having other tasks. Guided by the receptionist, Lei Busi entered the theater and was shown to a seat in the front row. On the stage, a large projection screen displayed the title, Meizu Night. After sitting for a while, the receptionist led an elderly man to the guest seats. Lei Busi immediately stood up upon seeing him. President Ren, good to see you. Ren Zhengfei sat down with a cheerful smile, looked at his seat, and asked Lei Busi with a smile, "You're in software, right?" Lei Busi replied with a smile, "I've already handed over the reins, am a free man now. Are you also interested in MP3 players?" "I'm here to see Chen Dongsheng," Ren Zhengfei said, and the two exchanged a knowing smile. Confirming their mutual understanding, both were people whom Chen Dongsheng had recruited using the Hongmeng system, and they would likely become members of the future mobile phone alliance. Besides, the two Zhou Yunfan and Wang Erliai had also come. The former year's richest man Chen Tianxiao had also come, and even Bao Yueqiao was present. Lei Busi looked at the attendees and muttered, with Meizu on stage, has Chen Dongsheng's power already grown so large? Scanning the crowd, he noticed some vaguely familiar faces, apparently competitors like Newman and Iguos who had come to gather intelligence. After chatting for a while around 6:30, the Meizu night concert began. Meizu's concert did not choose the most flamboyant ethnic style of Fenghuang legend. Instead, they went to great lengths to use their resources in Singapore to invite Sun Yanzi, who sang a new song, Yujian, meeting live. It was said that they later planned to invite Liu Tianxian to shoot an MV for the song, sparing no expense. Afterwards, as the Meizu logo began to appear on the projection screen, Huang Zhang, in his special launch edition sweater and jeans, slowly paced the stage, walked to the center, naturally spread his arms, and bowed to the entire audience. After bowing, Huang Zhang began his performance. In those days, product launches were still a novelty in China, so even though Huang Zhang lacked Steve Jobs' elite charisma or Luo Dazuo's comedic flair, the mere gimmick of a concert-style opening ensured that attendees felt their visit was worthwhile. Once on stage, Huang Zhang briefly explained Sun Yanzi's nationality, then delved into his experiences at iQin, recounting Meizu's history as an OEM for Honda, followed by the launch of their self-produced MP3 players, and finally mentioning the E2 model developed in collaboration with Renren Mall. Last year, sales of the E2, including the enhanced version, reached a record-breaking 500 units. This is just the beginning. With sales figures as a foundation, Huang Zhang began to emphasize value. Among you here today, there are internet professionals, intelligence agents from competitor companies, Meizu enthusiasts, and college students who came by out of convenience. I prefer to address all of you as people oriented toward the future. Why do I label you as such? It stems from Meizu's philosophy. I've long pondered a question. What kind of products should Meizu create? Should we compete in the current market focusing on cost and supply chains? Or should we look to the future, striving to create products that represent Meizu's utmost capabilities? My conclusion is this: I have no desire to vie in the existing market. I hope Meizu's creations can embody the future. Before we look ahead, let's examine the present. Starting with Diamond's MP3 players through brands like Newman, Samsung, Patriot, and Honda. Huang Zhang pointed at the screen filled with MP3 images, adopting a demeanor reminiscent of Luo Dazuo. Clearly, MP3s are advanced technology, surpassing the Walkman, yet these devices feel no different to me than that old radio sitting at home. A large character for ugly appeared on the screen, rendered in traditional script before switching to an image of a Sony Walkman. Compared to advanced competitor MP3 players, is the outdated Sony Walkman actually advanced or backward? Clearly, the new generation MP3 players were visibly uglier than the Sony Walkman, seemingly lacking a sense of technological sophistication. Mr. Chen, was this your idea? Lei Jun asked, having already gained significant insight from the launch. I'm referring to the format of the product presentation, not the content of disparaging competitors. This approach of leveraging the CEO's image to showcase products and corporate culture strikes me as quite effective. I think you could discuss it with Lao Huang, Chen Dongsheng replied with a smile to Lei Jun's transparently disingenuous remark. This fellow had clearly found delight in Mises' blatant bashing of competitors, opening a new door in his thinking. After all, in his past life, wasn't Lei Jun the one most fond of disparaging rivals? You're right, Lei Jun nodded. In a few days he'll be free and he'll have a chat with him then. On stage, Huang Zhang continued his grand display. MP3s belong to the future, but the future shouldn't look like this, he declared, unveiling the day's theme. The future, where technology makes life better. The characters for better were highlighted, ultimately centered on the screen. Then the focus shifted to Huang Zhang's jeans, specifically the small coin pocket above the right trouser pocket. He slid 2 fingers into the coin pocket and delicately extracted a thin white square. The camera zoomed in on his hand, revealing the Meizu mini player. Wow. Whoa. The moment Huang Zhang pulled out the mini player from his pocket, the audience erupted in frenzy. An MP3 player thinner than a coin, exquisitely crafted like a piece of art. This was a device that aesthetically outshone every product on the market. Beautiful and good. Huang Zhang had already achieved one half. It was beautiful enough. At that moment, the screen split in two, with the left side still showing the live feed and the right displaying design images of the mini player. Beyond its vast storage capacity for hundreds of songs, the mini player incorporates many additional features. Huang Zhang operated the mini player, switching to the function interface. Then he looked toward the audience, toward Chen Dongsheng's position. The mini player can store photos with a color screen and decent resolution. There's also a clock interface where you can choose the watch face style. Oh, and a few small games. Thanks to the team at Renren Technology, who I've borrowed their idle projects. Mr. Chen, don't dock their pay when you get back. I consider this a value-added service of the Hongmeng system. At that moment, the camera focused on Chen Dongsheng. Although Huang Zhang only mentioned it briefly, everyone present understood that the Hongmeng system was the core theme. Good. Ren Jingfei nodded repeatedly after watching the entire presentation. This mini player only needs communication capabilities to outshine the vast majority of phones on the market. Its music functionality surpasses most phone manufacturers, so it could easily be called a music phone. Lei Jun picked up the thread. What do you think of a gaming phone? Chen Tianxiao pulled out his phone and sent a message to Chen Dongsheng. Of course, but I'd suggest Shanda take on a more challenging endeavor, Chen Dongsheng replied. In what area? Gaming consoles. Chen Tianxiao paused for a moment, then, struck by a thought, responded with some surprise. You want me to continue with the Shanda box? The concept of the Shanda box was quite good, but the steps were a bit too ambitious, Chen Dongsheng explained. It could easily be split into a TV box and a gaming console. You want the TV box? Chen Tianxiao saw through Chen Dongsheng's intent, but didn't relent. Big entertainment is Shanda's direction, and I won't give it up. You're overthinking it. I have no interest in Shanda's TV box, Chen Dongsheng replied with a smile. Besides online literature, does Shanda have any other content? You're counting on the Shanda box to scrape TV program sources from around the world. If I were a TV station, I'd stay quiet now and let you proceed, only to sue you for copyright infringement once you've built up scale. Would you survive the damages? Tomato TV is still too kind. Chen Dongsheng's words left Chen Tianxiao silent. After a moment, Chen Tianxiao gestured to Lei Jun and they switched seats. Leaning in close to Chen Dongsheng, he asked, So what do you mean? Surely it's not just to revive the Shanda box. I see the Shanda box as a great partner, Chen Dongsheng replied. Just like with phones. Chen Tianxiao thought for a moment. You want me to use the Hongmeng system like with the phones? Exactly, Chen Dongsheng nodded. If Shanda is willing to adopt the Hongmeng system, Renren can provide legitimate music and movie resources for the TV box along with software applications under the Hongmeng system. Of course, you'll have to negotiate revenue sharing with the TV stations yourself. For the console, Blu-ray Games is willing to invest resources to develop games on Shanda's platform. So I'd become your contract manufacturer. I just make the hardware while you control the software platform with your Blu-ray. Then I'd be the OEM for Xbox and you'd be Microsoft, right? Why not? Together we can punch Sony and kick Microsoft. Wouldn't that be satisfying? Chen Dongsheng said. Besides, what's the point of making a gaming phone? A handheld gaming console is far more exciting. If we do well, we could even take down Nintendo together. How about it? You're pushing Shanda down a one-way road in gaming, Chen Tianxiao said, though he inwardly looked down on the gaming business. Still, he reluctantly added, You'll need to think it over. Better hurry then, Chen Dongsheng chuckled. Both of your neighbors here seem interested. Humph. Chen Tianxiao choked on his breath. While Chen Dongsheng was depicting the future of game consoles, to Chen Tianxiao, the Meizu night had already drawn to a close. Over 100 media outlets, college students who had sneaked in, and rival companies seeking intelligence had not yet dispersed, as if lingering in the aftertaste of the event. The college students and future users marveled at the experience. Could MP3 players really be used in such a way? The media sensed a major breakthrough. A new era for the MP3 market had arrived. Rival companies grew anxious. Was such intense competition necessary? Years later, on the video comment section of the Meizu Night video uploaded on Renren Video, a reply read, "In 2005, we were still downloading ringtones from mobile phones. In 2005, my family computer had only an 80 gigabytes hard drive and my laptop had 50 gigabytes. Around 2005, I was still using a 128 megabytes MP3 player with a black and white backlit screen that required AA batteries. The first time I was captivated by Meizu was with the mini player. It was so thin, yet it could run such enjoyable games, play clear videos, and take photos. The exquisite tactile feedback of the touchpad, the brushed aluminum body. Looking back from the present era, you simply cannot understand that feeling. But at that time, the impact Meizu brought to my youth like a sci-fi revelation cannot be compared to any electronic product today." As the media swarmed toward Huangzhong, Lei Bus came over and shook hands with Chen Dongsheng. The Meizu night was truly eye-opening. Today has been immensely enlightening. Thank you. All credit goes to Meizu. Renren Network contributed only modestly. Lei Bus smiled and shook his head. "All right, you say that, and I choose to believe it. But next time I hold a product launch, you must help me with ideas." "Sure." Chen Dongsheng felt greatly relieved. It seemed Lei Bus was determined to venture into mobile phones, even considering product launches. After Lei Bus left, the elder Ren Jingfei shook hands with Chen Dongsheng, merely saying they would talk another time. Though not explicitly stated, it was clear he was intrigued. Then came Zhou Yunfan and Wang Erliai. The former blurted out a cryptic remark, "Impressive Junior. The Economic Figure Innovation Award. My uncle just received an Economic Figure Award, and he keeps complaining to me, saying that a young man like you amidst the financial reform wave dared to take fewer steps than that middle-aged man Jack Ma." Chen Dongsheng nodded. "Indeed, I will have my subordinates accelerate the pace in that regard. However, the risks are also immense. A single misstep can lead to uncontrolled leverage and chaotic capital expansion. In plain terms, a good tech company can easily turn into a loan shark operation. That is my real concern. Are you worried about the financialization of tech companies? Is that why you are pushing into manufacturing?" Zhou Yunfan seemed thoughtfully absorbed. "Your point is quite compelling. Let me first review some literature, and once I have a grasp, I will discuss it with my uncle." The debate between technology and finance was precisely the controversy later surrounding Ant Group, a top-tier issue best left to Zhou Yunfan and President Zhou. Now that Kong Zhong had gone public, Zhou Yunfan was likely to return to civil service. In his previous life, Zhou Yunfan had risen to become the director of the Department of Science and Technology Achievement Transformation and Regional Innovation, complementing President Zhou perfectly, one in technology, the other in finance. Wang Erliai, waiting for the two to finish, asked Chen Dongsheng, "When will you venture abroad?" "The plan is to first connect with Hong Kong capital, raise some funds for Facebook, and then acquire some technology." "Excellent. Acquiring technology is the right move. The worst thing would be to follow the Japanese example and use foreign exchange to buy real estate overseas." Wang Erliai nodded, then asked, "Do you want to meet the old man? Do you need a commendation or something?" "No, please. There are bad actors in this business. Do not expose me. I do not want to end up like FM 365, vanishing overnight." Hearing this, Zhou Yunfan and Wang Erliai exchanged a knowing smile. FM 365 was Lenovo's portal website, once counted among the 4 major portals alongside Sina Sohu and NetEase. However, FM 365 was the only domestic portal among them. Then in 2003, the sole domestic portal suddenly became inaccessible. The official reason was poor management. They forgot to renew the FM 365.com domain name at the end of 2003, which was then snatched by a Fujianese man named Kai Wensheng. Lenovo's domain was lost for 3 months. Reportedly concerned about its reputation, Lenovo urgently dispatched negotiation experts to Fujian. The experts were so skilled that they eventually persuaded Kai Wensheng to transfer the domain back to Lenovo free of charge. However, after regaining the domain, Lenovo did not promptly restore the website's operations. Today the site is unresponsive. It used to redirect to Motorola's site, but now it simply fails to load. Finally, Wang Erliai asked one more question. "What is your take on this?" "This reminds me of the cement factory in my hometown." For the sake of the story, Chen Dongsheng had to resort to a parable. When the state-owned enterprise reform began, the county-run cement factory streamlined its workforce, laid off all the veteran workers, and shut down several business lines. The factory newspaper was directly abolished, so no one told us what happened. We had to observe ourselves. The factory suffered consecutive losses, and it seemed doomed to fail. Guess what? The factory director happened to have several wealthy foreign relatives abroad. They acquired the factory at less than half its peak valuation. Then the same director stayed on, the veteran workers returned, and the enterprise thrived once more. Interestingly, most of the newspaper's writers were absorbed by newspapers run by those foreign relatives. They then wrote articles daily praising the factory that had fired them, claiming its revival was due to foreign advanced experience. You little rascal. Wang Erlei shook his head, wagging a finger vigorously. Remarkable. Your frustration is understandable, but this is a transitional pain of a special era. The current trend is deepening reforms, and inevitably some mud washes down with the sand. The old fox is positioned as a reform pioneer and entrepreneurial star with highly sophisticated methods. Relevant laws and regulations are still incomplete, making it difficult to handle, and any action could easily escalate. We must wait for the right moment first, perfect the legal framework, and then strike precisely when they show their hand. Having said enough, the two men tasked with missions left satisfied with the intelligence. After sending off his own allies, Huang Zhang changed into a suit and came out. Once on stage, I realized that storytelling in public is no easy task. Of course, our chairman Huang is no ordinary man. Huang Zhang wiped his sweat and scratched his leg. Not at all. My legs are still trembling. First time is always hard. Next time it will be smoother. Oh, kill me. It's too late today. Let's talk another day. Despite his complaints, the joy in Huang Zhang's smile was unmistakable. All right. After the Meizu night, the mini-player officially launched. This time, unlike before when it was only available on the online store, they leveraged Renren Network's university resources to hold a series of college concerts across dozens of cities and universities. For students, product launches were already a lofty concept. Even loftier than the product launch was the Meizu MP3 player. Within just 3 days, the mini-player sold 2,000 units, sweeping the domestic MP3 market. In its previous life, the mini-player sold over 1 million units, generating a billion yuan in sales. Now with the Renren Mall and the added impression of surpassing the era, it was bound to break records. Huang Zhang felt immensely pleased, yet he knew how much Chen Dongsheng had contributed. Therefore, before leaving the capital, he specifically arranged a meeting at a tea house with Chen Dongsheng. Old Huang, congratulations. Meizu is now a model of future technology. Just a hollow reputation, all thanks to Renren Network support. Huang Zhang poured cola for Chen Dongsheng. Not at all. Chairman Huang's design is the core. Chen Dongsheng smiled and waved. The mini-player's great success is only a peak. But after the peak comes either another peak or a cliff with no way forward. I cannot say for sure. Huang Zhang shook his head earnestly. Now is the time to look ahead. I lack the vision, so I can only turn to you for help. Chen Dongsheng did not mince words. Old Huang, if you trust me, then make one more MP3 model, and then stop. You must start preparing for mobile phones from now on. Phones. Without a license, can we do it? We can. At the latest by next year, the phone license system will be relaxed. There's no need to worry. Chen Dongsheng smiled. Then we can set an example for domestic phone manufacturers, just like the E2 and Mini Player did. Hearing this, Huang Zhang asked a bit shyly, Dongsheng, you say we should make smartphones. What exactly is a smartphone? When it came to the next generation MP3, Huang Zhang already had a draft for the music card. But regarding smartphones, especially smart ones, he had no concept at all. In his previous life, Apple provided the guiding light. Now only Chen Dongsheng could guide him. Good. Chen Dongsheng said, pulling a sheet of paper and casually sketching the previous live's Meizu M8. This design is groundbreaking. Even a rough sketch made Huang Zhang feel his heart struck. This smartphone was almost entirely screen, with only a single rounded rectangular button, its lines elegantly harmonious, exuding the same artistic sense as the mini player. Without a doubt, when users held this phone in their hands, they would only feel one thing: premium. Of course, making a phone meant facing functional implementation issues. After observing for a while, Huang Zhang asked, the whole phone is just a screen. So you're using touchscreen. The current touchscreen technology doesn't seem very friendly. Touchscreen phones already existed then, but they were all resistive screens only supporting single-point touch, still at the level of using a stylus to scribble on a PDA. Don't worry about the technical issues. They'll handle them, Chen Dongsheng said with extreme calmness, making Huang Zhang wonder what backing he had. Chen Dongsheng planned to beat Apple to the punch. Rather than developing multi-touch technology himself, buying Fingerworks was the best choice. Fingerworks was the company later acquired by Apple to solve the multi-touch problem of the iPhone 3GS. Currently, Fingerworks, still unacquired, had already solved multi-touch and was primarily making multi-touch PDAs, but the product was positioned for business professionals, priced extremely high, and sold poorly. After Apple acquired Fingerworks, it even recalled all products on the market and kept it secret until the iPhone 3GS launch. If he could buy Fingerworks, he could not only solve Meizu's technical problems, but also slow down Apple's pace. Since Chen Dongsheng had already created the Hongming OS, he was determined to ensure that a smartphone equipped with Hongming OS would be the first to emerge leading the most advanced technical standards. As he pondered, another piece of information flashed through his mind. It's 2005 now. Has an Android Inc. fallen into Google's hands yet? Snapping back to reality, Chen Dongsheng saw Huang Zhang looking at him as if he were a great figure and couldn't help asking, any other questions? Every obstacle will be overcome in time. I'll ask you if I have questions. Of course, there were many problems. Making a phone involved far more than just the touchscreen. But Huang Zhang seemed infected by Chen Dongsheng's confidence and became confident himself, feeling that with a solid Hongming OS foundation, the remaining hundreds of steps, visual design, screen chips, and so on, seemed less daunting. Lao Huang. Chen Dongsheng raised his cola, Huang Zhang raised his. They clinked their glasses in place of alcohol, and Chen Dongsheng smiled. I believe Meizu will become the most valuable phone company in the next era. They'll take your word for it. Huang Zhang said excitedly, completely unaware that Chen Dongsheng might have said the same thing to others. Chen Dongsheng had great confidence in Huang Zhang. Historically, Meizu decided to make phones in 2006, using Windows CE, not even Windows Mobile. Without full source code, Meizu managed to rewrite a large amount of code to achieve the required functions, eventually creating the M8. Now with his support and reduced difficulty, Chen Dongsheng didn't believe Huang Zhang could mess it up. At that time in the domestic MP3 market, Meizu had reached its peak. The previous E2 had opened the door, and the current mini player had solidified its position. However, while competitors like Ago and Newman were lamenting that Meizu had made the MP3 market overly competitive, no one knew Meizu was already preparing to transform. During the Spring Festival, Meizu had a good holiday, but Chen Dongsheng was a bit worried. He was short on money. He pondered buying Fingerworks and Android, and after much thought turned his attention to Facebook, which he had left abroad. Chen Dongsheng contacted Wang Erliai. First, because he had already discussed overseas expansion with Wang Erliai earlier, and second, because Chen Dongsheng wanted to reach Li Huanghua, the boss behind Tom. In his previous life, Li Huanghua had spent $240 million to buy 1/6 of Facebook shares, though that was a few years later. Another party was Microsoft, which also paid $240 million for 1/6. Just before Chen Dongsheng left the country, major Chinese internet portals widely reported a piece of news. MSN was coming to China. At that time, Tang Jun, former Microsoft China development manager, who called himself president of Microsoft Greater China, had joined Shanda nearly a year ago. During the Spring Festival, he had just initiated a takeover of Xiaolong, and the decision was being made by Microsoft headquarters. The news broke before the people even arrived. On some forum, a post claiming to be from a Microsoft insider surfaced, saying that either Ballmer or Gates, when discussing China's instant messaging tools, gave QQ a high evaluation. Thank you, QQ, for popularizing the concept of instant messaging among Chinese children. Now they've grown up, they work, they have money, and they'll gradually switch to MSN. Seamless transition. Boss Microsoft ignored Renren. What a great opportunity. When the online news appeared, marketing expert Sun Jun saw it as someone testing the waters, but he didn't expect Microsoft to skip Renren and declare war on QQ. In Sun Jun's view, when two tigers fight, it's clearly Renren's golden opportunity. To his surprise, Chen Dongsheng glared at him. Ignored. What tier is MSN? Does it deserve to challenge Renren? Just fighting QQ would be a tough battle for it. You mean our Renren is the strongest? It always has been, and not only that. I'm going to take them both down together. Sun Jun looked astonished, wondering where his boss' confidence came from. But then he thought again. Chen Dongsheng had never lost so far. Confidence was the last thing he lacked. Though full of confidence, Sun Jun couldn't help reminding him, QQ is manageable, but MSN is different. It's an international giant. Look, it's only announced its entry into China, not even launched yet, and MSN's market share in instant messaging has already hit nearly 10. And there's the Netscape precedent. If Microsoft pre-installs MSN on its systems, pre-installing software in China, isn't that ridiculous? Do you think all those Zhongguancan pirated Windows vendors are just sitting around? Give them a sponsorship fee, and they'll even bundle your Yutong for you. Since Microsoft chose to tolerate piracy in exchange for advertising costs, it must recognize that our country has its own conditions. Chen Dongsheng instead analyzed for Sun Jun. The biggest problem with MSN is that it's not easy to use. What can you do besides show off and chat with foreigners? Can't send files, no group functionality. These are basic features for office use, yet they're missing. Not to mention Renren Community or QQ Space. Does MSN provide those? It doesn't have the capability. To register an account, you first need a Hotmail email account, creating unnecessary obstacles for users. Isn't that ridiculous? Maybe it's a way to filter users. Hey, nonsense, it's just a lack of market research. You'll see they'll send over high-level executives from abroad, just like Amazon and Google. The most important thing for an instant messaging app is to serve users and maintain their social networks. MSN was wrong from the start by positioning itself as a business tool. It's a dead end. Just wait and see. Although Chen Dongsheng spoke lightly, the atmosphere online was grim. In those days, worshipping foreign things was not a public outrage. It was a glory. MSN's Chinese branch hadn't even been established yet, but a bunch of white-collar workers had already started manufacturing a hierarchy of disdain. QQ. Fill in some info, get a number, and you're good to go. That's an internet identity. Without a Hotmail account, how dare you surf the international internet? Rinrin. Barely acceptable for casual use. For work you need MSN. Mr. Chen. Microsoft is willing to pay $24 million for a 16% stake in Facebook. If the deal goes through, they'd like to discuss collaboration on instant messaging interoperability. When Luo Chuan, the Water Brother alumnus and president-designate of Microsoft MSN, appeared in Chen Dongsheng's office, Chen was quite taken aback. Why did Microsoft's first move target Facebook? Luo Chuan was short in stature and had a rather honest face, but Chen Dongsheng showed no courtesy to this senior brother. Let's set aside cooperation for now. That acquisition price is a bit stingy, not quite Microsoft style, is it? Was this a unilateral decision by MSN Greater China? Luo Chuan's expression shifted instantly. Chen Dongsheng chuckled lightly. Pass a message back for me. 240 million for 15 only. If not, we'll talk again next year. But next year 240 million will buy 5. The year after ITLLB 1. 6. Chen Dongsheng had increased the price tenfold, yet it wasn't extortion. In his past lives timeline, Microsoft had indeed acquired 1/6 of Facebook for 240 million in 2007. Chen Dongsheng had originally planned to seek funding from Li Huanghua and others in Hong Kong, so that when Facebook was forced to sell due to U.S. pressure and make a dramatic exit, he wouldn't feel the sting. Now that Microsoft had come, it was just as well. Luo Chuan stared at Chen Dongsheng, unable to speak for a long moment. Finally, he nodded silently. All right. The moment Luo Chuan left, Sun One entered with MSN's documents. Besides Luo Chuan, the designated director of MSN's RD Center is Xiong Minghua. He led the IE browser project and participated in the development of Windows 2000 and MSN. Chen Dongsheng nodded. A talent. Once we crush MSN, we'll poach him to bolster the Rinrin browser. Sun Wan was less confident. With such a glittering resume, won't he be difficult to handle? Not that hard. RD at Microsoft is a thankless job. Constant reporting up the chain, often with no response from the U.S. side. Would be rescuing him from a sea of fire. Late at night at MSN's RD Center in Shanghai, Xiong Minghua was still working overtime. Although not yet officially announced, Xiong had already carefully recruited a team to fill MSN's various gaps. Time is too tight. The current MSN version lags far behind QQ and Rinrin in features, video calls, file resuming offline, sending grouping RIP screenshots, and those emoticons Kamaji. Xiong Minghua arranged tasks methodically as a subordinate entered with documents. Director Xiong headquarters has replied. What did they say? They want us to focus on more professional content, not waste effort on these trivial details. Damn. Tang Minghua dropped his work and found Luo Chuan. Can you find a way to raise technical issues while reporting market problems? The new MSN version is urgent. We can't delay any longer. What is it? Leaving aside features I've mentioned 800 times like offline messages, the requirement that MSN registration needs a Hotmail account must change. Hotmail's market share in China is far lower than Foxmail, which is under Rinrin. Aren't we just handing users to Rinrin? Luo Chuan smiled bitterly. Tang Minghua, despite his frustration, still chose words the foreigners could understand. Outsiders didn't know, but Luo and Xiong both understood the awkwardness of their collaboration. By now, even as MSN's joint venture in Shanghai was about to launch, there was still no single person overseeing the entire operation. Luo Chuan's marketing department and Xiong Minghua's RD department reported to two different regional superiors with no line of authority between them. How could that work? Anything else? QQ and Rinrin are behemoths. MSN cannot afford arrogance just because of its global market share. China's internet users will eventually account for half the world's population. Even if they only serve the domestic market, MSN cannot underestimate them. Tang Minghua had spent days studying QQ and Rinrin. As an MSN developer, he felt only deep helplessness facing these two communication tools. MSN was far from a high-end communication tool. On the contrary, it had fallen too far behind. Headquarters approval is too slow. This is no longer a technical issue. If MSN doesn't launch a new version before entering the market, it's a dead end. Luo Chuan's face showed difficulty. Big companies have their processes. We're just a department in Greater China. Our suggestions rarely reach headquarters' desk. Every feature development at MSN required Microsoft headquarters approval. Microsoft's reasoning was that they catered to a global market. How could they make exceptions for China? If they rashly altered classic designs, what would happen to the European and American markets? Seeing Xiong Minghua's expression darken, Luo Chuan felt helpless. Putting that aside, do you have any other suggestions? A data center. We must establish a data center in China, otherwise data transmission will become a major problem. Instant messaging is all about immediacy. This isn't a technical issue, it's strategic. Please push through the approval on your end. Without a data center in China, MSN's data would have to pass through relay stations at local telecom servers, making chat file transfers and everything else far less efficient than QQ and RenRen. They'll try. Luo Chuan remained resigned. Let's talk about profit models. I suggest MSN first pursue SP business, offering SMS services to users. That's feasible, but it needs approval. Damn, Luo Chuan's tone was bitter. Then what about virtual avatar items like QQ Show? Do they need approval? No, they don't. Fine, let's start with that. Make money. Why are you in such a hurry? How we haven't even officially announced yet, and a bunch of so-called loyal fans have already made us enemies. Luo Chuan recounted the earlier remarks about Gates evaluating QQ and the hierarchy of white-collar workers. Although this dubious Gates quote had placed MSN at the top of the hierarchy, it also sparked collective resentment and boycotts from RenRen and QQ users. In other words, MSN now had a 10 base, but the remaining users all regarded MSN as an enemy. We're too passive. Xiong Minghua now felt MSN was a bottomless pit. Luo Chuan gritted his teeth, forcing himself to calm down, then had an idea. I think the reason we're passive is that MSN lacks its own voice. How about we create a portal website? A portal is a huge project, but technically doable. What about content? We can outsource that. Luo Chuan laughed lightly. MSN builds the stage, other companies perform. We share profits and unite allies. Brilliant. So Husina and NetEase haven't done this. If we do, we'll quickly make many friends. At that moment, Luo Chuan thought he had hit on a winning strategy. The approach of MSN providing the platform and letting various websites provide content yielded very pleasing results. Within a week, leveraging Microsoft's reputation, MSN quickly assembled a group of professional allies. The news channel featured New Beijing Daily, the culture channel had Shanghai Media Group, the shopping channel had eBay China, the gaming channel had Our Game, and the remaining 5 channels, education, dating, and automotive, were also domestic powerhouses. However, this move left several portal websites stunned. You're going after QQ and RenRen. How did you end up targeting us? In an instant, the Chinese internet, long torn by internal strife, collectively sensed a whiff of danger. One comment noted, today the 3 major portals, Sina, Sohu, and NetEase, each have a market capitalization of no more than 1 billion. Even the total market value of all Chinese concept stocks does not exceed 10 billion. How can they contend with an IT giant worth 300 billion? Then the 3 major portals decisively adopted a wait-and-see approach, observing Microsoft's MSN selection of column partners from a distance. Not only did they fail to counterattack, but they didn't even utter a sound. The 3 portals are the face of our internet. Are they really this spineless? Chen Dongsheng was still expecting some action from the trio, but they remained completely still. MSN has capable people. By directly bidding for columns, they bypass the content and policy risks for foreign companies, and then cross-promote traffic with partner sites, creating a complementary flow. Sun Wan, who had been closely monitoring MSN, acknowledged its strategy. Just as he finished, he slapped his forehead. Hey, isn't this the anti-penguin alliance that the boss put together last year? Hey, our alliance has a chance, but MSN's alliance doesn't. Chen Dongsheng laughed. The reason our alliance can be called an alliance is that we share user resources among ourselves. The fact that we slashed Penguin's expected 78 market share to just 45 is proof. What can MSN's alliance achieve? Will it poach portal traffic from the 3 giants or launch an instant messaging tool to confront us? It's a mishmash. Can it do both? With Microsoft's strength, Sun Wan was skeptical of Chen Dongsheng's words. After all, as soon as MSN hinted at building a portal, Taobao immediately sent people to Shanghai. At that moment, Jack Ma, far away in Hangzhou, was on the phone with Kai Tsongxin, who reported MSN's partnership agreement is a 1-year short-term contract renewable annually. No problem. How much is the annual fee? For exclusivity, at least 5 million. Then sign the exclusive deal. Jack Ma frowned. Even if we just occupy the spot without using it, we can't let eBay have it easy. While Chen Dongsheng was indifferent to MSN's offensive far away in Shenzhen, Pony Ma was deeply troubled. Foxmail was acquired by RenRen last year. Su Liang nodded. Yes, last year. Did he foresee MSN's arrival back then? Pony Ma was now extremely stressed. RenRen was pressing hard from within, MSN was eyeing from without, and his own breakthrough strategy had been stolen from the start. Su Liang actively offered advice. I think we should focus on product improvement. If email can't be a boost, we just need to follow and imitate, not fall too far behind. Then we can make up for it elsewhere. For example, Baidu and Google. Su Liang said, "We can embed the search box into every module of Tencent, reducing users' reliance on portals. Even if MSN builds its own portal or acquires the 3 major portals, it won't matter." Great idea. Pony Ma was very satisfied with Su Liang's suggestion, but then sensed something off. "Did you come up with this yourself?" Su Liang's face darkened. Renren search has already been embedded in every aspect of Renren. Pony Ma composed himself. "We can make some micro-innovations tailored to QQ." Okay. At the mention of micro-innovations, Su Liang's face twitched involuntarily. He thought to himself, whether we innovate or not, the Penguin's electronic files are about to be updated. As MSN with its partners from various industries seemed poised to carve up the entire internet. Chen Dongsheng, however, was having a friendly exchange of views with a low-key representative from Microsoft, 240 million for 15 non-negotiable. "If you're not interested, I'll fly to Hong Kong right now. The Li Lao and Hua families are all interested in the internet." "Mr. Chen, we don't see your sincerity. If you insist, we'll have to choose my space." "As you wish." In China, MSN suddenly announced, Microsoft will collaborate with Yahoo to enable instant messaging between their global users. Cross-platform communication. The 3 major portals which had been crying wolf just days earlier immediately flipped and began praising Microsoft. Sina, the agreement between Microsoft and Yahoo is a milestone. This will connect more than 275 billion people across the 2 platforms, breaking down barriers. Sohu, in the real-time communication field, MSN plus Yahoo will command over 44% of the global market share, nearly half of all instant messaging users worldwide. NetEase, the value of the internet lies in openness. Renren once embraced openness and captured 35% of the domestic market. Will Renren continue this strategy or betray its principles? Yahoo China, Penguin, and Baidu Google have formed an evil axis. The Penguin, having learned Baidu's tricks, only wants to monopolize and is straying further down the wrong path of closure. A certain magazine, 1 portal, 9 categories of partners, dozens of internet companies. This is Microsoft's appeal. Penguin Renren, you are surrounded. Facing this aggressive wave of forced openness, Pony Ma responded at the QQ 2005 product launch. Penguin cannot risk users' security, privacy, and service experience, so I declined MSN's interoperability invitation. In 2005, we will redefine instant messaging. QQ is no longer a simple communication tool, but a platform for information consulting, interactive exchange, and entertainment. The development of instant messaging has 3 stages, from technology-driven to application-driven, and then to service and user-driven. This transformation will exhibit 6 trends: entertainment, community, personal information management, wireless, internet resource integration, security, and localization. Boss, how do we handle Microsoft's interoperability invitation? Just rejected. What about NetEase's report? Should we respond? Haha, NetEase's Popo has already interconnected with MSN, and they're afraid it'll join too, so they're provoking me. I originally just wanted to watch their tower rise and fall. But since NetEase is so earnestly inviting me to step in, I'll oblige them. Chen Dongsheng chuckled, turned on his computer, and began posting on his Renren account. Interoperability. Do you deserve it? How many domestic users do Microsoft, Yahoo, and NetEase have combined? 15. Renren has 35 now. Don't look at Penguin. That share will be Renren's sooner or later. 3 little cliques pointing at the big circle of 7, saying we're not open enough. Can you do math? Did a gym teacher teach you? It's just that your products are inferior, you have no talent, no friends, and you're spouting nonsense. Renren is surrounded. Now I declare your alliance is surrounded by Renren. Not targeting anyone in particular, but in the field of instant messaging, everyone here is garbage. Chen Dongsheng's barrage of verbal attacks exploded across the internet. Whoa, Renren's CEO is so fierce. Whether it's Microsoft or Yahoo, everyone here is garbage. That's a brother water-breaking sword speech. One company surrounds 10. If the comments on Renren.com's forum were still full of admiration and worship, then the comments on the 3 major portals were simply unbearable. Zhou Hongyi of Yahoo China said in an interview, "He's too young and doesn't know his place. Harsh reality will teach him a lesson. Well, I don't need to add more." The homepage of Sina read, "The outside world is vast, the well of China is small. We hope Mr. Chen will soon jump out of the well." A commentator from NetEase said grassroots entrepreneurs can never shake off the nouveau riche mentality. They become arrogant after achieving a little success. Only by embracing universal values with an open and inclusive mindset and integrating into the international community can one go further on the global stage. So the president was mountain climbing and didn't care about such trivial matters, offering no comment. Only Lei Jun of Kingsoft lent a hand, saying in an interview, "I have also tasted the feeling of being alone against the world. It's indeed unpleasant." But I want to say that a true strong person should be like this. Even if thousands stand against me, I shall go. In Pingching at the headquarters of Tencent, Pony Ma leafed through Chen Dongsheng's remarks and after a long while said, he said all of this is garbage. Does that include us? The advisor Zeng who was invited to provide counsel was speechless. How could he curse people? Pony Ma's way of thinking was still different from ordinary people. Facing external enemies, shouldn't Renren and Tencent unite? Then Pony, are you willing to share communications with Renren? No. Then may I ask, how do you plan to be allies with Renren? Pony Ma was silent. Zeng Liqing suggested, take your eyes off the opponent. We just need to serve users while iterate QQ quickly and steadily increase its market share. Users have inertia. Once we break through the critical point, we will be invincible. You're right. Focusing on ourselves is the way. Pony Ma agreed with Zeng Liqing's analysis. Now there's another issue. China Mobile has changed the revenue-sharing ratio, and QQ Tang's performance is below expectations. The company needs to find new growth points. Before Zeng Liqing could answer, Pony Ma asked, what do you think if we do C2C? Looking at Pony Ma, Zeng Liqing was speechless and could only nod silently. After Chen Dongsheng's bold remarks sparked discussion, MSN seemed to have been hit by a slowdown skill, gradually losing momentum and becoming inactive. As for Chen Dongsheng, he began to intensively contact various venture capital firms. For the Chinese investment community, 2005 was a very important year as several international capital firms settled in the mainland market, such as Hill House Capital, Sequoia Capital China, and Today Capital. The first one he contacted was IDG. Guo Xiaoda said bluntly, $240 million. Even IDG headquarters feels the pressure and can't help. The news that Chen Dongsheng had made a big demand from Microsoft had already spread, and not even mentioning it was Facebook, the latter had already shrugged it off. Chen Dongsheng expressed understanding. Given IDG's style, investing in 2 rounds of Renren Com plus Renren Mall and Blu-ray games was already their limit. If the performance of these companies hadn't been so impressive, they would have urged a new round of financing to cash out. DFJ was the same. The parent company's fund was only about $3.5 billion, and even $40 million was painful, let alone $240 million. Chen Dongsheng's original intention was to first contact investors of SoftBank's level in China. If that didn't work, he would go to Hong Kong Island, and then to Silicon Valley in the US. Facebook actually had many investment intentions from Silicon Valley. At the moment Chen Dongsheng was about to set off, a woman came to his door. Su Xin of Today Capital. In her past life, this queen of venture capital was most famous for grabbing vegetables in a community group in Modu. Her second most famous experience was having a meal with Liu Qiangdong in 2007. Dongzi was at his wits' end at the time. After drinking heavily and recounting his entrepreneurial journey, he asked for $2 million. Queen Su waved her hand and gave him $10 million. Not only that, she also introduced a management talent, Su Lei, to Liu Qiangdong, who later became the president of JD.com after Liu stepped down. Thinking that she was likely here for Renren Mall, Chen Dongsheng decided to meet her. Riding on Liu Qiangdong's reputation, Chen Dongsheng arrived at a cafe. Su Xin was from Yuqing, but her temperament was full of Modu flavor. As soon as he entered, a short-haired woman in glasses stood up to greet him, smiling. Hello, Mr. Chen. Hello, Ms. Su. After sitting down, she picked up a cup of expensive Panama Geisha coffee and asked with a smile, I heard you're in touch with investors. Chen Dongsheng opened a bottle of cola and laughed. Which project are you interested in, Ms. Su? I see Renren Mall is thriving, and if nothing unexpected happens, it will become the #1 B2C this year. Su Xin started with a familiar topic. What a coincidence. I'm planning to hit 1 billion in sales this year. Sales of that magnitude. Only a C2C platform could achieve that, right? Su Xin frowned, instinctively feeling that Chen Dongsheng was exaggerating. Looking up, she saw Chen Dongsheng smiling at her, and her heart skipped a beat. No. In the first 2 months of the year, Meizu mini layers sold 500 units. That's heading toward 500 million. Su Xin couldn't help cursing inwardly. I've been underestimated. It could only be said that Su Xin had done her homework before coming, but not thoroughly. This was normal after all. Such content was usually presented by entrepreneurs to investors. Fortunately, Su Xin was experienced enough to understand the changing times, and she quickly adjusted her attitude. The strength of Renren Mall is obvious to all. I suppose you won't be short of money in the short term, so Today Capital will sit this one out. I want to ask about Renren. Come, Renren. Come. I just raised funds. I have no needs in the short term. Su Xin's mind was filled with countless expletives. Who is the capital here? Shouldn't you be begging me? But thinking of his achievements, she could only adjust her mindset. Today Capital is still in the establishment phase, and one of its funding sources is the British Government Fund. So you're here representing the British Government Fund today? Chen Dongsheng smiled, thinking this is perfect. He had originally planned to drag the Hong Kong capitalists who were loyal to the British to contribute to the nation's technology, going global and strategic deception propaganda, but now the British themselves had come first. So what conditions did the British government fund offer for Facebook? Su Exine almost rolled her eyes thinking, now you admit we're discussing Facebook? But on the surface, she was full of sincerity as her persona was to be good at making friends. 7. 500 million pounds, oh for acquisition. Too low, too low. Let's change the subject. Chen Dongsheng refused without a second thought. Su Exine looked confused. I said pounds. At that time the exchange rate of pound to dollar was 1 to 4, so the price they offered was actually $1.8 billion. Previously Chen Dongsheng's offer to Microsoft was $240 million for 15, which valued the company at only $1.6 billion. I know. Let's set aside the issue of acquisition premium for now. Chen Dongsheng waved his hand. My attitude is investment welcome, acquisition not negotiable. The coffee entered her mouth, leaving a bitter taste. Su Exine murmured to herself that reaching the top in one leap was indeed no easy feat. Having founded Today Capital, she focused on domestic investments, but in the early stages opportunities to lead deals exceeding $10 million were virtually non-existent. For Chinese entrepreneurs seeking collaboration, a Series A investment of $1 million was already considered a substantial sum. Yet she never anticipated that upon finally having the chance to orchestrate an acquisition worth $1.8 billion the other party would actually refuse. Such a person must either be a fool or possess unwavering confidence in their own project. Chen Dongsheng clearly belonged to the latter. This time Su Exine did not let her preconceived notions cloud her judgment, as she recalled Chen Dongsheng's financing history. Since the inception of his venture, Chen Dongsheng's fundraising capabilities had advanced by leaps and bounds each year. 2 years ago his financing was at the $1 million level, last year it had already jumped to the tens of millions. Perhaps it's only fitting that this year he raises funds in the billions of dollars. Su Exine mused to herself. At this point Su Exine could only say, I am not the sole decision-maker in this discussion. I will relay your situation to the British government fund. Fair enough, Chen Dongsheng replied, never expecting to settle matters in just a few days. Little did Chen Dongsheng know that after Su Exine, the next person desperate to meet him was Zhou Hongyi. Now unable to reach Chen Dongsheng by phone, Zhou Hongyi had no choice but to use official communication channels. No meeting unless he publicly retracts his previous remarks, Chen Dongsheng stated, showing no inclination to appease Zhou Hongyi's request. What is this guy thinking? Just moments ago he was lambasting me on Yahoo for being overambitious, and now he dares to seek a meeting. Their previous phone conversation had already been unpleasant, and Chen Dongsheng had no interest in staging a dramatic reconciliation. Speaking of Zhou Hongyi, he was also a victim of circumstance. The object of his long-standing affection had always been search engines, which were now firmly under Chen Dongsheng's control. Another was security software, which Chen Dongsheng had also tipped off Lei Busi to develop. It remained to be seen whether free antivirus software would emerge in the future. As for investments, Chen Dongsheng had little faith in Zhou Hongyi's judgment. Not only did 360's investments in later years consistently fail, but his previous role in reviewing Wang Xing's Renren for Shen Nampeng was utterly absurd. It was said that in the past timeline Wang Xing, facing a cash flow crisis at Renren, sought funding from Sequoia Capital. On his way to the meeting, Wang Xing forgot his presentation slides and had to write them on the spot in the office. Shen Nampeng, who happened to be in a meeting with Zhou Hongyi, asked the internet expert to take a look. Zhou Hongyi, however, judged not by expertise, but by appearance. He peeked through the door, turned around immediately, and told Shen Nampeng, this young man has no future. Just an incompetent, arrogant overseas returnee. Wang Xing later explained that he was busy writing the PPT and recognized Zhou Hongyi's face, but didn't know who he was, assuming he was just someone who had wandered into the wrong room. Zhou Hongyi, however, considered himself a notable figure in the internet circle and couldn't bear being unrecognized. With his pride wounded, what good words could he offer? Now Chen Dongsheng didn't even give Zhou Hongyi the chance to lay eyes on him. Upon receiving the rejection from Renren, Zhou Hongyi fumed. Chen Dongsheng, how dare you ignore my goodwill? I offer you an opportunity, and you squander it. He'll go negotiate an acquisition with Alibaba. It turned out Zhou Hongyi had sought out Chen Dongsheng to discuss an acquisition. Yahoo China, as a comprehensive portal integrating web search, instant messaging, email, and advertising services, found itself struggling in the Chinese market and was preparing to sell itself to a domestic player. Alibaba was naturally Yahoo China's first choice, but the sudden rise of Renren presented a new alternative for Yahoo. After all, Yahoo was search plus commerce, and Renren was also search plus commerce. Moreover, Renren had its own communication tools and email system, making it a seemingly better fit than Alibaba. In Zhou Hongyi's eyes, wasn't this the perfect opportunity for him to resurrect his search ambitions through a phoenix-like rebirth? Yahoo China's acquisition terms were remarkably generous, including a substantial dowry of $1 billion. The entire company was packaged and valued, seeking equity and profit-sharing from the acquiring party. In the previous timeline, on August 11, 2005, Alibaba acquired all of Yahoo China's business by offering 35 voting rights and 40 economic benefits. Simultaneously, Yahoo paid Alibaba $1 billion, becoming its largest strategic investor. Even if Chen Dongsheng had known Zhou Hongyi's intentions, he would have had no interest. A 35 stake would grant veto power, and handing over such a large portion might turn the acquisition into a Trojan horse. After seeing off Su Xin, Microsoft contacted Chen Dongsheng again, seeking another meeting, still through Luo Chuan. Despite the fierce competition between Renren and MSN, Luo Chuan remained composed and communicative with Chen Dongsheng, a testament to his remarkable composure. Meanwhile, on the other side of the Pacific, Jim Breyer was departing from Silicon Valley, heading to the Facebook headquarters on California Street in San Francisco. Jim was a partner at Excel Partners. Founded in 1984, the investment firm enjoyed a period of glory in the 1990s, with a fund return rate approaching 20x in 1996. However, in the new century, Excel, which excelled in and focused on technical analysis, began to fall behind. In 2004, after repeated investment failures, several LPs, including Princeton University, Harvard University, and MIT, withdrew their funds. Excel's capital pool shrank dramatically, threatening its survival. Refusing to give up, Jim managed to raise a $440 million fund and set his sights on Facebook, which had moved its headquarters to California the previous year. On the way to Facebook's headquarters, Jim quickly reviewed the company's profile in his mind. Facebook is an American company wholly owned by a company registered in Hong Kong. The current CEO of Facebook is a young international student from the University of Delaware named Wang Xing. The technical director is Mark Zuckerberg, a Harvard graduate who joined in 2004. Reportedly, he traveled to Hong Kong to pursue a data analyst named Amy, successfully joined Facebook, and found cross-border love. Since its founding in 2003, Facebook has repeatedly rejected investment offers. In 2004, The Washington Post offered $10 million for a 15% stake, which was declined. After Christmas, News Corporation offered $580 million to acquire the company, also rejected. According to Chinese internet sources, the valuation of Renren, Facebook's Chinese version, stands at $400 million. In our great America, the global valuation of Facebook should far exceed that of Renren. Snapping back to reality, Jim found himself seated in the conference room of Facebook's headquarters. Excel Partners' offer is $165 million for an 11% stake. At the same cafe as before, Chen Dongsheng and Luo Chuan met once again. "Mr. Chen, we meet again." Luo Chuan's demeanor was exceptionally gentle, unable to muster any imposing presence against the sharp-edged Chen Dongsheng. "Hello, President Luo. What are the terms this time?" Luo Chuan asked softly. "May I ask one question first?" "Go ahead. Why do you think MSN is doomed?" It was evident that Luo Chuan still harbored some resentment over Chen Dongsheng's sweeping criticism. "Hey, you're asking what you already know? Hold on." Chen Dongsheng pulled out his Nokia phone, struggled to connect to Renren, and posted a status. After posting, he handed the phone to Luo Chuan. The latter took it, glanced at the screen, and showed a helpless wry smile. "It seems you truly understand." Chen Dongsheng's post read, "Renren could send offline files back in 2004. When will MSN ever get that feature? Send me a message when it does." He had no fear of being contradicted for such a statement. In his past life, MSN's offline file feature was applied for in 2005, but didn't launch until 2008. By then, what was MSN's usage rate in China? Less than 2. By the time Luo Chuan saw the post, there were already numerous replies beneath it, such as, "Marking this spot," and, "We'll burn it to you when the time comes." Luo Chuan realized that years later, when MSN finally launched offline capability, this post would undoubtedly be used to mock MSN once more. Indeed, Luo Chuan himself believed MSN was doomed, and had already decided to shift his focus back to the MSN portal. For now, he had no choice but to skip the topic of MSN and Renren's instant messaging software and turn to Facebook. "You rejected the British government fund's offer of £7.5 billion. That's right. What's your expected price?" $30 billion. Luo Chuan, representing Microsoft, still thought Chen Dongsheng was dissatisfied with the offer. "I've said it before, Facebook is not for sale." Chen Dongsheng waved his hand, took a sip of ice-cold cola, and sneered inwardly. "In my past life, even MySpace, the second largest SNS in the US, sold for $5.8 billion in 2005. Now Facebook started earlier, developed better, and left MySpace far behind. I'd feel cheated selling it for $5.8 billion, wouldn't I?" Luo Chuan smiled wryly again and asked, "Will Facebook integrate Renren chat in the future?" As you can see, Microsoft has MSN, so it doesn't make sense to invest in a competitor. Does Microsoft mean they don't want Facebook to launch instant messaging in the US? Chen Dongsheng neither confirmed nor denied the requirement. What are the conditions? Luo Chuan countered. Are the terms from last time still valid? You didn't have this requirement last time. A look of embarrassment crossed Luo Chuan's face. California Facebook headquarters. Wang Xing, speaking fluent English, extended his hand to Jim. Welcome. At the end of March 2005, after Chen Dongsheng had mocked MSN's inefficiency, the news that Accelerate Partners had gambled on Facebook, acquiring only 11% of its equity for $165 million, spread through Silicon Valley. However, against the backdrop of the failed £7.5 billion acquisition by the British government fund and Microsoft's unsuccessful bid of $240 million for 15 equity, many investment institutions believed Accelerate Partners had already made a profit. Only Chen Dongsheng knew that in his past life Accelerate Partners had spent merely $12.7 million. Boss, these portal sites are outrageous. They're all talking about Shanda and Sina with no mention of Facebook. After the acquisition, Sun One indignantly stormed into Chen Dongsheng's office to complain. Even though Facebook had become a rising star in Silicon Valley, the major domestic portals acted as if it didn't exist. That's fine. Let's keep Rinrin low-key as well. It's a different site from Facebook. In the past, Chen Dongsheng would have thought these so-called public intellectuals and portals were spineless fools. But now he just wanted to say, thank you public intellectuals for helping me maintain a low profile. If Facebook were truly a US site, they'd be going crazy hyping it. Recently, the portal's attitude toward MSN had shown Sun One exactly what kind of people these so-called internet elites were, and he didn't hold back in his criticism. Don't mind them. We'll proceed step by step. This year's Supergirl will be sensational. Keep a close eye on it. After securing the funding, Chen Dongsheng's first thought was to go abroad on a shopping spree. Thinking of going abroad reminded him of foreign languages, which in turn reminded him of Lei Jun's "Are you okay?" Speaking of Lei Jun called, President Chen, there's an investment opportunity. Are you interested? Chen Dongsheng perked up. Before the new year, Lei Jun had announced his resignation from all positions at Kingsoft and become an angel investor. Since he was an angel investor, he should be investing in projects himself, not offering them to others. Unless he didn't have enough capital. So Chen Dongsheng asked, what project? I've been following mobile phone manufacturers and smartphones lately, and I've noticed many companies are already developing them. Oh, which manufacturers have you found? Let's not talk about the Symbian system that Microsoft licensed to Nokia, Sony Ericsson, and others. Microsoft itself is also developing a mobile platform, licensing it to many manufacturers such as Samsung and HTC, who are both producing devices with Microsoft's Pocket PC and Windows Phone. Then there's Samsung, which reportedly has assembled a 300-person operating system team. You mentioned HTC. Is that the one from Taiwan? Yes. Lei Jun continued. This HTC seems unsatisfied with just being an OEM for Microsoft. I've heard they've recently been in contact with a smart operating system company. Android, right? Huh. Chen Dongsheng understood. HTC was the later HTC. You know about them. I've paid attention to competitors when developing Harmony OS. I started from MP3 players, they started from cameras. How ironic. One is a music phone, the other a camera phone. Lei Jun cracked a not-so-funny joke. This investment opportunity is quite promising. Do you have any connections in Taiwan? We could go and intercept them. In the past, Chen Dongsheng could only skip Android and go head-to-head with Harmony OS directly. But now that he had financing in hand, why not just buy it outright? Whether it's sharing technology with Harmony OS or releasing it as a separate overseas version, it would work. More importantly, it could cut off Google's future. Lei Jun seemed to hesitate, then said, I don't know anyone in Taiwan. Maybe you can find a lead through Silicon Valley. Andy McFadden joined Android after Brian Sweatland and Chris White and was now a leading figure in the project. Since 2004, he had been flying back and forth across the U.S. with team member Sears seeking investors without success until early January, when he contacted Google co-founder Larry Page. Page, a fan of the T-Mobile Sidekick phone that McFadden's previous company had produced, didn't hesitate to express interest in investing. But by the end of the second meeting in early March, no substantial progress had been made. So McFadden turned to mobile phone manufacturers traveling to South Korea and China. However, when Samsung learned that the system was being built by just one person, Brian, they laughed and called it a pipe dream. After McFadden proved them wrong by showing the Sidekick phone Brian had developed, Samsung made empty promises saying they would officially cooperate with Android once they secured orders from telecom operators. Next came HTC from Taiwan, a manufacturer eager to break away from Microsoft and produce its own smartphones. HTC's head Zhou Yoming completely ignored McFadden's presentation on open-source ecosystems and demanded an exclusive license. McFadden was disappointed once again. Just as he was about to leave, he received an invitation from Facebook to discuss matters in Beijing. At the imperial capital airport, McFadden, weary from his journey, had just stepped off the plane when he saw a Chinese man waving a sign and approaching him warmly with a curry-flavored English accent. Andy. Over here. McFadden rubbed his eyes, confirmed that the name on the sign was his own, and walked over to the man, asking, "Who are you?" "I'm here to pick you up for Facebook. You can call me June. Come with me, Richard's car is outside." Lei Busi, the guest translator, pulled McFadden through the crowd, weaving their way to the parking lot, and climbed into Lu Qiangdong's Hongqi. Once in the car, McFadden looked around curiously and asked, "Where are we going now?" "To Facebook headquarters, to see Boss Chen." Lei Busi pulled a mini player from his pocket, plugged in earphones, and handed it to McFadden. "Listen to some music first, relax." McFadden took the mini player in a daze and began listening to Above the Moon, thinking it was a mysterious Eastern custom. But as soon as he held it, he was captivated by the small, exquisite MP3 player. It wasn't just the design comparable to an iPod, but the software system inside that hinted at an operating system, much like the early Android Brian had made for digital cameras. When they arrived at Rinrin Network and were led into the meeting room by Lei Busi, McFadden clutched the mini player, sensing something was off. Pushing open the meeting room door, a young man and several programmers were drinking cola inside. "Boss Chen, I've brought him. Hard work. Thank you." Chen Dongsheng stood up, tossed a cold cola to Lei Busi, and said, "Please have a seat." Lei Busi sat down happily. Chen Dongsheng's intention was clear. He wanted to invite Lei Busi into this investment negotiation. Chen Dongsheng then turned to McFadden, extending his hand. "Mr. McFadden, hello. I'm Chen Dongsheng, the owner of Rinrin Network." "Hello, Mr. Chen." McFadden suddenly realized that the young man who looked like a college student was the boss here. "Let me introduce you. This is Zheng Nanling, the developer of Qianqian Music and the Hongmeng system. And this is Chuanhua, the developer of Rinrin Search and Rinrin Browser." McFadden sat down in a daze, still confused. He pulled out a USB drive and asked, puzzled, "Hello, I think I need a computer to show you a PPT about the Android system our company is developing." Chen Dongsheng nodded. McFadden composed himself and began his enthusiastic presentation, just like with any other investor. In 2004, global PC shipments were 178 million units, while mobile phone shipments were 675 billion units, almost 4 times that of PCs. But mobile phone processors and memory were only comparable to PCs from 1998. Hardware is getting more powerful, and the market size has surpassed that of PCs. But unlike PCs, mobile software costs are rising because of Windows, while PC software costs are fixed and hardware costs keep dropping. But mobile software costs are increasing. We can provide an open-source operating platform to help manufacturers who want to build powerful smartphones but can't afford custom operating systems. When McFadden reached this point, Lei Busi raised his hand with a smile. "May I interject? Since it's an open-source system, can it be applied to all home appliances? Besides smartphones, could it also power smart air conditioners, televisions, refrigerators, and even cars?" "Maybe. Our team hasn't thought that far." McFadden blushed, feeling unable to keep up with Lei Busi's pace. Lei Busi looked at Chen Dongsheng. "You must have thought of that, right? You guess?" Chen Dongsheng smiled and said nothing, unsurprised that Lei Busi was already considering smart homes. He then said to McFadden, "We all agree with what you've presented. But the question is, how does Android make money? Microsoft became the world's richest company just by selling Windows, but Android is open source. Where will the profit come from?" McFadden was prepared for this question and replied calmly, "Operators. We can develop software systems for communication and data storage and sell them to mobile carriers because smartphones need operator orders. The profit margin is too small." Chen Dongsheng waved his hand with a smile and pointed at the mini player in McFadden's hand. "I think you should take another look at what you're holding." Confused, McFadden opened the mini player, which had already been switched to an English interface by Lei Busi, and found a Qianqian music box. "A music box? It provides licensed audio and video services. Are you trying to imitate iTunes?" At that moment, McFadden had no idea that once Google acquired Android, they could rake in huge profits just from Google Play. Chen Dongsheng nodded. "Close enough. That's just one direction. Besides audio and video content, you might not have noticed that the mini player also has games. An entertainment platform can generate revenue. Additionally, there are ad placements and online search services, multiple ways to monetize. But we don't have." "No, we." McFadden suddenly realized, "You're not just investing, you want to acquire Android." "Exactly." Chen Dongsheng smiled and nodded. Before McFadden could recover, Chen Dongsheng continued, "If Android agrees to be acquired, the revenue generated under Facebook will be much faster than gradual promotion. We have a dedicated developer platform, an ad delivery platform, a game store, a music box, and a complete set of monetization methods. We can share revenue with operators and software manufacturers, allowing all participants to profit from the open source system." Chen Dongsheng smiled. Simply put, you won't have to run around seeking investment anymore. Just focus on building the operating system. McFadden was already tempted, but then he seemed to realize something and pointed at Zheng Nanling. What did you say you did earlier? Qianqian music and the Hongming operating system. Zheng Nanling nodded shyly and said, actually the only work I independently created was Qianqian Jingting. The foundation of the Hongming OS was laid by the boss. Can I see it? McFadden asked, somewhat dejected. I mean the finished product, like Brian's psychic phone. You've already seen it. McFadden was stunned, holding up the mini player. Is this MP3's operating system, Hongming? You're already working on it. Chen Dongsheng pointed at the mini player in McFadden's hand. The Hongming system skipped phone manufacturers and partnered with an MP3 maker. It seems to be working well so far. McFadden breathed a sigh of relief, glad they hadn't built a phone yet. But that thought was shattered the next moment by a curry-flavored English voice. If you're talking about a prototype or concept device, I've seen one. Lei Busi raised his hand, glanced at Chen Dongsheng, and after seeing no objection said with a smile, but that thing blew up. Battery wasn't up to standard. Hearing this, a deeply shaken McFadden asked nervously, Mr. Chen, I'd like to ask, if you acquire Android, how will you treat it? Will you disband our team? Obviously, McFadden was worried that Chen Dongsheng merely intended to eliminate competitors. Chen Dongsheng could only say that the other party had guessed correctly. However, eliminating competitors did not mean eliminating the Android team. Chen Dongsheng smiled and said, there is still a lot of work ahead that requires the Android team. You probably haven't realized how massive the development workload of this system truly is. Even if we merge the developers from both teams, the manpower still won't be enough. Chen Dongsheng was not exaggerating. In his past life, to counter Apple's iOS, Google directly joined forces with 65 hardware and software companies to form the Open Handset Alliance, and collectively improved Android, which allowed the system to spread rapidly. Of course, the impact of touchscreens played a significant role. In the original timeline, Google initially planned to build a prototype. But after Apple launched the iPhone, Andy Rubin, the father of Android, and a Google executive, was greatly dissatisfied with the original prototype. He directly announced that Android's design had to go back to the drawing board, and Google even revised Android's specification documents, abandoning the previously planned physical keyboard design and explicitly specifying that it should support touchscreens. Then came the establishment of the Open Handset Alliance, and Android's development progress caught up rapidly. Hearing Chen Dongsheng's explanation, McFadden finally breathed a sigh of relief and asked, may I ask what your company's offer for Android is? $50 million. McFadden's eyes lit up. Can I make a call to the U.S. from here? Chen Dongsheng smiled and nodded, laughing inwardly. Google say goodbye to the mobile era. Finally, after more than a year of setbacks and seeking investment, McFadden, representing the entire company, agreed to sell Android to Facebook for $50 million. When he saw the news of the Android acquisition on Silicon Valley headlines page, realizing he had been thwarted, immediately called McFadden. Andy, how could you sell Android? It's already happened. It's exactly what you see. McFadden took off his mini player earbuds and responded to Page in a relaxed tone. McFadden toyed with the earbuds. His friend June from the East had already given him a mini player. June had begun visiting various mobile phone manufacturers, hoping to invest in a phone factory. June had made it clear that the operating system for his future phone factory would inevitably be Harmony OS or Facebook Android. Page roared in frustration. We had already convinced the board to discuss acquisition with you as early as May. How could you make such a quick decision? In fact, we had already held 2 meetings, Page. McFadden spread his hands. They met me just once and offered $50 million for Android. You know that's hard to refuse. Page fell silent, as Google's board had also set a similar psychological price. But how can Android make money? Facebook has ad search and an app store. Everything Google has, Facebook has too, and Facebook has things Google doesn't. I'm sorry, but that's business. What about your team? Page tried a different approach. It's now Facebook Android. I think you should be grateful, Page. McFadden comforted him. Let me share some inside information. When the teams merged, we saw Facebook's smartphone design, which was a whole generation ahead of ours. If Android had chosen to merge with Google, it would have been crushed. What? Page was stunned. McFadden had already hung up. Now promoted to head of Facebook's smartphone prototype project, he was on his way to San Francisco to visit Fingerworks. Fingerworks was now managed by Jeff White. Originally an investor, Jeff White had decided to join the company after reviewing its patents, specializing in the operation of multi-touch patents. Over the years, Jeff White had approached companies like IBM, Microsoft, NEC, and Apple, attempting to apply multi-touch screens to computers and PDAs, but sales had been disappointing due to high production costs. When McFadden arrived, Jeff White's first reaction was that the visitor was a hardware vendor seeking a license. No, Jeff. Facebook's goal is to acquire Fingerworks, just like we acquired Android. Of course, Facebook will ensure the team shares in future profits through a technical personnel dividend model. Of course, this requires the team to continue enriching the multi-Dutch patent portfolio. So what's your offer at? In fact, Apple had been negotiating with Jeff for 7 months. $50 million for a full acquisition, retaining 10 profit rights for the technical and management team. Upon hearing the offer, Jeff immediately dialed Wayne Westerman. Wayne, stop sleeping. From today, we're all going to work at Facebook. Apple. What Apple? Can you eat it? Steve Jobs. I don't know him. Boom. Boom. At Apple, Steve Jobs' computer desk had shattered into pieces. The furious Jobs had nearly destroyed the entire office. The last time he had been this angry was when Microsoft released Windows 95. Back then, Gates had stolen his graphical user interface. Even though Facebook Fingerworks had expressed openness to licensing patents, Jobs couldn't bear being outmaneuvered. Jobs had never liked sharing profits with technical staff. The original creator of the Apple computer, Evan Dahl, was merely an hourly wage technician in his eyes. During the acquisition of Fingerworks, Jeff White, as the agent for the two patent holders, had always firmly rejected a buyout and demanded ongoing patent royalties, causing Jobs to hesitate for a long time. 8 months of negotiations had exceeded Jobs' patience. Jobs had already decided to accept their terms as long as the acquisition conditions were kept confidential. But now nothing could be done. Whether Apple could build its future smartphones would depend on Facebook's goodwill. San Bruno, California, in Chad Hulley's garage. A disheveled young Chinese-American, Chen Dongsheng, had just stayed up 30 hours without sleep building the website of his dreams. At the end of last year, a massive tsunami occurred in the Indian Ocean, with 10-meter-high waves crashing into Phuket, captured by a Swedish car worker, Tommy, who was on vacation. The short video spread across the internet within 12 hours, and global media scrambled to buy the footage. This news greatly inspired Chen Dongsheng, who had left PayPal along with his friends Chad Hurley and Jod Karim. The power of online video was immense. Everyone could broadcast themselves. Why not create a website to help people share? However, when Chen Dongsheng sought advice from his former PayPal boss Max, the latter said no one would watch their videos. Defiant by nature, Chen Dongsheng became even more determined to start the venture, just as he had insisted on joining PayPal against his father's wishes. Kareem, where's the video you shot? Bring it here, upload it. Coming. Watching the upload progress bar slowly fill, Chen Dongsheng held his breath. The website he had built by maxing out his credit cards. This was the moment. 5 minutes after upload. No views. Half an hour later. Still no views. 1 hour later. Still no views. 1 day later. Got one. Chen Dongsheng. Hurley. Someone commented on me. Let me see. What did they say? Kareem excitedly read the comment. Hello Kareem, I'm Nancy. I really like your video. Are you interested in joining FaceTube as a creator? The address is. Chen Dongsheng and Hurley crowded around Kareem, simultaneously questioning their life choices. Quick, open it and see what FaceTube is. Chen Dongsheng rubbed his hair and clicked on the link recommended by this mysterious Nancy. The website opened and all three collapsed in unison. A familiar interface, an array of videos. A video site that was a carbon copy of YouTube appeared before them. The difference was that the latter had traction from Facebook, already boasting 999 videos to browse. Having long decided to block Google's path, how could Chen Dongsheng forget about YouTube? Unlike Android and Fingerworks, both rich in patents, YouTube was just a video site. A FaceTube backed by Facebook would be enough to crush it. At the Longgang Huawei base headquarters, Chen Dongsheng met Ren Zhengfei once again. Unlike their first meeting, Ren Zhengfei attached great importance to Chen Dongsheng's visit, specifically canceling several meetings to fulfill Chen's request, and gave him a tour of Huawei's switch factory. When mealtime came, the two queued up in the cafeteria, got their food, and found a corner to sit down. Ren Zhengfei, still with his Mithra-like demeanor, smiled at Chen Dongsheng and said, President Chen, is the food not to your liking? This time Chen Dongsheng lacked the high spirits of their previous meeting. He was somewhat subdued, though his mood had improved slightly after touring the factory. Of course not. Chen Dongsheng took a sip of cola, the dopamine from the sugar, lifting his spirits a little. He said, a few days ago, I bought a small company. You mean the one that works on touchscreen technology? Chen Dongsheng said gravely. This time, I went to acquire Zhima Fingerprint and found that although the company has a physical presence, it has few transactions. In essence, it's a patent troll. A patent troll, eh? Ren Zhengfei was no stranger to patent trolls, as Huawei had been locked in a bitter patent battle with Cisco for many years. A patent troll, also known as a patent shark, refers to a company that has little or no actual business operations and survives primarily by aggressively filing patent infringement lawsuits. If we're going to make phones, we'll inevitably have to deal with patent trolls in the future. Chen Dongsheng voiced his concerns. For one thing, there's a company called Intellectual Ventures in the United States, founded in 2000 by Nathan Myhrvold, a former Microsoft executive. Through hundreds of shell companies, it holds tens of thousands of patents. Even companies like Google, Amazon, Apple, and Microsoft have to pay protection money by investing in it. Ren nodded. It's indeed a hidden danger. It's a major hidden danger, one that could make us beholden to others throughout the entire 3G era for our phones. Ren Jingfei narrowed his eyes. Is there absolutely no way? Chen Dongsheng gritted his teeth, swallowed, and spat out 4 letters, CDMA. Ren Jingfei fell silent. In those days, the 3G standards had already been established. Whether it was Europe's WACMA, the United States CDMA 2000, or the soon-to-be-approved Chinese TDS CDMA standard, none could circumvent Qualcomm's CDMA patents. Even this was the result of a deal between the US and China. China supported CDMA 2000 in exchange for US support of TDS CDMA. As for the 2G era, Europe's GSM dominated alone, holding 80% of the telecommunications market, while the US's CDMA only had 20%. Although standards existed, problems arose. GSM was developed collectively by Europe, its patents free. But all CDMA patents were held by Qualcomm, integrated directly into chips. Even though WCDMA and TDS CDMA had tried every way to circumvent CDMA patents at the core technology level, there was no way around them. Chen Dongsheng was also helpless. Even with his knowledge of the future, he could only shrug. To solve it purely from a technical perspective, he would have to travel back to the 1950s. After all, the US military invented the CDMA system in the 1950s, and Qualcomm applied it to mobile phones in the 1980s. Or go to an earlier timeline and kidnap Hedy Lamarr in Hollywood. But that was just fantasy. Is there any way to bypass it? No chance in the 3G era, Chen Dongsheng sighed. What's worse, it's foreseeable that smartphones will explode during the entire 3G era, and Qualcomm will surely make a fortune from patents. Ren Jingfei seemed calm. He took a bite of white rice and asked slowly, you say there's no chance in the 3G era, what about the 4G era? There's some opportunity in 4G, but we have to work hard to seize it. Tell me your plan. It's not my plan. Chen Dongsheng shook his head and smiled. It's Huawei's plan. Slap. Ren Zhengfei's chopsticks fell directly onto the plate. In the next decade, European telecommunications will inevitably decline. Chen Dongsheng calmly stated his prediction. Ren Jingfei nodded. If smartphones emerge, Europe's current phone manufacturers will be like Motorola with analog phones. In 1997, Motorola's highly profitable 1G analog phone division suppressed the 2G digital phone division, which required heavy R&D investment. They thought 43 million analog users would not easily abandon their 1G phones, but their global mobile phone share plummeted from 50 to 17 that year. Thus, the first-generation mobile phone giant faded into obscurity. But no one is willing to be constrained by Qualcomm, Chen Dongsheng said, picking out fish bones from a piece of fish and putting the meat into his mouth. Phones in the 3G era don't necessarily have to use mobile data to go online. Ren Jingfei asked with a smile, mobile devices, if not using data, what then? They're not going to plug in an Ethernet cable, are they? Chen Dongsheng laughed. President Ren, you're a switch manufacturer, don't play dumb with me. The latter scratched his head. It's a public place afraid of leaking secrets. That's true. Chen Dongsheng didn't dwell on it and returned to the topic. In the era of smartphones, the demand for network traffic is enormous. Ordinary users can't afford to rely solely on mobile data from operators. In home and office environments, phones can perfectly use broadband through Wi-Fi. Wi-Fi is based on OFDM technology. Besides, CDMA is not as advanced as Qualcomm's lobbyists claim. It not only has a huge pit of patents, but also a host of technical flaws. As 3G expands, OFDM technology will certainly be retrieved from the scrap pile of standards. OFDM is an optical communication technology invented by Bell Labs in the 1960s, initially used mainly in military wireless high-frequency communication systems. In the future, 4G technology, other manufacturers will definitely find ways to exclude Qualcomm, and it's highly likely that OFDM technology will be used to evolve and upgrade 3G, even becoming the standard for 4G. Chen Dongsheng tapped the table with his finger. The SFR SDR and SOFDM patents that Huawei applied for last year are invaluable. In the future 4G era, Huawei will surely have a place. In the previous timeline, the core patents of 4G includes SFR SOFDM's FMA turbo code and Alameda code. Huawei engineers invented the first two, and the patents for the two epic technologies Turbo and Alamudi have expired or are about to expire. That means Huawei holds an absolutely leading position in core patents for the 4G era. Thank you for coming specifically to remind me. Ren Jingfei took a deep breath. I think the comrades working in the research institute may have misjudged the value of these two patents, somewhat underestimating them. In my view, even if Huawei doesn't get involved in promoting the 4G standard, these two technologies, relying on their own technical advantages, will naturally grow to become the core technologies of 4G. Chen Dongsheng said, now that President Ren knows the value of the technology, I hope Huawei can actively participate in promoting the 4G standard. The future telecommunications standard had already begun to be widely discussed this year. With the collective rejection of CDMA, it was the perfect opportunity for Huawei to vie for a voice. In the previous life, Huawei only realized this when discussions about 5G began, but this time with Chen Dongsheng's reminder the outcome would surely be different. It's only right. You've come specially to remind me. I can't let you down. Ren Jingfei said with a smile. I've received such a great benefit. I wonder what I can give you in return. Chen Dongsheng thought for a moment, and said, then, when the time comes, help me take down Lenovo. Since Chen Dongsheng had come, how could he allow Lenovo to vote for Qualcomm in 5G? At that time, Lenovo was in its heyday. On December 8, 2004, with a market value of $16 billion, Lenovo acquired IBM's global personal computer business for $1.25 billion with the assistance of Goldman Sachs. What kind of deal was this? Lenovo aimed to sell computers abroad, but IBM's computers had long been struggling in the market. Whether Lenovo was deceived by Goldman Sachs or insiders colluded with foreign executives to hollow out the company, Chen Dongsheng refrained from judgment. Yet it was an indisputable fact that Lenovo's domestic profit contribution rate reached 128, while it consistently suffered losses abroad, exhausting China's resources to curry favor with foreign powers. Chen Dongsheng initially thought it would be difficult to pit Ren Jingfei against the current national hero. To his surprise, the latter chuckled and said Huawei competes with Lenovo in many areas such as servers and telecommunications equipment. We are already rivals, and defeating them is only natural. Rather than saying you're helping me, it's more like I'm helping you. How about we change the request? Ren Zhengfei's generosity left Chen Dongsheng scratching his head. I don't know how you perform elsewhere, but every time I interact with you, I feel like you're preparing for something burdened by immense pressure. Ren Zhengfei's expression turned serious. You can tell me your plans. Though I'm an old man, I can still share some of your burden. Chen Dongsheng nodded. You're right. I'm actually preparing for war. Oh. Ren Zhengfei's demeanor grew grave. As you can see, what I value most now is the Harmony OS, said Chen Dongsheng. But what if no smartphone manufacturer adopts it? Haha, how could that be? You've already recruited so many allies. Ren Zhengfei's laughter faded. Harmony OS appears to be a widely applicable software system that lowers the barrier to making phones, but the bottlenecks remain, such as phone chips. What if the U.S. finds a pretext to include Renren and Harmony OS on sanction lists, demanding that all chip manufacturers stop supplying companies associated with Harmony OS? Ren Jingfei chuckled. Renren on a sanction list. Even a seasoned entrepreneur like Ren Jingfei in 2005 couldn't believe a company would land on a sanction list. What if? Ren Jingfei was stunned. Time seemed to freeze. After a long pause, he asked weakly, yes, what then? Unless there's a chip maker unafraid of sanctions, but who? Only if it's our own, said Chen Dongsheng, spreading his hands. I don't want to follow Lenovo's path. When faced with such problems, they try to erase their Chinese identity and claim to be so-called international capital. Ren Jingfei pointed to the sky. Why not seek help from? I could, but it's unnecessary, Chen Dongsheng chuckled. First, I'm only doing this for my own benefit. Second, unless my company is actually sanctioned as a real entity by a major power, using that level of force would be wasteful. Ren Jingfei nodded. True. Heaven helps those who help themselves. Speaking of which, I do have something to ask of Huawei. Ren Zhengfei's expression turned stern. Please go ahead. Chen Dongsheng weighed his words, considering whether to let Huawei take the risk, and finally asked, have you heard of Hanshin? Ren Jingfei frowned. With that expression, is there something wrong with Hanshin? Chen Dongsheng nodded, thinking to himself, in my past life the Chinese people realized the pain of chip shortages due to Huawei's sanctions, deeply resenting Hanshin, the fake chip that set back the nation's chip industry by a decade. But at the time, Hanshin was a national pride. Occasional negative reports were quickly suppressed. Seeing Ren Zhengfei's skepticism, Chen Dongsheng pulled out his phone, laboriously connected to Renren's search, looked up a company called Shanghai Hanji Decoration Engineering Co., Ltd., and handed it to Ren Jingfei. This company once did renovations for Chen Jin's Chip and System Research Center. Ren Jingfei squinted, reading the company's promotional material. We are honored to have undertaken the commercial product definition and design for the second-generation Hanshin chip. What does that mean? What else could a decoration company do for a chip? Use a lithography machine to shape transistors. Chen Dongsheng snickered. Renovation, sanding, puttying, and painting the walls. Ren Jingfei suddenly understood. You mean they polished the surface and replaced the markings on Hanshin? Exactly. Damn it. Even Ren Jingfei, with his extraordinary self-control, lost his composure. Chen Dongsheng said, this involves a lot. I'm not a stakeholder. Rash involvement could alert the enemy. It's better for Huawei to handle it. Ren Jingfei nodded and asked, I have a question. If Hanshin was problematic, how did it pass the initial appraisal? You can buy chips, but not necessarily the source code, Chen Dongsheng speculated. Perhaps there's a certain Mr. Zhao Hu feigns ignorance to receive stolen goods from AQ. This was merely Chen Dongsheng's conjecture. Whether someone used Chen Jin as a pawn, or it was simply a fraud that grew too large dragging in countless people was unclear. What was certain was that in his past life, Chen Jin fled with 1 billion yuan in research funds and few involved in the Hanshin scandal were punished. If that's the case, the implications are indeed significant. Ren Jingfei rubbed his face. You've given me quite a challenge. Don't stress yourself. If it's too difficult, don't force it. I'm eager to enter the chip industry and I'd rather this matter fester until the domestic chip sector is utterly devastated. Huh. What's the reasoning? When everything is in ruins, I can play the savior. Chen Dongsheng said confidently. I'm asking Huawei to act now mainly to prevent Chen Jin from escaping. How with that said, I have no reason to refuse. Ren Jingfei appeared nonchalant. Just a fake scholar defrauding subsidies, easy to handle. As their conversation concluded, the meal ended. Ren Jingfei picked up his tray, led Chen Dongsheng to return it, and once again saw him out the door. Not long after returning to the capital, Chen Dongsheng saw in the newspaper that Huawei had sued Hanshin for project delays. Then media outlets near Pingqing caught wind of the story and began digging into the delayed delivery. Soon an article titled "The Hanshin Scandal" quietly circulated online. Just as Chen Dongsheng worried the situation might escalate, until Chen Jin fled, Huawei called. Hello, this is Chen Dongsheng. Who's speaking? A female voice replied, hello, I'm Meng Wanzhou, Huawei's CFO, reporting on the Hanshin situation. Oh good. How far has it progressed? Chen Dongsheng's heart leaped upon hearing her introduction. Due to a commercial dispute, we sued Chen Jin for fraud and applied to freeze his funds. After discovering abnormal fund flows under his name, relevant authorities have frozen all his assets. Has he been arrested? Already in custody. Excellent. Chen Dongsheng had thought only of Shenzhen's Nanshan legal team, but Huawei's capability was equally formidable. Huawei's operation was swift and decisive. Shortly after meeting Chen Dongsheng, they set a trap, first announcing plans to manufacture MP3 players. They set up a production line, placed an order with Hanshin, and made an advance payment citing urgent chip needs. Once the materials were ready, the moment the order exceeded its deadline, they immediately filed a lawsuit and applied for asset preservation, freezing Hanshin Technologies' assets. With fraud charges, the Pingqing police couldn't stand idly by. A cross-provincial arrest warrant arrived in Shanghai alongside the officers. By the time the media reported it, Chen Jin was already in custody. Pig factory, we can build atomic bombs, so why can't we produce a chip as good as Japan's? So where exactly is our chip problem? Do we even have the capability to make chips? Sina, it must be a systemic issue. China's system can't produce chips. A southern newspaper can't make chips. What's wrong with our country? The flawed system must be reformed. Awaken people. Although Huawei had already resolved the issue swiftly and all parties were working hard to keep a low profile, the Hanshin scandal inexplicably erupted into a frenzy, threatening to trample the entire chip industry into the mud. In a rental house in Zhongguancun, a lean and vigorous old man sat before a computer browsing the news about the Hanshin incident on a portal site. Due to Huawei's involvement, many details were clearer than in previous reports. For instance, the Hanshin 1 chip was indeed found to exist. However, the real Hanshin 1 was extremely poor in quality, and even by the time the real Hanshin 4 came out, its performance was far inferior to the fake chip used for demonstration. In the capital market, such behavior would at most be like Musk launching a rocket. Even if it exploded, it would still be hailed as a triumph for humanity, and the stock price would still rise. But Chen Jin wasn't taking money from the retail market. He was taking state subsidies. That was fraud. Once the subsidy fraud was exposed, the subsidies would naturally be cut off. And once cut, the real chips that relied on state subsidies would face a dead end. Even worse were the chip companies that had actually produced tangible products. Take Lungsan, for example. The prevailing public sentiment now was Hanshin Lungsan Chinese chips. All are scams. Even the Lungsan 2C chip, DXB 100, which had successfully completed tape-out the previous year and secured orders, was dismissed as a wolf in sheep's clothing, and customers canceled their orders. The old man sighed, walked over to his desk, and reached for the record player. Just as he was about to turn it on, he stopped and turned toward a bookshelf. On the shelf next to the Open Source Special Contribution Award medal issued in December 2004 sat a compact mini player. The old man picked up the mini player, put on the earphones, and pressed play. In his ears, the second movement of Dvorak's From the New World, Going Home began to play. A wave of deep nostalgia washed over him, as if he were transported back decades ago to the moment he had given up a high salary abroad and chosen to return to China. Time seemed to blur. Thump. Thump, 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 thump. Academician and I. Academician and I. The distant knocking and shouts startled Academician and I. He put down the mini player, opened the door, and found a young man standing there, travel-worn and weary. You are? Hello, no need to introduce. I know you. Let me think. Academician Ni raised his head, his peripheral vision, catching the mini-player. You're Chen Dongsheng, the developer of the Harmony OS. Chen Dongsheng showed a rare shy expression. Academician Ni, you know me. That's wonderful. I apologize for the abrupt visit, and I hope you don't mind. You're quite famous. Your Harmony OS is excellent. With Android open source systems will definitely have a great future on smartphones. Come and have a seat. Academician Ni said excitedly, ushering Chen Dongsheng into the room. No need to pour water, no need. You sit. They'll help myself. Chen Dongsheng stopped. Academician Ni washed an enamel mug, poured himself a glass of cool boiled water, and sat down beside him. Without even asking the purpose of Chen Dongsheng's visit, Academician Ni said excitedly, open source systems are a great way to break through foreign technological blockades. If you ask me, that award I got last year should have gone to you. He pointed to the medal on the bookshelf. I don't deserve that, not at all. Compared to you, I'm far behind. Without your Legend Han card, would all have to learn English just to go online now. Let's not talk about Legend anymore. Academician Ni waved his hand. What made you think of coming to see an old retired man like me, eh? To be honest, Chen Dongsheng pulled out a USB drive. I'm here to ask you to take over a mess. Take over a mess. That's something I'm good at. Whenever a company is about to go under, they come to me. I make the product profitable, and then I'm out. I'm used to it. Sure enough, upon hearing Chen Dongsheng's words, Academician Ni responded with a rather humorous remark. What kind of mess do you want me to take over? You know about the Hanshin incident, right? Yes, I heard it was because Huawei was owed chip deliveries, and they investigated and found the fraud, so they sent the people away. Actually, I'm the one who got Huawei to do it. Chen Dongsheng confessed directly, and as Academician Ni's eyes widened in shock, he revealed his intention. You've seen the current state of the chip industry. It's a mess. Many companies are going bankrupt and chip workers are losing their jobs. I'd like you to step in and clean up the mess. To his surprise, Academician Ni waved his hand. I can't take over this mess. I don't want to work on chips anymore. That's fair. Doing this poorly would mean taking on a huge black pot, with only responsibility and no benefit. It's understandable that you're not optimistic. My personal gain or loss is a small matter. The main problem is that this isn't an issue of one or two people. To make chips, we need the entire industrial chain to invest, from EDA to chip design, from wafers to manufacturing, and also lithography machines. The whole system must be mobilized. Academician Ni sighed. For example, the architecture that constrains chip design ARM claims to be open source, but at its core it still requires licensing. x86 is in Intel's hands, and MIPS has compatibility issues. What if I had an open source architecture solution? An open source architecture. These days there's no such thing as open source. Academician Ni froze because he saw Chen Dongsheng holding up the USB drive. This is a new generation of reduced instruction set that I developed after studying ARM x86 and MIPS architectures, referencing Professor David Patterson's RISIV from the University of California, Berkeley. Chen Dongsheng placed the USB drive in Academician Ni's hand. You can call this instruction set RISCV. Of course, I prefer to give it the Chinese name Spark. A single spark can start a prairie fire. Academician Ni's eyes lit up. He exclaimed, where did you learn all this? I heard you dropped out of college, so how could you? There's no university in China that teaches this stuff. Chen Dongsheng shrugged, showing off a bit. I had no other way, so I had to do it myself. You're a genius. Academician Ni nodded with satisfaction. If such an open source architecture really exists, domestic chips are just a matter of time. They'll take over this mess. You can review the instruction set first. If it's all good, I hope you will take the lead and communicate with Professor Patterson about open sourcing under your name. No problem. Academician Ni could no longer sit still. He felt a fire burning in his heart. And then what? Then we'll form an open source alliance and make Spark have many friends. Chen Dongsheng said. Since it's open source, the alliance will be purely non-profit. He'll put up a sum of money to establish a charitable foundation as your operational budget. The task of promotion will be up to you. No problem, no problem. I'd be willing to do this even if I had to pay for it. Academician Ni's face flushed with excitement. At this moment, though it seemed like the darkest hour for China's chip industry, he felt that dawn was just ahead. Several weeks later, official media Academician Ni, in collaboration with Professor David Patterson, releases the open-source RISC-V instruction set architecture aiming to break Intel's x86 monopoly. Slagwave Portal. There is already an open-source ARM architecture. This is a redundant effort. Is this the level of a Chinese academician? Pig Farm Portal collaborating with a foreign charlatan to release meaningless results. This is Chinese science. Can't they learn from the Japanese and have some craftsmanship spirit? A southern newspaper, Don Quixote. An old man's delusions swinging a sword at a non-existent threat. Chinese scientists simply lack a spirit of international cooperation. Computer News Huawei HiSilicon announces adoption of the RISC-V architecture. Shanghai Daily Shanghai Jiaotong University appoints academician Ni as a visiting professor to take over the Hanshin working group renamed Spark. Spark chips will adopt the RISC-V architecture. Chinese chips are not finished. Zhongguancun News Lungsin rehires Ms. Huang Lingyi, who states she has begun evaluating the RISC-V instruction set, and 2D chips may adopt the RISC-V architecture. After entrusting the entire RISC-V architecture to academician Ni, Chen Dongsheng returned to Renren Network. Though he aspired to enter the chip manufacturing industry, the time was not yet ripe. One reason was the lack of funds. An open-source chip architecture, unlike an operating system, could not generate revenue through advertising. Only a scholar, like academician Ni, could undertake such a task. But if Chen Dongsheng were truly to manufacture chips, it would be a daunting challenge. A single wafer fab would require an initial investment of $600 to $700 million. This was merely the early stage. Subsequent continuous R&D investment to catch up would be an even deeper abyss. Chen Dongsheng would not make a move before securing new financial resources. Another reason was the lack of talent. The fastest way to proceed was to recruit directly, but at this time the most capable individuals were either Richard Chang, who was leading SMIC step by step into TSMC's patent traps, and would be ousted by Morris Chang in the US in a few years. There was also Liang Mingsong, the Lu Bu of the chip world, who was still at TSMC waiting to succeed Morris Chang, basking in his ambition and impossible to poach. Fortunately, Chen Dongsheng had already sown the seeds. RISC was born 5 years early and announced 10 years ahead of schedule. With academician Ni at the helm by the time Chen Dongsheng formally entered the scene, in a few years the landscape would inevitably be different. While Chen Dongsheng was running around for chips, Google, the dragon crossing the river, was already stirring up waves in the Chinese internet. In April, Google established its Shanghai office, spending millions of dollars to redeem the CN domain names Go.com, CN and Gol. CN setting the highest price in CN domain transaction history. Google announced that it would adopt the Google domain name, discontinue the use of the Baidu Google name, and prepare to complete data migration and domain name replacement within the next year. In other words, in this life, Baidu was finished. Just as Google announced it would stop using the Baidu Google name and migrate data, Zhang Xiaozhong, a professor at the National Defense University with a rank equivalent to Deputy Corps Commander, stated on a CCTV military and agriculture channel interview program, Baidu's act of uploading all search data to Google's overseas servers is no different from espionage. This interview clip was uploaded to Renren Video and quickly garnered thousands of attacks and insults. Critics labeled Professor Zhang a representative of a new era of isolationism, and many dug up his various erroneous predictions during the Iraq War a few years prior, branding him a big talker. Chen Hua, now in charge of Renren's search division, dared not take the formidable Google lightly, and immediately reported to Chen Dongsheng, CEO, "Chen, once Google digests Baidu, it means they have absorbed Baidu's 30% market share. Adding their original 10%, along with the approximately 10% expected from Tencent integrating Google search into various modules, will give them a significant foothold. If we don't act, Google will dominate half of the Chinese search market. And what about us? The Huizong Search Alliance has started independent operation and is expected to hold 10% of the market. Sogu updated and launched in February, currently at about 8%, with a new version reportedly in development to capture a larger share. Additionally, 3721 holds about 6%. And rumors say investment negotiations between Yahoo and Alibaba are nearing completion. Some leaks suggest that after the merger, Yahoo plans to return to pure search. So if the remaining 3 aren't bluffing, we'll be left with about 25. If we don't react. Chen Dongsheng chuckled. Interesting. We've gone from top dog to underdog. Any ideas? Chen Hua replied, I think we could take a page from Ask Jeeves and create a platform for professional QA. Many alumni now use Google to search for papers and homework answers. Good idea. Chen Dongsheng smiled, but not enough. He picked up the internal line and called Blue Light Entertainment. Xiaoda, come over. When Guo Xiaoda entered with dark circles and a balder forehead, Chen Dongsheng was startled. What happened to you? Did sisterly drain you dry? Guo Xiaoda waved his hand. No, it's Wang Xin. Whoa, your taste is that unique. Guo Xiaoda sighed. I've been following your instructions to regularly clean the servers. The content is growing too fast, so I've had to personally delete videos. So you're moonlighting as a content reviewer? Chen Dongsheng said. Can't this be solved with a program? Even Chen Hua was shocked. What program could do that? AI. Chen Dongsheng started, then slapped his forehead, realizing image recognition doesn't exist yet. Guo Xiaoda didn't believe him. Dongsheng, stop joking. Current AI can barely function as spam bots, let alone automatically reply with a few sentences. Right. Chen Dongsheng had no interest in telling them he could build a rudimentary AI himself. Doing so would require developing the entire theoretical framework, and he had no desire to become an academic guru. It was better to find an existing scholar. For instance, Geoffrey Hinton, the godfather of deep learning. The first time AI ignited public discourse was when Hinton joined Google and created AlphaGo. Geoffrey Hinton won't publish his deep learning theory until next year. Approaching him now would be the perfect time to steal a march. Chen Dongsheng began planning to outmaneuver Google again. This professor is the nephew of Ms. Han Chun. The old lady is in the capital. Should I try to build a connection? Having made up his mind, Chen Dongsheng decided to first send a few emails to Hinton to test the waters. Putting aside thoughts of AI, Chen Dongsheng said to Guo Xiaoda, I plan to launch a new feature on Renren Search called Renren Knows centered on knowledge QA. What does that have to do with blue light entertainment? Both Guo Xiaoda and Chun Hua were bewildered. Who do you think would come to Renren Jidao to ask questions? Students. Chun Hua replied. Previously he had worked on academic search at Peking University, so his first thought was that students had needs. Chen Dongsheng smiled and nodded, then asked, and why do you think students ask questions? Chun Hua thought for a moment and said, because the teacher assigned homework. They need to write a paper. Alright, let's talk about homework. Now you are the teacher who assigns homework. You discover this tool called Renren Jidao, what would you do? Catch students who are searching for answers. Guo Xiaoda answered at lightning speed. Brilliant. Isn't this a ready-made joke? After dealing with the entertainment circle for a few days, Guo Xiaoda had started to catch on. Can it be used like this? Not searching but browsing jokes. Chun Hua was astonished. Chen Dongsheng smiled without speaking. You haven't seen live streaming in later times. The streaming itself is not important. What matters is the reaction to watching other streamers' clips. For example, netizens in the live chat watching Zhang Ying streaming, watching Ku Jie streaming, watching Zhang Ying's clip reaction. You mentioned jokes. I thought of a question. For instance, one's own mother and father are both relatives. They should be considered close relatives, so why did they get married? Inbreeding gives birth to a moron like the OP, right? Guo Xiaoda said speechlessly. Would anyone ask such a stupid question? If no one asks, then you do it. Use your answer just now. Drive some traffic to our Renren Jidao. Guo Xiaoda was on the verge of tears, so the moron is me. Chen Dongsheng assigned tasks to Guo Xiaoda. You are responsible for organizing joke-like QA. If there's not enough material early on, just go and create some yourself. Then arrange for your subordinates to post threads and videos on various communities, portals, forums, and video sites. Remember to highlight the Renren Jidao logo. Then engineer Chun on your side. You can add 3 evaluation options to answers: useful, useless, and boring. Guo Xiaoda raised his hand, also moronic. It's possible, but not necessary. Morons have their own place. Chen Dongsheng waved his hand, rejecting this nonsensical request, and added, Baidu is gone. Baidu Tieba users have nowhere to go. We can set up a Renren Tieba to take in refugees and help them rebuild their homes. Xiaoda, you can start by setting up the moron bar specifically to repost those moronic QA. Chun Hua nodded beside him. Google disdains social products. Oh, we can just take them all. Also, Chen Dongsheng thought for a moment. Never mind, I'll handle this personally. I plan to remind the music copyright partners that it's time for Baidu's pirated music to pay royalties. If Google has any shame, it definitely won't dare to drag the lawsuit past the name change. This time they'll bleed heavily. Guo Xiaoda laughed, but then asked with some doubt, is a copyright lawsuit really that important? This is not just a copyright issue, it will affect the layout of the later Hongmeng system. Chen Dongsheng explained. Then he instructed Chun Hua, Engineer Chen, hurry up with Renren Jidao, aim for a May launch. No problem, boss. Sina with CEO Wang Yin, who came from an operations background, was overseeing project staff testing Sina's Iwen. Iwen is a QA search engine designed to provide more precise answers than traditional crawling methods, currently the first of its kind in China. Most people just want an answer, they don't want to search through recommended results. The page layout of Iwen is similar to posting replies in the Sina community, which can quickly achieve traffic diversion. We also set up a level system for both questioners and answerers. After accumulating a certain number of QA, they will receive titles and badges as suffixes to their usernames, which will also be displayed in other sections of the community, enhancing user loyalty and achieving traffic diversion. Great. Let's proceed and launch as soon as possible. Wang Yin was very satisfied. With Sina's scale, Iwen will definitely bring a new shock to the Chinese search market. Sohu's Sogu and Yahoo's 3721 couldn't suppress Google and Renren search. Now it's up to our Iwen to show everyone that the internet is ultimately the domain of the portal sites. Mr. Wang. Emergency. Just as Wang Yin returned to his office, Co-Chief Operating Officer Chao Guowei pushed the door open. Wang Yin's expression was not good. He came from an operations background, but the higher-ups had actually assigned Chief Financial Officer Chao Guowei to be the co-chief operating officer, making the intention to replace him all too obvious. Wang Yin had no choice. Chao Guowei had always been low-key, never showing his hand, and had risen step by step, leaving Wang Yin helpless. At least there's Iwan Zisharan. If I can achieve results, the board shouldn't have anything to say, right? Wang Yin silently encouraged himself, sat up straight, and took the report from Chao Guowei. Then he heard Chao Guowei report. Renren Search has launched a QA search. Related posts are now appearing on major platforms, showing a viral spread trend, with user growth very fast. Wang Yin flipped through the report in his hand, which contains some posts transferred to the Sina community. Repost interesting QA from Renren Jidao. Q1, why doesn't a good horse eat Hui Chao? A. Because the horse is pulling behind. Renren Jidao should be renamed Renren Buzadeo. Why are there so many stupid questions? 1. Q. Does my mom carrying me for 10 months count as illegal detention? A. It counts as trespassing. This is advertising. Quickly organize staff to delete all these posts. The previously confident Wang Yin was now completely unable to remain calm, filled with anxiety. Chao Guowei asked, what's the reason? The community doesn't allow advertising. Chao Guowei didn't comply, but instead reminded, some posts are probably just reposted multiple times, not necessarily advertising. Should we start with the moderator covenant? Remind the posters to pay attention to copyright issues in the future. For things with clear sources, authorization from the reposted person is required. Those who repost on their own are likely not to seek authorization, but instead obscure marks from other platforms. Alright, let's do it that way. Wang Yin followed Chao Guowei's advice. He also realized that directly deleting the posts would instead spark users' curiosity to dig deeper and would not suppress the trending. Now that they had lost the initiative, he could only hope that Iwan Zisharan could catch up. Looking up, seeing Chao Guowei leave after receiving orders, Wang Yan's strength suddenly drained away. Whether Iwan Zisharan has a chance, I don't know. I have no chance anymore. I really didn't expect that local search would give us the first wave of shock so quickly. Not bad. Li Keifu, CIA's key protected target according to WikiLeaks revelations. Startup speaker, public intellectual pioneer, president of Google, global president of Google China, gave the evaluation of not bad in response to Renren Search's attack. Mr. Li, once Chen Dongsheng sets his sights on you, Google will not have peace. Robin Li, who had already begun the handover procedures and would soon leave completely, gave Li Keifu a friendly reminder. Li Keifu smiled and said, Google's search engine technology is globally leading. That is the core advantage. Once the closed-off Chinese users can see the world through Google, low-end engines like Renren Search will never catch users' eyes. I hope so. Robin Li only sneered in his heart. Now he and his wife had a large amount of cash. It was time to consider a new entrepreneurial direction. However, the next day, Li Keifu pointed at a breaking news article in the newspaper in his office and said to Robin Li, Robin, can you explain to me what the hell is going on? This is fraud. You don't want Google's acquisition of Baidu to fail, do you? Li Keifu tossed the newspaper in front of Li Yanhong. Picking it up, Li Yanhong saw a headline announcing a joint statement. EMI, Sony, BMG, Warner Music, EMI Records, and Universal Music declared that they would file a class action lawsuit in China that very day, accusing Baidu of infringing on the copyrights of thousands of their songs. Li Yanhong's heart first fluttered with panic, but then, as if struck by a sudden thought, he put on a defiant expression, saying, Mr. Li, the deal is done. Now there's only Google, no Baidu. His tone was resolute. Why would the former boss be expected to fund a lawsuit after Baidu had already been sold? Besides, Li Yanhong was far from satisfied with the sale price. If the acquisition were truly halted, he would have said, is such good fortune even possible? The earlier pressure to sell Baidu cheaply had come from investors urging him on, and now the chance to reclaim it would be a welcome turn of events. Li Keifu's expression stiffened Li Yanhong's attitude, making the situation troublesome. His earlier threat was merely meant to scare Li Yanhong into contributing some effort. If the acquisition were actually called off, he himself would suffer the consequences. After all, Google had just announced its official entry into China only to face a well-known ambush, and now this copyright scandal. If the acquisition fell through, his position as president would become precarious. After a moment's thought, Li Keifu let out a cold laugh and said, Fine, let's set the acquisition aside. This lawsuit is still tied to you. We have ample evidence to prove you were behind it, and the massive legal fees and compensation will fall on your shoulders. Upon hearing that he would have to pay, Li Yanhong immediately jumped up, blurting out, these were all uploaded by netizens voluntarily. Baidu doesn't provide downloads or content, it's merely a conduit for links. Under the safe harbor principle, we haven't infringed on any copyrights. Fuck you. Shit. Bullshit. Stupid. Safe harbor. What's safe harbor? Li Keifu's elegant mentor demeanor instantly crumbled. Safe harbor. Then why haven't you deleted the data? The outburst left Li Yanhong disoriented. The safe harbor principle originated from the 1998 Digital Millennium Copyright Act. Internet service providers ISPs involved in linking or storage services that allegedly infringe copyright can avoid liability as long as they prove the content wasn't created by them and promptly remove the infringing links or content. In a nutshell, the fault lies not with me, but with the uploader. This realization struck Li Yanhong like a thunderbolt, and he finally panicked. Then delete it now, before they file a preservation order. Hasn't the data migration between Baidu and Google already started? Perfect timing to delete it. It's just one command. Delete. Dream on. The data migration between Baidu and Google has officially begun. Do you know what that means? It means everything must proceed within the framework of Chinese law. Li Keifu, exasperated, explained to Li Yanhong, who might be genuinely ignorant or feigning ignorance. In other words, Chinese regulators have already completed their review of the data. They're fully aware of everything stored on Baidu's servers. Li Yanhong was instantly stunned. With Chinese regulators involved, there was no doubt the evidence was clear and conclusive. These music companies sure know how to pick their timing, he muttered, feeling a vague unease. This pattern seemed oddly familiar. Li Keifu gritted his teeth and said, "This is a risk that Baidu concealed in our deal. You have to fix it. Otherwise, get ready to be sued by Google." He was even more agitated than Li Yanhong. Though he could manipulate Li Yanhong, the fact remained that the record company's lawsuit against Baidu would drag Google into the mess. The sword of a former dynasty had struck an official of the present. Where could one seek justice? "Final handle it," Li Yanhong said grudgingly, though he had no choice. He would either deal with the record companies or face Google's formidable legal team. These record companies are just after money. He'll report the situation to the Zhongguancun Management Committee. Settlement. Impossible. Absolutely no settlement. The rampant piracy of MP3s on Baidu directly harms the interests of Qianqian Music, which holds legitimate copyrights. Inside the meeting room of the Zhongguancun Management Committee, Chen Dongsheng, leading the heads of the record companies, launched an attack on Li Yanhong and Li Keifu, whom they were meeting for the first time, in front of the committee official mediating the meeting. In his past life, the major record companies had sued Baidu in 2009. In 2010, under the mediation of the Beijing Higher People's Court, Baidu and the record companies reached a settlement for 63.5 million yuan. After the settlement, legal music could be downloaded directly from Baidu. But in this life, Baidu and Google were not so fortunate, because those songs had already been licensed exclusively to Qianqian Music. What Li Yanhong didn't expect was that the committee official in charge of science and technology information was not the person Baidu had previously dealt with, but Zhou Yunfan. Prompted by Chen Dongsheng, Zhou Yunfan had gone home to write a paper on the debate between technology and finance, and was then told to abandon his role at ComNet and take the civil service exam for the committee. Soon this returnee with a master's degree became section chief Zhou at the Zhongguancun Management Committee 2 years earlier than in his past life. Baidu had naturally hoped to seek official support, but now it seemed utterly futile. "It's you, Chen Dongsheng. I've already sold Baidu and you still won't let me go." Frustrated by the failed mediation, Li Yanhong finally lost his composure. "It's you, Renren Search." Li Keifu also realized that the record companies had been mobilized under the impetus of Qianqian Music. Their goal was clearly not money, but to target Google. Li Yanhong looked around at the record companies and the regulators seated in the corner, panicking. How can you say it's not about money? They'll have to pay a fortune. Chen Dongsheng swept his gaze across the room. Blu-ray Entertainment can responsibly state that almost all the revenue from Xuanwu Dance Troupe has been spent on purchasing copyrights for Qianqian Music Box. Section Chief Zhou pondered for a moment and said, "All the revenue from Xuanwu Dance Troupe spent on copyrights. That must amount to several hundred million yuan, right?" "Exactly," Chen Dongsheng replied, staring coldly at Li Yanhong. "To be blunt, at this stage, any music you can find online is licensed by Qianqian Music. Qianqian Music stands here not only with aligned interests of the major record companies, but also represents a vast number of independent musicians whose rights have been infringed upon with no recourse." Li Yanhong said helplessly, "Chen Dongsheng, am not the only one involved in music piracy. Why are you singling me out?" "Because I want to." "What's it to you?" Chen Dongsheng had no intention of being courteous to Li Robin. "Name your price. Is 50 million enough for a settlement?" Li Yanhong, unable to endure any longer, revealed his bottom line. The unit for 50 million was clearly renminbi. "Wow," exclaimed Zheng Donghan, the head of EMI, mentally calculating how much he had sold the complete digital rights to Su Weiss Works to Chen Dongsheng. Was it 500 yuan? After his exclamation, he noticed the grim expressions of the other record company representatives and quickly fell silent. "Li Robin, do you only understand money? Fine. Then let me do the math for you." Chen Dongsheng casually slapped a sheet of paper on the table. This is the 100th most downloaded song on Baidu in February this year. Fish Liang's Loving You isn't just 2 or 3 days. It has already accumulated 5,000 downloads. Even if we only consider these 100 songs from February and use Loving You isn't just 2 or 3 days as a baseline, that's 50 million downloads. At 0.99 per song on iTunes, that's 49.5 million. Can you afford to pay that? $50 million. Even the executives from Sony and Universal couldn't stay seated. Li Yanhong found it hard to believe. How could it be so expensive? Chen Dongsheng rolled his eyes. The most expensive things are free. Li Keifu fumed. How dare you use American prices? Chen Dongsheng sneered. Music knows no borders. All men are equal. Are you being racist? Li Keifu fell silent, unable to refute that. He had come with a mission to promote the idea of no borders. The accusation of racism was a minefield. From a data perspective, Li Yanhong tried to argue. The data is fine, it's Baidu's own ranking, interrupted Director Zhou. Li Yanhong was stunned. The Chinese music download chart was Baidu's own creation for traffic, and Baidu MP3 contributed a huge chunk of it. Li Robin, this is China. Copyright lawsuits over 50,000 yuan can lead to criminal liability. Chen Dongsheng escalated. These shares are free. Baidu doesn't make money from them. Li Robin finally fell into Chen Dongsheng's rhythm. Is that so? The traffic Baidu MP3 brings you. You don't sell ads with it. Looks like you want to spit out that revenue too. Chen Dongsheng made as if to flip through Baidu's public records from last year. Li Robin shut up immediately. Li Keifu, having listened long enough, finally spoke. In that case, let's settle it in court. Mr. Li, wait. Li Robin quickly pulled him back and turned to Chen Dongsheng. Chen Dongsheng, I know your style. You don't lack money. If you just wanted us to pay up, there's no need to go this big. What do you really want? Who says I don't like money? If you could pay $200 million, I'm sure everyone here would be satisfied. Yes. Yes. Everyone would be satisfied, including Zheng Donghan from Bushong Records, and other record company bosses nodded in unison. Although it was a meeting chaired by a section-level cadre from Zhongguancun Management Committee, the record companies sent their top brass, like Zheng Donghan and Shui Zhendong. Why? Because traditional record companies had a tough time fighting piracy. As the saying goes, catch the thief, catch the loot. In this day and age, which pirate would flaunt their sales downloads as clearly as Baidu? If they could win this battle against Baidu, it would be a rare victory for the record industry in the fight against piracy. Thank you, Qianqian Music. $200 million. Impossible, Li Yanhong exclaimed. Baidu's ad revenue isn't even that much. If your revenue isn't that big, how did your company sell for $1.6 billion? Chen Dongsheng glanced at Li Keifu. Google overpaid. Li Keifu clenched his teeth behind closed lips, forcing out, that's Google's business. May I say something? Zheng Donghan, who had some reputation in the record industry, sat like a mere underling in this meeting, barely daring to breathe when speaking. With both sides silent, Director Zhou nodded, and Zheng Donghan, who in his past life was a tycoon, now humbly took the lowest seat, addressing Chen Dongsheng, who was younger than his own son, with caution. Mr. Chen, could you tell us about your Qianqian Music? Certainly, Chen Dongsheng laughed heartily. Qianqian Music is a music box product from my company containing all our copyrighted music. Every song on Qianqian Music has a comment section for music lovers to communicate and share. At the same time, we welcome record companies to have their artists join as a digital distribution platform. Zheng Donghan's eyes lit up. Will your platform charge for music? We will introduce music memberships. Chen Dongsheng nodded. For the pricing model, first, all authorized music can be streamed for free in compressed formats. Compressed music? Like MP3, WMV. Yes, those formats lose audio quality. Then well set different membership tiers offering different audio quality. The highest tier, vinyl membership, provides lossless quality comparable to vinyl. What about debut releases? Same treatment. Shui Zhendong leaned forward. In 2005, the Chinese music market was in turmoil, with record companies popping up everywhere, largely due to the ringtone market explosion that gave internet singers a chance to go viral. But ringtones were just one direction. Record companies wanted to sell albums, or at least singles. With the traditional record market declining, a domestic platform similar to iTunes would be ideal. Debut releases will be paid. For now, Qianqian Music will buy them out. When the time is right, we'll implement a pay-per-download model. What started as a mediation turned into a showcase for Qianqian Music. Chen Dongsheng addressed the room. The state has been emphasizing copyright in recent years. I believe the physical record industry will gradually shift to online music. As the number of internet users and willingness to pay grows, digital albums have huge potential. Even if a 10-song digital album sells for just 20 yuan, selling 1 million copies brings in 20 million. And it cuts out distribution costs, eliminating middlemen, allowing artists to connect directly with listeners. At this, Zheng Donghan's eyes sparkled. If not for the meeting, he would have rushed over to bow and hand out his business card. This online platform was a golden opportunity for him to break into the mainland market. Cui Zhendong, however, was more satisfied and muttered to Zheng Donghan, "Su Wei's songwriting is quite good." A light comment sent a chill down Zheng Donghan's spine. Though he had groomed many Hong Kong stars, his record label was a mere workshop compared to the international giants. On this platform, independent musicians like his Su Wei would have the easiest path to success. In contrast, a major like Sony, with its professional training system, could showcase expertise and easily carve out a market share with abundant artist resources. In the end, this platform would most likely crush small labels like his. Creators facing listeners directly would eliminate, not just distributors. Small labels focused on artist management services would also become obsolete. At that moment, Li Keifu and Li Yanhong, sitting across from Chen Dongsheng, finally realized Chen Dongsheng had a hidden agenda. He was pushing Qianqian music. Now Chen Dongsheng smiled at them and said, "My terms a settlement of 625 million renminbi. Negotiable." The price had jumped from 50 million to over 600 million, but it was still less than $200 million. Li Robin, though pained, was already considering it. And Chen Dongsheng sneered. Google search must display a Qianqian music box promotion next to music-related searches. For 5 years. Impossible. Li Keifu raged. 5 years of ad space is worth at least $100 million. Nonsense. You've only sold 30 million RMB in all those years. For a niche category, ad space 5 years would be at most 30 million. Still no? Google can't advertise for a competitor's product. Li Keifu was fuming. The money was secondary, it was Google's dignity. So there's no deal. Chen Dongsheng spread his hands and leaned back, then suddenly sat up, pointing at Li Keifu. You need to realize, if Qianqian Music Box isn't heavily promoted, it's all Baidu MP3's fault. I'm more than happy to take this to court. Not just any lawsuit, a big one. A long one. They'll fight as long as it takes, until complete victory. Until the whole world knows Google is pirating, until Google is driven out of China. How can you be so shameless? This is slander. Li Keifu was agitated. Chen Dongsheng's insinuations were clearly aimed at pinning the blame for pirated music on Google, completely stripping Li Keifu of his usual elite demeanor. Where did I slander you? Chen Dongsheng asked with a smile, looking at Li Keifu. Do tell. These are all. Li Keifu almost blurted out Baidu's problem. In the end, he swallowed his words, knowing such matters could only be discussed internally. Saying it out loud would expose Google's lack of professionalism. Either they hadn't done their due diligence and failed to spot the risk being fooled by Baidu, or they knew Baidu was infringing copyright, but turned a blind eye due to China's special circumstances, not treating piracy as a risk. But either way, it would damage Google's brand. That's why Li Keifu felt so frustrated. The only solution now was to settle the compensation quickly before Google officially changed its name. Then launch a PR spin ignoring the statements from major record labels, and heavily publicize today's settlement, only saying that Google respects copyright, and proactively urge Baidu to reach a settlement with major music companies before officially entering China, and so on. As for suspending the deal, simply throwing the problem back to Baidu. Li Keifu felt that jumping off the rooftop would be a better option. This is all Chen Dongsheng's plot. I can't follow his lead. Faced with Chen Dongsheng's shameless demeanor, Li Keifu was grinding his teeth in hatred, frantically brainstorming countermeasures. Helpless, he glared at Li Yanhong and said, the settlement amount can be higher. But no ads. Chen Dongsheng simply turned his head away, unwilling to entertain, Li Keifu appearing as if he didn't want to discuss further. Li Yanhong glared at Li Keifu, his expression one of extreme urgency, as if to say, we have to share this settlement cost. Zhou Yunfan noticed this and cleared his throat. Ahem, ahem. Seeing everyone's attention turned to him, he asked expressionlessly, since both sides seem unwilling to continue mediation, shall we end here for today? Then we can proceed to court to resolve the issue. Chen Dongsheng nodded, and the major record labels followed suit. But when it came to Li Yanhong and Li Keifu, they hesitated. Unable to hold back, Li Yanhong leaned in and whispered, Mr. Li, this can't be delayed. Everyone has deep pockets, this lawsuit could drag on forever. Besides, what's the big deal about giving an ad spot on Google? If the lawsuit starts, Qianqian Music will still make it widely known, and the news might even move from the finance section to the legal section. The advertising effect might be even better. What Li Yanhong didn't understand was that in such a situation, whoever spoke first lost. Li Keifu actually shot back at Li Yanhong. Buy this ad spot for Qianqian Music. 25 million a year, 5 years, 125 million. Li Yanhong felt his vision go dark, nearly getting a hypertension attack from anger. So Baidu was supposed to pay 750 million. $100 million US dollars, just gone like that. Li Keifu sneered. You've only lost face internally, but Google's reputation is still bleeding. If you want to let the deal fall through and let both Baidu and Google die together, I don't care. Li Yanhong's fists clenched, but soon relaxed. He didn't want to pay, and he knew this was a game of chicken. If he hardened his heart and pulled Google down with him, Li Keifu would surely panic. But he couldn't bear to lose the cash about to come his way, fearing the consequences of having nothing and the possibility of paying a greater price. While Li Yanhong was agonizing, Zhou Yunfan, who was chairing the meeting, calmly reminded him, Robin Liu initiated this mediation. What is your opinion? After cursing Chen Dongsheng 1,000 times in his heart, Li Yanhong, with blood dripping from his heart and hatred written on his face, stated the terms, Baidu will pay 750 million for the settlement, 625 million for copyright damages to all parties, and 125 million for purchasing a 5-year sidebar ad on Google for Qianqian Music. What about the copyright holders? Zhou Yunfan looked to the other side. All the major record labels turned to Chen Dongsheng. Chen Dongsheng, with a rather regretful expression, said, $200 million cut in half. Barely acceptable. No problem on my end. What do you all think? No problem. Well, follow Mr. Chen's lead. A chorus of record industry representatives voiced their agreement. All right, please wait a moment. I'll ask the committee to draft a mediation agreement. Once everyone signs, we'll proceed accordingly, and this matter is settled. Let's adjourn for now. After Zhou Yunfan announced the temporary adjournment and left, Li Keifu and Li Yanhong also quickly got up and went out to find a quiet corner to rest. Zheng Donghan, Shui Jindong, and other music industry figures rose from their seats and crowded around Chen Dongsheng, handing him their business cards. Zheng Donghan, having actively cooperated during the meeting, temporarily became the representative of the record labels and began communicating with Chen Dongsheng. Mr. Chen, do you have a plan for handling this settlement amount? Oh, regarding the compensation. If everyone trusts me, Qianqian Music can handle this. Qianqian Music has a strong data analysis team that can quickly calculate the specific shares based on the time of infringement, volume of pirated downloads, and copyright ownership using data from the regulatory authorities. Then Qianqian Music will issue a public notice and contact all music industry professionals to ensure the compensation reaches every victim. We certainly trust you, Mr. Chen. Zheng Donghan quickly waved his hand and added, actually, Mr. Chui and I discussed another plan earlier. I'm not sure if it's appropriate. Please go ahead. Would like to ask, does your Qianqian Music platform accept investment? Yes, of course. Very welcome. Many hands make light work. Chen Dongsheng waved his hand grandly. I'm willing to offer 12.5 of Qianqian Music's shares in exchange for the 625 million. Then each party can choose whether to convert to shares or take the cash. How about that? The group exchanged glances, not expecting Chen Dongsheng's appetite to be so large. Shui Jindong frowned and asked softly, Mr. Chen, do you think Qianqian Music is worth 5 billion? 5 billion is already a low estimate, Chen Dongsheng thought to himself. In his previous life, both NetEase Cloud Music and QQ Music were worth tens of billions of US dollars. Now Qianqian Music dominated the market, but was only at 1/14 of that level. Everyone may not have noticed, but although the record market is shrinking, the overall music market is expanding. Chen Dongsheng casually began to paint a rosy picture. I believe that in the future, even a single ranked outside the top 500 will have millions of downloads. Once a hit appears, a single song selling over 100 million is nothing. Mr. Chen, you know that new music platforms are popping up almost every day. Do they have copyrights? Do they give revenue to creators? Do they have user communities? Even setting all that aside, just look at the installation base. Qianqian Music Box, along with Qianqian Jingting, has already occupied all internet cafes and 80 of personal computers. Moreover, the playback software on Mises' various MP3 players is all Qianqian Music Box. In addition, in the future, Qianqian Music will enter more manufacturers and even land on mobile platforms. Chen Dongsheng smiled. The situation now is that Qianqian Music is already the winner, and you all happen to have an extra opportunity to share in the fruits of victory. A few days later, the 5 major record companies announced a settlement of 750 million with Baidu and Google, and also acquired a stake in Qianqian Music. The details were not disclosed to the public. Chen Dongsheng was happy to give the credit to the 5 major companies. In reality, of the 750 million, 125 million went to Google, and the lion's share of 625 million went to Qianqian Music, roughly 400 million. The 5 major record companies and numerous smaller ones collectively acquired just over 4/5 of Qianqian Music's shares. As the news broke, the internet world, which had been on the verge of a chaotic music platform war, immediately calmed down. Existing music platforms, those under development, and those yet to launch, all surrendered. In his previous life, the internet era saw music platforms rise like a swarm. Baidu, Kugu, Kuo, QQ Music, Xiaomi, and others all locked in endless battles. In the end, QQ Music and NetEase Cloud Music divided the world between them. QQ Music won by volume, amassing tens of millions of licensed tracks and sitting atop the food chain, while NetEase Cloud Music retained users, with its music community atmosphere achieving astonishing loyalty. In this life, Qianqian Music held the copyrights, and it had already laid the groundwork for its music community. Even the record companies joined directly, and it effectively strangled Baidu. Yes, Baidu's reputation had now become synonymous with piracy. Just like the 3721 incident in his previous life, as time passed, who would remember that 3721's core business was search? It was branded as a rogue plugin. Amidst the clamor of reports from all sides, Chen Dongsheng had a working lunch with Zhou Yunfan at the canteen of the Zhongguancun Management Committee. Zhou Yunfan was also a ruthless man. He abandoned the 400 million market value of Kong Net without a second thought, handed it over to Wang Erlei, and devoted himself full-time to the management committee overseeing science and technology information. In his attack on Google, Chen Dongsheng focused on the figure of Li Keifu. First, he erased Li Keifu's future achievements. In his previous life, Li Keifu secured music copyrights from the 4 major record companies, was a story that was praised for a long time. Now he was going after Li Keifu himself. Indeed, Chen Dongsheng pulled out a whistleblowing dossier. During the meal, Zhou Yunfan flipped through the whistleblowing materials Chen Dongsheng had brought and analyzed. Just being a person under CIA protection isn't direct proof of being a spy, but it should draw the department's attention. Chen Dongsheng nodded. I suspect Li Keifu is no different from the CIA operatives in the embassy, usually organizing decadent parties for the art circle, maintaining a facade of a successful person to stir up trouble in public opinion. You seem to know those people well, Zhou Yunfan said, taking a bite of his rice. Where did you get this material? From a hacker group called WikiLeaks. WikiLeaks? Zhou Yunfan looked puzzled, as WikiLeaks hadn't been established yet at that time, making it quite mysterious. A group dedicated to leaking information with a rather chaotic alignment. They're planning to set up a website to publish all this material. I see. Zhou Yunfan nodded, then asked in a seemingly casual tone, why did you split Facebook and Rinrin into separate operations? For data security. To be honest, the Democratic Party in the US has already started planting people in Facebook. Chen Dongsheng said with a grin. They want to be able to censor content on Facebook without my consent. Arbitrary access to content on internet companies is common in the US. In his previous life, after Musk took over Twitter, he quickly fired 80 of the staff. Outsiders thought it was just streamlining. The real reason, revealed by Musk months later, was that the Democratic Party had hidden multiple shadow management layers within Twitter's leadership, allowing them to bypass Musk entirely and view Twitter's content at will. You're separated by the Pacific Ocean, yet you can grasp the situation over there so clearly. Chen Dongsheng laughed. Hey, they don't even hide their emails with company people. True loud conspiracies are their tradition. Zhou Yunfan patted the dossier and smiled. If you have any problems, don't hesitate to report to the Zhongguancun Management Committee. Although Beijing's economy isn't as vibrant as Shanghai, Hangzhou, Shenzhen, or Guangzhou, we do have policy advantages. Make good use of the committee. This time Baidu was unlucky. They came to complain and ran into me. Chen Dongsheng's heart tightened. So Baidu had indeed tried that trick. Recalling how Hudong Wiki had been harassed in his previous life, he replied solemnly, then I'll thank you in advance, senior brother. Zhou Yunfan maintained his ever-smiling demeanor. No need to thank me. Serving the people is just my duty. After delivering a blow to the newly arrived Google, Chen Dongsheng briefly turned his gaze across the ocean, then flew to Zhuhai. As soon as he got off the plane, Bai Yongxiang drove him to Huang Zhang's villa. In this life, Meizu had already partnered with Rinrin Mall early on, and the E2 sold, well, so Huang Zhang's villa was built much earlier. President Chen, welcome. What a rare guest. Huang Zhang greeted him at the door. But what surprised Chen Dongsheng was seeing an old acquaintance there. Lei Jun, what are you doing here? President Lei and I have been having deep conversations for days. Huang Zhang said cheerfully. Come, have some cola. Lei Jun, acting as if he were the host, took a can of cola from a refrigerator and handed it to Chen Dongsheng. Chen Dongsheng looked around the room, which was decorated in an antique style, and noticed that the refrigerator stood out awkwardly. Its modern design clashed with the entire house. Huang Zhang noticed and laughed. Lei Jun likes cola, so I iced a box for him. Chen Dongsheng smiled and asked, found another kindred spirit. We briefly discussed the idea of making phones, from craftsmanship to raw materials, from supply chain to marketing. Chairman Huang was incredibly open with me. I learned a lot. Lei Jun expressed his gratitude to Huang Zhang, and Huang Zhang highly praised Lei Jun's talent and vision. Watching the two getting along so well, Chen Dongsheng chuckled inwardly, knowing they would fall out in a couple of days. He had already figured out that Lei Jun was eyeing an investment in Meizu. But how could Huang Zhang tolerate an outsider meddling in his family business? Chen Dongsheng smiled and said, by the way, I came here specifically to tell you that the touchscreen patent has been secured. You could have just called. There was no need to come all the way to tell me in person. You're too kind. Huang Zhang's smile grew even broader. Meizu phones are the vanguard of homing, so no amount of attention is too much. Chen Dongsheng naturally didn't mention that he had already visited Huawei in nearby Shenzhen a while ago. But Lei Jun sensed that Chen Dongsheng had another agenda and asked President Chen, "Do you have another brilliant idea?" "Haha, I can't hide anything from you." Chen Dongsheng pulled a small device from the coin pocket of his jeans. "Why are you pulling out a mini player?" Huang Zhang squinted and shook his head. "That's not a mini player." "Good eye, Chairman Huang. This is the iPod Nano just released by Apple. So similar." Lei Jun was astonished, never imagining that the great Steve Jobs would have a design clash with his own. Exactly too similar. Chen Dongsheng held up the small iPod and grinned. "Chairman Huang, do you want to take a shot at Jobs?" Boom. Boom. In Apple Inc., Steve Jobs' desk had been shattered into pieces. The enraged Jobs had nearly demolished the entire office. The last time he was this furious was, well, it was just a few months ago, wasn't it? The reason for Jobs' rage was the Apple Developer Conference a few days earlier. When he confidently pulled the iPod Nano from his pocket, it failed to elicit the usual thunderous applause. Instead, a cacophony of chaos swept through the audience, and Jobs sensed that things were spiraling out of control. Back in his office, someone recommended a FaceTube video to him. It was a comparison video. The screen was split in two. On one side, a press conference hosted by an Eastern man, on the other, Jobs' own presentation. The same design, the same routine, the same act of pulling out a product from the coin pocket of jeans. This company called Meizu had already released a product, the mini player, nearly half a year earlier with an almost identical design to the iPod Nano. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Jobs suspected it was a parody, but after searching Chinese news platforms, he finally realized that the ancient Eastern country he had always believed to be backward actually possessed technological products. While Jobs was sulking in his office, the comparison video between the Meizu mini player and the iPod Nano had already begun to sweep across the internet. A question emerged: what happens when Apple is no longer the trendsetter? Soon viewers discovered that the mini player had not only been released earlier, but with an almost identical design. It boasted a smoother system, and even came with built-in games Star Crusher that were more entertaining than Apple's Breakout. Most importantly, the mini player was cheaper. The 2GB iPod Nano cost $199, while the 2GB mini player was only 79,599 renminbi in China. Even with a 15 tariff for export to the US, it would still be only 92, less than half the price of the iPod Nano. Silicon Valley, the East Coast Europe, territories once belonging to Apple were now beginning to waver. Another question arose: where can one buy this mini player? Going overseas. When Huang Zhang heard Chen Dongsheng's suggestion, his heart began to race, as if it were about to leap out of his chest. But the next moment he calmed down. Overseas piracy crackdowns are pretty strict. Companies like Napster, which offered free music downloads, were sued into bankruptcy. Domestic MP3 players don't have a good reputation there. Downloading pirated music is risky, and there are few platforms for legal digital music. Using iTunes is no better than just buying an iPod. Haven't you seen the news? Qianqian Music has already secured copyrights on our side. Lei Jun reminded Huang Zhang, then asked, "Mr. Chen, are you planning to take Qianqian Music overseas as well?" "Exactly. I intend to first contact the major international record labels and secure copyrights in other regions. This way, mini player users will have a channel to download legal music." Huang Zhang finally felt relieved and asked, "What do I need to do to cooperate?" "First, sue Apple. The international version of Renren Mall is already in the works. Hurry up and expand production capacity. I estimate the demand in the US won't be small." "Got it." Huang Zhang rubbed his hands together, already envisioning the day Meizu would step onto the international stage. However, Lei Jun, standing beside him, threw a bucket of cold water on his enthusiasm. "Mr. Chen, are you planning to rally all MP3 manufacturers into this war?" Chen Dongsheng smiled. "That depends on Meizu's performance." What Chen Dongsheng intended to do naturally was to promote the Harmony OS and Qianqian Music. In this regard, Huang Zhang could find no fault. Chen Dongsheng had already said that Harmony OS was open source, and while Meizu received full support from Harmony OS, it also bore the responsibility of promoting Harmony OS to other manufacturers. Huang Zhang's feelings were complicated. As Chen Dongsheng had said, the promotion of Harmony OS this time depended entirely on Meizu's performance. The better the Meizu mini player sold, the more exemplary the cooperation between Harmony OS and Meizu would be, and the more competing manufacturers would see the benefits of Harmony OS. He feared that in time the relationship between them would gradually cool and Harmony OS would no longer support Meizu as wholeheartedly as it did now. Yet Huang Zhang also understood that their current cooperation was harmonious and the profits from the mini player's sales were substantial. He had no right to complain. Not long after, a local court in California accepted a copyright lawsuit. Meizu from China had filed a lawsuit against Apple alleging 58 counts of design patent infringement. In an interview, Steve Jobs stated, "Apple will countersue. Their patents are practically a copy of ours." In response, the spokesperson hired by Meizu said, "Perhaps Meizu possesses a time machine and traveled to the future to copy Apple's patents. But it's a fact that all of Mini Player's patents were registered earlier than Apple's, and the Mini Player was released a full 6 months earlier." As the legal battle between Meizu and Apple grew increasingly heated, Chen Dongsheng, accompanied by Lei Jun, who served as an interpreter along with Meizu's founder, Huang Zhang, arrived on the west coast of the United States. "BOSS, we've already contacted the 3 major record labels, Universal, Warner, and EMI. The 2 were greeted by Jeff White and McFadden. Jeff White was now solely responsible for acquisitions and patent matters, and it was he who had introduced the lawyer for Meizu's North American case. After briefly completing the acquisition of the fingerprint company, McFadden returned to his work on the Harmony OS Facebook Android project, and this time, he brought the localized version of Qianqian Music's Spotify to the signing ceremony. Thanks to Qianqian Music's performance in Greater China, the copyright signing in North America was a natural progression. Of course, they also had to thank the iPod for pioneering the market in 2004. For instance, the first to come and exchange pleasantries with Chen Dongsheng was Jimmy Iovine, chairman of Interscope, GEFN, a subsidiary of Universal Music Group. This was a major figure that Jobs had struggled to win over. But within just a year, the iPod had risen to success, and the bigwigs who had made money alongside it became more amenable. When Jimmy Iovine arrived, he even stood beside Huang Zhang, striking the same pose that Jobs had used in a photo a year earlier. "Welcome to IGA Music, joining Spotify." Lei Jun translated for Chen Dongsheng in English with a hint of an Indian accent. Even though Jimmy Iovine couldn't understand much, he kept a smile on his face, considering that Spotify was buying copyrights worth millions of dollars, and raised his glass. "Chen, Huang, cheers to the Mini Player's success. Chen welcomed Qianqian Music to the United States. Warner is deeply grateful for your efforts in combating piracy. In the recording industry, Warner Music welcomes Qianqian Music for deeper collaboration." Edgar Bronfman Jr., the new head of Warner Records, was far more enthusiastic than Jimmy Iovine. A few years ago, Warner Music, still a division of Time Warner, was plagued by piracy. President Roger Ames approached Apple seeking cooperation. Since Warner was sold to Edgar, a former Universal executive, last year personnel changes have been constant. There has been no new revenue, only cost-cutting. Qianqian Music first helped Warner Music recover a wave of copyright fees in China, and then came to North America to offer money. How could they not be enthusiastic? Of course, some did not come. Sony BMG, though it had joined forces with Qianqian Music against Google, remained fiercely protective of its own turf worldwide. When Apple previously sought cooperation, Sony's CEO Nobuyuki Ide and North American President Howard Stringer both gave Jobs extremely low marks. Subsequently, Sony partnered with Universal Music Group to create a subscription service called PressPlay. Meanwhile, Time Warner, BMG, and EMI partnered with Real Networks to launch MusicNet. The 2 platforms denied each other licensing and offered only streaming, not downloads. Unsurprisingly, after the iPod launched, Computerworld magazine ranked both as joint 9th on its list of the 25 worst tech products of all time. Now, Warner, Universal, and EMI had switched sides, but Sony had not. So Chen Dongsheng decided to meet Sony. "Chen, here are the Facebook Android materials. Do we have a Facebook Android agenda in our copyright negotiations with Sony?" Chen Dongsheng did not answer. Instead, he asked Lei Jun, "Lei Jun, why do you think I didn't bring Chairman Huang? You want to recommend the Harmony OS to Sony?" Lei Jun frowned, then realized Sony Ericsson music phones. "Exactly." Chen Dongsheng nodded. Sony's reluctance to give up copyright is largely because they have their own hardware. First it was the Walkman, now it's Sony Ericsson music phones. "We are in the promotion phase of Harmony OS, and every phone manufacturer is a target for us to win over." "Good idea, but what about Meizu? Aren't they your ally? Don't you care?" Lei Jun surprisingly worried about Meizu's fate. Meizu is not an ally, or rather all phone manufacturers are potential allies for Harmony OS. Chen Dongsheng laughed. "If you mean the kind of ally you're thinking of, start a phone factory, I'll invest some shares, and I promise you ally treatment, like giving you the best design plan." This left Lei Jun speechless. A few days ago, he had actually proposed to Huang Zhang the idea of investing in Meizu, but was flatly refused. Now, with Chen Dongsheng's support, it seemed going solo might not be a bad idea. Nearby, McFadden, after picking up on their conversation, began to look forward to the Sony visit. As early as May 16th, the Sony Ericsson 3GS had been unveiled at the 2005 3GSM World Congress. In the mobile device market of the time, Nokia was the undisputed king, while Microsoft had gathered a bunch of allies to push Windows Mobile against it. Android and Apple were nowhere to be seen. But McFadden was full of confidence because Chen Dongsheng had already shown him the future of smartphones. New York City, Sony North America headquarters. Howard Stringer, the North American president, who had recently taken direct charge of Sony Music, was reading the company's briefing. Warner Music, EMI, and IGA had successively reached digital music copyright deals with Spotify. Meanwhile, Spotify's president Chen Dongsheng had already boarded a plane to visit Sony. Howard Stringer rubbed his head, recalling a rather unpleasant memory. After he and Nobuyuki Ide rejected Apple's cooperation in digital music, Apple refused to let go, and negotiations dragged on from 2002 until April 2003. Then at Sony's annual meeting in April 2003, then Music president Andy Lack, carrying the latest iPod and a presentation on the iTunes Store, flew from Cupertino to Edo and pulled out the iPod in front of 200 managers. The negotiations ended in disgrace. Then Apple's massive success with the iPod demonstrated to the world Sony's failure. Chen Dongsheng's arrival made Stringer uneasy, much like facing Jobs a few years earlier. Contrary to Chen Dongsheng's expectations, Sony received the three of them with surprising politeness. Mr. Chen, I presume you've come to invite Sony BMG to join Spotify's legitimate music alliance. Stringer cut to the chase, then refused. I'm sorry, but at this year's Sony conference the discussion on music copyright did not pass. Chen Dongsheng smiled. Mr. Stringer, 2 years ago Andy Lack pulled out the iPod and made Sony's Walkman a joke. Where is he now? Stringer's face instantly lost composure. If Andy Lack were still around, why would he personally manage this mess of a music division? Could it be that you can pull out something that makes Sony Ericsson smartphones a joke? Ha ha ha. Chen Dongsheng, Lei Jun, and McFadden laughed together. Sorry, that's exactly why I'm here. Thump, 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 thump. Stringer's heart nearly leaped out of his chest. Damn, it's that feeling. Chen Dongsheng shot a glance at McFadden, who pulled out a stack of technical documents and placed them before Stringer. With all due respect, Mr. Stringer, the smartphones on the market right now are all garbage. Stringer numbly took the Facebook Android introduction. With his level of insight, he could easily see that compared to Sony Ericsson phones, the touchscreen-enabled smartphones were clearly groundbreaking products. True 3G phones. Of course, Stringer still wanted to resist. This is just an operating system. There's no design, no product. McFadden reminded him, the mini player is one. Lei Jun was about to mention that a prototype had long existed, but Chen Dongsheng stopped him. Chen Dongsheng smiled. Well then wait until we make a phone and Mr. Stringer can replay Andy Lack's scene. Let's go. Please wait. Seeing Chen Dongsheng's group about to leave, Stringer could no longer sit still. Mr. Stringer, is there something else? Stringer straightened his appearance, took a sip of coffee, and said, let me talk about the copyright matter first. Chen Dongsheng sat down and smiled. Welcome Sony BMG to join Spotify. New Times of Xinjiang. Sony BMG and Spotify reach a copyright licensing agreement. The mini player's song library surpasses the iPod Nano. The DC Post. Originating from the ancient East, the patented mini player is suing the iPod Nano. San Francisco Chronicle. A cheaper, better performing mini player with a richer selection of licensed music. Silicon Valley Times. A major crisis for the iPod. The king of portable digital players faces its strongest challenger. With Sony BMG joining the fray, and the stunning legal battle between Meizu and Apple, public opinion exploded overnight. Amid the relentless hype from countless newspapers, radio stations, and television networks, the sales figures for the mini player were released. Less than a week after its launch in the United States, the first batch of 500 units sold out. However, just as the market craved the mini player and Meizu scrambled to ramp up production, Facebook quietly launched its marketplace in a corner no one had noticed. And it was a hybrid B2C and C2C marketplace. Following the same approach as the earlier Renren marketplace, the flagship product of this Facebook marketplace was the mini player. Not only did Facebook Marketplace sell the mini player itself, but it also allowed resourceful gray market dealers to open their own stores, all centered on one word: cheap. Amazon and eBay in the United States were struck as if by lightning. While they were still aggressively expanding into China, their home turf was being invaded. Fortunately, Facebook Marketplace seemed focused solely on the low-end, budget-conscious market, posing no apparent threat. Meanwhile, China's online shopping market was in turmoil. As Amazon continued to digest Joyo, Renren Marketplace quietly built its logistics network. Dangdang pulled a slick move, announcing it would welcome merchants to open stores, creating a hybrid B2C and C2C model. eBay persisted with its elite high-end strategy, charging fees for storefronts. Alibaba, on the other hand, made a grand gesture, injecting 1 billion yuan into Taobao, announcing it would continue to be free for merchants for 3 more years, while internally initiating a B2C marketplace project. There were also those who exited, such as HC International, which spun off its search business and abandoned B2C to focus exclusively on B2B. There were also those poised to enter, like Tencent's PayPay. However, due to Pony Ma receiving an invitation from Jack Ma for the new Westlake Symposium, he had to restrain his impulse to act, waiting until after the symposium to make a move. Has the mini player been stocked in major cities like New York, Los Angeles, Chicago, and San Francisco? Upon hearing Cook's report, Jobs felt a physical ache in his heart and liver. Yes, in addition, the mini player has been gradually listed on online marketplaces like Amazon, eBay, and Newegg. Cook thought for a moment and said, on Amazon the mini player has higher ratings than the iPod Nano. Jobs waved his hand indicating he had anticipated this, and then asked, what about Apple's stock price? It's fallen below 60. Jobs frowned, feeling the situation had become tricky. Since the disastrous launch of the iMac G4 in 2003, it was the iPod that had resurrected Apple. The stock price had risen from a low of $14.33 at that time to $64.40 recently, end of 2004. But now with the iPod Nano facing a major setback, not everyone shared Jobs' strong confidence. More worrying was the fact that the mini player was almost directly competing with the iPod Nano, who every mini player sold meant one less iPod Nano sold. It might not be apparent in the next couple of days, but once the mini player is fully rolled out, the iPod Nano is already experiencing sluggish sales. There are even dedicated teams on FaceTube filming videos of empty Apple Store entrances in various locations. Fuck. Damn it. The proud Jobs finally couldn't help but curse. Clearly the other side was deliberately promoting Apple's identity as a copycat and its state of being ignored. Nothing was more unbearable for Jobs than an attack on Apple's brand. Jobs gritted his teeth and instructed Cook, we can't stay on the defensive like this. Cook looked at Jobs and said helplessly, unless we lower the price. Upon hearing Cook's words, Jobs glared at him angrily. If this were the tyrannical Jobs of version 1.0, Cook would have been fired by now. Fortunately, Jobs had changed thanks to Microsoft. Years ago, when Apple's first all-in-one, the Macintosh, was released, its exorbitant price led to dismal sales. But Jobs refused to lower the price of the Macintosh, and Microsoft seized the opportunity to launch Windows 1.0, successfully capturing the PC market. Ultimately, Apple's stock price plummeted, and the board of directors ousted its founder Jobs. Recalling those events, Jobs, who had learned to compromise, almost agreed to Cook's strategy. After a long pause, Jobs gritted his teeth and said, we can't lower the price, that would damage the Apple brand too much. Once the iPod's price drops, it can never go back up. We have to quickly launch the next generation product. Hearing Jobs' explanation, Cook felt a surge of joy. Though he wouldn't admit it verbally, Jobs had softened on the price drop, because once the next generation product was out, lowering the price of the iPod Nano would be justified. Seeing that the other party had heeded his advice, Jobs asked, how is the quality of Chinese manufacturing? Cook's eyes lit up. It wasn't great before. Then the mini player shouldn't be good now either, Jobs said, narrowing his eyes. Indeed, the highest form of business warfare always relied on the simplest recipe, throw mud. Cook nodded. He'll contact a batch of magazines to set the agenda that Chinese manufacturing means low quality and low price. However, before long, in China, Zhuhai City, at the Huang residence by Yongxiang excitedly reported the mini player's sales to Huangzhong. We've broken ground in the U.S. And the European and American markets are fully activated. Next we can go to Europe. At this rate, export sales are expected to exceed 1 million units. Domestic sales have also seen a second surge recently. Any difficulties? Somehow Huangzhong felt something was off. Bai Yongxiang thought for a moment, his expression changing. This rush overseas sales exploded suddenly. Even though we've expanded production, we still can't keep up with capacity. Why can't we keep up? Huangzhong rubbed his brow and asked, what's lacking? Money. There's a delay in payment terms in Europe and America. If we subsidize it, our cash flow might not hold up. Do you have any good suggestions? Funding. Not an option. Huangzhong refused without a second thought. Then we'll have to ask a friendly company to do OEM, Bai Yongxiang said helplessly. Otherwise we'll have to constrain production capacity. But after the peak period, we don't know if the market will change. Huangzhong nodded. Then find a peer to do OEM. Bai Yongxiang asked again. It seems unlikely. Recently, seeing Mize's successful overseas expansion, they are all preparing to launch new products to test the waters. In the imperial capital, Zhongnanling had been very busy lately. Since news of Mize's successful overseas expansion broke, almost all MP3 manufacturers in China had worn out the doorstep of Chen Music. Previously, each MP3 company had developed its own player software, needing only to transfer music to the MP3 player. But exporting products was more troublesome. Now with the ready-made Hongmeng system and Chen Music platform, MP3 manufacturers could focus solely on hardware, removing all barriers to exporting. Zhongnanling was also happy to sign strategic cooperation agreements with various MP3 manufacturers for the Hongmeng system, and Chen Music spending every day signing contracts, confident that they would soon deliver a shock to production capacity across the ocean. Huang Zhang thought for a long time and finally uttered frustrating. Bai Yongxiang asked, could we ask Qianqian Music to mediate, so that these peers can participate in producing the mini-player this time? Chen Dongsheng once said he treats all partners equally. Huang Zhang said gloomily. Bai Yongxiang was speechless and sighed. Then you'll have to seek funding from Qianqian Music. Otherwise we'll just have to watch ourselves become mediocre. Huang Zhang suddenly realized, is that the only way? Shortly after reaching an agreement with Skype, Chen Dongsheng returned to the imperial capital. Although both parties had reached a consensus on copyright, it would still take time to finalize the Android deal. Feeling that there was nothing left requiring his personal involvement, Chen Dongsheng went back to Huaxia. As soon as he landed at the airport, he received a message from Huang Zhang requesting a meeting. When he met Huang Zhang again in the office, the latter's attitude had lost much of its former arrogance, much to Chen Dongsheng's surprise. President Chen, please save Meizu. It turned out that while Huang Zhang was worrying about production capacity, Apple across the ocean had already begun its counterattack. First, the globally renowned advertising agency JWT suddenly released a public opinion report on the impression of Made in Huaxia among European and American consumers. The report showed that over 80% of European and American consumers believed that Made in Huaxia goods meant mass production. Around 75% of European and American consumers agreed that Chinese goods were associated with low prices. 65% thought they had low safety standards. 55% considered them poor quality. 45% found them untrustworthy, and 33% regarded them as low-end. A flood of elites from various industries talked about Made in Huaxia, interspersed with images of various black and brown shoppers grabbing mini-players during supermarket clearance sales. Meanwhile, in the market, the decline in mini-player sales due to insufficient supply was portrayed as evidence that high-end customers were rejecting the low-end mini-player. Subsequently, Steve Jobs held a press conference to launch the iPod Shuffle, priced at just $79. Although it lacked the color screen of the iPod Nano, the iPod Shuffle was affordable, no larger than a stick of gum, and exquisitely designed. More importantly, after the iPod Shuffle was released, the iPod Nano quietly dropped in price. The official reason given was that a new product was on the horizon. Is technology advancing this fast? Even iPod users felt that Apple had gone too far this time. Releasing a new product once a year and reducing the price of the old model was one thing, but what was the meaning of a price cut within less than 2 months? Regardless, the iPod Nano at least maintained its original price, continuing to uphold its high-end brand image in front of the mini player. Seeing that the mini player, which was clearly not inferior to the iPod Nano, had been labeled a low-end product, Huang Zhang seemed quite dejected. Do those Americans really look down on our mini player? Bai Yongxiang chimed in. President Chen, Meizu and Qianqian Music share a common fate. Please do lend us a hand. I heard you're having trouble with production capacity. Isn't that perfect? Take it slow for now, Chen Dongsheng declined with a smile. Otherwise I'll be pushing hard on my end, and you won't be able to keep up. ITLL, all be for nothing. With that, Chen Dongsheng picked up a file and began flipping through the latest changes in the domestic internet landscape. Hearing Chen Dongsheng's reply, Huang Zhang and Bai Yongxiang's faces fell. Huang Zhang was about to get up and leave, but Bai Yongxiang grabbed him and frantically gestured with his eyes. Following his gaze through the Venetian blinds, they saw Zheng Nanling, the vice president in charge of Qianqian Music, walking into the conference room with a smile, accompanied by Wang Hongfeng, the CEO of Newman. Huang Zhang glanced helplessly at Bai Yongxiang, thinking to himself that indeed his overseas venture had failed, and there were plenty of other MP3 companies. There was no reason for Chen Dongsheng to continue helping him. Disheartened, Huang Zhang was about to leave when he felt a sharp pain in his leg. It was Bai Yongxiang, his old subordinate, kicking him frantically. Bai Yongxiang mouthed silently, let. Huang Zhang suddenly understood and steeled himself. President Chen, there's another matter. What is it? Lei Busi previously offered to invest 30 million renminbi for a 30% stake in Meizu, and I turned him down. Chen Dongsheng nodded, indicating that he was already aware. In his past life, Lei Busi, who had transitioned into an investor, had almost succeeded in buying a 30% stake in Meizu for 300 million in 2009. In this life, the price was only a tenth of that. For a moment, Chen Dongsheng felt a bit dazed. Is Meizu really that cheap? Hearing this, Huang Zhang and Bai Yongxiang exchanged a look. They realized that their earlier speculations about Chen Dongsheng were completely wrong. He clearly had no interest in their paltry assets. It is indeed cheap. President Chen, are you interested in taking a stake? Huang Zhang said helplessly. If you're interested, why don't you name your price? Chen Dongsheng thought for a moment and asked, if I take a 35% stake, there would be a premium, right? Since he was buying, he would definitely want to have a say in the company's decisions, and securing veto power was a must. Hearing that Chen Dongsheng wanted not just a stake, but also veto power, Huang Zhang's heart tightened, but he still replied, just give me a number. How about 70 million renminbi? Huang Zhang's pupils dilated, and he looked at Bai Yongxiang, who praised President Chen is generous. You've doubled the valuation that Lei Busi gave Meizu. Seeing Huang Zhang's reluctance, Bai Yongxiang added, from the E2 to the mini player, it was all thanks to President Chen's brilliant advice. Now having a say in decision-making isn't that different from before. I won't hold these shares forever either, Chen Dongsheng said, seeing Huang Zhang's conflicted expression. He threw out a carrot. Let's set a 5-year term. After 5 years, I'll put up a portion of the shares for you to buy back, which you can then distribute as equity incentives to old employees or use for further financing. How about that? Huang Zhang and Bai Yongxiang were both delighted. The former was naturally happy to have the opportunity to repurchase shares, and the latter was even happier to finally have a chance at equity. Huang Zhang nodded vigorously. Deal. Little did the ecstatic Huang Zhang realize that even without Chen Dongsheng's intervention, in a few years Meizu's market value would soar to a peak of 180 billion renminbi. From an investment perspective alone, a 900-fold return meant Chen Dongsheng was guaranteed to profit. Moreover, with Chen Dongsheng's involvement, the future of Meizu would only be more terrifying. Since they were now partners, Huang Zhang naturally asked Chen Dongsheng for his strategy. Chen Dongsheng smiled. Brother Huang, have you heard of the BJ60? Huang Zhang looked confused, and Bai Yongxiang reminded him the Big Benz. The Big Benz. The BJ60 was a replica of the original Mercedes-Benz SUV with an 80 price drop after a badge swap, a classic case of wearing a mink coat inside out. A few days later, across the ocean, Meizu's appearance patent lawsuit against Apple once again became the focus of news. It wasn't the content of the lawsuit that was so compelling, but rather a short video that suddenly went viral on the internet. A FaceTube digital blogger named Chen Shijun had posted a parody video. The video was titled, "How many workers does the iPod Nano factory need?" At the start, the massive doors of the Apple factory swung open, revealing only Chen Shijun playing an Asian assembly line worker and his friend Chad Hurley playing an old white-collar blue-collar worker standing before the conveyor belt. A Meizu mini player floated down the line. Chen Shijun picked it up with his left hand, grabbed a file with his right, and scraped off the Meizu logo. Then he handed the mini player to Chad Hurley, who peeled off an Apple sticker and slapped it onto the back of the mini player. Voila, a brand new iPod Nano. The price skyrocketed from $79 to $199. The answer was revealed: the iPod Nano factory only needed 2 people. The Apple factory needed just 2 people, one to scrape off the Meizu logo and one to put on the Apple logo. The video was followed by details of Meizu's 58-item appearance patent lawsuit against Apple. Seizing the momentum, Chen Shijun posted a second video in which he completely disassembled both the mini player and the iPod Nano for comparison, finding that they differed only in memory and a few minor components. The hardware was almost identical. And the title of the second video was, "Have you been paying the IQ tax IQ facts to Apple today?" So Apples are a tax on intelligence. Overnight, the labels of high-end, elite, futuristic, and technological that Apple had plastered onto its users, bringing them a sense of superiority, suddenly turned into symbols of stupidity, idiocy, and foolishness. If Apple had positioned itself as a luxury brand from the start, like Supreme selling a red brick for 40 with plenty of buyers, that would be one thing. But this wasn't the 2010s of the previous life, when Apple had become a common consumer product with a large sample size, and many still treated it as a luxury. Even a SIM ejector tool could be priced at $4. Yet in this era, Apple was defined as a high-tech product targeting young people, the future generation, or even simply the smart ones. When it's the exact same thing yet you insist Apple is better, isn't that a sign of questionable intelligence? Can Apple users still claim to be smart? Of course, the video titled, "Apple's Factory Has Only 2 People," also stirred a backlash among some diehard Apple fanatics. The main manifestation of these diehard fans was an even stronger conviction that Apple harbored black technology, arguing, if the components are the same, why does Apple's stuff just work better? The iPod Nano has slower response, a thinner music library, and even weighs more. Where is it better? These hard metrics don't prove anything. We trust our own experience and feelings. If so many hard metrics are losing, yet we still think Apple is better, doesn't that prove Apple has black technology? Leaving aside those diehard Apple fans who ignore facts, the vast majority voted with their feet. After the video surfaced, iPod Nano sales plummeted sharply. Even the newly released iPod Shuffle was dragged down. Why would anyone pay $79 for an iPod Shuffle when for the same price you could get a genuine iPod Nano mini player? A color screen is far more appealing. Who in their right mind would choose this? The subtle influence on users was one thing, but on FaceTube, various factions began digging up Apple's dark history, uncovering the plagiarism history of iPod. Besides the iPod Nano copying the mini player, the iPod 1 is also suspected of copying the appearance of the Lawn T3 radio. A huge disappointment. A fraud with no creativity. Steve Jobs, The truth about Windows 1.0 is the untold story between Apple and Microsoft. Accusing the thief Jobs. From an engineer whose work was stolen. Bang. Exhausted and furious, Jobs pounded the desk. Sue them. We must sue. Send cease and desist letters to these people. They've insulted my reputation. Humiliated Apple. Unexpectedly, after Jobs' outburst, the entire office did not spring into frantic action. Jobs looked up to see a worried Tim Cook walking in with a newspaper. Braving Jobs' death glare, Cook stepped forward to report, "Steve, our stock price has fallen. Now it's under 50 per share. The board has decided to call a general shareholders meeting to question your decisions." A bunch of idiots. Questioning me now? Are they trying to tell the media that Apple has internal problems too? Cook helplessly handed him a newspaper. "Steve, perhaps you need to worry about your health." "There's nothing wrong with my health." Jobs snatched the newspaper, spread it open, and upon seeing the headline his face turned pale with rage. "This is my privacy. Which newspaper is this? They'll sue them." The headline read, "Tech company CEO doesn't believe in technology. How Steve Jobs let a harmless islet cell carcinoma spread to metastasis." The information comes from a doctor who wishes to remain anonymous, stating that Mr. Jobs suffers from an extremely rare islet cell carcinoma that could be easily cured through surgery, not the pancreatic adenocarcinoma, with a survival time of only 3 to 6 months. But Mr. Jobs refused surgery and opted for cow dung instead. Thereafter, the cancer cells proliferated unchecked until 2004, when they had spread. To be responsible, Mr. Jobs did not conquer powerful pancreatic cancer. On the contrary, by disrespecting science and technology, he wasted his own 9 million luck. The expert wants to say to Mr. Jobs, releasing this information is not to criticize him, but to remind him to actively cooperate with treatment. What saved Mr. Jobs was a highly technological liver transplant, not a medium. In the following chemotherapy, you not only need vegetable juice for vitamins, but also energy and protein. It is recommended to supplement through high-protein meats like beef and lamb. Additionally, you have the opportunity to participate in targeted drug trials to control the progression of pancreatic cancer, a process that also requires you to actively replenish energy and protein. As the head of a technology company, please believe in technology. As the head of a technology company, please believe in technology. How have I not believed in technology? I've admitted my mistake. I've had the surgery. When Jobs saw the last line, he felt a dull ache in his newly transplanted liver. This was hardly an article advising him to take care of his health. It was clearly telling the public Jobs doesn't know a damn thing about technology. It was foreseeable that soon Apple, a company whose identity was almost inextricably tied to Jobs' image, would become a fraudulent pseudo-tech, pseudo-innovation company. Ugh. At this point, Jobs couldn't hold back any longer. His liver ached, he spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed. Cook quickly called for an assistant. "Ambulance. Call an ambulance." Jobs suffered a relapse and was hospitalized. Cook once again took over as interim CEO, almost immediately discounting the already listed iPod Nano and channeling all marketing resources to the iPod Shuffle. It was as if he was announcing to the public a clean break from the black mark of the iPod Nano. But this move infuriated the previous diehard fans. "You're Apple. How can you cut prices?" Unfortunately, this was America, or else protesters would have surrounded Apple stores with banners. Under the relentless wave of public opinion, Apple's stock price was nearly halved. With Jobs hospitalized, the burden fell on Cook, who in desperation turned his gaze to the distant east. In Zhucheng, China, Huang Zhang stared at the orders pouring in like snowflakes, overwhelmed with euphoria. Selling 35 of the equity. So what? It's just a normal financing round. I, Huang, am not one to be stuck in my ways, okay? All that talk about family businesses, slander. Expand production. Expand production. Expand production. The imperial capital Quanzhou. Chen Dongsheng and Tim Cook sat together to eat roast duck. Unlike dishes from various cuisines that win by color, aroma, and taste, the dishes of the capital heavily rely on the enhancement of stories. For example, if a foreign leader visiting China does not eat roast duck, it is essentially a major diplomatic failure. It can be said that the taste of Quanzhou roast duck is all about nobility. Chen, I'm surprised. I thought you would refuse my visit. Cook, with a rather effeminate demeanor, elegantly rolled up the roast duck and brought it to his mouth, his attitude quite amiable. I'm also surprised. It's clearly a matter between Mini Player and iPod Nano. Why didn't you go to Huangzhang? Cook showed a shy smile and said, "Without a doubt, Shanshan Music is the dominant player in this war. My sources tell me that Meizu received an investment of 70 million. I guess it was from you, right? So I thought it more appropriate to come to you. Since you've mentioned war, what are you here to do now?" "Seeking reconciliation." Cook looked serious. "Actually, Apple has countermeasures, but I think it's better to reconcile and forge an alliance rather than both sides suffer and let a third party take advantage. I know your countermeasures. Hearing this, Cook showed a puzzled expression. Chen Dongsheng asked with a smile, what should an iPod with added camera and phone functionality be called? Super iPod or iPhone? Impossible. How could you know? At these words, Cook broke out in a cold sweat. This was Apple's greatest secret. Jobs had outlined that future to Cook, a groundbreaking product that once it appeared would overturn the world as it was. Just as the Apple II had inaugurated the era of personal computers. Once the iPhone was released, all current doubts about Apple would vanish into thin air. But now the other party had so easily called out this secret plan. Chen Dongsheng leisurely rolled up the roast duck and said slowly to Cook, what do you think I used to convince Sony to join Spotify? They have Sony Ericsson phones. Cook exclaimed, are you also planning to make smartphones? Chen Dongsheng shook his head and continued to pressure Cook, McFadden works under me. The Android team once approached Jobs to be president. Don't you have any clue? Cook tried to resist. Steve's evaluation of Android is not high. Chen Dongsheng laughed. My evaluation of iPhone is not high either. I can guarantee that you will once again become followers. Maybe. Cook still believed in Jobs. Let's not talk about this. We'll settle the score when the time comes. First tell me who is the third party. Samsung YPZ5. Cook took out an MP3 player from his pocket. Chen Dongsheng picked up Samsung's MP3 player and examined it, then laughed in anger. From appearance to configuration, it's exactly the same as the mini player. Interesting. Cook said, I think if the two companies can reconcile, we can invest more quickly in targeting Samsung. What do you think? Sincerity. Chen Dongsheng stared at Cook. Apple needs to show sincerity. Samsung YPZ5 is a copy. Apple needs to retaliate anyway. If we don't drop the lawsuit, you don't even have the qualification to counterattack. But it's more convenient for Apple to sue Samsung. Cook smiled. As far as I know, Samsung is the flash memory supplier for many MP3 manufacturers in Huaxia. Chen Dongsheng's heart tightened, but he responded calmly. The mini player's flash memory is from Philips. But the other MP3 manufacturers are all allies of Chantian Music. Cook said calmly. If Meizu itself sues Samsung, Samsung doesn't need to directly counterattack Meizu. It only needs to use supply disruption to hit the entire MP3 industry in Huaxia, thereby attacking Chantian Music. If Chantian Music protects Meizu but causes other MP3 manufacturers to suffer, your MP3 alliance might. What a brilliant move of besieging Wei to rescue Zhao. Damn. So this is the taste of being strangled. Chen Dongsheng couldn't help cursing. Cook, a foreigner, had thoroughly studied Huaxia's military strategies. As for whether Samsung would do this, Chen Dongsheng had no doubt. He feared that once he didn't accept Cook's conditions, Apple would turn around and reconcile with Samsung over a pair of copyright patents, then incite Samsung to deal with him. Staring fiercely at Cook, Chen Dongsheng gritted his teeth and said, reconciliation is possible. But I have a condition. Please speak. Apple must allow Chantian Music Spotify to enter macOS. Impossible. Chantian Music is a direct competitor to iTunes. Apple would not make such a foolish choice. But iTunes has already been launched on Windows. Besides, Chen Dongsheng grinned. You publicly claim that most of iTunes' expenses go to copyright, and the profit is less than one of revenue, indicating the store is very unprofitable. Why can't you allow Spotify to enter? Cook's expression turned cold. Chen Dongsheng was clearly playing dumb. Others could see it, but Chen Dongsheng, who also ran a music store, couldn't be unaware. In 2004, Apple's total revenue was $279 billion, and iTunes' online music store revenue was about $1 billion, with a profit of approximately $100 million. How could it be as unprofitable as publicly claimed? Cook refused to be outdone. Chen, don't forget, in America, there is also a type of lawsuit called anti-dumping. Damn it. Chen Dongsheng was furious now. Anti-dumping lawsuits were something only Fuyao Glass could win. If you're ruthless, it'll be unscrupulous. Chen Dongsheng also dropped a big move. Then he'll sue you for monopolizing the digital music market. Cook was speechless, obviously not expecting Chen Dongsheng's move. Chen Dongsheng sneered. If you want reconciliation, show sincerity. Cook shook his head. macOS has a copyright protection mechanism that prevents iPod from downloading songs from other online stores and does not allow other music software to intrude into Apple's own territory. Chen Dongsheng smiled. All right, then I'll be generous. Let Spotify support music downloads on iPod. How about that? You know, in Huaxiao, very few people use iPod. To download a separate iTunes just for iPod, I think users would find it troublesome. From another perspective, I'm treating Apple as an ally, helping you increase sales. At this moment, a chill ran through Cook as he looked at Chen Dongsheng. He felt that what hung on the other's lips was clearly the smile of a demon. This is a trap. Cook kept telling himself. If iPod can download from Spotify, what difference is there between iPod and MP3 players from other manufacturers? If you use Spotify, why would you still need iTunes? This is not cooperation, it's a move to cut the ground from under our feet. The smile on Chen Dongsheng's face grew even brighter. Isn't Apple interested in the Huaxiao MP3 market? The smile in Chen Dongsheng's heart was equally innocent. To hell with the Huaxiao MP3 market. Not to mention the market is so competitive that iPod may not even get a share. After a while, where will there be an MP3 market? But iPod is different. This thing has had many generations, and later there was even the iPod Touch that looked like an iPhone. In fact, the bigger move was in the smartphone era. The iTunes Store not only has digital music, but also novels, videos, and more, as well as the future App Store. As long as Cook dared to agree, he would be waiting for Chen Music to cuckold Apple in the sales of application software in the smartphone era. After deliberating for a long time, Cook finally said slowly, Apple and Chen Music are both digital pioneers. The two should join hands to grow the pie while crushing those competitors who covet it. Chen Dongsheng nodded. Although the other party was unwilling to say it outright, the meaning was clearly agreement. Sure enough, Cook nodded and said, it's good that iPod can connect to Spotify. Then, as if remembering something, Cook said, I hope in the reconciliation agreement between the two companies we include that Spotify will never develop a Mac version. How about that? This move by Cook was essentially creating a bargaining chip out of thin air, making it seem as if he had won a big victory at the negotiation table. Dealing with the board, right? I understand. Fine, no problem. Chen Dongsheng waved his hand, completely unconcerned. He had never expected Apple to agree to this condition anyway. Better to stop while ahead. Right now, the only thing Meizu has to counter Apple is the mini player, and iPod has more than one model. It's unrealistic to expect to achieve everything in one battle. However, you also need to get our agreement right. As for targeting the third party, we must do it ruthlessly, like Samsung this time, which I can't directly deal with. They'll go back and sue Samsung. In China, Chen Dongsheng summoned Zheng Nanling to his office. How is the promotion of the Hongmeng system progressing? Most MP3 manufacturers have decided to join. As for mobile phone makers, domestic ones like Meizu have joined. Huawei sent a team to inspect and decided to first assemble an MP3 production line, and Lei Busi mentioned that he is already building a team. As for foreign manufacturers, only Sony Ericsson is currently in contact with the Facebook Android team. That's sufficient. Such matters must first rely on ourselves. Like with MP3, once we can produce new products, more manufacturers will naturally come on board. After a moment of thought, Chen Dongsheng asked, what do you think about Samsung's YPZ5 copying the mini player? Zheng Nanling considered and replied, domestically, as long as we apply for patent protection, the YPZ5 won't be able to enter the market. Moreover, the mini player has been on sale for over half a year. Its brand influence is already established and sales should not be significantly affected. Then do you think we have a chance to sue Samsung like Apple did? Unlike suing Apple, where we had to go to the US to fight an away game, the outcome of the lawsuit is secondary. Your real goal, boss, was to boost the mini player's visibility and sales. Suing Samsung is different. There's no benefit like suing Apple. The only purpose would be to seek compensation. The problem is that obtaining compensation is difficult. Under US law, we first have to prove that Samsung copied, then calculate how much the mini player's sales declined due to that copying, and only the lost profits constitute the compensation amount. In other words, if Samsung dispatches lawyers, they can completely shift the focus of the lawsuit. For example, whether Meizu's sales were actually affected after being copied, whether Samsung's sales differ from Meizu's regardless of copying. And then it drags on endlessly, right? How do you know all this? I heard it from those MP3 manufacturers. It's all typical Samsung tactics. Zheng Nanling shook his head. If they are a supplier, they also like to play tricks in the supply chain, delaying, exhausting, even filing counterclaims to force the manufacturer to admit fault. Samsung is so despicable. Should we produce our own flash memory? Boss, don't scare me. Even an outsider like me knows that semiconductors are cyclical, and we're in a downturn right now. Even the big companies don't know when they'll lose everything. Isn't a downturn the perfect time? Strike while the iron is hot. Acquire a bankrupt factory and take over its production line. Zheng Nanling shook his head. Boss, the concept of cycles applies to large companies. If you build a new factory, it's always a downturn. But I don't want to be choked by others. Chen Dongsheng narrowed his eyes. Besides, when smartphones arrive, the semiconductor upturn will come. We're a software company. How can we be choked? Zheng Nanling looked bewildered. As for MP3A, there are alternative suppliers everywhere. Cutting us off would be like Samsung stabbing itself to ask if we're afraid. It's not that serious, right? But before Zheng Nanling finished speaking, the phone rang. Answer it. One call after another came in. After the last one, Zheng Nanling was helpless. Samsung said a factory fire prevented them from supplying domestic MP3 manufacturers. Hynix also said their NAND flash production just started and can't supply in the short term, unless we pay a premium to jump the queue. Zheng Nanling looked resigned. I was told the real situation is that Meizu threatened to apply for patent protection and Samsung felt insulted. Those Koreans can't stand the word copy. The downturn applies to outdated technology. Samsung and Hynix have NAND flash, so they dare to cut us off. Chen Dongsheng pursed his lips. Notify all the manufacturers that'll find a way to solve the flash supply issue. Zheng Nanling looked astonished. Is there really a way? Do you think Chanxian Music is a pushover? Chen Dongsheng sneered. Currently, there are only 2 digital music libraries in the world. One is iTunes, the other is Chanxian Music. If Samsung dares to choke us, we'll fight back tit for tat. At MIT in the dormitory of Rin Yuze, Samsung's eldest princess Li Fujian was flipping through recent North American publications. Recently, Apple and Meizu jointly filed a lawsuit against Samsung in the California District Court. Apple CEO Tim Cook stated that the Samsung YPZ5's appearance and interface are strikingly similar to the iPod Nano. Definitely not a coincidence. It's blatant plagiarism. Apple and Meizu. It's a misunderstanding. Cook visited China recently, meeting with the heads of Chanxian Music and Meizu. In a friendly atmosphere, they compared patents. Both parties' patents evolved from their respective developments. This is a genius, wonderful coincidence. Apple expressed hope that Congress would expedite the issuance of a limited exclusion order. We need to protect domestic companies and their shareholders when bandit companies steal our ideas. Apple and Spotify jointly announced that they would not open digital music copyrights to Samsung. Users stay vigilant. Samsung equals pirated music. Li Fujian rubbed her forehead and sighed. Her brother was truly troublesome, stirring up such a huge mess right away, offending both the Chinese and American markets simultaneously. Even a giant like Samsung couldn't withstand such turmoil. Unfortunately, most senior executives, including Li Jiang, didn't think so. To them, the American market was the real market. China was backward, a dumping ground for products. Li Fujian sighed. Family affairs and Samsung's issues both exhausted her. She was only the head of the Shilla Hotel, yet her father constantly asked her to clean up her brother's messes. Besides worrying about her bodyguard husband's studies at MIT, she discovered he still couldn't speak English fluently and had to drop out. In a private VIP room at the UCSF Medical Center, Tim Cook reported the results of his China trip to a recovering Steve Jobs. We applied for a limited exclusion order against Samsung. Then we opened the iPod download interface to Chanxian Music only to get a settlement agreement from Meizu. Steve Jobs, fighting his illness, could barely contain his anger. Cook comforted him. Steve, we had to do this, even if it's a trap. You knew it was a trap, why did you jump in? Cook took a deep breath and said to Jobs, on the verge of explosion, because of the multi-touch patents. Jobs was stunned. The fingerprint company may be gone, but it doesn't matter. As long as we act discreetly, we can find an alternative. It's too late. Cook shook his head. The company that acquired the fingerprint company was Facebook Android. In fact, it's Chanxian Music. Jobs was thunderstruck. You mean? Our smartphone route has completely collided with Chanxian Music's. Exactly. And Apple is alone while Chanxian Music has the entire MP3 alliance plus Sony Ericsson. I even suspect that if we hadn't helped Chen deal with Samsung, Chen might have invited Samsung to join the Android alliance. Cook shook his head helplessly. The iPhone project must accelerate. If we don't want to fall behind, it's hard to bypass Chanxian Music's multi-touch patents. Hearing this, Jobs closed his eyes. A few minutes later, Jobs opened his eyes, burning with determination. I will return to Apple and complete the iPhone's development. Cook looked at him with concern. But your health. I won't die. Compared to a sluggish death, I fear more that Apple will be judged as mediocre. President Chen, a Korean friend, wants to see you. Lei Bussy, who had been absent for days, suddenly appeared. Chen Dongsheng frowned and asked Samsung. Yes, Kwon Oh-hyun is the intermediary. You've managed to get in touch with Kwon Oh-hyun. Impressive. Chen Dongsheng hadn't expected Lei Bussy to have already secured the mobile phone suppliers so quickly. Kwon Oh-hyun was the president of Samsung's semiconductor division, overseeing memory business system LSI and LED business. Kwon was known for holding grudges. In his past life, after being criticized by Xiaomi's hardware head Zhou Guangping, he reported to headquarters and cut off supply to Xiaomi for 2 years, nearly killing the company. In the end, Lei Bussy had to lead a delegation of mediators to Korea to apologize, which restored Samsung's supply and allowed Xiaomi to recover. Chen Dongsheng was surprised. Who could be important enough to have Kwon Oh-hyun act as an intermediary? By the shores of Weiming Lake, accompanied by Lei Bussy, Chen Dongsheng met the Samsung princess, who had come to China discreetly. At first sight of Li Bujian, Chen Dongsheng thought she was indeed somewhat attractive, but he had no interest in married women, so his attitude toward her remained merely appreciative. When they met, Li Bujian's first words were a perfunctory "Annyeonghaseyo," followed by a headache-inducing stream of English without even bringing a translator. Did you tell Samsung that we can communicate in English without any barriers? Translate then. Chen Dongsheng glanced at Lei Bussy, signaling him to interpret. Lei Bussy rolled his eyes. Your English is better than mine, why do you need me to translate? After acting as Chen Dongsheng's translator in the US for a while, Lei Bussy realized that Chen Dongsheng could effortlessly switch between British London accent, American New York accent, and even Japanese accented English. Making Lei Bussy translate was purely a malicious pleasure of using his Indian accented English to annoy those Westerners. After being glared back by Chen Dongsheng, Lei Bussy reluctantly translated. Miss Li says she came here to explain the patent misunderstanding between Samsung and Meizu, as well as the copyright opening of Qianqian music. Ask her what she can decide. Lei Bussy was stunned. Why ask that? Don't you find it strange? The reason Samsung targeted MP3 manufacturers was that Meizu intended to sue them for patents. Their tactic was to cut off flash memory supply. Right now the person in charge of Samsung is Li Jieyong. Li Bujin only manages the Shilla Hotel. What good is she? Lei Bussy nodded and his enthusiasm for Li Bujin waned considerably. He casually translated Chen Dongsheng's words. To his surprise, Li Bujin replied, "What do you want?" "Asking me to name a price." Chen Dongsheng rubbed his hands together. "How about the latest NAND flash memory production line?" Lei Bussy stared wide-eyed as he translated. Li Bujin's eyes also widened. "How is that possible?" "Then how about the latest OLED screen production line?" Li Bujin continued shaking her head. "I can't make that decision." Chen Dongsheng took over the conversation directly. "If you can't do this or that, what can you do?" Li Bujin replied earnestly. "I can report to my father." Chen Dongsheng slapped his forehead. Oh right, Li Kunhe was still alive and well. A few years later, when Liang Mengsong left TSMC to join Samsung, it was all orchestrated by the old patriarch. So the Li family has a serious preference for sons over daughters. They make the daughter handle public matters like apologies and compensation, while all the benefits go to the son. They'll make sure to send them a couple of headaches. Let's first discuss the settlement of the lawsuit. Chen Dongsheng calmed his emotions and began serious negotiations. Cutting off supply to Chinese MP3 manufacturers was a card you made up out of thin air. That can't be a condition. You need to restore supply first. I will report this to my father. Li Bujin neither agreed nor disagreed, signaling Chen Dongsheng to continue. First an apology and then pay patent royalties to Meizu. 10 per unit for a comprehensive patent license. They'll make a note of that too. Li Bujin thought for a moment. The YPZ5's projected sales were only a few 100,000 units, so a few $1 million in patent fees was just a trivial amount. As for music licensing, I hope Samsung will join the Android phone alliance. That way Qianqian Music Spotify integrating into Samsung products becomes a natural progression. Chen Dongsheng smiled. As for what Android is, Samsung's smartphone system development team can explain it better than I can. After hearing the 3 conditions, Li Bujin was quite surprised. That's all. There's more. I personally want to give you 2 gifts, though you may not see them that way. Chen Dongsheng looked at Li Bujin. If one day you realize that what I gave you were indeed gifts, we can talk again. Gifts? Li Bujin was bewildered seeing Chen Dongsheng's empty hands. The first gift. Your husband dropped out of college, didn't he? Chen Dongsheng's first words made Li Bujin lose face. Her husband Lim Wuji indeed wasn't cut out for academics. He had even attempted suicide over college and had to drop out. But Chen Dongsheng's next words struck her like a hammer. You can go back and check your husband's phone records. The keywords are the Contents Entertainment Agency and a poor actress named Jang Jae-yeon. The implication was quite direct, considering that Li Bujin's father was a traditional Korean chaebol who at 69 could still summon actresses to his home for services. The second gift. Lee Yoon-hyung likely has a severe mental illness. You can have a psychiatrist examine her racing videos. She already shows strong self-destructive tendencies. You're truly a devil. To Chen Dongsheng's surprise, Li Bujin glared at him with fury. You say you're giving me gifts, but you're handing me the pain of losing 2 loved ones. Chen Dongsheng spread his hands and shrugged. If handled well, you can shed a burden and save a sister at the same time. Then I'll thank Mr. Chen for his gifts. Li Bujin gritted her teeth as she replied, then composed herself, nodded slightly, and said, I will faithfully convey your conditions. Chen Dongsheng extended his hand. Thank you, Miss Li. I think highly of you and look forward to more cooperation between both sides. Li Bujin extended her hand expressionlessly. As you said, I'm just my father's mouthpiece. The head of Samsung Electronics is Li Jieyong. There will be opportunities. Holding Li Bujin's hand, Chen Dongsheng warned with deep meaning. Sometimes luck is everything. Sometimes it's not about what you did right, but what your opponent did wrong, just like your previous generation. The Samsung Li family, as a Korean chaebol, naturally followed the primogeniture system, but Li Bujin's father Li Kunhe ascended to power not through personal effort at all. To summarize Li Kunhe's rise, his two older brothers in their bid for power successively reported their father Li Byungchul to the authorities, leading to the nationalization of Samsung Fertilizer and the confiscation of overseas slush funds. When Li Byungchul recovered, he disinherited both, and the youngest son, Li Kunhe, took over. Li Bujin didn't respond further. She just wanted to leave China as quickly as possible and stay far away from Chen Dongsheng. He was like a demon tempting her to become an unstable factor in Samsung.